Hey, welcome to the Isekai Audiobook. Glad to have you here. Just a little reminder, please support the authors who create this story. Without their creativity, none of this would be possible. And yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you never miss a new adventure.
Sasuke in The Walking Dead, Salvation, TWD, Chapter 1, TWD-CH1, Bloody Barn. Why you motherfucker, why did you interfere in what you don't dash? Splash. Please, I'm sorry, please, I swear I won't do this again, I'll turn myself in, damn it I'll do anything you want, please just don't, the middle-aged man shouted, terrified at seeing the young man finishing with torturing another one of them until the man died from blood loss in pain and regret. Please. Fuck. You crazy bastard, what the hell is wrong Agaga? Does it hurt? He too, maybe he screamed, begged, cried, told you that he has a family to earn your pity, did you show him any mercy? For them. A dry, cold, and tired voice echoes in the blood-filled barn. The blood of people that even the ground beneath them would have rejected if it were possible. Monsters who took people from their loved ones just for their own twisted pleasure. Monsters that called themselves hunters, but instead of hunting animals, they found pleasure in hunting humans, literally. Monsters with influence that enabled them to escape again and again, keeping their dark deeds and truth from being revealed to the outside world. And monsters who took from him what was once a good friend, a friend whose family was waiting for him to come back every day, unlike him, who has nothing. But those bastards, all of them, they didn't care for a moment about it. For them, their targets were all but talking animals that they enjoyed hunting. Their hunt meetings were just another kind of socializing to make expensive deals and meet new partners. Scoundrels, monsters, trash that made him throw everything away for 4 months to track them down. Torturing one of them into talking about everything he knows about their hunting games, forcing himself to join them even with all the anger boiling inside him, making himself serve them like a slave, just for a chance to know their identities. But at least he succeeded in his plan. After 4 months of pain, they all gathered again to play another game, another hunt. Just for them to be hunted. Really, what a bad ending, but at least, a trash like me ended worse garbage and saved the world from their evils, what a joke. The inevitable has come, death. He knows from the moment he decided on this madness, his end wouldn't be well. His blood was seeping out from the injuries like a river, especially the wound caused by the bullet to his stomach. It didn't stop bleeding no matter how much he pressed. And honestly, he just wants it to end quickly, with no more pain and dizziness. Even if that was selfish from him after he tortured more than 10 people here, no. Monsters in human skins. With a sigh, his eyelids shut and his hand limped to the side, his ears buzzing with a noise akin to sirens. At least they are safe, they can go back to their families. I just hope they took my advice and will report to the right people. Yet at the very moment he let go, something touched his shoulder. A sting of pain overshadowing his weakness made him open his tired eyes, looking at his side. There, perched on his shoulder, digging its talons painfully into his skin was a black bird, a crow. Usually he would be frightened, not because he was afraid of crows, or the situation. But due to those 2 bloody orbs swirling in black as its eyes, gazing sideways at him with a strange intelligence feel to them. But he has no strength left to react to the weirdness. This wasn't the plan, your death here, he flinched hard. Ah, now hallucination, haha, a fucking talking crow. Is this supposed to be a bad sign for what awaits me? Yet something about it made him feel familiar, strangely so. But, it was one within the contingency, you were never supposed to be here in the first place, not this flawed. But now, you have a choice. Even with all the blood, pain, and dizziness, he heard every word perfectly clear, as if it had resounded directly in his mind. And even though he didn't understand what was really going on, what was with all the mystery talk, he listened. Carefully and still. What choice? He was going to die any moment now, what other choice is left for him, survive, live? And even then, for whom would he have to choose that? He didn't even have anyone to go back to or anything. The only person who was an elder brother figure to him, who helped when all came falling, is dead. He already made sure everything he has would end up with his family, who maybe don't even know he exists. To live again, but whether you choose to thrive, fail, or become something else is up to you. All I can make sure of is to have you inherit their legacy, properly this time. After a brief silence it continued. Choose now, you don't have much time. If you agree, you will start in a new place, a new world, as a new being. Just know that it won't be peaceful, not even close. You'll have to fight for that. A surge of pain pulsed in his head before he started processing everything with surprising clarity and calmness. He was really unwilling to go down this way. Unknown, discarded and run away due to things he didn't cause in the first place. He was but a mere average young man with big dreams before all things turned to chaos. That guy always told him to live for himself, freely, even if he was forced to live in disguise as someone else. To at least experience fun, new thrills and even love. As much as that thought made his forehead's veins throb in annoyance, that idiot never failed to rub it in him, mocking his eternal virginity carrot. How much worse could it be? All right, do it, whatever it is. He looked to the crow, to its eyes, and muttered with all his remaining strength. He was feeling like crazy already because he had just talked back to a talking crow. He stared, watching the blackness within the red swirl and stir before losing his sight, senses, and then consciousness. Tick. Cold. Something cold dropped onto my face. Where am I? What happened? I recall. I killed them, everyone. Then died, and, the crow, red eyes. I rubbed the fleeting throb on the side of my head that felt as if something suddenly gripped my brain and squeezed before letting go. Opening my eyes, I saw where I was, a room. Not in that bloody-soaked nightmare of a barn, not in mine. An unfamiliar bedroom. A simple one, with a soft bed underneath me, a small desk to the left, and a closet. The lights are turned off, but there's sunlight seeping in from the window. It's morning. Though it was far from clean, and it smelled bad, a familiar smell of rot lingered in the place. Pushing up, I sat on the bed, putting my feet on the cold floor. And it was then that I noticed, I feel different, everything feels different. My body was light, too balanced, no longer feeling the usual pain from the injuries I'd suffered in my last 5 years. Everything around is clear, dust clear, a clarity that is supposed to be impossible for my damaged left eye, no, even far beyond. Yet it all felt natural, even when my sight caught every minuscule detail with the clarity of high-end tech. I don't feel surprised or panicked even with all those messy thoughts swirling in my head. My body moved easily, instinctively silent. I don't understand the sudden shift, but I like it. I feel happy, I feel, me. Like I've never felt before. Turning to the door, I stepped closer to the mirror on its side. There stood me in reflection. Youthful, gone was my tired mature body in late 20s. What is more, I have an unfamiliar face now, yet at the same time not really a strange one. A strong resemblance to someone I know. Someone who isn't even a real human being. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 2, TWD Ch2, Uchiha Sasuke X Walkers. How do I know, even though it's not exactly him, at least not fully his replicate appearance, yet close enough? Because I am, him. In essence, as weird as that sounds. I escaped a freaking military conspiracy. This isn't even close to being as troublesome. Let's just roll with it. Actually, while surprised, I still feel naturally calm and undisturbed, well, mostly. This isn't exactly my concern right now, but instead it's what I saw, from the memories of yesterday's night. The moment I actually came here, appeared out of thin air, then guided only by instincts inherited in my body. I know this world wasn't going to be a peaceful one, that red-eyed crow said it. But this is damn catastrophic. Zombies. Freaking walking corpses. I remember now, being dropped in the middle of the wet roof, zombie noises, whatever happened after that was taken care of solely by the inherited body instincts. Mine mixed with Sasuke's battle instincts and skills, which made me slaughter exactly 17 walking corpses on my way to this room. 15 while descending the stairs, zombies that were guided by the noise of slaughter. The remaining 2 male zombies I found after breaking into the first apartment on site. Following that by cleaning my traces and then sleeping. And now here I am, about to start a new day, my second day in the apocalypse, conscious, as Uchiha Sasuke. I decided to take his name. I will start anew here, just like the crow said. Taking a breath, I slipped on the sandal and took out clean towels from the storage seal. The only effective supernatural thing actually in me now, considering the pitiful amount of chakra I have. No, pitiful was an understatement. It was but a thread of what I should have. Not even close enough to perform the weakest jutsu. But that is okay, for zombies. I can manage through taijutsu and original skills. With all these messy thoughts, I stepped outside onto the corridor, gripping a kunai in my right hand and the bundle of clean towels in the other. There is still some blood around and at the end near the exit door, but no corpse. I remember tossing them outside before washing and passing out on the bed. After a brief wander, I stepped into the shower, put the items aside, tested the water and fortunately, it still worked. I would have hated to miss even that. I stripped off what was on me and man, this shinobi body didn't disappoint. Although outwardly, while clothed, not as bulky as my own past self. This body was shredded, every muscle crafted to perfection, which made the loss of the familiar bulked muscles not much of a bother now. Because I know just how much actual strength those unblemished muscles held beneath them, even while unreinforced with chakra. And considering the need for agility for a shinobi. It is perfect for now, for my current age. My gaze swept farther below at the slumbering part and I couldn't stop a proud nod in satisfaction. It was as magnificent as I remembered if not more. Whistle bet nobody would expect such a pretty face to hold a damn pole underneath. It was then a grinning bearded face flushed into my memory, laughing loudly saying I should just head to Adult Filming Industries if he ever died and no one was left to cover for me. Shaking my head, I continued looking around testing and getting a feel of my body. The slight difference in height wasn't much of a bother as I thought. After finishing with inspecting my body and getting used to the feeling, I turned on the water, letting the cold droplets soak my hair and body, freshening my mind as I started thinking about what is important now. My next steps in this apocalypse. I still don't know how much time has passed since the pandemic started. I hope it is not long. I still need to find food. Ironically, zombies are secondary for now because I know I can handle them as long as I'm not surrounded by more than 50 in a tight place. So, food, water, mission supplies, oil, fuel, and gas if possible. With this modified storage seal, I won't have to worry about food getting spoiled nor about space in the future. I have my kusanagi swords. They held pretty good when clashed with the weapons of Otsutsuki, so I doubt they would be damaged even against modern firepower. In addition to large numbers of _normal blades, _kunais, _shurikens and senbons, _steel wires, _smoke bombs, _different types of pills, including soldier rations, _some substances, scrolls, and other different items. And lastly, explosion papers, though I am unable to trigger them with my current chakra, and they are too flashy otherwise in this place. Still, they are more versatile and better than regular grenades to me. Easy to make and control. Clothes too won't be a problem throughout the years. Seriously, why does it feel like this storage holds everything that Sasuke had used throughout all his years of existence? Guess the crow really saved me a big headache with those. For now priority goes to securing the building from zombies, then looting it from its worth, 5 floors with 4 apartments each floor. I can finish it all today, and with luck maybe I can supply enough food to last me a week or more. Closing the tap, I tossed over a towel on my head and tied another to my waist and stepped outside the shower. Surprisingly, the chilling morning breeze didn't faze me at all. This resistance confirmed that I indeed had inherited his prowess. Really, I'm thankful to have such a strong body in this place. With those thoughts I walked back to the bedroom while my body had already dried by then. Tossing the towels aside, I changed into the new set of clothes. A boxer, dark blue shirt, black cargo pants, and black jacket. Tying the arm braces in their places, I proceeded with bandaging my shin to keep the feel of my feet tight, then the weapon pouches to my left thigh and waist before securing my kusanagi blade on my back. I turned to the mirror. If not for the dry groans sounding randomly outside and in the corridor with the deafening silence blanketing the town, anyone seeing me now would have probably assumed I'm merely a soft teenager cosplaying a ninja. Even I was taken aback by how harmless I look with such a hairless and unscarred face. I doubt that this natural stoic expression would intimidate any bastard out there. Without unleashing killing intent, that is, and that too needs chakra. Not like I need that. It was at this moment my stomach churned, announcing its need. I haven't had a bite since yesterday, and now I'm starting to feel hungry. Shinobi are no different than humans in that aspect. Yet all edible things I have on me currently are the soldier pills, too many yet not particularly a treat. The better ones are tasteless. And I don't really want to start my day with it. Let's check around. Locating the kitchen, I started looking around and the scene was bad. The place was a mess and even more stinky. Clear signs of the zombies were scattered around, disgusting traces of rotting skin and dried blood, scattered unwashed utensils and rotten food on the ground with a bunch of flies around it. The only food I found. A can of tuna whose expiration date I wasn't really sure of, considering that I don't even know the current calendar here, and the lack of electricity. But a secured canned food usually lasts long enough. Still, I tore it open, and I guess it's alright from the texture and smell. I chewed a small bite to confirm. Safe. With more searching I found a small pack of cookies. Hard, small but clean and covered. Now I at least know it wasn't long months since the breakout, or worse, years. I need to fix my food supply as soon as possible, toss it into storage so I can focus on other things. Though such an oily thing was not really a preferable thing for breakfast, but I know from experience as both an ex-soldier and a shinobi that adaptation is the only way forward in life. Especially in a place where death is all around. You hate vegetables. It's okay, you will come to love it as soon as the real hunger comes knocking in the midst of the battlefield. Can't sleep on the rocky ground. You will, after surviving an intense day of firing in the wild and praying not to welcome a bullet with your forehead. The smell of sweat and the excrement in the hideout is unbearable. You will change your mind after lying down next to shredded intestines. And that was only the soldier side, the shinobi. Especially Sasuke's experience of it. Massacre, running rogue, Orochimaru's shenanigans, wandering as a shadow of the Hokage, those memories made such things laughable in comparison. Thus taking the can, the hard cookies and a closed bottle of water I scavenged, I headed back to the bedroom, eating while simultaneously searching around for anything useful, books, a map, a working tech, anything that helps with informations. Sadly, whoever lived here, possibly the two male zombies, they were obviously not the type to keep books to study, or anything I need. After 40 minutes I set the final piece on the desk. A working watch pointing at 8:12 a.m., a toolkit, threads and knitting box, flashlight, clean set of covers, pillow, footwear, a sturdy rope, and a set of adult DVDs. Why did I even bother collecting the last item? You never know when such a thing will become valuable to trade in the apocalypse. Still, in the end, nothing significant. Sealing the items and doing a final check on me, I walked to the apartment's exit door. The goal: slaughtering every walking corpse in the building and securing it before proceeding to loot the apartments. Chapter 3, TWDCH3, Looting. Us_King County Apartments Complex _20XX_08:23M. Inside an apartment complex, a door of an apartment on the top floor swung open. And from it emerged a young man looking to be 20 to 21 years old, sharp black eyes looking around, his bangs parting to the side of his face, clean features that made him stand in contrast with the messed bloodied surroundings. Posture ready yet calm, studying the place while holding a kunai in his left hand and a 90 centimeters unsheathed shimmering blade in the other. The rotten scent assaulted his senses right off due to the bundle of corpses and decaying blood laying on the stairs leading up to the roof. With a flick of his hand, Sasuke used the storage seal, retrieving a cloth before tying it around his lower half of the face. Closing the door, Sasuke glanced around. 3 other apartments were on this floor, 2 on each side of the hall. Sounds of growls echoed from the stairs leading to the lower floor. Its source clearly was a zombie. After thinking for a moment, he decided to make sure no zombie climbed to the floor, finishing with that Sasuke walked to the stairs leading to lower floors. There, few stairs down, with its back toward him, stood a man with shredded and dirty clothes, its skin visibly reddened, standing weirdly like a puppet, dry moans escaping its throat from time to time. Sasuke moved without making a sound, his steps as silent as they can get. An action that came naturally due to years of experience. With only one stair between them, the zombie sniffed, then turned its head as if sensing something. Smell. And before it even reacted, the kunai got buried on the side of its head and further into its brain with a wet squelch. Sasuke retrieved it calmly, keeping his pace steady as the body dropped behind him with a thud, alerting 2 others nearby. A female and teenage zombies came staggering up the stairs just for 2 swooshes to sound before dropping dead, real dead, as 2 senbons tore through their eye sockets like bullets and into their brain, effectively ending their activity. Is it that their skull is too rotten, or I just used more force? He was kinda surprised with how easily his kunai pierced through the skull of the first one. Now on the 4th floor he looked around, finding one of the apartments with its door wide open. 5 walkers in the corridor turned to him the instant he showed up, shuffling toward him, their empty white eyes exuding only cold menace and hunger for fresh flesh. Taking a step forward, he front kicked the first one on his torso, sending him reeling into the one behind it with the sound of bones snapping. Then he sidestepped the swing of the third, beheading him in the same motion with his sword. Another one launched itself at Sasuke in an attempt to bite his neck, which was met with a roundhouse kick, crashing its head against the wall with a loud crack as the brain matter splattered out from its ear in a disgusting scene. Lowering his leg back into basic stance, Sasuke reverse gripped his kunai before throwing it at the farthest zombie, who was crawling slowly due to its torn leg, putting it down. The first 2 who were kicked away regained their footing, ready to sprint at him just for their heads to separate at the same time from a slash by his sword. It took but 15 seconds for the corridor to fall silent again as Sasuke confirmed his kills before stepping into the only open door on this floor. There, lying on the ground was a dead zombie, its shoulder and head were layered with grim injuries. It was smashed by something heavy then pierced with a sharp end, seems like someone was fighting in this place. Yet he found no other zombie or living person inside the apartment, so he just closed it and proceeded to the remaining 2 floors down. First POV. 12. That was the number of wandering zombies I killed after leaving my apartment till this point, the front doors of the complex. Locking the doors and making sure of the place, I turned to the stairs intending to start cleaning the rooms from zombies starting from the first floor and upward. The whole building reek of stench, decaying corpses tossed and blood smears all around. It isn't a place suitable for long-term stay. But I finally had something to cast a light on my situation. Chakra, which refused to grow no matter how much I tried to refine it the usual way, showed a sign of growth. Not much, merely another thread which made them 2 now. Still as useless as before. But now I know the way to make progress on it, I'm 80% sure, killing. I don't know if that works for zombies only, and I'm not keen on finding out about the other option unless necessary, but still, that's progress. As long as there's a way for it to grow, I don't care about the method. My current 2 threads won't do any change, it still is not enough to use a jutsu, but 30 to 50. If my calculation is right, then that should be enough for the basics. Chakra control. Since killing is the way, then killing I will. Thankfully I am not influenced too much by Sasuke's memories, it was a weird mix honestly. From what I felt, I can speculate that every thread takes around 10 zombies to form. The good news is that I don't have to kill 10 every time I need a thread, it recovered simply like the way back in the shinobi world, though still caped at 2 pitiful threads. They vanished in a short breath and took 5 seconds to fill up back without meditating. Zombies aren't even as dangerous as a standard genin, merely wild instincts of rushing, tearing, and biting. But with just the barest minimum of chakra, their large numbers and dangerous infection. I didn't let my guard down for a moment since I'd arrived in this world. It wasn't taxing, just a routine by now. Rest but never totally relax. Reaching the first apartment, I stood quietly hearing whatever noise may be inside, none. I tapped lightly on the door keeping to the wall and still, nothing. Unlocking such a door would have been easy with chakra manipulating a steel wire, but that's not available, which had me wasting a whole minute on the boring way to unlock it. The inside was surprisingly clean, not dust-wise. But at least there was no blood, overwhelming stench, corpse, or whatsoever. I walked the corridor, the kitchen, shower and 1 bedroom all had their doors open with no one inside, while the last room was locked. Still holding my sword, I tapped, nothing, so I twisted the knob unlocking it. A bedroom, a gown, and some couple of female underwear were tossed around the bed, yet, no sign of human activity for some time. With the house confirmed safe, I walked back to the main door, locked it and started searching around and looting whatever was usable. And unlike the one I woke up in, this apartment was much more useful, whoever lived here was clearly not struggling financially. In 15 minutes of high-speed ravage, I piled a meter-high amount of items. A microwave, even with electricity out I still choose it. Cleaning bottles, soap, clean towels and utensils, 3 bags of rice, 1 of wheat, sugar and salt, 2 boxes of coffee, 3 of different spices, and sadly I had to abandon the expired milk, eggs, meat and vegetables that were already spoiled in the fridge. Still enough for a simple meal. From the second room I took the whole bed, mattress, covers and all, with the addition of other sets of covers and pillows. My storage still has enough room for many things, especially since it worked like my chakra. That thing grows to double its previous space due to the addition of the chakra thread. Another win for me. The woman who lived here took good care of the home, keeping many things clean that I found no trouble in making mine. Well, I hope she is fine if she's out there. I didn't touch anything personal and even kept half of the food. Part because I thought about the possibility of the owner ever coming back just to face the hopelessness of her house broke into and stripped bare, and part because I still have another 11 apartments to loot. I don't really know how much time has passed since the outbreak. If it was days, then there's a high chance of a survivor returning to his own house. And truthfully, I don't want to be the cause of another person's misery. Thus, one act such as this won't affect my situation negatively anyway. What I appreciated even more are the books. She got a decent shelf filled half in comics and novels and the other half in some useful books about some electronics. I also found a pill box for fever, headache and stomachache which I looted. As for women's appliances such as pads and wares, I decided to keep half of it in place. It's not like I would need them and I have alternatives for possible future trades. Just 1 apartment and many things on my list were covered. Time to move on. Chapter 4, TWD 4, more looting and sisters. 4 hours later, Sasuke stood once again on the 4th floor. The past few hours had him locate and loot many useful things. One of them being the time and date, 2010, October. A whole 15 years back from what he last remembers. He didn't know exactly if this was his world even, he doubted it. Still, this at least gave him some ideas about how long it has been since the pandemic started. 2-3 months. Which was both long and short depending on the subject view. But that wasn't the only thing. Sasuke got a good haul, eliminating many zombies too, which secured him a 3rd thread of chakra. Still useless. Unfortunately, no survivors. The most baffling situations were the few zombies who returned with no visible bits on them, not even a scratch. They weren't badly rotten, which made him inspect them and find that. From what he studied along the way, those zombies were most sensitive to sound and smell. If you are close, they can see too, which wasn't as strong as a human's, as you have to be in their direct line of sight for them to react. Like every zombie story, he found bite marks on all the corpses, but the 2 other cases still made him wary. He even wondered if water and such things were infected, or worse, air. And that's why they turned without being bitten, everyone. That shit worried him. But he found that there was no need to put in so much concern. Being tossed here just to die shortly due to something uncontrollable like aerial infection would be the greatest joke made by that crow. Thus, until now, Sasuke secured more than enough food to last 10 days, or more if he was careful with his consumption. Although the quality of said food wasn't good, it was the only possible option. Other than food and water, he came across many things worth looting. Weapons, knives, axes, and even a pistol with few bullets. Tools, crowbars, multi-tools, wire cutters, hammers, saws, wrenches, duct tape, zip ties, utility shovels, hatchets, machetes, fishing gear, can openers, ropes, clean water containers, chains, padlocks, locking doorknobs, barbecue grills, camping gear of all sorts. Other miscellanea, backpacks, prescription meds of all kinds, especially painkillers, playing cards, alcohol, tobacco, condoms, flashlights, toothbrushes, hairbrushes, nail clippers, tweezers, floss, water filters, feminine hygiene items, salt, candles, cooking oil, socks, toilet paper, Tylenol, books, lanterns, bug spray, sunblock, lip balms, batteries, rechargeable entertainment devices, etc. And surprisingly, small generators, 2000 watts, that use little fuel. Thanks to his storage seal, Sasuke focused solely on taking everything useful, no matter how little it seemed. He doesn't have to worry about heavyweight, thus, he spent the 4 hours emptying every house on the first 3 floors of their worth. But the situation changed once he started looking around the 4th floor. The first 2 rooms he entered were already looted, not his style of take them all. But food, water, potential weapons, and medicines were clearly taken. And there were even 2 corpses of killed zombies in one apartment. With the same injuries as the one he found in the previously opened apartment. Whoever was here before cleared the 2 apartments. Still, Sasuke wasn't really bothered as he kept stripping them bare of whatever worth was left on them. He knows he will be leaving this place on the first chance, and thus he keeps moving forward. This complex was merely the beginning, and he wanted to be able to help if he ever ran into survivors. Ones who deserve to be helped. God knows he wanted a human presence in this kind of world. Going back to the apartment that was open the first time he got down here, he did a quick job of it after finding it looted too, with the zombie still dead there, and emerged from it after 10 minutes, heading to the last one of this floor. Once again he tapped, and then he heard a growl, but it never moved and sounded to be far from the door. He tapped again and waited, yet to his surprise a voice called to him. Dry, weak, and so low he almost didn't hear it. Who? Someone is in there. Sasuke felt happy hearing something other than the annoying growls. Something alive. Hello, I'm a tenant on the 5th floor. I secured the building from zombies and checked the apartments up to this one. He spoke with a clear voice, trying to show that he isn't a danger. He knows trust in this kind of world is the thing that is hardest to gain or to offer. Are you okay in there? He called again. There was a brief silence before the sound of small taps closed in, steps, he figured. Unbalanced and dragging. Either injured or too tired. No, I'm hungry. Who are you, mister? This time it sounded from the other side of the door, still dry and low, but Sasuke heard it clearly. It was coming from someone young, probably a little girl. Hey, my name is Sasuke. I have food and water on me. Is there someone with you? He knows there was a zombie inside, but since it didn't move close, he figured it was trapped, otherwise, the girl wouldn't be talking now. I'm Siri, my grandpa told us not to open the door to strangers, but I'm hungry, and my sister is sick. Sasuke's heart clenched hearing the pain in her voice. She was struggling to even talk to him loud enough to be heard. He was right, your grandpa. But I promise I'm here to help, okay? If there is someone older, you can call them to talk to me. I will give you food and water, alright, Siri. It's only me awake here. I will open the door, but you won't hurt us, right? Only villains hurt little girls. Hearing that, Sasuke felt complicated. He was relieved the girl accepted his help but also felt a sense of worry seeing her naive side. With the sound of a click and creak, the door opened with clear hesitation, only a little for a small head to peek outside. And as expected, Sasuke saw a little girl around 8 to 10 years old looking at him with curiosity and caution. Her hair was light blonde and somehow dirty, her wide blue eyes were reddened with dark circles, her face was a little pale, and her body looked way smaller than her age should be. She was clearly weak and malnourished. The sight in front of him twisted his guts. This world brought only terror and tragedies to the weak. Mr. Sasuke. Yeah, that's me. Taking off his mask, Sasuke knelt down to her level, showing a small smile and his empty hands not to make her fear him. The girl looked somehow surprised seeing his face, but she focused more on hearing his next words. I have food in my backpack, I will give it to you now. You told me you have a sister and grandpa, do you need me to give food for them too? Taking off the backpack, he rummaged inside, summoning a chocolate pack, which was unfortunately melted, and a bottle of water from his seal. It's clear that she needs energy before consuming any heavy food. Here, the girl's tired eyes lit up seeing what he offered, but she still hesitated before shaking her head, muttering with a low voice. Can you help my sister first, please? She slept yesterday but didn't wake up, she only spoke a little early in the morning before sleeping. Please help us. Alright, here, take them first, and let's go see your sister. She nodded, taking the food before opening the door for him to enter. The place inside was the cleanest so far, but it reeked with the smell of a corpse, clearly from the one growling behind the room at the end of the hallway. Following the girl to another room, he saw her glancing briefly at the noise with a pained expression before opening the door to the other room. Sasuke was ready for anything behind the doors to keep them safe, but his worries were uncalled for as he saw a figure lying on the bed, clearly human. A young lady, maybe 2 or 3 years older than the current him, was sleeping on the bed. Her expression was bad. With a glance, Sasuke figured that she had passed out from exhaustion. I need to examine her body to be sure what is wrong with her, is that okay? Siri thought for a moment, eyes drifting between her sister and the handsome man before nodding. Beautiful people won't hurt them, right? Alright, sit there and eat those first, do it slowly, okay? He told her before turning to the lady on the bed, removing the cover from her to look for injuries, and once he found none, he checked her pulse and eyes. Her heartbeat is weak, she passed from exhaustion and hunger. He looked for his backpack, or more accurately, rummaged mentally through his storage seal. Unfortunately, he didn't have an 4 solution on him, thus, the only option was to make a syrup solution from water and sugar before she was good enough to consume the soldier pill. If something was good about soldier pills, then that would definitely be their effectiveness. The energy they give is enough to sustain a body long enough for her to recover and start eating again. With the solution ready, he explained to the little girl what he was doing while holding the older one, helping her sit, and supporting her neck with his arm before he started feeding her the drink, pressing at pressure points to make her body react and swallow. The lady looked almost like a woman he knows from his world, a famous actress. Which made him ask the little girl about her name. She is Katniss, and I am Siri Everdeen, 9 years old. Siri smiled, introducing herself, her complexion now a little better. Yeah, of course it's not her, there are many like-looking people anyway. Well, nice to meet you, Siri. I'm Uchiha Sasuke, 20 years old. Sasuke smiled at her as he kept feeding her sister slowly while he felt her about to regain her consciousness. Ouchie, huh? Sasuke. This is the first time I've heard a name like this. Uchiha. Well, it's because I'm not from here. Oh, can I ask from where? She tilted her head cutely, enjoying the melted chocolate on her finger. Haha, sure, Japan. You know it. I grew up there before moving here. Bullshit, but since I took his identity, I might as well use the country that introduced him. Better have it clear from now on for anyone asking me, no one would care to verify anyway, and it's 2010. Oh, I know Japan. I love Doraemon's cartoon, and my sister said it was made there. Awesome. Siri nodded with an amazed smile, clearly just happy to be talking to this kind man about her favorite cartoon. Their conversation was cut by a cough from the older girl, who opened her eyes and suddenly started struggling, seeing an unfamiliar blurry man holding her in their bed. Katniss. Siri put her bottle down and ran to her sister, jumping at her bed before hugging her, while Sasuke finally calmed her down with words before backing away to show that he means no harm. Chapter 5, TWD-CH5, Talk and Future Co-op. Who are you? What are you doing in our house? How did you get in? The lady looked at him coldly and asked as she kept her sister behind her while gripping a bow and arrow, ready to skewer this damn good-looking stranger. A stranger who simply leaned on a desk with hands crossed, looking at her with calm eyes. It was Siri, the little girl who broke free from behind and lowered the bow her sister held. Stop it, Katie. Sasuke isn't a bad guy, he gave me food and helped you to wake up. Don't scare him. Katniss looked at her little sister, wondering if her brain stopped working from hunger. She obviously was the one who opened the door for this man. But on second thought she felt guilty about seeing how much weaker her sister looked. And now slightly at how she was threatening the men who helped them. Still, she didn't let her guard down. Her family faced hell in those 2 months, and they came to understand the hard way that people were not to be trusted. Hello, you passed out from hunger, and your body is still weak, so it's better not to force yourself, you won't be able to knock the string anyway. There was no mocking or anger in his voice, Sasuke stated calmly, as he knows she didn't have the strength to even stand now, let alone shoot him. And she herself seemed to know that too, as she merely used it as a facade. Still didn't answer, Mister. Who are you? He is Uchiha Sasuke, he is living here too. Siri whispered to her, not wanting to see her beloved sister and the person who helped them fight. I don't remember seeing you here. I arrived yesterday, took refuge on the top floor, and found you guys while clearing the building. Clearing, walkers. Katniss found it hard to believe. She and her grandpa fought tooth and nail just to deal with this floor and search the apartments, which sadly cost his life to protect her. Remembering this, she shut her eyes, pained to recall that scene. But now, this ridiculously clean and soft-looking guy who seems unable to even crack an egg said he cleaned the whole fucking building. She found it hard to believe. She passed out due to how weak she became from not eating and how many walkers were on this floor, which made it impossible to scavenge anything around. Yet he is claiming to have killed them all. But then again, how did he find them and pass the lower floors, which were overridden with walkers last time she checked, which was yesterday morning? She saw the sword on his back, or what looked like a sword scabbard. Yeah, you are the first people I found. Your sister was worried about you and asked for help. Like I said, your body is too exhausted and needs nutrition and proper rest. Both of you, nodding, he opened his backpack once again, uncaring for the guarded glare eyeing every movement of his as he started pulling things out. Another bottle of water, a pack of biscuits, and soldier pills. Sadly, I don't have what your body truly needs now, but I think this will be a good start. Here. He handed her the food. Soften them with water, make sure to chew well before swallowing slowly, and don't rush. And only take the pill half an hour after you finish them. He then withdrew to a corner and sat in a chair, drinking a sip from another bottle. Katniss looked at him with a complicated gaze. She felt hesitant, not knowing whether to trust him or not. But she knows that if he wanted, he could do whatever bad thing he had in mind with their current condition, no matter how pretty his face is. A healthy guy of 1.85 meters, 6.1 feet, and in good physical condition like him wouldn't find it hard to overpower her weak self. Thus, she followed his instructions, putting a small hard piece of biscuit in her mouth before using water to soften it, chewing lightly. The sweetness made her feel relieved. At least Siri beside her won't face the same fate she feared. She knows how painful it was to pass out from sheer hunger. Are you strong, Sasuke? The little girl asked with curiosity, seeing the thing he put beside him that looked like a stick and the little traces of blood on his boots. Her sister was strong, she often hunted those scary walkers with just arrows, and her grandfather was strong too, hitting them with big iron rods. She wondered if this man was strong like them. Yep, I am. Why? If he had to say, he was at his weakest point. Well, the Sasuke part. No chakra, jutsu, Sharingan, and basically everything that gives an edge in the shinobi world. But he is still strong compared to every zombie here or human. Did you kill them too, walkers? Walkers. Did she mean zombies? He found the naming the sisters used strange and too familiar. But he didn't dwell on it much and just nodded, taking a look at the few zombies walking aimlessly down the street from the window he was sitting beside. How many? This time the question came from Katniss, who was still eating slowly, sharing with Siri while watching him with that same sharp look. The girl was truly beautiful, even when she looked sick, disheveled, and slightly unclean. Yet he didn't really have the heart to enjoy it, not when she looked at him as if he were a wolf threatening a bunch of sheep. Enough of them, I guess, was he supposed to say. He spawned here yesterday and killed around 30 to 40 of them. Then what if she killed more than 500 in those months? He would look weak as fuck. And if she killed too few and even risked her life to do that, then he will only look like an arrogant fool boasting, which will make the conversation ahead only the more difficult. Even if such thoughts seem childish. Sasuke knows, he truly knows that he didn't look like the killing machine he is. Even back in his shinobi life, any unfamiliar face underestimated him unless he showed his Sharingan, terrifying them to the bones. As everyone knows who the last Uchiha is and what he was capable of. Thus, he simply chose a vague response, leaving it to her to measure how much enough was. And Katniss? She simply ignored him and continued eating. What she can say is that, this guy is either bluffing to have something with her, or he is truly what he said. Because she knows that anyone who survived until now unsheltered wasn't weak, especially if he was truly alone. Mind if I ask something? Sasuke crossed his fingers on his lap, unable to hold his curiosity, hearing the sudden colliding noise from the other closed room. It's Grandpa, was, and Katniss answered, already figuring out what he wanted after she heard the noise too. I see. I'm sorry. It's okay, he turned while we were trying to escape after we searched the apartment beside this and slipped on something while running. A walker got him, we managed to escape, but he was injured. So he decided to be sealed there after we returned. He protected us. Always. She didn't know why she was telling him, she just wanted to talk about it. Their grandpa was the pillar that kept them alive and hoping, he did everything to keep them safe and alive all those weeks. Always eating the least amount, and the first to risk his life to search around once food ran out after a month and a half. He was also the one who stacked enough food to last them that long. Once the news about sick people became widespread, he didn't run like others fearing the chaos. He was just that smart and cautious in taking care of them. Unfortunately, even her grandfather didn't think it would suddenly flip to hell and that even that stock won't hold enough to rest them, making the call for that risk. The first supply run was successful, and so was the second with her helping after a long discussion to convince him, but the third was a grim reality. It took but one slip, one scratch from a failed bite, and he succumbed. His last words before closing the door and locking it before attempting suicide were telling them to stay strong, to never abandon each other, to never lose themselves, and to survive. But maybe he was too late, he turned before fully following his plan to end his life and from then got stuck there. The noise was a cruel reminder of what their beloved grandpa once was. And Katniss never had the strength to do what she should, nor the power to leave this place. Hearing all this, Sasuke remained silent, nodding in sympathy, while Siri had little tears on the edge of her eyes, the only ones her body could produce after all the crying. ***, you have gone through so much. Who hasn't? I know this may sound stupid, maybe uncongenial coming from a guy you met an hour ago, but I can help and protect you both. What's the catch? Nothing, really. Katniss stared at him slightly surprised, his expression held no slyness or malice, just simple honesty. His eyes seemed clear as he expressed his willingness to help. For a moment she wondered if it was because of her, she knows she's beautiful. But even that won't make someone say those things in this new world without wanting something back, most of them would just take it. He wouldn't have to waste food and such. People showed their true colors once they became fully aware that law was no more. Even a week ago, she watched, helpless with her grandpa from the window, as a group of 3 men chased a woman to her house on a street below. What happened later to her was obvious, that woman's fate was theirs to decide, if she was still alive. Thus she dropped the thought as he looked as calm as ever, eyes meeting hers with the same honesty as he waited for her reply. Siri beside her tugged at her shirt, clearly wanting her to agree, but as always, she would follow her sister's words. She always does. I can protect us, but I wouldn't mind teaming, helping each other. She is still not sure if he is really capable. To her, the guy looks too damn clean for a supposed survivor. A state she hadn't seen in someone for too long. Now everyone looks as if they had just walked out of a torn battlefield. Haggard, tired, scarred, ruthless, tattered dirty clothes, unshaved. This Uchiha guy. He looks like a man who is about to start filming a ninja movie. Tight, clean black clothes and small knives on a pouch strapped to his thigh. A long blade. Bondages, face masks. She found the guy to be too innocent to be true, maybe even a naive idealist. If only she knew what kind of being he truly is. But she decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he is really what he says. That works for me, Sasuke nodded, as that was all he wanted. He knows he would feel like shit if he abandoned those two to the harsh world. With time, they will come to know that he at least had what it took to keep them safe, to keep the little girl away from the dark side. After all, that is the kind of guy he had always been. Nosy idiot, as Yuri had always called him. Chapter 6, TWD-CH6, The Wary Katniss. After seeing Katniss recovering a little, he told her about his current objective and left, reassuring Ciri that he would visit again after finishing with clearing the remaining floor. Katniss objected to his actions as reckless, but she nodded after he told her that all walkers were already cleared, and she heard the silence out. It took him an hour to get through the last 3 unchecked apartments on the 5th floor before finally heading back to his apartment. It was now noon, and he figured a new bath would be good. He already stored 6 water tanks that were on the roof, leaving only one filled that was connected to his apartment. He got to know that water in Katniss's apartment was no longer available. Thus, after a quick bath, he took a heater and a small gas container he found in one apartment and began cooking a simple meal, boiled rice. The only one he can do with his current arsenal. Katniss and Ciri's situation kept playing on his mind. Sasuke knows that now after meeting them. Unless they betrayed him or tried to end his life, which he knows wasn't really on their plan. Then he would take care of them. Keeping them safe at least. He just wanted to, for the sake of Ciri, that cute and obedient little girl, and Katniss, well, maybe her beauty helped too, but he wasn't really one to fall in love for such a thing quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't have been mocked as the eternal virgin. Well, at least I finally got to meet some kind and normal people, somehow. He nearly spat in disgust, remembering the last 4 months spent trying to win the trust of those rich monsters planning to do their atrocities. 4 months of bottled anger and vengeance while working like a literal dog to win their trust. And now here he is, in a world seen only in movies and heard about in stories, with a superior body and knowledge, and now companions, real ones, hopefully. He only has to keep moving forward, getting stronger, and making sure to keep himself and others important to him safe. After changing, he covered the plates with food preservation plastic and headed down to their apartment. The building now was eerily quiet and stinky. But he already plans to leave it soon, with them hopefully. Knocking on their door, he waited for a moment before it opened. This time it was Katniss, still weak and leaning on the wall with Ciri peeking behind her. "Were you here keeping watch from the beginning?" he asked, not hearing any footsteps before she opened the door. And Katniss just nodded, telling him to enter, eyeing the tray curiously. She didn't tell him that she was here from the moment he left, keeping an eye on the other side of the door, ready to take her sister and run if he ever headed down to leave the building instead. In case he was going to call for other companions. She would never trust others fully now, but it seemed she was just overthinking it, maybe. Sasuke, unaware of her inner thoughts and uncaring, put the plates in front of the duo at the table they cleaned, gesturing for them to eat, even taking a bite from each plate to show he didn't put anything in there. And even then Katniss waited without eating, while Ciri followed even when they were painfully hungry and the smell of the warm meal kept assaulting them. I like her, this cautiousness would at least make her survive in most scenes. For Sasuke, that was the best thing, to have this kind of survival instinct. If she simply trusted him in a few hours just because he looked good and gave them some food with a smile, he would be disappointed, slightly. As that would have made him know he would need to keep them from doing stupid things later and endangering themselves. At least Katniss was cautious, and Ciri was obedient enough to follow and trust her sister's judgment. I don't mind, really, I understand. But at least make Ciri eat something first. She didn't accept. Katniss took the plate in front of her and pushed it toward him, telling him to eat it fully. While she told Ciri to eat only a quarter of hers. Even when Ciri didn't understand, she nodded quietly, eating silently and very slowly, as if savoring the best meal in a long time. What a woman, overcautious, but I can't blame her, he nodded, eating his plate clean in seconds before taking a can of meat and passing it to her. Eat, I will make something warm for dinner again. I'm sorry. Katniss lowered her head in a quiet apology before accepting the can he opened for her. No one would like to be ungrateful to their benefactor, but she wasn't alone. And she promised their grandpa to take care of Ciri. If she failed due to carelessness and stupid ideals, she would never forgive herself. Thus, she apologized to him due to her actions and watched while eating as he nodded and got back close to the window, watching the outside world while starting to clean his blade, which was already clean. The place here isn't suitable. After some silence while the duo ate, Sasuke spoke calmly. How is that? Unprotected, visible, too many corpses, which may result in some kind of disease or infection spreading from their rot. Yeah, but we didn't have an option really, there were just too many walkers, and that's why other survivors didn't break in. That many walkers in such a tight place like stairs, it is hard for them to break through. He nodded. 29, that was the number of walkers he killed on the stairs and corridors of the building. A small group would be overwhelmed, especially considering the ones in the apartments. I am planning to leave and search for some better location, but first I need to find places to restock. But I'm not familiar with the area around here. Alone. Yeah. That's a suicide. I don't know how you managed to clear the building as you said, but out there are too many walkers that would crowd you in seconds once they spot you, and let's not forget other hostile survivors. Yet you plan to deal with them alone. With a sword. You don't have to worry. Haha, you flatter yourself, I just don't want our new friend to kill himself in the most idiotic way, she snorted and busied herself with the can. Well, I'm honored. Seriously though, can you give me a description of the surroundings, anything that may seem useful? A mall, shops, a police station, or a hospital. Anything nearby that can help us. Look, Sasuke, I admire your courage, really. But you are alone, please just admit it. Even if you are good enough to not be killed by walkers, you won't be able to loot those buildings alone. How are you planning to loot a whole mall with only a backpack, making multiple trips to and from? That's even worse. And we can't exactly change location to there, it's wide open and worse than this building. So you suggest we sit and wait here? Yeah, until I recover a little better, 2 persons can hold much more than one. It's not about how much I or you can hold, Katniss. Just tell me about the area. You know I can simply leave and search myself, I just don't want to waste time. Why is he so stubborn? This idiot won't be able to live much longer with this suicide mindset. While Katniss found herself frustrated with the men, Sasuke was no better. How was he supposed to explain that the problem she is thinking about, how much a single person can carry even if he risked himself heading to the mall, is the least thing he worries about? He didn't plan to expose the storage, not now, and maybe not to anyone. Thus, he didn't find a way to make it clear that carrying things wasn't the focus now. Let's play on her emotions. Sorry, but I need answers before night. Standing up, Sasuke marched to where he put the big backpack. Katniss watched in confusion as he turned and emptied it on her bed. Canned food, bottled water, some gauzes and meds, and even a bag of rice. What are you doing? Everything is yours, I will leave those here. Just tell me the nearest place to restock our food or anything useful. Trust me, all right, I have what it takes to survive out there, and I will find a truck or something to help with the load. Why are you doing this? We don't even know you. Have you lost your mind? Why would I take your things? Pack them, I didn't do this to take your things. I just don't want you to kill yourself. A truck will only make it worse, walkers are sensitive to sound, and an engine would be akin to a bell calling them over. You will just dig your grave if you go alone. Katniss walked to the bed and started packing the things on his backpack again. There's a pharmacy and a restaurant behind the basketball court over there. Yuri, who didn't want them to fight anymore, spoke to Sasuke, pointing from the window to the direction a small court should be 2 blocks away. She didn't really understand what they were fighting over and just thought that if she helped Sasuke, he would not abandon them and would give them warm food again like he promised. Yuri. Thank you, princess. Sasuke got on one knee, patting the little girl who looked guilty as her sister shot her a glare. Katniss, just trust me on this one, okay? I will be back before dinner. Here, he said, tossing a set of keys to her. What is this? The keys to the apartment I'm living in now, number 18. Go there and rest, it's empty and there's water too if you want to bathe. With no more, he turned around, picked up his blade, bid them farewell, and left the apartment. He didn't go to the main entrance down but climbed up the stairs until he was on the roof. Chapter 7, TWD 7, The sun cast its heat upon the city. The sky was slightly clouded, looking ashen and grim. And the only sound here is the all-present growls of the walkers around. I kinda like that name, I feel like I know where I heard it. It was 3:12 p.m. now, and thanks to Siri, I have at least a location to begin with. The reason I got back here instead of exiting through the main door was simple: I don't know who is keeping an eye on this place, and I don't want to risk them seeing me walking out alone and unscathed from a building that is supposed to be full of walkers. That would put the girls in danger, but here I am, looking at the roof of a house in the back of the complex 3 meters away from the edge of the roof and lower by at least 4 meters. I'm sure no sane person would risk taking the jump. Well, I'm not one exactly, and I'm a lot stronger. I fucking love how strong this body is. Even without chakra. I would have preferred going in the dark, but I'm uncertain if those mad creatures are any different at night. For now I need to loot. Anything, everything. Taking a step forward to nothingness, I let my body drop a meter, 3.3 feet, down parallel to the outer wall of the building, then I pulled my heel back, just enough for it to touch the edge of a window, enough for a blink that I had something to support my jump from a lower point, and I did. My legs coiled before pushing against the wall in that friction of halt, and once again I fell exactly at the ledge of the opposite house. Easy, too easy. I fought a grin as I jumped down to the roof, took my blade, and walked toward the door leading inside. It was open. I figured it won't be a waste to start by looting this 2-story building. The inside was dim, the stairs leading to the second floor were covered in dust and empty, and there was some noise coming from further below. Heading down, I was soon in the hall of the second floor. 2 rooms on one side of it and one on the other side, a bathroom. I tapped the porcelain beside me as I heard a low growl coming from one of the open rooms. 10 seconds later a staggering figure came into view. A walker, an old woman. I really hate this. It's always uncomfortable when you have to put down those who weren't harmful as humans, old people, and kids. Walkers in their shapes, all they care about is tearing you apart to feed. I throw the kunai, watching it tear through her eye as she drops with a loud thud. The noise below stirred stronger with growls. While waiting for the guests to come up, I tapped the closed room beside me twice, nothing. Opening it with some caution, I looked at the messy room, empty. There was a bed, a closet, and a sofa in there. It seems the people who lived here already packed and left. 2 male walkers came into view from the stairs, shuffling with the same hungry expression. I did a simple thrust, burying the point of the blade through the first's head before slashing aside, cutting through its skull and into the second's neck. Both dropped, and then silence. Those 3 are all the free-roaming ones in the house. What followed was 15 minutes of looting, which brought the few clean clothes and bed sets, some middle school books, study items, and a golf bat to the storage seal. Outside the house were a few wandering walkers, which I took care of, and I assessed the surroundings. The building Siri and Katniss are at was in front of me, and the basketball court is supposed to be 2 blocks to the east of it. I took a slow stride, glancing around. This place looks like a small town, with a few scattered houses here and there on both sides of the road. While a dozen or so walkers were scattered along the road as far as the eye can see. Some cars were burned, and others were overturned on the road with few corpses on the ground. 3D POV. Keeping to the shadows, Sasuke ran fast through alleys between the houses, making no sound and evading every obstacle skillfully with the grace of a cat. After killing 7 walkers that were wandering in the alleys, he finally reached the said basketball court. 1 walker stood unmoving under the basket, and on the other side of it was the pharmacy. Only, it was far from quiet. A loud noise sounded from the entrance, which had 3 walkers struggling to get inside, attracting the few nearby walkers. Sasuke crouched and squinted his eyes, looking closely. A shadow moved on the window before Sasuke watched a walker thrown out of the window with a bashed head. Someone in there is fighting, and Sasuke decided to back them up. As for whether they are hostile or just good survivors, it didn't matter. He can deal with that after securing the place. Taking a few shurikens in one hand, he sprinted forward like a speeding car, eyes locked on the 5 walkers crowding the entrance, calculated the trajectories in a split second, and launched them with a speed nearing that of a bullet. Whistle 4 walkers dropped immediately, while the remaining 2 nearby got attracted to his low whistle and staggered to catch him. Doing a quick work of them, Sasuke reached the entrance in time to see a bearded, burly man keeping a walker in place by a chair with one hand while hammering its head with the club bat in his other hand. Fucking filth. The man spat and turned to face the newcomer with evident surprise as he recalled the scene. Bloody hell, boy. Ha ha ha. You really are something, taking those muddy rots that weigh like a fucking ninja. The man laughed uncaring as he waved the blood and brain pieces from his club bat. Watching the young man step over the corpses, walking toward him with a calm expression as if this was his everyday routine. Are you good, old man? Better than ever. But we should leave, the noise I made should have attracted them, and more would be coming soon. Taking his own backpack, the man tossed whatever was in the shelves in front of him into it before taking a 10-year bag from the counter, filling it, and passing it to Sasuke. Here. For fever and painkillers, let's get out of here. The bearded man tossed the bag and turned to leave, while Sasuke grabbed it and knelt calmly, collecting his shurikens as he always did. It doesn't matter if he has tons of them, he never leaves weapons to waste. Hurry, boy, I will cover for ya. Hey, old man, go for that alley, it's clear. I'll follow after a few minutes. He pointed to the way he came from, and without wasting a second, Sasuke turned to walk deeper into the pharmacy, heading toward the storage room. He knows every pharmacy has one, mostly. And he was right, breaking the door out of its hinges with a strong kick, he walked inside, and without further ado, he waved 3 sets of hand signs before pressing his palms on both shelves holding different boxes on his sides. With a low puff, both shelves disappeared onto the tattoo seal on his wrists. And after repeating the action 2 times, the storage got emptied. Done with that, he walked out, yet he never expected the men to be still there, swinging his weapon at 3 walkers nearing their location. Finally. Leave those 2 to me and get the one to the left, shouting, the man kicked one to his right, ready to take the other, just to watch the boy who was behind him a second ago appear like a freaking ghost without sound and swing his blade in a wide arc 2 times, taking the walkers down. He took a second glance at the young man, amazed, before finishing the one on the ground. Damn, boy, I swear you nearly gave me a heart attack jumping in front like this. You don't seem to be that weak, old man, now what? Still unsure of the other party, Sasuke decided to observe him longer. Till now the men seemed to be good, otherwise, he wouldn't risk stalling 3 walkers even when he seems tired. I won't hold you for that, honestly, ninja boy. I don't know. My car, panting, the man pointed with his bloody club bat at a nearby van. Fuel ran out, and I saw this pharmacy and figured it would be good to take some meds while on it, but didn't expect a rotten one to be lying behind the counter. Shit happened, and I made noises while fighting. Thank you for showing up and saving my ass. The man, for all his wild energy, spoke with evident gratefulness, his sharp eyes looking around tensely. Billy was fucking thankful to meet a strong man out here, even if he didn't seem like one at all. He forgot how much time had passed since he met another human, one that he didn't beat to death for trying to steal his shit, that is. Are you good for another run? There's a fast food shop around here, I think, maybe we can find something. Sasuke suggested, looking around, trying to spot the shop Yuri told him about. Only if you promise not to screw me with those things, the man smirked, pointing at his kunai, tightening his bag, and then followed along. Chapter 8, TWD 8, A different butcher. Are you good for another run? There's a fast food shop around here, I think, maybe we can find something. Sasuke suggested, looking around, trying to spot the shop Yuri told him about. Only if you promise not to screw me with those things, the man smirked, pointing at his kunai, tightening his bag, and following along. The shop you are talking about. I saw it, but it's overrun with them. Are you sure about this? We will be careful, it's better to try a place where food is the focus point than to waste time wandering around. Fair point, you didn't tell me your name. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Foreigner. You can call me Billy, Billy Butcher. Yeah, half Japanese. Leave those 2 to me and recover your rhythm. Cutting the talk, Sasuke stepped forward with quick steps, using a kunai to eliminate the walkers that were in front of them as the duo kept moving to the sidewalk with cautious steps. Military? Billy asked, seeing how the young man moved. He was obviously trained, too fucking well. No hesitation, no wasted movement, simple and efficient takedown. Not really, but I was trained for this kind of things, were you? Figured, I was, yeah. There it is, damn, I can count 6 from here. 9. Seriously? Where did you learn to count? I've got good eyes, let's make it easy. Taking a shuriken, Sasuke flicked it on the opposite side of the shop, shattering a car's window. The noise drove 4 walkers toward its source, away from the restaurant. Smart, now what, force through. I can take 3 at once maximum, boy. Don't worry, I won't make an old man overwork himself, Sasuke grinned behind his half mask as the 2 moved ahead, slightly crouched. Reaching the side of the shop, Sasuke brought 3 kunai to his hand, launching them at the group who went for the car following the noise. And once again Billy watched with admiration as the boy hit each head with super accuracy without even looking longer than 2 seconds at them, as if confident that he would never miss. I'm starting to feel useless here, Billy whispered with an amused smirk. He hadn't felt this relieved in having an easy fight against those walkers since the breakout. I will leave that one to you, he may arrive when I start taking them down. 2 whistles will signal that the place is clear. Good? And if possible, help me take back those. Only if it's safe, Sasuke said, showing him the kunai. Sure, go for it and be careful, boy, I wouldn't want to lose a buddy this quick. Billy patted his shoulder, unaware that every muscle on Sasuke's body was coiled to respond to the slightest intent of attack. Sure, see ya soon. With that, Sasuke moved forward, slipping through the entrance and coming face to face with a walker before burying his kunai in its temple. Before the corpse even hit the ground, his kusanagi blade had already claimed the neck of the nearest one. With 2 thuds he pierced the severed head, then took a quick glance at the place. It was a normal-sized restaurant with tables and chairs in the dining area. 2 nearby walkers stood like string puppets and started walking toward him with their growls. Sasuke saw Billy successfully smashing the head of the walker he left for him. He would protect the men with all his power as long as he proved to be a good one. Shaking off those thoughts, Sasuke finished the 2 as easily and turned to a corner where he spotted one of the walkers that Billy missed before. Its midsection was blown, and all it could do was snarl and growl at Sasuke, who finished it. Whistle whistle, 2 short sounds, and Billy walked in holding his bloodied club bat. And giving him the 3 kunais. Thanks. All done. You sure work fast, boy. Let's keep our guard all right, I don't know what is inside the kitchen. Should we barricade the entrance with tables and all? Sasuke thought for a second. He didn't know what was inside the kitchen, but even if there was a dozen of them, he was sure he could take care of it, thus, he nodded. I think it's better to make it light in case we have to withdraw. I thought so, help me out. In a few minutes 2 tables and some chairs were up against each other in the entrance, and Sasuke walked around making sure no hidden spot remained unchecked. While Billy started going through the walkers searching for anything good. You never know which one may hold a gun tucked somewhere. Taking a breath, Sasuke reached the kitchen, pushing the door open. Inside there was only a female walker in a dirty chef's uniform. Taking care of her, Sasuke moved, pulling open every cupboard along the way, checking them. Utensils, spices, salt, sugar, canned food, some noodle packs, and other safe edible things were inside. Reaching the small storage room on the back, he frowned as the rotting smell assaulted him. The supposed refrigerator here was reeking with flies and even worms inhabiting it due to the spoiled meat. Fucking hell, this place smells worse than Harris's unwashed socks, came the curse of Billy, who looked happy. At least the trouble was worth it, as they found some good food here. Who's that? Grandfather, bless his soul. Happy he didn't live long enough to witness the world fall apart. We weren't as lucky, Sasuke muttered, looking around. Well, jackpot, no meat, but all those sacks of wheat and flour. I don't think they are spoiled yet. And look at all the gallons of water here. It can last for a month at least. Sasuke looked and saw 5 big sacks of wheat and flour inside a wooden cabinet. And the 12 big water gallons on one side. They should last some time, yeah. How do we split? Sasuke asked, wanting to see what the men would choose. That isn't even the right question, ninja boy. How do we move them? And to where? This place isn't safe. Hearing that, Sasuke nearly facepalmed. The things that should have required 3 hand moves to solve now stood like a troublesome challenge. Still, he knows that exposing his singularity to someone he just met would be a stupid move. You don't have to hurt your back, old man. I will move them to the dining area first, and we will think of something. With that, he crouched, grabbing 3 sacks of flour at a time, and lifted them with ease. Seeing this, Billy couldn't help it. I see you didn't skip a gym day, before he carried one himself and followed him outside. Do you know how to cook? Now we are here, I'm craving a pizza with extra cheese. Do I look like one who can cook? Honestly, yeah, you look anything but the damn Terminator that you are. Thanks for the compliment, Sasuke laughed, dropping them on a table, then turned to the sweating men. Are you sure you're not salty just for not having a face like mine, old man? If I had, I would at least be in some penthouse with a rich woman taking care of me right now instead of living in this shithole. Good thing you haven't then, I'm sure they would be taking good care of all that meat you have in store. You think so? What a damn shame, Billy smirked, totally twisting his words about the meat part, and Sasuke could only laugh at that. Time passed quickly as the 2 finished layering the things on a table. So, should we just go with noodles? Billy suggested, waving 2 packs. Guess so, and we need to leave in an hour, before sunset. I will do it, you keep studying whatever magical recipe that is, Billy spoke, seeing Sasuke immersed in a cooking book he found somewhere around there, and then he retrieved a small heater from his own backpack and went to the kitchen. I'm a fucking cheat. Even without his Sharingan, Sasuke still found it easy to remember everything he saw shortly and even simulate the process. Though the matter of him having the talent to really cook still remained to be seen. Chapter 9, TWD 9, even spoiled meat habit uses. I'm tellin' ya, I saw a fucker going in after taking down a walker, he must have cleared the place. Suddenly a hushed voice sounded nearby, and both Sasuke and Billy, who were slurping their noodles, tensed, hearing how close it was to the entrance. We got a company. Fuck. There are at least 3 of them. Once they see the goods, we are done for. Let's leave the place from the back door. Wait, Billy, I don't want to abandon the things we fought to have, trust me on this, alright? I'll take care of them. Sasuke finished his bowl and then stood calmly, wiping his mouth. No, you don't, Sasuke. Look at me, boy. Billy's usual smile was gone as he grabbed him by the shoulder, taking him away. We don't know how many more of them are there or whether they are armed, let's just leave. We can search somewhere else and get our shit back after we get more info on them. Yet Sasuke still didn't budge, pulling a kunai, he started fending around, and Billy's eyes caught a reflection of light in the empty space between Sasuke's hand. Thin wires, you making a snare? Yeah, steel wires. I will make a simple trap. Can you help me to make sure no one flanks us from the back door? Sasuke showed Billy how sharp the steel was by using it to cut a wood part from the chair, and Billy decided to trust him on this. Alright, don't worry, I got your back. If they are hostile, I will take severe action, is that okay? Sasuke wanted to make sure of that. I lived long enough to know that some things just can't be solved with words, especially in the end of the world. With that, Billy took a machete in hand and walked to the kitchen to make sure no one would come that way. While Sasuke launched his kunais at specific angles, plunging them into walls and corners, the wires tangled between his fingers like extra limbs. Then he watched behind the counter using a glass as a reflection. 2 men with scrawny bodies were pushing on the tables, blocking the entrance with some struggles. Fuck, it's close, push more. Shut the fuck up, we don't want him to hear us. A third burly guy with a bald head and a thick dirty beard joined them pushing, and soon with some noise they made it inside. Well, look at this, that old man sure worked his ass off for us, haha. Sad he ran away, would love to see his face as we took those under his nose. The trio laughed as they walked to the table where Sasuke and Billy stacked the supplies they found with excited expressions on their faces. Don't worry, we got to see yours. The 3 stiffened hearing the sudden voice as all turned around, holding their machetes ready to fight. You didn't say there was more than one, the bearded man barked at the men beside him. Wah, ha ha ha, what did I hear? Oh my god, please no, don't hurt me, pretty boy. Yet the men ignored him as he took a close look at the guy who said it and laughed with mock fear, looking at the guy who was standing there holding nothing. The bearded man took a step forward, ready to take down the men, just for them to see him raise both fists and swing sharply behind him as if ready to throw a double punch. An action that made them want to laugh just for sudden pain to assault them before colliding with each other in brutal force. Harsh stings spread on their bodies as if a knife had just slashed through their whole body all at one time. The 3 were pressed painfully against each other with the steel wires that tightened around them, cutting their skins and drawing blood on its surface, even though Sasuke was careful with the force he used. Ag. Fuck is this? Gag. It's clear, Billy. How about your end? No one is here too, Billy said as he came and looked at the 3 men lying on the ground and tied like a fucking pack of sardines. Oi, I heard you were looking for me. Billy asked, kicking one of them. Who the fuck are you people? Release me. You won't like to cross us _ow. Shut it. If I hear any of you say one more word, I swear. I will make a feast out of you for the walkers outside. Sasuke said after kicking the bearded one, knocking out a tooth, but he still crouched down and stuffed their mouths with dirty clothes. Wary of a stupid vengeance from them of attracting walkers by shouts. Well, that was easy, you have a thing ready for every situation, huh? Billy said as he returned to finish what little soup was left in his bowl. Should we interrogate them? One each time, leave it to me. We need to know how many of them there are and other things. Help me tie them separately, Billy said, and Sasuke nodded his head, that was exactly what he thought. After a minute the three separately tied people looked at each other horrified, then at the two guys in front of them. They regretted even coming close to this stupid place. And even more for underestimating the young men, who now looked down at them like they were trash on the side of the road. "Welp, you and I are going to have a beautiful chat, buddy. Let's go," Billy spoke, grabbing a man by his collar and dragging him to the storage room. While Sasuke returned the tables to the entrance after clearing a nearby walker. Once there, Billy slammed the door shut and kicked him straight into the open refrigerator that was more of a garbage can now. Billy then tied a thick cloth on his face and gloved his hands. A/N, the following scene may be uncomfortable for some who aren't fond of violence, so you can skip to the end of the chapter and read from the point starting with 15 minutes later, . I ask, you nod if yes, and shake otherwise. Need I explain what will happen to you later if I discover that you lied to me? Billy glared menacingly, hitting the machete into a rotten piece of meat beside the head of the terrified man, who started pissing and shaking his head. "Bloody cunt, you serious? I didn't even start, and you already forgot how to control your little dick. Alright, first, are you alone?" Nod nod. "Let me rephrase it, do you have more guys from wherever the fuck you came? Think carefully before answering, I still have two more idiots. Surely one of them will tell the truth after I suggest shoving this tasty meat here down their throat." The man's eyes started shedding tears, shaking violently as a long worm started moving on his cheek. And nearly throws up seeing the dark, stinky meat covered with flies and worms stuck to the machete nearing his face. "Answer, will ya?" "I don't have all day." Nod nod. "Alright, final question, and I won't let it enter your nostrils. Drag it, and I will put a bunch of them into your ear. Maybe you guys would have another kind of discussion, one between parasites." Hearing that, the man shook his head frantically. "So how many, and where are they? Do I need to threaten you more to make you tell the truth? Bet you bunch of assholes aren't that honorable with each other. So tell the truth, and maybe you will only worry about walkers tonight." Nod nod nod. "Mumph, GH, speak, please jaunt doot." The man thrashed harder, seeing Billy ready to tear his chest and gesturing how he would put a bunch of the worms there. "Good boy, now don't blabber nonsense and just give me the answer I want. Number and location. If I find you missed even one, I'll make you miss a finger. And your little dick down there. So think carefully before answering." With that, Billy pulled him up and removed the cloth from his mouth, watching him gasp and shake as if poisonous snakes were tied around his neck. There are F5, yeah, 5. I swear I'm telling the truth, man, please believe me." The man trembled. He lived with tough men who used to fight each other, kill in cold blood, and all that shit. But no one threatened him like this. He didn't want to imagine what it would feel like if the man did what he said he would and didn't want to experience it even more. "Where?" The fourth house behind the salon at the end of the other street." I swear I'm telling the truth, man. Please let me go," and his words were cut off as Billy shoved the clothes back and dragged him out. Sasuke, who was cleaning his blade in front of the other two, turned to see Billy dragging the man, who looked as if his soul had left his body and then returned back. "Well, choose who's next," Billy said to the men he was dragging. Still, without waiting for him, he tossed him at a corner away. Took the bearded man and gave Sasuke a look, who nodded, telling him he will keep eyes on both. 15 minutes later, Sasuke and Billy stood in front of the trio, who were trembling silently, waiting for what was going to happen to them now. Another 5, ha. You know they won't stay still until they have revenge if they find out about this. They seem to be the type to do just that. So what do you suggest? For them and those here. A part of me says we just mind our business, but I don't like having loose ends. Can you hold your own here? For an hour maximum. After thinking for a few moments, Sasuke decided to deal with it quickly before sunset. He doesn't want to break his promise with Siri. Oi, I'm coming along. You think I'm that weak, ninja boy? On the contrary, old man, I think you are strong enough to keep more leeches from taking the food that we still have here. In case one of them was astray and came from another direction while I was away at their base. Just make sure to keep yourself safe, alright? I hate how you always make sense, sure. Take this. Sasuke posed, thinking for a second before holding 3 small balls to Billy. I'm not that bored to play marbles. Come on man, not now, listen. Use them only when needed, alright? Those are smoke bombs. Toss one with enough force to the ground or any solid surface, and a thick cloud of at least 4 meters, 13 feet, in diameter will erupt instantly to keep you hidden or others distracted. Clear. Wait, are you telling me those are smoke bombs? Last time I checked, it was a metallic bottle as big as my hand, heavy and military grade, and even one of them is hard to come by. Yeah, I'm my own military ground. Just take them and don't use them unless necessary, there will be a slight noise upon detonation. With that, Sasuke sheathed his blade, turned, and left from the back door while Billy looked at the 3 small and lightweight balls on his palm. Tempted to test one of them, as he thought maybe the Uchiha boy was messing with him. Chapter 10, TWD 10, Bitch, I am Salvation. In a quiet neighborhood with a clear lack of walkers, as seen in other areas, a rotten head separated from its equally rotten body and hit the ground with a sick squash. That's it. Sasuke is now finally walking with 5 threads of chakra on his body, a small milestone. He stood low in an alley, looking at a house with a small fence surrounding it and its wood-planked windows. The base of the gang they caught. There is something wrong. He arrived here 1 minute ago after clearing any walker he found along the way, yet the moment he stepped here, a bang sounded. A noise that one shouldn't make if you didn't want to attract the walker's attention. A few screams echoed from the house, and Sasuke saw shadows moving in a jumble from the few gaps in the windows. I guess they are breached. How though? He didn't know, but his answer came soon as a clearly scared man, nearly naked and dirty wearing only boxers, ran out of the front door, staggering to a fall while running from 2 walkers following behind him. The men ran straight into the fence, uncaring for the scratch as he fell on the other side, forgetting even how to jump, or maybe his body just refused to obey due to the fear. Sasuke kept watching as more walkers staggered outside, yet something caught his attention. Instead of the supposed 4 humans, 5 walkers limped outside, growling and trying to catch the naked men. Mostly all naked too. With one of them being a naked woman, and like all of them, she was clean aside from some blood on her chin compared to the rotting walkers he always met outside. Clearly recently turned. Curious how all of this happened, Sasuke walked outside just as the man was running in his direction, stuck his foot forward, and watched the men fall face first due to stumbling on it. Ag, stay away. Who the fuck are you? Cursing, the men stood wanting to run, thinking that the following walkers would feed on this asshole instead and he could use the distraction. Yet not even a step forward, he felt himself being lifted from the ground by the back of his neck like a hopeless cat and then slammed into the wall next to him. Pain and dizziness surged in his head, making him wobble on the ground. Sasuke then turned, unsheathed his blade, and with precise slashes started cutting off the limbs of the walkers closing in on them, the former 4 gangsters, he confirmed. They fall to the ground, and Sasuke watches as they too wobble helplessly, glaring and biting the air. Except for the woman, he simply tied her with a wire and got back to the alley, taking the dizzy men with him. Varan POV. Splash. Cold liquid hit my face, making the pain on my head subdue a little. I don't understand what happened or how shit turned to hell this fast. We were celebrating like usual with what little we'd found, and the asshole Mobo were having fun in the other room. The slap of sudden pain on my cheek made my thoughts halt as I started hearing a voice, a man's voice. It sounded young. Wakey, I don't have all night for you, I didn't even slam you that hard. Pathetic. My eyes were blurry, but I could see the faint silhouette. A man was on his knee in front of me, wearing all black with somewhat long hair shading his eyes and a mask hiding the lower half of his face. Yet I didn't even focus on him before starting to fight to run. This madman was holding her, who started this, holding a fucking geek by his side like she was a pet. I tried to stand, but a punch so strong it made my gut burn hit me, and this motherfucker spoke again with that same arrogant tone. Move again, and I will have her start with the thing between your legs. I felt rage. No one spoke to me, to us, like that. Not before this hell started, and certainly not after. We lived like kings here, taking whatever we liked and doing whatever the fuck we desired. We even found a woman. Stop daydreaming, asshole. If you don't focus and answer me in the next 10 seconds, I will start taking fingers and feed her. She looks hungry. This time my head cleared, and I started seeing clearly despite the pain and rage. This crazy man holds her head close to my face, the smell of her breath reeks of blood and stench. Okay, take it away. I will do whatever you want, just please. Man, take it away from me. Thank God he pulled her aside, I finally saw him. His dark eyes looked scary, he didn't seem to hold any emotion, as if he was looking at nothing. He is young, maybe 20, he is clean too, and his gear looks neat. Now, tell me what happened. I know when someone lies, so it would be better for you not to do it. I just looked at him. I don't have anything to fight with, and he is strong. The punch still hurt like shit. I feel like I will puke if I move a little. I don't know. Wait, I swear I don't know. Let me talk first, please. This fucker didn't even hesitate to put her in my lap. Did I shat myself a little? Speak about what matters only, what happened that made your friends turn into them. I swear, man, I don't know. I was in the bathroom relieving myself. I heard screams, so I got out, following Ryan. He is one of us. Up to the second floor, where the scream came from, but he was caught by her on the stairs. I pointed to the bitch that was snarling at him, trying to move from his hold. She bit his arm, and the other two followed me already, geeks. I swear that's all I know. I too don't know how the hell it happened. Who's she? And what was she doing inside? I didn't answer. I started trying to find a lie, but a pain unlike anything exploded in my hand, hot and agonizing. I looked down just to see blood peering in the ground. My thumb was cut there. I wanted to scream, but he closed my mouth with his gloved hand and forced my head in place. I kicked him, punched his arm, and tried to break free, but this monster's body was like steel. He didn't move and kept the pressure while threatening me that if I didn't shut up, he would take another one. I cried seeing him pick the finger and putting it in her mouth while his knee forced her head in place. This crazy motherfucker really fed her my fucking finger. Eyeball next. I don't care what you did, just answer my questions. I dare you to try lying to me again. He pulled his knee from her head and pulled her aside again. Fucking crazy asshole. For each lie would be followed by a finger, and I assure you, you won't pass out before all on both your feet and hands are in her stomach. He moved his hand, taking something before shoving it in my mouth. A pill. He punched my jaw lightly, making me chew it before cutting my breath again, forcing me to swallow, and then I felt it. The haziness I felt disappeared, and strength came to my body again. But even then, even in my peak, he didn't budge. I stopped struggling and begged before he could cut another finger with his blade. Speak, who is she, and what did you do in there? I'm afraid. I know he will kill me if I talk the truth, but I don't want to feel that pain again, not in all my fingers. Maybe he will end it quickly if he knows. I swear it wasn't me. Carlos, that fucking giant asshole leading us. He and his group brought a woman some days ago. She was the only one alive around here. She was trying to go to the fast food shop, and they brought her back. They used her for relief. A punch hit my chest. I coughed and puked a little by the side before feeling him grab my hair, pinning me against the wall again. I want the truth, so include yourself next before I start including the number of walkers who will feast on your body. He pointed to the 4 walkers worming their way like snails. I'm sorry, I swear, man, please don't. Okay, I won't lie. I swear. Just don't hit me. We took turns on her. Please don't fuck. Stop acting like you are noble. Everyone is dead, don't you see it? Everyone. What does it matter if we found some random bitch to enjoy something in this hell? Clarity suddenly hit me, and I shut my eyes in fright, expecting a hit, another painful cut. Regret washed over me, but nothing came. He didn't speak, the only sound was those geek scrubby moans nearby. I opened my eyes and saw him, still looking at me with the same empty gaze. No disgust, no anger, nothing. I know it, deep down he is just another asshole like us trying to convince himself that he is different. Keep going, what happened today? I nodded. Somewhat relieved, he is a man after all, but he will understand how we felt. The same, Carlos got out with Bobby and Liam to search around. It was rare for him not to be there and hogging her all to himself, so the boys, we. I screamed, feeling the shallow cut on my index finger. Good, don't lie. Asterisk sob asterisk come on, man, don't, okay. We got excited. He didn't like us using her too much, and he was the strongest of us and has a gun. So we agreed to keep it between ourselves and threatened her not to tell him. She wasn't speaking anyway, and we did it. But one of us was rough, he would struggle her for too long. That mad fuck gets excited that way. I swear, man, I wasn't there. I went down to pee after I finished my turn, and that's when it all happened after some minutes while I was smoking inside. Alright, did you hear anything? Maybe someone told you what happened there. Try to remember. Not oh. Gonzalo's, one of us was shouting when I entered the bathroom about something that killed her. How so? What did you hear him saying? Carrot, she isn't breathing. I told you to stop struggling with her, Carrot, and then they started arguing, fearing what Carlos would do to them, before it all suddenly turned to screams, and like I said, I ran outside. I spoke, but this time I felt it. I swear I saw red in his eyes for a moment. Devil. This isn't a human. He isn't human, this man is the devil. I wanted to run, and I started screaming for help. He didn't stop me. But his hand kept closing painfully at my ankle. I kicked, and screamed and cried. I saw new geeks coming to us. Limping slowly toward me. I don't want to die. He pulled me roughly to his side. The rough ground scratched my skin all over. This devil didn't even seem to care that geeks are coming from both sides of the alley. He just looked at me with anger. I felt it. He was furious but did nothing. Just stared at me and the other four, who are turned geeks now. Then he turned to the woman geek. Crazy, this motherfucker is crazy. He hugged her from behind, keeping her head in place, and started whispering to her ear gently. I swear he is crazy. I know you aren't there, I know you won't hear me, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being late, for not being there when you hoped for help. I'm sorry for what happened to you, for what has become of us, humanity. I'm sorry, he said, closing his eyes and putting his forehead on her hair. Moving her gently aside, he pulled me closer. I screamed, and then pain, unlike anything I had felt, not even when he cut my finger, rocketed through my leg. This asshole just cut my feet. And unbounded the geek, then pushed her toward me. The last thing I saw before she bit my neck was him, this crazy devil, jumping from one wall to another, gripping a pipe before pulling himself up and sitting on an edge, watching me. He never intended to let me go peacefully. And that was the last I saw. My death, with regrets. Now I understand, karma. It will eventually catch up to you. Just like how you can't run from death. But it was already too late to regret. Chapter 11, TWD 11, Their Fate. Rest in peace, I muttered, looking at the simple grave I made in the ground. Today wasn't really serene. I guess that's how every day is in an apocalypse. It took me half an hour, taking the woman's body, the recently walker. After putting an end to her and the now legless walker and all others, I found a small lawn of another house nearby and dug it. Even if it required searching around, I refused to bury her in that accursed home where she suffered. The thought of what happened to her makes me angry. I didn't even know her. But I was, nonetheless, angry. I know it will be gone soon, this slight guilt. Or maybe never. I already knew, always, that such incidents are the norms in a world like this. The strong preying on the weak. And I can't save everyone. But I still can't simply ignore it and move on. Maybe because it was the first I witnessed such a one in this new reality. Billy would be worried. I hope he isn't in danger or hasn't left. The man was fun to be around and helpful. He somehow knows how to keep the mood light, and things seem easy with him helping in the shithole, like he calls it. There's a 20-minute maximum before the sun fully sets. So I run, still killing whatever walker is in the area. Their numbers picked up as the night closed in, but they are still slow, easy to read, and easy to react to. Thankfully, as long as there isn't a large horde of them. Finally, I was back in the store. I opened the back door and sighed, hearing the familiar voice grumbling nearby. If you don't shut that douchebag of a mouth, I will make it shut myself. *MMMF*. Walking in, I talked, clear and just low enough to be heard by him. Billy, it's me, and the grumpy bearded face appeared on the other side of the kitchen, holding his machete. Oi boy, what the hell made you take so long? You good? I don't know how, but he seems to notice my mood. I nodded, gesturing him to come aside so I can speak to him. Making sure with him that he was okay to hear what happened, even as messed up as it was, I recounted slowly what I figured. Motherless. Fucking filthy cunts. These fucking rats are everywhere. No matter where you look. Fucking shitload bags in the shape of human beings. Those three, were they included too? Yeah, all of them, and we have their boss here, the one with the overgrown beard. Billy seethed, then gripped his machete and stormed out, striding like a beast toward him, but I stopped him. He looked furious at me but didn't say a word and just stood there angry, waiting to hear me out. I saw her, she was pale and all, but I still saw it clearly. There were dark traces on both her wrists, ankles, and neck. And even traces of blood on her thighs. How did you find out? She ran outside and already turned with the others, naked, like most of them who followed her in chasing one of the 5 who was still alive, and Billy got the idea of what happened to her before that. Then let me go so I can have a fucking conversation with them. Not now, Billy, not like this. And we need to move. And let them off. Are you fucking serious now, boy? You think I would? No, never. I just want to make it 100 times more painful and scary to them. So how about this? Third POV. 10 minutes later 2 men holding different-sized bags ran out from the back of the restaurant after securing it with a chain and lock. The backyard was clear, with no walker in sight as the 2 slowly disappeared between trees and alleys. Yet the scene at the entrance on the other side was a different story compared to the silence from the back door. 3 gagged men were struggling with muffled cries, hanging in the entrance of the shop, upside down. A nearby walker staggered closely and came to one of them, its pale hands reaching for his head, caressing his beard as the man kept moving frantically, trying to escape the hold. Yet the uncaring walker opened its stinky jaw and took a large bite of its nose, blood spilling out. Soon the fate was shared with the other 2 as more and more walkers were attracted by the sound and smell. In a few minutes more than 10 walkers crowded the entrance. Feeding. And beside them, in big bloody letters, was a message written in the background like a grim reminder. The fate of rapists. ====. Remind me not to get on your bad side, Billy spoke, having his smirk back as they walked toward the place Sasuke told him about. Don't worry, I don't hurt old weak men. Haha, that doesn't make it any better. You good, boy? Yeah, it's not the first time to witness how fucked we humans are. Still, if only I were a few minutes earlier. I could've. Sasuke sighed and shook his head. He wasn't one to keep blaming himself when he knew he had no way to control those things. You don't have to beat yourself up over it, shit happens, always. I know, thanks for packing my take in advance. That saved us a lot of time. Yeah, not a big problem, figured it would be better than listening to those fucks moaning. Are we going to have the rest of the supplies tomorrow? There are still many things in there, water, those bags of wheat. I will take care of it as soon as possible, don't worry. Man, I needed a bath as soon as I got back. Whistle bath. You got water running in your place? Yeah, enough for a couple of baths, I think, if I don't overuse it. We are close. By the way, Billy, are you alone? Always have been. His voice sounded heavy, belonging to someone who lost people, and Sasuke understood it very well. You. I was, until I met a group of survivors this morning. Oh. That's rare nowadays. How many? 2 sisters in a pitiful state. They lost their grandfather not long ago, who was keeping them safe. Fucking tragedy, huh? Yeah. Found them while clearing the building, they were in pretty bad shape. Morning, hungry, too hungry to even move. You helped them. Of course, the little girl's situation was not too dire, thankfully, just malnourished and hungry. Her sister, on the other hand, was passed out. Probably from giving all food to her little sister. But now she recovered after some care, enough to move around. Are they young? 9, and the other should be around 20s. Ho ho, so how does it feel to be a Romeo? Billy grinned as they both came into the front door of an apartment complex while Sasuke unlocked the front door, entering with Billy keeping watch, who flashed a light in the dark. You tell me, how does it feel to be a Juliet? Sasuke quipped, reminding him that he saved him too. A very hairy and ugly Juliet. They laughed at how bad that sounded and started going upstairs, with Billy seeing corpses here and there, mostly killed with one clean slash. Clearly done by the harvester beside him. You cleared this place. Corner to corner, yeah, Katniss, the older sister. She isn't easy to trust others, so get ready to be roasted. They were now on the 4th floor, and Sasuke kept walking, thinking the 2 girls were in his apartment, yet he heard the sound of talk from their original one. Are they still here? Signaling Billy to wait, he approached the door to listen closely. Ciri's voice reached him as she asked Katniss something about the time. Knock knock asterisk. Katniss, it's me. Sasuke, stepping back, he waited, the girls approached, and he heard Katniss hush at Ciri. Sasuke. Yeah, it's me. I thought you 2 moved to the one above. With a creak, the door opened as Katniss peeked before it swung, and she knocked an arrow, aiming it at them, seeing an unfamiliar bearded man standing behind Sasuke as both held multiple bags in them. Easy, little one, I had enough trauma from medieval weapons already, no need to scare old me like this, Billy spoke, holding his hands up with his ever-present easy smile. The boy already made him feel as if every cold weapon around was waiting to screw him. And now this girl holds a freaking hunting bow. Have no one around still appreciating normal guns anymore. What next? A fucking mangonel. Katniss, he is a friend. You brought a stranger into my house, have you lost your mind? Well, it seems little Juliet isn't that trusting of him either. Billy stifled a laugh before he tried to help the man out. Relax. No one said he will be staying with you, there are another 18 apartments around that I've cleared, and he will crash into the one next to mine. I'm here to give you this. Make a meal for Siri, or tell me if you don't know how to cook. I will be in apartment number 18. Katniss was surprised by his tone, there was almost indifference to his tone. It's the first time he spoke to her like this since they met. She knows that her words were a little harsh, but many things happened in mere hours, and she couldn't keep up with him anymore. She absent-mindedly took the bag from his outstretched hand and watched as he walked away with no more words, calling for the bearded man to follow him. Look, I don't know what is going on between you two, but just know that he risked enough to get that food, and he really cares about you too. Stay safe, I won't bother you. With that, Billy waved at the little girl peeking from a corner and followed Sasuke up. Ha ha ha, I fucking love this drama. Should I play the matchmaker here? A bloody romance in the apocalypse, how poetic. Chapter 12, TWD 12, Under the Same Roof. After showing Billy his room and taking quick baths to clean themselves and their clothes, the duo sat back in the living room. Sasuke eventually agreed with Billy to share the apartment, partly because both knew it would be boring as hell and partly because Billy wanted to ease Sasuke's worry from his side. It's rare to find surviving people 2 months after the outbreak and even more rare to find strong and good-hearted ones. Well, good, as long as you don't get on their bad side. Thus, Billy figured it would be best to stick together for better chances of surviving. Where the hell did you find such a good piece? Billy, who finished his plate, spoke, drinking from a cheap wine Sasuke gave him, saying he found it in one of the apartments. At their place, I took a look around after finishing business and found it lying on a table in one of the rooms. Those two even got silencers. No ammo though, they probably used all of it. But it's a fucking Colt M19. Look. Sasuke explained while expertly assembling one after he thoroughly cleaned the two similar-looking guns, which made Billy aware that the man isn't only an expert at swords but also guns. Sasuke then presented him the gun. The now shimmering stainless steel silver Colt had a clear mark on its slider reading, Silver Baller, with another small logo-like sign below it. TWD. Cool, right? Sasuke smiled happily, and he spoke, seeing the look on Billy's face. The man looked as if a naked model was in front of him, yet she didn't even glance at his side before sitting on the lap of, know what? Doesn't matter. Anyway. Don't look at me like this, man. I'm planning to have those twin babies as my guns in this fucked up world. There's no ammo for now, but I will find some eventually. However, pausing, he reached for his backpack and retrieved a Smith & Wesson revolver and tossed it to him. I got 9 rounds for that. Use it for now until we find something better for you. Just stop giving me that look, man. What a damn shame, thanks though, and now Billy turned to take care of his new weapon. Still salty. It was then a soft knock sounded from the entrance door, followed by Katniss's voice announcing her presence. Should I hide to give you two a little private time? Nah, keep having your time with that dusted piece. I don't really have a thing for voyeurism. Whatever, take your chance, boy, she doesn't seem that bad. Sure. Leaving the old man, he went to open the door. Hey. Evening, hey there, princess. Hi, Sasuke, Siri smiled, looking slightly scared of the darkness around them. I was planning to go check on you two after taking care of something, but yeah, come in. The two walked inside and immediately noticed the stains of blood on the place even though Sasuke did some cleaning and there was no more of the smell of stench. Well, we meet again, ladies. I'm off to my room. Billy waved a greeting before taking his gun and glass of wine and withdrawing to one of the rooms. I thought he was in another apartment. I invited him. I thought it would be better than sitting in the silence alone. You had dinner? Yeah, thanks to you, I made a few rice cakes. Here's your part. The other plate is for the unknown mister. I brought it so you can give it to him. We'll wait for you since he is here. Well, you didn't have to, but thanks. Be back in a minute. Treat the place as your own. With that, Sasuke put his plate aside before taking Billy's portion and knocking on his room. Butcher, open up, it's me. Yeah, a sec. Soon his grinning face appeared. Well. Need a love advice. From Katniss. Sasuke ignored that, giving him the plate. Oi boy, you sure it isn't poisoned? Even though he said it, Billy still took it and brought a piece to his mouth uncaringly. He knows a ruthless murderer when he sees one, and the girl wasn't one. Needs a little spicing, but perfect otherwise. A beauty who can cook and throw a punch, what more do you need? Thanks for being my lab rat. See you later, Katniss. Beautiful, yes. Caring, yes. And reliable. But he really couldn't think about anything romantic. Not now after just 2 nights in this world without even figuring out the way forward. Guess you knew how to cook in the end, he said to her, sitting beside Siri. Of course, I did since I was young. Yeah, tastes good. Here, Siri, enjoy this. Sasuke passed the plate that still holds half of the cakes to Siri, who was stealing glances at it. She took it shyly after Katniss nodded to her when he told her that they just finished their dinner. So, I came to apologize. Katniss's words confused him. Huh? Why? For what I did earlier, what I said. Oh, yeah, about that. I'm not angry or anything. Well, not really. It's just that today's run wasn't really quiet. And I tend to have an attitude. Asterisk chuckle asterisk yeah, I saw that. Well, now that I'm here, can we crash in here? He was surprised to hear that but understood after some thought, they probably didn't want to stay in the place where they heard their grandpa suffering without being able to do anything. And now that the building is cleared, Katniss chose his place, which made him happy that she trusted him at least this much. Well, Siri, that will be your room. Your sister will join you shortly, okay? Here, standing, he went to his backpack just for a show to retrieve a cube game from his storage seal. And giving it to Siri. Katniss understood and told her sister to go to sleep and that she would be with her later. I wanted to ask but didn't want you to take it wrong. Go ahead. Do you want my help with, your grandfather? I can put him to rest, he spoke softly, not wanting to agitate her. I'll do it, I just need some time to prepare myself. Tomorrow, I will do it tomorrow. But can you come with me? Sure, I'll be there. Now go have a sleep. Oh, take this. He reached into his pocket, taking out a key and giving it to her. Lock it from the inside, and don't worry, I'll have you 2 safe as long as you are within reach. Good night. Thanks, Sasuke, for everything. Good night. Sasuke left, taking a bottle of water from storage, and sipped slowly as the events of today replayed in his mind, reviewing everything he saw. One of the cases stood starkly urgent. Let's ask him, maybe he knows something. With that, Sasuke walked to the room Billy occupied and knocked lightly. Are you up, Billy? Yeah, come in. Stepping inside, he saw the men sitting on the sofa watching the fading moon in the sky. After a small greeting, Sasuke got to the point. I need to tell you something. Sure, mate, throw it. Billy partially thought the boy would ask him to move to another apartment, considering the girl and all the mess between them. This is the second time I've seen a weird case concerning a walker. But what he heard made Billy straighten in his seat, looking serious. If something made this boy worried, then it isn't a small matter at all. And that is. Both walkers have no sign of being bitten. The first one was in this building, in one apartment on the 4th floor, I can show you tomorrow. The second, it's the woman from yesterday. She too wasn't bitten, she somehow turned after, those sons of bitches killed her while doing that. Are you sure? 90%, I still didn't witness it with my eyes, but all clues pointed to that. A bite isn't necessary for you to turn. Fuck. Maybe a scratch. I saw some who turned the same after being badly clawed at. Well, shit, I need to be more careful. I'm sure she wasn't scratched, there were traces of her being cuffed, but nothing drew blood. We are in a shitload of serious situations, then, so we need to be more careful and make sure none of us risk exposing their bodies to them, like their blood, saliva, and whatever. That's why I made sure to have a mask on me, aside from the stench issue. Anyway, I'm also not familiar with the area here, and we need to find more supplies. I've got a map. Seriously? Yeah, I took it from an office when I decided to leave Florida. Standing, he went to his bag and retrieved a map from it. So here it is, there's a bar in this street, we could find guns there. They always keep one under the counter, but there was a group of walkers nearby when I passed by it in the morning. Think we should give it some time to inspect tomorrow? Would be good. Yeah, my plan was to take meds, head back to the mall, and try to see if I can find a safe entry point. And from there, figure something out when you save my ass. That plan could still stand as a viable option. We fight and watch each other's back. What about the Archer girl? I don't know, man. A part of me tells me that we should have her get accustomed to fighting and surviving out there. But Siri, we can't leave her alone here either. How about this? She stays here with her sister, I give her the revolver, and she secures the doors better in case anyone tries sneaking around while we are out. And once we get one of the armored vehicles the army abandoned, we can start moving, and the little girl can stay in the car, safe. Sounds good, but I'll ask them first if they want this, otherwise, I'll just find another way to keep them safe. Perfect for me. Southwest tomorrow is the close look at the bar, then the mall. Yeah, have a good night, Billy. See you tomorrow. Chapter 13, TWD 13, A New Company, A New Start. The next morning after the group had a simple breakfast, Sasuke left with Katniss and Siri toward their apartment, while Billy went to the apartment Sasuke told him about to check the walker and scavenge around. Unaware that Sasuke had already stripped it bare of anything worthy. Are you sure Siri should be seeing this? He asked Katniss, not sure himself. Yeah, I talked to her. Siri is strong, stronger than me, and I want her to be ready for the life outside soon. Starting from this. You knew. He hadn't told her about his plans after all. The walls are thin, and I'm sorry, but I heard your talk with Billy yesterday. I also think that we should start looking around for a better place. You don't need to worry about me. Katniss patted his arm with a warm smile. She heard everything last night when she was eavesdropping, and she's happy to know that this man is really looking after them and thinking about her sister's safety. I'm good with bows, I never miss a target as long as it is within 30 meters, 32 yards. Moving, stationary, multiple, it doesn't matter. I can take them down, but I only have 2 arrows left intact. Sasuke raised a brow at that but didn't comment, nor did he think she was lying. He simply let it to be seen when the right time comes. Siri, do you know what we are going to do next? Sasuke wanted to make sure the little girl had it in her. He didn't want to expose her to such things if possible, but that's a long wish in this kind of world. Yes, I do, Sasuke, I want Grandpa to rest in peace. I don't want that thing to use Grandpa's body anymore. Her firmness and matureness surprised him. It pained him that kids here are slowly turning the same as the ones in the shinobi world, exposed to the darkness of the world at a young age, learning to fight for survival. Alright, I will go in first and restrict him so you can have your time. Just know that I won't do such action with every walker. This is a special case. Katniss nodded with slightly trembling hands. She killed the walkers before, but this is different. This was her beloved grandfather, what is left of him. Inside, Sasuke took the key from her, opened the door, and pushed the old walker who lunged at him back before circling him quickly and restricting him with a rope. Alright, Katniss, it's safe, he called after securing it to a chair. The old bearded walker kept biting and struggling to move close to them. Katniss entered holding Siri's hand tightly, her bow in the other hand. Tears fell down their cheeks seeing his state, and Katniss wiped them using her sleeve before taking an arrow and knocking it, aiming at his head, still trembling. Sasuke just stood by the side, ready to react in case of something going wrong, while Siri held his hand with hers, crying as she witnessed what had become of her sweet grandpa. Go. It's okay, Katniss, he is no longer here. Say your goodbye and put his body to rest. Siri and I are here with you, he spoke gently, seeing her hesitate. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to save you. I'm grateful for what you did for us, and I will never forget your teachings. I will make sure to take care of Siri and keep her safe. We love you. Garg. Sasuke patted Siri's head and gestured for her to bid him goodbye. Just sleep in peace, Grandpa, and watch us. I will grow to be a strong girl like my sister. I love you. With that, Katniss fired the arrow, tears trailing down her cheeks before she turned and hugged the sobbing Siri. Her resolve grows firmer. She will make a world where her sister will be protected and no longer live in fear and hunger. She will do everything to make that a reality. Following that, Sasuke helped roll him in clean clothes and carried him as they headed outside to the back of the building, where Sasuke started digging a grave in the surrounding lawn, which Katniss and Billy soon joined with shovels. After a silent prayer, everyone headed up again as Sasuke started detailing their future plans. And so, you just need to make sure the windows are covered, don't make too much noise, and cover the door with something heavier. I will, and we will join you once you have an armored car. I'm grateful for what you are doing for us, Sasuke and Uncle Billy. And I'm sorry about what I said last night. Don't worry about it, little one, it's what we should be doing. After that, Sasuke equipped her with Billy's revolver and a few smoke bombs, explaining how they work. The two of them checked their gear and set out with light backpacks, ready to refill them. Behind them the building became a living trap. Sasuke never left things to chance. If someone tries to force the door from the outside, the trap will trigger, and their fate won't be good. What about the restaurant? Our things are still there. I will retrieve the goods after we finish with everything. How much farther are we from the bar? Not much, we will cut through the park ahead, then a block after it. And the mall. The other side of the road from the corner, it's a small one, but we may find food, clothes, and even some weapons. As long as the place isn't overrun. 5 minutes later they arrived at the site, and Sasuke saw a truck that was overturned, blocking a part of the door at the entrance of the bar. Sasuke turned to Billy, who smashed a walker while they were eyeing the place. We don't know what is inside from here, and we certainly don't know what is inside the truck, so, best I go first. 1 Whistle if the walkers stroll toward the bar while I'm in. 2 In the case of humans, and toss a smoke bomb at the truck if it is a horde. Hop up. Sasuke backed to the wall of the shop and put his hands together, signaling for Billy to climb the small roof above them. It would have been a lot better if I had a long-range rifle. But sure, let's do it your way, call me if you need help. Sasuke nodded and helped him jump to the roof, tossing up his backpack. Go, I have eyes on you, there are 2 on the other side of the truck. All right. The search was smooth. Sasuke did find a shotgun exactly where Billy suggested, with 20 more rounds hidden in a cabinet beside it. There were few walkers inside the bar, and once again Sasuke stripped the place bare of everything worthwhile. Liquor, few ingredients, and some good chairs and tables. And soon he regrouped with Billy, tossing the shotgun at him. This thing produces a loud noise, so better not use it if we're not in a difficult situation. Whistle that's what I'm talking about. Was there anything else in there? Liquors, I got a few for you. I'm such a lucky ass, huh? Let's go for our next. Billy's sentence came to a halt as the duo heard the loud sound of glass breaking, coming exactly from the direction they were heading to. Let's go, keep an eye on the surroundings. They both ran as Sasuke took the vanguard like always, dropping heads at the front, while Billy smashed every walker that came trotting from the sides. Soon the mall came into view, and they saw what caused the ruckus. 3 people were running away from the walkers chasing them from the side entrance of the mall. Possibly a family, a grown man in his 40s holding a stick and a gun, a boy running beside him holding a shovel, and a woman in front of them. Tired and scared as the walkers came closer, and one suddenly lunged at the woman from behind a nearby car. Sasuke, seeing this, had already swung his arm in a wide arc, throwing multiple shurikens, hitting the one who was about to catch the woman and 3 walkers behind the other 2. This way. Billy called, dropping another walker, and it was then the family noticed them and the walkers that dropped by what the men had thrown earlier. Go, Jenny, run. The black male holding the stick shouted at her, frightened at what was about to happen to his wife if not for that masked man. He looked behind him briefly, seeing more coming, but the closest to them already dropped dead from those things the man was throwing. Soon they came to their sides, and the bearded man holding a bloodied bat spoke to the masked man beside him. We need a place to hide in, Sasuke, they can't run more, Billy spoke, seeing the woman panting and holding her knees, already too tired. The young boy beside them was no better. The bar, follow me. Sasuke turned and tossed a smoke bomb toward the incoming walkers behind them. It was the first time for Billy to see the little marbles carrot in action, and he was surprised by the thick cloud of smoke that erupted instantly, blanketing the street behind them. Sasuke turned, made the reluctant boy climb on his back, and ran ahead faster than all of them who ran by themselves, blade in hand, ready for any walker. After a few breaths they were in the bar, and Sasuke made the family stay behind the counter while Billy closed the door from inside and pushed whatever few tables were left inside. Meanwhile, Sasuke made another check on the whole place, wary of any walker that may have stumbled in after Ha and Billy left the place earlier. Soon they were all in front of the counter, sitting to regain their breaths. "You good, mate?" "That was a close call. Fortunately we heard the noise." "Yeah, we are, thanks to you." "I'm Morgan Jones, those are my wife, Jenny, and son, Duan." "Man, I'm grateful for your help, God knows what would have happened if it weren't for you two," the man panted, leaning back and comforting his son beside him. "Thank you for saving us." The woman turned to them accepting the bottle of water, and thanked them too. She was surprised to see that the one who saved her is surprisingly just a young man behind the mask, who looked to be in his late teens. "Happy you made it, I'm Sasuke Uchiha, and this is my friend Billy Butcher." Chapter 14, TWD-CH-14, Fear the Ninja Boy. "We shouldn't have let him go there alone," Morgan said, pacing around. "It has been more than 10 minutes already, and the boy still hasn't returned." "Don't worry, I assure you he has what it takes to be out there." "Aren't you worried? He is your friend." "Believe me, I am. More than anyone, but I know we would have been nothing more than just a burden to him. You saw him, he can do crazy things, and it's better if he doesn't have anyone to split his focus on protecting." "Let's wait, he said it would be at least 30 minutes. But he'd gone only to retrieve his weapons back, why that much?" Billy stood silent for a moment before telling him. "He is most likely in the mall, we had it in our plans before meeting you." "Then we shouldn't be staying here letting a boy risk himself," Morgan argued, "yet, he knows how dangerous it is for his family to go, and he won't feel good leaving them here alone, even though he feels guilty toward the boy who saved them. That's why we shouldn't do something stupid now and increase the amount of troubles for him. Sasuke can get in and out fast and skillfully, he doesn't need distraction. Once he scouts the place, I will join him. You stay here with your family." "Then I will Joe." "No mate, I don't recommend it. If I'd learned something from that boy. Then that is, never underestimate walkers, they can be deceiving, and they can be everywhere. It took but one stupid moment, one careless action, and a catastrophe happened. So stay as the adult man here and protect your family. Once we are back, we leave all together." "Cool. All right, we can do that, thank you again." "Don't worry about it. I hope he is fine," Jenny added, holding the hands of her son and husband, praying for that boy's safety. Meanwhile, the boy they were all worried about was so satisfied that he could be dancing if not for the mood in the place. Sasuke stood amidst multiple walkers, dead around him, as he'd just finished with clearing the food section. And what a great haul. Even though there happened something he didn't expect in the least, something that made his mood foul and worried him even more about walkers, he kept it to the back of his mind for now. This mall was clearly untouched since the breakout, as it had at least 70 walkers roaming all around, which was enough to form a horde if they were concentrated in one place. And now with those dealt with, Sasuke finally reached the 10-thread milestone. He now has 13 threads of chakra. It felt stupid to be happy about this, as it is still as useless as ever. Even a civilian kid may have multiple amounts of his. But still, now he can at least trigger an explosion tag, which is akin to holding a grenade with you. It adds to the feeling of safety. After finishing with the clothes section, he headed back up to the second floor and straight to the camping section. There, he put 3 big duffel bags side by side and started filling them to take them back with him. A pain in the ass but necessary to do to keep appearances. Axes, hunting knives, ropes, flares, machetes, boots, sturdy safety gear, hooks, lighters, 19 CBs, fishing gear, and the most important, crossbows and arrows, and another hunting rifle with 3 boxes full of its ammo. A whole set of 4 crossbows and 45 arrows in total, with 2 more being manual hunting bows. Chocolate, protein bars, energy drinks that were spoiled, plastic baits, animal food, and seeds. And finally, water filters. After putting the hunting rifle, one of the crossbows, the hunting bow, and the arrows in his backpack, he separated the other supplies and items into the 3 bags until all of them became stuffed full. Sasuke turned and stood beside the remaining items. He had already stacked everything in this section into one big mound and proceeded with hand seals before pressing it and commanding, "Seal." What followed was the extraordinary scene of the items that occupied the whole place disappearing just like that with a puff. His space now is 13 times what it had been the first time he woke up here, which was already as big as a whole room back then. Thus, Sasuke never hesitated when it came to looting, since everything stayed in its optimal state once there thanks to whatever the crow had done to it. He is worried that he wouldn't be able to stuff it full and not the other way around. With the things he has now, he can live with a small group for 3 months if they have a safe shelter. But he knows it's not enough, not even close. Turning, he headed to the last section, which have hygiene items, house furniture, and utensils. Then redo the process one last time. The mall wasn't what it was supposed to be. It seems people had already brought many things, nearly emptying it. Maybe before the outbreak or during it, which explains the low stock in the storage rooms when it comes to food, clothes, and defense tools. Which also explains why there were so many walkers here and the amount of discarded charts everywhere. They were possibly caught by walkers while on it. As Sasuke promised, he appeared at the front doors of the bar holding 3 big duffel bags stuffed to the brim after 25 minutes of absence. "You are back, thank God. Are you okay?" Jenny asked with concern, seeing him holding those heavy bags all alone. "Yeah, don't worry, Billy, anything while I was away. Nothing unusual, boy, but we didn't agree to have you be there doing all the work alone. This isn't the scouting I've agreed to. I know, but there were a whole lot of them, and sorry to say this, but you won't be of any help there. I had to be discreet to fill those. I'm surprised you people made it out of there safe." Sasuke wasn't cursing them, but he was truly surprised by the number of walkers there. "We didn't make it far, they were on the stairs to the 2nd floor, and one of them sneaked behind us, which alerted the other walkers, making us flee in panic. Well, here you go." He passed a bag to Billy and Morgan, one each. "Inside are food, clothes, and some weapons I found. There's a CB2 in each bag in case we are separated and have to communicate. I put it on channel 33.3 inch. Are you sure, young man? I don't know how to feel about this. We are already grateful for what you did for us out there. You don't have to worry about it, just use it for the better and keep fighting. Thank you, dear, we won't forget what you've done for us." Jenny smiled at the boy, grateful to meet kind people like him. "You found a fucking crossbow, sorry." Billy turned and apologized to the family, who weren't that bothered with it. Duan even smirked hearing that, as he was surprised too seeing the thing the handsome guy pulled. It looked cool. "And arrows too, good." Billy smiled, looking at the haul Sasuke had brought with him. Seems he really is thinking about his archer girl. Katniss said it is her thing. "So, are you good to go?" As if feeling his gaze, Sasuke clarified, not even understanding why before asking them. "You need to rest, man. I'm surprised you held 3 of those things and ran all the way. This alone weighed around 40 pounds, 20 kilograms. Morgan was wondering if he was getting old and weak at this point. First the boy held Duan and ran like he hadn't. And then this, right after fighting and all that. "I'm okay, don't worry about me. There are melee weapons in there, axes and such. I don't know about giving sharp things to the untrained, but better equip your son with a club bat though, and guys. Aim for the head, always, anywhere else won't work on them. We can rest for longer, son, and may I ask, where are we going?" Morgan asked while passing him water. Sasuke held his head in embarrassment, he forgot to ask about them. Jenny smiled when she heard him asking that, and they told him about their situation. Apparently they got stuck at one point with nowhere to turn to when more walkers conquered more lands and the traffic became worse, so they were forced to break into a house here in King County. It is about half a mile south of the building they are using now. "I see, we have an apartment complex, secured, with many of the apartments inside empty and clean, others, not so much. We plan to change places soon, but for now it's a decent shelter to us. How about you use one of the apartments there? Or I can accompany you to your place after we put our things at the building." Sasuke asked after thinking carefully. He knows more people means more mouths to feed, but he wasn't concerned about that. For him, the more people the better, as that would mean more hands to help, as long as they aren't a danger to his current people. Think about it, mate, more people can help each other survive better, and I don't think the outside world would always be safe. We already met horrible people. Those who won't hesitate to hurt their kin. Billy too thought along the same lines. The man looks strong, and his son can help with light things, as Billy knows he and Sasuke can't cover all things alone. What do you think? Morgan didn't answer right away but turned to his family. The offer is tempting, and those two didn't look like bad people, but he still needs to do what his family is comfortable with. I think we should go with them, Daddy. More people, and a complex might be better than a house with many windows, Duan said. He honestly just wanted to learn throwing knives from that guy. His wife nodded too, offering more points. They have their supplies, so they won't be bothering the group with food. What they need now is more safety. Alright, but I may need to go back to the house we were in so we can take our things there too. Is that okay? Perfectly fine, I will help you with that. Billy nodded, and the group did a final check before leaving the bar in a triangle formation, with Sasuke in the front while Billy and Morgan guarded the back with the other two in the center. And so they made it back to the building safely. Chapter 15, TWD 15, Walkers in Depth. That night after the group made it back safely to the building, they introduced the Jones family to the two sisters who welcomed them. They all sat around a big table for dinner that Jenny cooked with the help of Katniss. For the first time since long, Morgan sat again in such a light mood alongside his family and other people, talking and speaking with some smiles. The fear and exhaustion were still there, hanging over them suffocatingly. But at least now there is hope. A hope for small safe moments like those to expand, who knows? Maybe one day they won't be living in this fear anymore, just, maybe. I'm telling ya, that boy was reckless and he only listens to you, princess, so go and give him a scolding later, Billy smirked as he talked to Siri who laughed getting comfortable with the new people around her. Sasuke shot unamused glare at Billy and just kept drinking his cup of water smiling at Siri who was laughing to Billy's jokes. I hate to be the one to put this wonderful mood down but can I have your attention please? Everyone, Sasuke spoke softly. And everyone here comes to know that he was a man whose words and opinion hold weight, even Katniss who came to know about the crazy things he can do from Billy. From his amazing skills with blades and fighting, his accuracy when throwing things, to his immensely strong body, intelligence and instincts. She never thought he was that strong, and even wondered if they were overestimating him. But no one here seems to do that, not even Jenny as she explained how impressed she was with how many walkers he killed along the road back here. Thus everyone nodded stopping their talks and Billy told him to speak, already sensing another issue in the way. The boy seems to be hellbent on showing how deep shit the world they are living in is. There are 7 people here, I figured that everyone here has an experience regarding this new world and I wanted to exchange what we know so far, maybe we can benefit others with things they didn't know. I will go first. They all nodded. This short safe period only means that tomorrow will be another day of struggling to survive in this world. So first, walkers, we know that a bite would turn you into one of them, right? They nodded again and Katniss talked about what she got to know with some sadness. It starts with fever, burning fever, that's what grandfather felt before, he locked himself, Jenny held her hand showing her support. The time to turn after that varies, it can be few minutes, can be hours, that was Butcher and Morgan said he witnessed one turn within half an hour outside his house. Sasuke nodded as his tortured victim turned after 10 minutes. Yeah, their weakness is the head, the brain to be more exact, otherwise no matter how much damage you inflict, they just keep going on to have a piece of you. So always aim for that. Sasuke spoke, and emphasized that to the youngest of them more. It was painful to talk to kids about killing but necessary in this world. They all need to know those things. Next, they are attracted to sound the most, they can see, and smell. So never risk any of that, and of course a physical contact would alert them whether it is an item or your body. They are more active at night, don't know if it's just that or due to the cold but yeah, night isn't good time to wander, Morgan said his piece, something many here didn't know. So, be sure not to be bitten, scratched, or have any blood or saliva of theirs into your system, we don't know how the infection can work so it's better to be cautious with all the possibilities. For kids, don't, never ever face one. Always run to someplace safe and hide. We will be there to keep you safe but just in case something happens, run and hide in safe place and don't make noise or open it until you hear one of us talking. Okay. Duan and Siri both nodded, they took every word seriously being that both saw those things and were scared of them. What I am about to add may be disturbing, but it's of utmost importance, Sasuke said making Billy think about the turning without the bite issue but again, Sasuke surprised him with a new piece of info. Some walkers, in rare cases, one witnessed by me so far, can still make some intellectual actions. This surprised all of them. They all know that walkers while aggressive, are dumb. They just stand there or run to catch you, they don't ride vehicles, use weapons, or climb things like ladders. What do you mean exactly by intellect, Sasuke? One of them turned a knob earlier, it was clumsy but the action was human, exactly of someone who knows what the knob's function is. I think it was something like an instinct that remained there in him. Though it was only the knob, it didn't show any similar action to weapons or the window. And it just gave up after some time, he still didn't know how to feel about this. He remembered hearing a noise from the door while rummaging through a store inside the mall. And when he went to see the source, he saw from the glass door how the walker kept twisting the knob like it knew how to open the door. Thankfully, he always locked them for good measure. But the walker stopped after some time and kept banging its head on the glass. So, always make sure your doors are locked the correct way. I will teach those who don't know how to secure the door if the lock isn't working or is destroyed. With different situations tomorrow. This is mainly the reason I used this time to tell you about this. And you did good, damn it. Such a thing would have resulted in a disaster, so now we need to always live with the idea that some of them can open doors and such. Billy held his head as the idea itself sounded unbelievable, but it was Sasuke speaking. He trusted his words. Yeah, so from this moment, everyone here won't do anything solo, be it while on runs or staying home. What's more, while scavenging a home, a store, a place, anything. Secure all doors and windows before doing anything. And by secure I mean more than just close them. Use what I will teach tomorrow. With that, Sasuke sat filling another cup of water for himself. So windows, doors and locks should always be barricaded or locked with something more complex, not something that can be opened with a twist. Billy tapped the table, getting their attention. It became clear that walkers were more dangerous than they thought. Anything we didn't mention. You can speak about anything you noticed, even the ones you think are small. It can save our lives. It was Katniss who raised her hand next to show she had something to add. Yeah, Katniss. I used to watch the outside through the windows when bored, and I figured something out. Walkers somehow are attracted to each other. For example, one is in a garage, standing still doing whatever it was. For a long time. If no noise or human attracts it, they stay like that. But I saw them do an action, all of them, seeing everyone listening closely, she continued. Those walkers tend to follow other walkers like them. I saw one pass by the garage, and the walker inside who was there for 2 days straight turned, and joined him in walking away mindlessly. What's more, many of them do that action. They see a nearby walker then join them in whatever they're doing, she explained in a clear tone, detailing what she saw and knew about them. So that's how they forms their big groups. Like a pack of jackals. And herds are dangerous, you don't fight them. Just find a way to run as far from them. Herd? That's how you call it? Morgan asked. Getting a nod from Sasuke. It was actually a term from zombie movies and games, but in this world no one knows what a zombie is, nor have they heard anything about it before this. It was also why many of them didn't know how to deal with them in the start. Billy always said that they had figured their weak points very late. Accurate, herd, I like it. Billy liked the term, but hated the subject of it to the bone. Herds, as Sasuke called them, equal destruction. They destroy whatever is alive in front of them. So I think that's all for now. Have some rest and we will see each other tomorrow. With that they bid farewell and Sasuke returned with Siri and Katniss to his apartment. Billy moved to another apartment with the same annoying smirk he tossed at Sasuke, as if saying, "You can't use me as an excuse anymore now, can you? So make a move." The next morning the group gathered on the lowest floor with wood planks and nails. They all thought that even though the building is safe from the walkers, barricading the windows on the first few floors would be better. Just in case someone tried to break in using a ladder or something. Thus, 4 hours they worked together, making the place more clean and safe. Morgan joined as he decided to head back to his house in the afternoon with Billy, while Sasuke would go to the fast food store and retrieve the remaining supplies there. At noon they grouped for lunch. Sasuke instructed the ones who will remain here what to do and gave them a CB for emergencies. Katniss told him she will go with him while Jenny, Duan, and Siri stay in his apartment. The store wasn't that far and he can be back in 3 minutes if he runs at full speed. Thus he wasn't that worried. His traps can keep others for more than 3 minutes, as everyone saw this morning how they work and how to trigger them. So he agreed to her request and soon they checked their gear as the two groups separated once outside. Katniss and Sasuke turned right while Billy followed Morgan south toward the house armed with the rifle Sasuke gave him alongside the shotgun and smoke bombs. Let's keep contact with each other on the CB. With a farewell bidding each other luck they headed to their next point. Chapter 16, TWD ch 16, Ricky Dicky Doodog Rhymes and Buried Memories. Georgia, King County, XX, 2010. 15:34 p.m. So you are really a ninja, the real deal? Yeah. Wow, so there are more like you. How did you train? Where? Katniss wasn't usually one to be nosy, but seeing the way Sasuke moved and eliminated all the walkers, she became curious. At first she just joked saying he looked like a ninja, but who would have expected him to say that he really is? And Sasuke, who was ready for their last trip with the food, just sighed at her curiousness. He wasn't annoyed, he just didn't know how to explain things that aren't real for this world. He didn't want to seem like a liar if they found something untrue later on. After all, those things are just true to him. It's a family thing, you know that some families kept to the traditions for hundreds of years, like the decision of keeping a clan. Was there still such a thing in Japan? Yeah, ninja clan. They were somewhat close to a secret, not dangerous, even he didn't believe the last word. They just kept to themselves from the world. Always stating how we are a different breed, yet here he is, lying, he just didn't have another way to introduce himself, his difference. Thus he mixed his life with both his previous worlds and this one. The rogue special force from the world of the era of 2025, the rogue nin from the shinobi world, and this mix of both in the apocalyptic one. Different. How? Katniss asked as she took a seat beside him eating a cookie. She was tired after making 2 trips back and forth, even though he was the one who did most of the lifting. Yet he didn't even seem to be tired as he talked about his life, and Katniss had to look away from his face, otherwise she might creep him from her stares. He was seriously too damn good looking for his own good. Thankfully he is strong, well, she would be protecting him if he wasn't. I don't know. They always told us about our ancestor, a legendary figure who was named Madara Uchiha. They talked about how he ascended and grasped at our bloodline's true strength and potential, reaching a new height of a human being. Supernatural. Haha, seriously? Wait, you believe that? She looked at him and saw the look in his eyes. The guy didn't scoff or anything, and his eyes held confidence as if that was the reality. Something he believed is true and didn't care the least what others thought. Had you ever imagined that the dead would be rising at some point in your life? Sasuke asked, because he knows at some point, he will do things no human could. And he didn't want her to fear him. But this is different, that. Madara, history should have archived him if he was truly that legendary. Yet I never heard anything about him in the internet, newspapers, or anything like that. No one I know did. There was, in our clan's history and records, back to the Warring States era when he lived. Well, anyway, that's how our teaching in our clan was. You learn how to fight and train from young age. Have you killed people? Would you hate me if I say yes? He hoped not, but it won't surprise him really. Most wouldn't feel comfortable knowing the person sitting beside them was trained to kill from the age of 6. I don't know, Sasuke, to me. You are just an amazingly strong and kind guy who saved me and my sister from this hell. Who gave us a chance. I'm curious about what you did and all, but I know. Life shapes us all differently. Just like I have my own secrets and issues, everyone must too. He smiled. She saw him smiling many times, but it always felt polite or relieved, like when seeing Siri laugh. This felt different. He smiled because of her, maybe even happy. And Katniss loved it. She felt like a little girl who heard a praise, especially when he gave her a light pat to her head. Even though she would normally hate it. I appreciate that, Katniss, really. I'm not a good guy, not really. I did many bad things, and sadly, probably would do in the future. This is just the world we live in. But know this. I would never harm or betray my people, good people. I will always protect you. All I ask is, if, at some point in the future, my actions seem to be severe or wrong, don't judge me fast and trust in me. He patted her hand and stood again, ready to leave back, yet Katniss somehow reached for his sleeve. She stared at him and almost leaned over when the CB on his chest produced some noise before a voice sounded from it. ZZZ, Butcher here, you receiving, boy? ZZZ, taking it. Sasuke pressed to talk. Loud and clear. Billy, what's the situation? ZZZ. ZZZ. Long story short, we got back to his home safe, but a man showed up around soon after, injured and wearing only a hospital gown. Morgan invited him and cleaned his wound that was stinky, a gunshot wound. ZZZ. Katniss and Sasuke turned to look at each other, the previous pink atmosphere gone. Another survivor. ZZZ. Is he alone? Dangerous? What is the situation with him? Over. ZZZ. ZZZ. Guy reacted like he was living under a fucking rock when asked about the walkers. Apparently he's a sheriff deputy who was in coma since before the outbreak and didn't know what is happening to the world. ZZZ. Billy sipped some water then resumed. ZZZ. He woke up this noon and he came to this place from the hospital in a fucking bicycle. Lucky he didn't run into a walker before meeting us. Morgan is taking care of him. Guy's still weak. And needs help. We may not return tonight. Over. ZZZ. ZZZ, you need me to come, we are on our last trip. Over. ZZZ. ZZZ, no need man, we are safe and place is extra secured, we still have food here. I've already told Jenny and Duan about the situation here and that I will return tomorrow morning. Please keep them and yourselves safe. ZZZ, this time it was Morgan's voice coming through. ZZZ, sure, reach for me anytime, alright. And I will be there in minutes. Just don't do it late, you see something wrong you tell me. Keep safe. And may I know his name? The injured man. ZZZ. ZZZ will do, he goes by Rick Grimes. See you later, kid. Enjoy the solitude. ZZZ. With that, Sasuke put the CB back in his chest, his mind reeling. He finally remembered who Morgan is, and when did he saw him? A TV show. A fucking TV show he watched ages ago with Yuri, who was a fan of zombies. The Walking Dead, and this Rick they talked about. He was the fucking protagonist. It was many years ago, way before his life turned to shit since he watched the series. He still remembers some important points about it, but that's all. So much happened after he joined the military, so much changed. But that name, Rick Grimes. He still remembers that. The same way he didn't forget Naruto he watched as a kid. Yuri used to like the man, he was a big fan who respected his way of life, his evolution throughout the series. He always talked how it would be cool to live in there, just for the thrill of it. Yuri always hated it when good people died in that series. And now Sasuke felt his mind overheating as he tried to recall the scenes and plot of it. The camp, the attack on it, many died and the... Sasuke, hello, you good? Oh. Yeah, I was just thinking. Let's go. Shaking his head, Sasuke carried the bag and water gallons wired together while Katniss carried another one. They exited through the back door and marched on the now familiar road back toward the building they reside in. The road back became clear of walkers since they killed many in the area. And all the way, Sasuke kept thinking, trying to recall the plot and the story. That's why I didn't know who his resemblance was to. His wife and later his son died in that series. Thankfully we changed that. This time I will make sure to keep them safe. I will do my best to make that. Him, Billy, everyone. I hope he is okay, that man. Must be hard for someone to wake up from coma just to witness how the world turned to be. Unaware of what happened to their loved ones, I can't imagine how hard it is for him now. Katniss spoke with pity. This Rick guy is really unfortunate to experience such a thing. Thankfully he met the others. Morgan and Billy aren't bad guys, they would help others just like Sasuke did to them. Even in a world where helping someone else can turn out to be the greatest mistake in your life. Yeah, must feel like a nightmare, will help if he ever needs it. Sasuke, I never asked, but do you have someone? A family? Katniss asked hesitatingly. She knows that for him to be alone and not searching around meant only one thing. But she asked, she really wants to know him better, to understand him. His life and burdens. I had, all gone, memories flashed back to him, deep buried memories, pain that came with being Sasuke Uchiha. He didn't know his real parents back in his world, he just knows what it felt like to have a brother who took the role of a father even though he never asked for it. Yuri was always there for him. But as Sasuke, he buried those memories deep. He didn't want to recall the scenes of his parents, even though it didn't really affect his mentality, it was just there. A scene that was etched as a part of his mind. The clan that got massacred, his parents. By a brother and another Uchiha. A brother who, unlike what the original Sasuke felt toward, he despised him greatly. That man, for all his reasons, killed his parents, old and young people from their clan. No amount of bullshit village excuses made that acceptable to him. He would never forget the scene of his mother and father lying in a pool of their blood, with Itachi standing behind them, emotionless. Sword dripping with their blood as that accursed Manjikyu spun in his eyes. But it is all in the past. He wasn't the real Sasuke, he wasn't in the shinobi world, and Itachi was no more. In the end, he just inherited his legacy. Something he came to understand lately as a thing like being adopted, a son to Sasuke. With his bloodline, expertise and memories as the only life lessons he can give, and the only needed. Sasuke, whose thoughts spiraled, suddenly tensed before relaxing, letting the soft body hug him from behind. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you remember your pain, I just wanted to know you. I'm really sorry, Sasuke. Katniss, who saw a single tear drop from his left eye even as he kept walking in silence with his stoic expression, didn't know what to do and just hugged him like their grandfather used to do when she and Siri cried. Just a hug that converts your feelings. Chapter 17, TWD 17. Sometimes it takes showing your big and hard tool to make her believe. He left. Yeah, man was anxious. His wife and son had probably left alive in the outbreak from what we saw on his house, Morgan said, sipping from his cup of coffee. We tried to make him wait until we found a good plan forward, but guy just left, broke into the police station where he used to work, armed himself and hit the road toward Atlanta. He thinks the refuge there is where his family is. Billy recounted what happened with the man named Rick Grimes. He was surprised when Sasuke showed up first thing in the morning. And Sasuke just felt frustrated. He came here as soon as he can in the morning after Katniss and others woke up. Yet the men had already left, leaving some guns, ammo, and a walkie-talkie with Morgan. He wondered what was wrong with Rick. Sasuke had already said to them after he returned to the building that he will be there in the morning. But he also understood that for someone who woke up yesterday and still hadn't met with the walkers, a lot heard of them, cautiousness wouldn't be in mind. And Rick just wanted to meet his family as soon as possible. Of course he won't waste time waiting for some young guy to come and talk to him. Well, let's go back. With that they boarded an SUV Morgan found and drove with the supplies back to the building. He is Rick after all, he will survive. Guess our next stop is, fuck, I don't remember where their camp should be. He scratched that idea and just focused on his next goal, resources. The women back already had breakfast ready for them. Once they all had their stomachs full, Sasuke went to his room and started gearing up. Soon Katniss came and asked what he was getting ready for. I will head for the military outpost Morgan heard about from Rick. There must be vehicles and guns there. I'll come with you. No you won't, there can be a herd there for all we know. Weren't you the one who put the rule that no one moves alone? And now you are gonna break it after less than a day. Katniss crossed her hands, leaning on the door frame, looking at him with a little smirk. Fuck me. That sass made Sasuke rub his forehead. She just had to use that against him. Alright, you win, but I want you to follow my words. So enough when I say enough, okay? We move forward when I say, and we retreat when I say. Noted. I'm not stubborn, don't worry. Yeah, I'm not buying that. Go gear up. We're those two. He tossed her chest protector, arm braces, and knee protectors. And go first, pack everything you have. We may be leaving the place soon. You know how to drive, right? Yeah, got my license when I turned 19. Good, you may be driving back one of the vehicles if we end up finding any. With that, Katniss left to pack their baggages while Sasuke went down to talk with others. Are you sure you don't want us to go with you? Can be dangerous there. Don't worry, I'll take care of us. We need those Humvees, in case we have to leave this place. What's the plan? We stay here and let you two go and risk yourselves with no backup. Billy knew this wouldn't be their base. The corpses were all cleared, but traces of blood and tragedy were everywhere. And honestly, such a big building in the town was like a beacon. Sooner or later a big group would set their eyes on it for scavenging. You guys are a line of defense here. There are kids and a woman here. So I'll make it quick. Find vehicles, any weapons, fuel, and we set off back here. What I ask you to is to think of a route out of here. You know the place better than me. While helping siphon the fuel from the cars around here if possible. Billy got a map. I have one on me too, but to where? The location we may leave toward. Let's scout the area outside the city first. I don't know what has become of Atlanta, but if it was, bad. I don't want to risk it, so we circle out of it first, make contact with Rick at the discussed time. We join if it is safe or think about our next stop from there. Better a place to be away from the population, have suitable land to plan a shelter around it. Anyway, that's my thought. Discuss it and we will talk what better course we need to take. The important things is, we stay together. He remembered what Rick found in Atlanta from the Siri, and he thought that starting with that is good, but he can't just say that and ignore how everyone is feeling about this. With that, the group separated and each headed to do their work. Morgan goes around the building to get fuel from the few abandoned cars with Billy. Katniss, who finished packing, joined Sasuke heading to the outpost while Jenny and Duan started packing too. In case they were in a hurry to leave. This time too, they are all yours until I say otherwise. Sasuke had already witnessed how good she is with archery. She didn't lie. Any target within 30 meters was in her hit domain. Happy to hear that, knocking an arrow on her hunting bow, she aimed to the right and released. Another walker had his eye pierced. So Sasuke, what are you planning for the future? He answered in the same breath, already having a simple plan forward. Find a good shelter for us, secure it, become self-sufficient as soon as possible. Maybe find more people, good people deserving help. Overall, the same goal since the beginning. Survive. She nodded with a smile, retrieving her arrow from the walker's head. And that matter, the one of the ancestors, I'm not mocking you. She held her hands up defensively as she saw him looking at her with that same expression he had most of the time, thinking he may be offended. I didn't even say a word. I know how ridiculous that must have sounded to you. All the talk about reaching heights edging to being superpowers. Haha, I'm just so curious, can't you tell me more about it? She pleaded with cute eyes that showed no such warmth to the next walker stumbling toward them behind a car as another arrow was knocked and launched in 2 seconds, screwing its head. It's a long story. Madara Uchiha wasn't the first legend, there had been one before him. The true ancestor to our Uchiha clan that goes by the name Indra. Anyway, back to Madara. The man can be said to be a one-man army, even against hundreds of shinobis in his era. And it's said that he awakens the true power of an Uchiha. The Sharingan. Katniss, who kept advancing and dropping walkers all around, listened to every word of his. It sounded fascinating, that kind of history and belief he and his clan held. Even if it sounded like a fairy tale to her. But she tried not to judge. In the end, they are now living in a world where the dead are walking around and hunting for flesh of the living. And Sasuke is smart, logical and real. Every decision of his hinted at that. He never did a thing that showed he is the delusory type. Thus she didn't say a word and just kept asking about this Sharingan thing. Yet hearing about that bloodline, and the red eye, one that gave an upgraded vision that makes you perceive everything differently. Even enabling you to do the impossible, like sticking to surfaces and manipulating things, she started wondering if he was brainwashed by that clan. Haha, I know that look, promise you'll keep a secret. That no one has gotten to know, ever. Honestly. He had had enough. He can't keep hiding all the time, not from her. Some will notice soon, those who know him truly well and his movements. He grows tired of hiding from them like a thief. A single small thing would be enough to make her stop looking at him like he is a crazy man, and it would stop her from saying more when he goes on making weird decisions. Moreover, he figured that this might be the chance to test her really, see what she truly is. Sorry Sasuke, but you can't expect me to believe that, even coming from you. But yeah, I promise. Katniss shrugged her shoulders as the outpost came into their view. Few walkers were stumbling at the entrance. Sure, how about this then? Katniss looked beside her. Sasuke, who was walking with hands in pockets, raised one in front of him. Palm open, empty. He did nothing, literally nothing, before a puff of smoke suddenly erupted from his wrist, surprising her. Yet what happened next nearly made Katniss drop her bow in disbelief. A big metal weapon in the shape of the stars named shurikens he used, as big if not more than a car wheel, appeared in his hand. From fucking nowhere. There's no way he can hide such a thing in him. This beauty here is named the Demon Wind Shuriken. I know how that sounds, but I can't say it is wrong seeing what it can do. To make his point, Sasuke pulled his arm back, took a breath and threw it. Katniss instinctively winced from the harsh sound it produced as it cut through the air. The big weapon spun like a helicopter's overhead blades, flying at great speed forward, and she watched in amazement that big thing cutting straight through the midsections of a whole 5 walkers ahead before being embedded deep into the ground behind their now ripped bodies. Your fucking clan was telling the truth. Just who the fuck are you people? The girl who never used foul language now lost control after witnessing something just as mind-blowing as the first time she saw walkers. Chapter 18, TWD 18, Welcome to the Paranoia Club. First lesson, Katniss. Never ever strode into unknown territory like this without having intelligence concerning the place you are walking into, the expected number of both walkers and humans, dangers, exits out and in. Fallback plans and reinforcements if possible. After 15 minutes evading Katniss's questions and burning curiosity about how he made the weapon appear from thin air, the duo made it into the camp yard. He promised her to explain when they are back, though he already planned to scratch that to being the power of words and let her imagine the rest. If a magician can pull a bird with a trick, so can I. Being handsome habit perks, they won't care if you are a little freak. But we haven't done anything like that so far. She didn't want to argue, but he really just stepped into the yard, pulling that demon thing from the ground, rolled its blades, retracting it into what resembled a curved huge blade, then hoisted it on his hip. For multiple reasons. First, cause we don't have much time to do a field practice now. Second, because you have me. I already know what we should expect here. More like I already scanned the field for any possible traces left recently from humans, but there's but one, Rix, so our enemies are walkers here. Guess there's no need to go into all that with her. She needs to experience it firsthand. Katniss, hold on, he held a hand up. They had already discussed signals. But he has a plan for still voicing his signals out loud. The place around was as creepy as it can be. Silent and abandoned, a chopper was burned ahead, another one looked intact to their right. Multiple Humvees were around, Sasuke counted 8. The good ones. Tents were perched around the yard. Boxes in the ground, some holding few weapons and ammunition. Others empty. Simulate that I'm not with you here, tell me your next set of actions. Katniss looked at him for a moment, closed her eyes briefly before stating what she would do if her safest pillar wasn't here. Take the few weapons and ammo that are on the open ground, enough to fill a bag. Reach for the closest Humvee, that 1 inch she pointed. I don't know how to hotwire a car, but let's assume I do. You told me you will teach me how. Anyway, I will make sure the inside of the car is safe, even the backside. Hotwired it and drove straight out. She finished and waited for his input. Let's assume a few, about 6 to 9 walkers heard the noise while you were inside trying to get it to start. They crowded your car, what then? She frowned, really thinking about it. Probably drive over them once I get it to start. It didn't, maybe fuel issue, maybe a maintenance thing. And now your presence is known, and you're stuck in there. What next? You are making it hard for me, okay, give me a minute. So, try to fight my way out. With the guns I've secured earlier. He sighed, expecting that. To those who didn't experience that encompassment from multiple walkers, it may sound easy to just fire a gun dropping them one by one then get out of there. No, Katniss, here's what you have to do. I stated their number specifically for this. They are 6 to 9. You don't fire, you don't make any loud sound that attracts more to you. You find something to cover yourself with, and lay down, try to disappear from their view. He pointed to her vest. You stay silent and calm, it may take minutes, but they will disperse somewhere else eventually. You use the chance to observe, then fix your car if you know the issue, or run if it's clear. No stupid fighting, unless you are a master of it, and I mean in melee. You do that once fighting 5 around you under pressure becomes easy. You won't always have the bow with you. But any sharp object can serve as your melee weapon. Always remember this, survive first. Bravery, pride, and all that can be discussed when you are truly strong. What if it is a horde of them? They can just keep being around and I am stuck. Then there are 2 options. If I am alive, you stay in your place without doing anything. I can track you, wherever you are. So just trust that I will be on my way to you. That's also only if the place you are in has good defenses and not like a normal car with fragile glasses. In that case you resist until I reach you and try to strengthen your defense. If I'm dead, trust your instincts. I can only say this. Whether to stay, fight your way out, or end it there. Trust your judgment. Well, I will make sure this never comes to happen, but who knows? Better have it planned from now. She didn't respond. The idea itself terrified her. She really can't imagine that. How would she feel if that were to ever happen? You didn't ask why I am talking stupidly loud here in the middle of the camp when we already learned hand signals for stealth. There, the answer. Sasuke pointed around, and Katniss knocked her arrow in alert. The place was suddenly noisy with growls. Many walkers staggered outside some of the open tents. 13, in just few seconds. Second lesson, always fear a silent place like this where there's supposed to be a population. Third lesson, and our last for now, he pulled 8 kunais, rotated and threw. The remaining 8 walkers all dropped dead. Katniss took 5 before one closed in on them, making him take the action. Those things function like us, in some ways. They feel tired and weak, or maybe bored. I still don't know what is it exactly. Anyway, it only happens when there's no food in sight for a long time. Living food. So if they spend a long time without feeding, and there is no way to form a marching herd, they just find a place to drop still. Either standing, sitting, or lying on the ground as their bodies kept rotting. Meaning, assume everything on the ground. Sitting and still is an active walker waiting to bite anything unless its head is visibly pierced through or too damaged. How do you know that? Experiments and foreknowledge. Their hunger awakens them from that slumber. Too weak to move at first, but recharges to full mobility soon, like what has happened here. Now let's inspect the tents first. Remember, threads and ropes are essentials when doing runs. I didn't have you guys hold them on you just for decoration. They are important. He pulled a wire, tied it simply with the zipper of the tent, crouched down to bury a kunai on the ground at the base of the tent, and showed her the wire he let through the hole in it, and turned to her. Never let your guard down, even if it means doing things the boring way, since a mere bite put you down. So, we don't open things like those with our hands if possible. Use your items. Pull back to a safe space. He took few steps back until he was beside her. Until this you must have already planned a safe escape route in case too many are waiting inside. He gestured toward the open grounds behind them and then started pulling the wire. The entrance flap separated, showing what's inside as the zipper was pulled down with the wire. Now you don't have to welcome whatever may be inside with your own body. Ready your bow, secure your corners first, then every place, behind and under furnitures. Once you are sure of it, secure the entrance behind you. And that means closing it with an interior tie so no intellect walker sneaks up on you. Then loot the place silently. Repeat the same to exit, go. Even though he didn't plan to, Sasuke spent the next 2 hours showing her all the necessary tricks. Measures so she won't die a stupid death like the ones he watched on the zombie series and movies. He seriously can't believe how careless the cast from the TV show were when they are in unknown territories doing runs, just to be jumped upon from corners and such, ending their lives. Walkers, it takes but one misstep and you are gone. He made sure she understood that and even let her fall into some mistakes, saving her at the last moment to engrave that survival instinct into her. It was brutal, but Katniss has the heart of a warrior, thus he didn't treat her as a flower. One of such cases being that she didn't lift her head, focusing more on the ground near her feet, not expecting a legless walker who had been lying at the top bunk to just lunge from above her. Sasuke ended it in midair, pulling her back before they collided. And that did the trick. She became even more paranoid than him. Billy was a military man, and a solo survivor since the beginning to back it up. He never had those issues. Morgan, as Sasuke observed, wasn't as cautious. So he let his lessons be from Billy. A guy of similar age may work better than a kid telling you how to live. Huff huff huff. This is tiring. I don't know how can your mind keep up doing this with full focus for every run. I feel like I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Katniss slumped on the seat behind the wheels as the duo finished clearing the yard and decided to take a rest. She thought she was already cautious, keeping her surroundings clear and eyes open when she was with her grandfather. But this run changed everything. Even previous runs with Sasuke felt lighter, and only now she understood why, because he took care of the problems before they even surface. Shouldering the risks. Yet the moment she took the lead, every turn became dangerous. Some walkers were blown in half, being in places that you won't expect, like under a chair or behind a table, squeezed in places you won't be guarded from. They weren't many, but if even one of them went undetected, it could end your life in a jiffy. Their jaws were stupidly strong, ripping into flesh with ease. In 2 hours she followed his words and started simulating many scenarios. Always expecting a walker to be waiting behind the corner, under and above things. A crowd of them hiding behind a tent or inside a truck. She felt like her head was bloated from all the possibilities he threw at her, and she just wanted to go back and have a good nap. You'll get used to it. You did good, and now you know how to hotwire. But are you sure you know how to drive this? It's a little different, but yeah, I can. Roads are empty anyway. I won't be killing anyone that is alive. She shrugged, and Sasuke got out from the Humvee that they packed with whatever they found. Heading to the second, similarly packed. His eyes drifted briefly to a grim scene beyond the yard. Katniss retched the first time she saw it and didn't want to be near it. The area near the hospital's emergency exit. Bodies, there were bodies everywhere, dozens of them covered in white clothes. On the ground, in the bunkers, trucks, the buzz of flies and stench can be felt even up from the camp yard. He made up his mind. Tonight he will come to retrieve the remaining Humvees and chopper into his storage seal, and then loot the hospital. The medical tools and other things there may come in handy at some point. Chapter 19, TWD 19, Sasuke got a personal hole. At the hospital, where silence is the only companion. 2 figures moved along the dark, grim corridors, each carrying 2 bags filled with multiple things. This place looks depressing as fuck. Take a look, Billy spat, pointing at a half-eaten corpse lying in front of them. He caught Sasuke leaving after getting back with Katniss and driving in 2 fucking Humvees full to the brim with weapons and ammunition they got from the military camp around there. And he didn't take a no for answer, stating he would either come along or Sasuke stay and get some rest. That man who woke up here, he was lucky this section is bare of any walker. Sure he is. Man looked like a lost puppy thrown at the moon when we first found him in a house near us. He is supposed to contact Morgan at dawn. Billy opened the door leading to the stairs slowly, flashing the light. While Sasuke just kept silent as he knew what is waiting for Rick and was somewhat anxious. Anxious that things may play out differently and they lose Rick, which will only bring about regret and guilt to him for not following the men. Next is the cafeteria. You think we will find food down there? Either that or we will be the ones being served. Sasuke shrugged, taking the lead down, one hand holding his blade while the other is finally being armed with his silver baller, now having the much needed ammo for it. That is optimism in my book. Guess we gonna find out. Oh shit. 2, 5, 9, 16 Walker turned simultaneously toward them the moment Sasuke opened the door to the hall that is the dining area for the staff working in the hospital. Billy's nerves get worked due to the darkness, yet Sasuke simply aimed his gun and started firing. He achieved headshots like he was playing a game. Each bullet resulted in a Walker down, and soon he fired all 9 in his chamber. Billy took turn holding his silenced Glock and 2 started firing as Sasuke cast the light at them while reloading. Billy took the remaining 7 down with 9 shots as 2 hit the neck area due to a sudden move from the Walkers. Well done, like usual, let's keep our attention up, something is not right here, Sasuke said as both of them walked to a side looking around. The place was as expected, stinky, bloodied, and a mess all over. Sasuke noticed the area closed at the side, the supposed kitchen and storage section that are behind the locked double iron doors. Holding his fist, Sasuke pointed at the side and Billy occupied a door with Sasuke leaning on the other, looking at each other before peering from the small glass. Think someone is in there? Billy whispered. Let's find out. Sasuke tapped the metal door with the hilt of his sword. Once, twice, thrice. There was a shift but nothing else. We are entering, Billy nodded, keeping light on the place while Sasuke worked on the lock, and soon the double door opened. A heavy foul smell assaulted them even through the masks they were wearing. Moving forward, Sasuke kept looking at everything around, ready to react. Soon they were in the kitchen and both saw the source of the noise. A naked Walker in all but a boxer was tied to a rope, possibly a suicide. The thing is, he is turned even when he should be dead by suffocation, and Sasuke knows why. It was the same with Rick's friend who woke as a Walker after being shot. An intact brain always results in a Walker after death. And so they found the source of the heavy stench. Multiple bags around were filled with bodily wastes. Another one who chose to end it. Was he bitten? The Walker was rotten all over, you can't even know the front from the back if not for his mouth facing their way. Doesn't matter, Sasuke threw a senbon ending his struggle. There is too much food wastes around that can be only consumed during more than a week's period. Maybe he tried to escape and got injured before retreating to end it, or maybe he did it from despair of holding up here in the dark alone for too long. And like others we discovered, turned after death. Let's go to the storage area. With that they left the kitchen, walked down the corridor and soon arrived at another metallic door. Tap tap tap. They waited and after few breaths Sasuke pushed the door open, stepping back with Billy flashing their lights. Guess luck favored us tonight, maybe because the hospital expected a lot of people, maybe because the only survivor here gave up his life after a short period, in any case. The big room inside was stacked. Boxes atop boxes were piled all around. Some of them were wet and had a bad smell. Others were good. A further stash in the corner revealed more than 10 bags of flour. Gallons of water and canned food were in another corner. Canned soups, fruits, and meat enough to last their group for a long time. They both ignored the refrigerator in the side. This will take time to move, Sasuke stated, not liking the idea one bit. Moving those alone would take many trips due to the lack of manpower, not including the risks. Now I see this, I have something to ask you, boy. Look, don't get it wrong. I just want to have it out of my mind. Billy spoke as they started searching around to make sure no place was unchecked as they did every supply run. Don't worry and shoot, I will clear it for you if I know something, Sasuke said as they both sat on carton boxes holding sugar packs inside. Like I said, boy, I hope you don't feel bad, it's just that my head can't stop thinking about it. Billy patted his back, making sure Sasuke understood his point. Come on, old man, now you are scaring me, just say it, don't worry, I have a big heart. I saw things in the building we are in when we were helping to clean the mess in there. I didn't think about it too much at first, but this morning when we were running to get fuel around I get close to the mall. He knows how. Sasuke didn't mind though, he figured it would be much better if someone he trusts knows their advantage so they can plan better and act more effectively. Items, like, every fucking useful thing in both places were missing. I know you are damn strong and all corpses there were dead by your style. Like I said, Sasuke, I'm not accusing, I'm not interrogating you or anything. I'm just sharing my thoughts like we've always done. I see you take things from that backpack every time we need a specific item, like you saw the Führer and knew we were gonna need it. Even a freaking lock, no one travels with a big, heavy useless lock. Well, I honestly wasn't sure about whether to tell you or not. Guess I'll just say it. Billy waited, he was just curious and didn't want those stupid doubts to stay rolling in his head. You know about runes, power of words and all that yada yada. No horseshit, you think I would be a skin if I knew? Billy laughed, lighting a cigarette. Well, now you do, believe it or not. Long story short, I got fucking secret superpower, technology, Curse, name it whatever you want that enable me to store non-living things into a pocket dimension. Sasuke spoke and saw Billy checking the cigarette as if afraid he used the wrong thing. Or, you can think of it as a personal hole where instead of having my dick disappear into, I got to put other things there safely and retrieve them whenever I want. Time stops there. Before Billy reacted to the words he just heard, he saw Sasuke suddenly make weird gestures before pressing his palm under the box he was sitting on. Billy felt the sudden lack of physical support under him as he fell to his ass, his cigarette falling beside him with an astonished look on his face, mouth agape as he turned looking around trying to find the box that was under him just a second ago. Didn't tell you cause I know how freakish would that look, happy now. Sasuke spoke with tired tone, not knowing how is the man gonna react to this. It was honestly a gamble that can turn really bad in moments. Yet once again, Billy surprised him by that freakish ability to adapt to anything that was thrown at him. You serious? You think I would fear you motherfucker for having a shit this awesome? And to think we were busting our asses all along when you could just fucking hide em in a dark corner of this fucked up world. Billy stood dusting his pants looking at Sasuke like he was seeing an open gold vault. No shit. I would better have even a fucking ghost as a friend if that meant I wouldn't be worrying about our shit getting stolen when we ain't looking, food getting spoiled, and how much can possibly two tired fuckers carry and run. He held his forehead looking around with a wide grin still in disbelief. He even thought he may had switched a normal cigarette with cracks and he is losing it now. Well, we are good then, but seriously man, I don't want this getting out. Sasuke stood and looked at him with a serious expression, one of the few Billy came to see those days from him. Look at me Sasuke, I'm not a stupid asshole, I would lay my fucking neck for ya, nah fuck that. I will just bust my head myself if I turn to be that stupid. Now can you please do that fucking magic? My back is hurting like a bitch now. Billy put his hands on the boy's shoulders looking like a homeless man leaning on to look at a golden mansion he found hidden behind the public toilet. Chapter 20, TWD ch20, Pika Boo. By dusk the two had already usurped everything like a black hole, with Billy watching mesmerized every time he saw Sasuke vanishing items in thin air just with few hand signs. The duo were soon on Billy's beloved van after Sasuke stored every other vehicle around and they hit the road back to the complex. Yet both of their eyes widened in alert seeing the moving black tide half a mile down coming toward the town from the road to the highway leading to Virginia. Is that a horde? Fuck, this looks bad, there seem to be a lot of them. Billy, who was driving, gulped seeing a marching horde that big for the first time. Taking his CB, Sasuke contacted the channel to reach Katniss and Morgan. ZZZ, this is Sasuke talking, you there? Over ZZZ. A few moments and he received a reply from Katniss, who stood with the others back in the building. ZZZ, Katniss here, have you finished the scouting, ZZZ? ZZZ, go pack then head down with Siri and your bags and wait in the entrance, will be there in 5 minutes, tell the Jones family to do the same. Over ZZZ. That sent a panic into everyone in the room as Sasuke's tone seemed serious, saying that he was clearly not asking them. ZZZ, Morgan here, what's going on ZZZ, he spoke then run to help his wife and son getting everything ready while Katniss did the same with Siri. Fortunately everyone is using the first floor now. ZZZ will talk once everyone is there, Katniss will take one Humvee while Morgan takes the other, don't open the entrance until we are there, about 3 minutes, hurry and make sure everyone is there. Over. ZZZ. Few minutes later the van came to a screech in front of the entrance as Morgan opened it and tossed backpacks belonging to Billy at first sign before he asked him what is going on. A herd is half an hour away marching this way, I will drive, Sasuke said, taking a bag from Katniss and holding the confused Siri up, striding to one of the Humvees and putting her in the back seat. No need to be afraid, okay princess. We are just gonna change place to look for a better one. She nodded, already having discussed those protocols with her sister and Sasuke the previous night. Everyone here? He asked Katniss and the others, who nodded, their heads, panic visible on their eyes. Calm down, we would be long gone before they are here, I just didn't want to take chances by staying in here. You made sure you have everything with you? Yeah, we checked yesterday and this morning, Jenny said before she got into the other Humvee with Duan. Alright, let's keep to the channel, we'll discuss road ahead. The van keeps between us, Morgan, are you okay with taking the rear? Sure, let's move. Sasuke turned to Billy and asked him in hushed voice if it was better to have another armored Humvee retrieved for him instead of the van, but Billy refused, saying it wasn't that big of deal. Let's go. After making another check, Sasuke boarded the armored vehicle, started it, and they soon drove out of the county heading for the highway. While Sasuke and his group were on the road, Rick Grimes, who escaped a living nightmare thanks to Glenn, had just came back with his group and was surprised to find his son Carl and wife Lori there, alive and safe thanks to his friend's help. Shane. His good brother from their high school days. The camp was near a stone mountain backed by a forest and holding about 20 survivors, some with families like his and others alone. The group soon sat around a controlled fire pit for dinner while exchanging light talks, with Rick recounting what happened to him. "I'm not sure what would have happened to me if not for Morgan and Butcher, that feeling, being disoriented. It wasn't the best feeling at all," he said, hugging his son and wife, who cast a hidden glare at Shane. "Why didn't they come with you? Those two men?" "I asked them to, but they had people waiting for them back in a nearby complex and we agreed to meet in Atlanta when they joined me later." His fist tightened at the thought of being unable to warn them about the situation in the city. "That is gonna be dangerous for them. The city has fallen." Dale, a kind old man who takes care of everyone around him and especially two blonde girls nearby like his own kids, spoke with grim realization. "I know, but I lost my bag, and the walkie-talkie with it. It's still somewhere there in the street where I dropped it." He closed his eyes, feeling burdened. In one side he just got back to his family and didn't want to separate from them again. And on the other, guilt ate him at the thought of not being able to tell Morgan and Butcher about the city. "There are many? That group?" Glenn asked curiously. It was the first in a long time to hear about other survivors. "Yeah, Morgan's wife and son, and another two girls. They were all saved by a boy your age," Rick said, looking at Amy, still unable to believe what he heard about all the kind of things the boy did. "Me? How?" Amy pointed at herself, curious to hear more, while Shane shook his head, not interested, imagining a kid hitting a walker from behind and saving the day. Morgan's words, "I was breaths away from witnessing my wife about to be eaten while we ran from walkers chasing us. Suddenly he was there, shooting knives that shattered their skulls. He fought with a sword like an ancient samurai, cutting them with ease." I hadn't met him, but both men talked great things about him. They believed he was the light that may show them the way. Hallucination happens after living too long in this hell. "Anyway, what are we going to do about Merle?" A nearby African-American man called T-Dog spoke, holding his side in pain. He didn't even entertain those words and was only thinking about the men he abandoned him cuffed on the roof this morning due to his clumsy action of dropping the key. "And what are we gonna tell Daryl when he comes back from his hunt?" Dale asked, concerned with the matter, and soon the others changed focus on it too, with few having it stuck to their minds in curious wonder. "Good spot to spend the night, don't you agree?" Billy said as the group sat on a circle in an open area in the wild outside the city. Sasuke had already scouted around, cleared it and put his defensive traps all around, making sure nothing could sneak in without being informed. Both humans and walkers were much easier to guard against than a shinobi who can just near teleport around with body flicker. Soon the group sat around the fire. They had the few rabbits that Sasuke and Katniss hunted cooked with other side meals and were sitting sharing their stories while eating. Sasuke glanced sideways without moving before standing up to leave. "Sasuke. Nature calls, I will be back shortly." He patted her head and walked away, disappearing behind the trees. Sasuke was the only one who could separate alone from the group. It was a kind of unsaid rule that all of them take at least one armed man to watch their backs, Jenny with her husband, and the two sisters with Sasuke or Billy. But everyone here knows just what kind of guy Sasuke is. It wasn't about privilege or anything, he was just that strong and ready that nothing seemed to really surprise him. Thus the group kept doing their talks, sharing embarrassing stories and getting to know each other better. Meanwhile, Sasuke evaded triggering his alert system and kept walking to a specific route. He sensed someone lurking nearby. Whoever he was didn't notice the shift of a branch above him. That in itself had resulted in the tag of one of the steel wires under Sasuke's feet while he was eating. Nearby, a man was crouching low behind a bush, trying to get a closer look at the area forward where there is some light seeping from between the trees ahead. The man was holding a crossbow down, arrow ready to fire. Suddenly he tensed, yet before he could react a cold sharp edge touched his neck, followed by a voice coming behind him, making it too late to react. "Liking the view from here?" "Fuck." Daryl grimaced in anger at being sneaked upon without him noticing. He held up an open palm, showing his intentions while already thinking how to fight back. His day was turning to shit by the minute. Chapter 21, TWD-CH21, Daryl. Name. Sasuke asked, keeping his blade on the man's neck. He has already figured out his identity from the clothing and familiar face, the short haircut and all. But he played along. Henry. Sure, and I'm Dwayne Johnson. Whatever. Henry, care to tell me what you are doing here right now? Does it matter? It changed things, yeah. And I would advise against turning violently and smashing me with that crossbow. Daryl stiffened. That was exactly what he was thinking about doing now. I don't read minds, anyway. What is a survivor doing here alone in the middle of nowhere? Can ask you the same. Fair enough, hungry. Why, gonna invite me to your little picnic? Daryl spoke sarcastically at the stupid question. A rude fellow, you have to be careful with your tone while talking to strangers. People got one hell of a short temper those days. Well, I did my duty toward guests. With that, Sasuke withdrew his blade, letting the men stand up to face him. You can keep going on your safe travel. Just don't wander near us again, because I won't be having a conversation next time. You sane? Haha, do I look otherwise? Sasuke looked at him, finding his stunned expression funny. I don't know. But I'm sure I wouldn't be letting a random guy sneak in near my place off that easy, or inviting him for a fucking happy meal. Understandable. Though you won't be asking that once you realize I can kill you right here 10 times over in 2 seconds. Anyway, Henry, nice getting to know you. My offer still stands though, Sasuke waved, walking ahead uncaring. First, he is able to kill the guy way before receiving the stab in the back. Second, it's fucking Daryl. That guy isn't such a man who backstabs others for no reason. Fucking great, have I met another lunatic? He tried hard to just ignore it all and walk away, but Daryl was curious about the guy and what lies ahead in the area where light was seeping from. There you are, boy. What the hell did it take you? The fuck is that? Billy, meet Henry. Henry, this is Billy, one of my friends. Don't worry, he's alone and I'm locking into him. May give us reliable intelligence and he isn't that of danger to us, Sasuke whispered in one breath before looking back at the wary Daryl, who was squeezing his crossbow, finger lingering beside the trigger. I don't mind you keeping that crossbow, but know this. You as much as raise it chest level aiming it to anyone and I will have you screwed. Sasuke, knowing mere verbal threats won't impress, turned and launched 10 kunais within a blink at Daryl, whose instinct took over to raise his crossbow, but he stopped. Tensed and even terrified from what he saw from the corner of his vision. He confirmed by looking around him, and his hand shook a little, not moving an inch. Gleaming sharp objects. Inch above his head, right beside his shoulders, both sides of his neck, straight under his groin, both sides of his waist and knees. 10 knives were pierced into the tree to his back, missing him precisely by a breath, and he knows it was calculated and not a mere mistake or lucky throw. Sorry for that, but I needed my threat to be taken seriously. Come on, we got meat and drinks. Sasuke walked over, pulling his kunais, well, bar the one near the man's groin area, as that would be awkward, then patted him on the shoulder to walk with them. Billy too just kept his hand on his holster. As Sasuke said, with that kind of vigilance and excellence with weapons, messing with them would be a death wish. Soon Sasuke and Billy returned with Daryl trailing behind them, and Sasuke introduced him to the group. Obviously they all looked at the haggard man with a weapon warily, but with Sasuke here they didn't overreact and just let him sit beside Sasuke as Jenny offered him a plate with meat and some beans on it while Morgan filled him a drink. Daryl took the plate somewhat awkwardly from the kind-looking woman and cast a look around. They were a small group, smaller than the one back in the camp, but more sharp. The men here were all armed with heavy firepower and geared up in protective outfits. The black man who gave him a drink had a rifle on his back and was holding a hunting knife in hand, another revolver beside him. The bearded man has 2 Glocks and a tomahawk strapped to his hip. The girl nearby, the knivesman, had a hunting bow with a quiver holding at least 15 arrows. He only has less than 6 on him. And lastly, the men who sneaked on him like a ghost and came close to killing him many times over, just like he said. The only visible weapon on him were what looked to be a sword strapped to his hip and those knives. But Daryl felt it. He was a dangerous fighter who had that awareness, the same he acquired only from surviving years in the wild. He observed him earlier while walking. This man with soft features didn't produce the least sound even in this place that is filled with twigs and dry leaves on the ground. That alone spoke volumes to what kind of guy he is. And this beautiful lady here is Siri. Sasuke finished introducing others and himself, his true name, to the men who ate slowly and silently with eyes up and ready for anything. Siri smiled, waving her small hand at the men. She didn't seem to fear him or anything, unlike the kids back in the camp, and even some adults. Daryl Dixon, Daryl said. He felt weird to being called with another name after all and corrected it. You were wandering alone, son? In the wild? Morgan asked. The guy looked rough, and his disheveled and dusted appearance spoke of the harshness he experienced out there. Yeah, was around hunting. Meat isn't easy to come by those last weeks. Daryl spoke a little comfortable now, enjoying the meat on his plate. They got 2 innocent-looking kids. People like them ain't bad and ruthless. At least he wanted to believe so. I agree. This is our first two since long, Billy said, watching Sasuke help Siri cut her part. You are traveling? Daryl asked. His eyes caught the scene of a van and an armored military car parked nearby. That just made it clear how better geared this group is. Yeah, left a town we were staying at. Sasuke didn't want to risk entering through the city southwest. We found this place to spend the night. That was the right call. Atlanta has fallen, it's all walkers in there. Really? Morgan asked in concern. Rick, does that mean the men searching for his family walked straight to his death? Nothing to do about it, Morgan. Rick is a cop. I trust a man like him has what it takes to survive. We can go search for him once we find a stable and safe place. And it's not dawn yet, Sasuke said, already knowing what was Morgan worried about. He can't just say for sure that Rick will survive with no evidence backing his claim, or scratching it as a gut feeling. Thus he can only stretch the matter. Well, you guys should rest. I will take the first half, Billy then Morgan, Sasuke said, telling them about the watch duty. He turned to Daryl then asked if he have a tent to use and sleep on. I can sleep in one of the trees. No need for all that trouble, we have spares, Billy said and goes to retrieve one for Daryl. Others already had theirs perched close to each other. I know you won't feel comfortable soon to sleep, so I guess we will be keeping each other's company until sleep comes knocking. Daryl didn't reply to Sasuke. He watched as the man who was few years younger kissed the blonde little girl on the crown of her hair and bid the sisters and others good night. The older one cast a look at Daryl, probably worried, before smiling at Sasuke and retreating to their tent. Soon all left sitting around the campfire were Billy, Sasuke, and Daryl. Chapter 22, TWD-CH-22, Dropping a Bomb. So Sasuke, I've been waiting to ask. Go on, ask. I just hope it isn't about why the hell animals don't turn when bitten. I hadn't thought about that honestly, but no. It's about this. Billy pointed at the crest on the shoulder of the shirt Sasuke is wearing. I saw that in almost every outfit you had since we met. Does the red circle have any specific meaning? It's our clan's crest, Sasuke said, explaining that it is the shape of a fan. Clan? Daryl asked, slightly confused. What the hell brought a clan to the discussion? Yeah, like a big family getting way back to a shared ancestor, so close families living in one land for generations, that's a clan. Where? Japan. That's far, yeah. Why a fan? Billy asked, for someone who can make things disappear. He was curious to know more about his origins. You won't like me going on and on about our beliefs and teaching. Shortly, it signifies the action of the fan that fanned the air, strengthening the fire in turn, a philosophic aspect. Southwest, that is the place where you get your training, yeah. Yeah, ninja was a serious profession in our clan. Ninja. That ninja. Daryl looked at him but couldn't really find the word he wanted to say. He would usually scoff at that, but not now, not at someone who did that impressive knives throw in one breath. Actually, we called ourselves shinobi, that's the official name, but I didn't want to confuse you. And you did what? Trained for the apocalypse. Guess Japan is safe having a whole generation of people like you, Daryl snickered, thinking about a bunch of similar-looking people screwing walkers all around, but something changed when he said that. The men smiled, but it wasn't a happy or casual one, it felt wrong as fuck. Guess we will never know. I'm the last Uchiha alive, Sasuke said, tossing a branch to the fire. It brightened his eyes briefly, enough for Billy to glimpse at the pain they hold. Billy knew it wasn't right to ask about the pains of people, but he came to see Sasuke as the little brother he never had. He wanted to know him better, to help him if possible. The walkers? He asked, but he can't imagine similar men in great numbers just disappearing suddenly or even being defeated by walkers, which Sasuke harvested around all the time. Nah, way before this shit happened. I think I was 6 years old back then. Sasuke spoke, trying to remember. Yeah, it was about that time when everyone in the clan got massacred. Shit happened so fast, so suddenly. Daryl felt a knot in his throat. He considered himself to be a man who had gone through some real shit. Shitty abusive parents, a brother who didn't seem to care. Tough childhood filled with suffering and survival. But losing every damn person at the age of 6. He can't imagine how that must have felt. Haha, you look so serious, guys. I just felt it was a good story, you know. To pass the night, maybe it was heavier than necessary. Boy, are you saying that you lost everyone when you were 6? He couldn't believe it. No, he just didn't want to. The boy who joked around seems silent most of the time, shouldering things like he is the adult here that is trying to protect them from the harm. Had lived that kind of tragedy when he was so young. Yeah, nearly 200 people who lived in the clan lands. My parents, neighborhoods, old people who used to walk around every morning greeting us with smiles, kids who used to run along with their biggest dream to grow and become a shinobi, everyone bearing the name Uchiha. They were killed in one night. Let's just leave it at this. I think I could use some other kind of shitty story. Better than talking about such a messed up past, he sighed, rubbing a hand through his hair. Every time that memory resurfaced, it messed with his head badly. It doesn't matter anymore. I had already killed the men who did it. It's over now. Billy's hands tightened so hard his nails nearly drew blood on his palm. Sasuke recounted everything in that usual bland tone, but there was pain, overwhelming pain in the way he spoke. He never knew the boy had a past like this, and he didn't know what to do. He wanted to ask how that happened, how he survived, why they were killed, who exactly did that. But he couldn't bring himself to do that. And Daryl just picked a drink by his side and took big gulps, trying to ease his throbbing heart. This run and meeting with those people just exposed him to a whole different view of the world. He didn't want to believe any of this, but he knows a hurtman when he sees the expression on the guy's face, that emptiness in his eyes when he was talking. Way to fucking camp. I think I brought the emo buried in me, Sasuke chuckled, seeing the looks on their faces. Especially Billy. Every time he talked about his past, related memories surface again like he was reliving them. Sasuke's that became his now. And not only that, Yuri's incident too. The man and brother who was killed in a sick game. He just tried to change the subject as fast as possible. He wasn't good with emotional things. And obviously the other two shared that with him. Soon they started talking about other things. Daryl even shared few stories about his brother. How they beat the crap out of a drug dealer at one point. His first hunt in the wild, and how he lost his way once in the forest, wandering for days and having to wipe his ass with a potioned oak. Which made Billy laugh his ass off at that, stating the one time his friend in the army got stung near the balls by a snake while taking a dump in the woods. An hour later Sasuke glanced at the two men sneezing beside him, leaning on a tree. He wasn't going to carry a grown man in a fucking princess style to their tent, so he just dropped warm covers on them, swept bug repeller around and left to scout the area. Sasuke kept going through their inventory mentally as he strolled around. Their current armory would suffice. The group is being armed with few firearms, having backups, 2 in the Humvees, and the rest were kept in his storage seal. Their last run resulted in a great haul. 8 Humvees, 1 intact chopper, weapons and ammo found inside the soldier tents and in the cars, enough fuel. 14 rifles. 10 shotguns, 7 revolvers, 24 pistols, RPG, 2 grenade launchers. And a machine gun with 2 of its belt magazines full. 2,700 ammo of different calibers. Military knives, 8 grenades, axes, and other blunt weapons, some clean riot gear and shields. And food is no more an issue for now. Daryl was here, so the camp should be few miles away at best. He still wasn't totally sure about going there. His group was doing just fine and he didn't want more eyes on him, untrustful eyes. Though he knows, he will need more humans to help in the upcoming events beside the tragedies the group met in the show. It was depressing how tragedies struck them one after another, breaking every little thing they built again and again. He feared the plot forcing itself on him, but also wanted to help change that, especially for one old man wearing a fishing hat who he always liked in the TV show. That old man was just the kind of father/grandfather he had always dreamt of having when he was a little kid. He remembered Yuri nearly dropping the show in that episode he was killed. The little girl dying at the barn and a few other things. It had been many years since he watched the show with Yuri. After all, that guy was a big fan of it. And while he remembers some key figures, the plot details are lost to him, other than the protagonist Rick, the drama between his friend and wife, the farm where Shane died, and the wifey death in a prison. Everything else seems blurry. Still, it was enough to keep a note of some things. Just enough to remember that there was a maniac with a club at some point who caused the group a tragedy, killing that funny and brave Asian guy, the club maniac that fans came to like. Obviously, cause they weren't on the receiving end of his cruelty. He joined the army before seeing what happened with that guy, but Sasuke made a note to eliminate him on sight. He won't leave a wild card messing around. And the tank Rick used to hide in when he got stuck chased by a horde in Atlanta, I need to retrieve it and any other military-grade weaponry. Yet the issue stood the same. He can't leave Siri and others, anything can go wrong, and he didn't want to regret it because of his greed. Thus Sasuke just planned to head there with them when he unlocked the necessary amount of chakra, as simple as that. As long as he keeps Siri, Katniss, Billy, and his people nearby, he can protect them, and everyone else. That was his goal in this world, to make a change, to do something for the good people who are just trying to survive in this shithole. And to be remembered for the good deeds he did. by those he comes to cherish. Or 23, TWD 23, Atlanta Camp. Sasuke, it's cute, can I keep it, please sass? I didn't know how to answer that. I looked at Daryl for help. But bastard just turned his head away as if telling me not to include him in this mess. How the fuck did a run for hunt turn into this? Siri, do you know what that is? I asked her, looking at the big feline which was far off laying in a bright spot, its open eyes looking straight at us. A kitty. It's big though. Then she smiled like I was dumb for even asking her. Seriously, is she doing this just to mess with me? Her little mischievous smirk looks off. And did that fucker sneer just now? I looked up again and his dusty face had that ugly smirk. No Siri, it is a cat, right, but that is a wild cat. Its type isn't suitable for keeping as pet, it's savage and can hurt you. Thankfully she was obedient and didn't argue much. Alright, but can I keep one if we find it? One that has the same fluff and isn't dangerous. Sure, why not? With that, we finally kept on going to what we were doing originally. Daryl told the group this morning about the camp he belongs to. We figured that I can go with him and see how things are there. Katniss, Morgan, and Billy are to stay at the temporary camp to protect it. I already shared the alert mechanism with them in case something happened. What I hadn't expected was Siri to become stubborn, begging to come with us. Katniss didn't like it, but no one can truly escape the puppy eyes she made, and thus, here we are. I could have dropped it from here, men, now it's gone. I spoke to him concerning the deer we were trailing. It had already received 3 of his arrows and still had energy to run away. It was hidden behind a tree. You think you would do better than me? I took 2 shurikens, showing them to him. He opened his mouth to speak, but I had already flicked them ahead. The 2 flew side by side when one of the shurikens suddenly changed its spinning rhythm and collided with the other. The supposed impossible angle became absolute as I saw him watching with amazement how one of the shurikens changed trajectory sharply into 90 degrees, hitting another bark. That throw just now would have hit the deer's neck instead of the backside that his arrow targeted before. Know what, man? Let's just move and get it. We are close. Guess it's a meat 4 dash. He didn't finish as we heard a distant scream from the way the deer ran. Siri thankfully became familiar with the process and she just ran to my back as I carried her in piggyback and followed after Daryl without saying more words. The place here was thick with many bushes and trees. A few moments later Daryl emerged from a bush, and me behind him, just to be met with a bunch of people glancing our way. One of them aiming his gun at us. It's okay, don't worry, I whispered to Siri, who tightened her hold on me more seeing that. The guy lowered it as he saw Daryl and muttered a low curse. That's my deer. Daryl shouted angrily, looking at the headless walker who had already taken a big chunk of meat from the deer's dead body. And went on kicking the shit out of it, cursing at it with some impressive words. Daryl, who are they? The gunman, who I suppose is the friend of Rick, said. Eyeing me like I'd slapped him while he was sleeping. Hey Sasuke, you think we can cut this part here and cook it? Ignoring him, Daryl turned to me, pointing at the missing chunk the walker had eaten and asking that shitty question I hadn't really expected from him. Sure, may as well start with that head as deserting. I pointed to the severed head of the walker that started biting the air. You. Sorry CIR, but Daryl asked a stupid question. The men looked at me, unamused. We tracked this deer for miles. It would have been better if you took that shot earlier, man, he said, going on to pull the arrows from its corpse and shoot the living severed head. Come on people, aim for the brain. Do you knew nothing? Daryl, you missed the point. Who is this? Shane asked, stopping him while still giving me that glare. I just stood there looking at them. Feels weird being stared at by a bunch of people you used to watch on TV. The real thing, no less. Rick looked guarded, but he showed no hostility, like many others here. Probably due to Siri hugging my neck and looking at them with the same level of curiosity. That's Sasuke, met him in the woods with his group. Better lower your gun before you regret it. Wait, Sasuke, yeah. That's the name of the boy who saved Morgan. Rick pointed at me as if he just recalled something. You know Morgan? Oh. Rick Grimes. Yeah, that's me. Morgan, Butcher. Where are they? Somewhere safe. Daryl told us about what has become of Atlanta, but we didn't go through it from the beginning. Morgan and Billy were worried about you men when they heard that last night. Good to see you safe. This is the samurai guy. I turned to the one who said that, a bearded guy with a blue jacket. I don't know what the fuck he means by that, but I'm not liking the way he said it. Uchiha Sasuke, this is Siri. I made a short introduction to our names. Merle. Get your ass out of there. I got us few squirrels, let's stew 'em up. I walked beside Rick while answering a few of his questions regarding what happened after he left the county. While Daryl was calling for his brother, wait brother. Wasn't that man who cut his, oh shit. Sasuke, look they have a walking home car. Siri pointed at the RV ahead not knowing its name. You like it? Yes, my grandpa took us on a vacation with one like it once. It was super cool to sleep on it, she smiled, telling me about it while an old man beside us who was familiar to me patted her head, telling her he would show it to her later. It was then the gun guy stopped Daryl ahead talking to him. 3D POV. The camp's attention was suddenly shifted toward Daryl and the newcomers. Some women were grouped beside the RV while someone was up keeping watch. A young man with a dark baseball hat shading a part of his eyes dressed in all black with a black stick strapped to his hip was holding the hand of a cute little girl with long blonde hair standing next to Old Man Dale who was watching Shane trying to explain the matter of Merle to Daryl. Siri, can you stay with this grandpa here? Sasuke said, and she nodded her head. What is on your mind, boy? Dale, slightly surprised, took her hand and asked him. This doesn't look to be going well. Rick had already introduced himself and simply stated to Daryl how he had locked his brother on a rooftop since yesterday, and the man is supposedly still locked in there. A very anxious Daryl suddenly turned angry and tossed a bunch of dead squirrels at Rick's face for distraction, ready to throw a serious punch when Shane moved, shoving Daryl harshly from the side into the ground. And that's when Sasuke decided to move. Two men going against an angry man who was worried about his brother, that somehow didn't settle well with him. Daryl got up and unsheathed his knife from his hip. I take it back, he needed that shove all right. Daryl was ready to slash at Rick when Sasuke was suddenly in the middle grabbing his wrist and Shane's at the same time, who was rushing in before kicking him away like a rag doll into a red Camaro behind him. How much more do I need to keep holding back? It wasn't even a serious kick, he didn't expect the men to fly like that. Okay, maybe he didn't hold back much because he is still pissed at having a gun pointed at his head. Glenn watched nearby like everyone else, stunned, seeing a guy no older than him kicking Shane, who was by far the most muscular in their group, like trash into the Camaro with a single fucking kick. What the fuck? Daryl, let's talk it out, man, no need for the knife. Those sons of bitches let my brother in a fucking roof. All alone. I know dash, Sasuke paused, letting the asshole try tackling him. Key word, try, because Sasuke just stood there like an unmoving wall as Shane was awkwardly crouched by his side. His wrists that were about to close on Sasuke's waist were grabbed by a pair of hands that kept on squeezing by the second. I don't know you people, but try this again and I will break your hands. He was speaking to both Shane and Rick, who was pointing his gun at Sasuke and watching bewildered as the young man had Shane kneeling down helplessly while holding onto his wrists. And Shane soon couldn't bear the pain, letting out a low cry as Sasuke just kept closing at his wrists painfully. The grip felt like a fucking iron compressor. He knew any more and the bones of his wrists would break. Rick, even if it's human I won't hesitate, so can you lower your gun? I don't like being pointed at with a gun. Seeing that everyone around got the point, he let go of the seething Shane, who was pulled away by Rick and Lori, then turned to Daryl. Let's talk it out, Daryl, alright. Where was he chained? Is he alive? Yeah, it's not Rick's fault, I had the key and I dropped it. T-Dog, who was standing close, spoke to Daryl. You couldn't pick it up? I dropped it in a drain. That made Daryl kick a nearby can in frustration. Is he alive? Sasuke asked, wanting them to say the fucking important point. I chained the door to the roof so no geeks can get in, with a padlock. So he may still be there. Let's think about how to get him out of there first. You ain't coming, Sasuke, the little girl and others need you, it's my business. This gotta count for something, Rick said, trying to calm him down while Daryl just glared at him and T-Dog. To hell with y'all. Just tell me where he is so I can go get him. Turning around from the middle of the mess, Sasuke walked back to Siri, who was unsure and scared beside Dale. She hugged him as soon as he came close. It was her first time seeing him fight people, and she was afraid they would hurt them. Sorry, I didn't want our first meeting to turn this way, but I guess I shouldn't have done that too, Sasuke spoke to Dale, who was trying to comfort Siri too. Chapter 24, TWD 24, Infamous. What a mess. I don't know how the heck those people survived 2 months doing this. There was a single alert rope of tan cans tied to one, just a damn one exit. One out of the possible many ways in and out of the woods surrounding this place. And even that wasn't in the right place, too close that it won't matter if you know a walker is nearby, it would already be enjoying someone got deep in it. No other alert defenses, no barricades, no strategy discussed, kids are allowed to wander wherever they want, adults and untrained women the same. Chaos, I can't describe it much better, Even Siri had learned to be more cautious than them. She was playing nearby with a new girl she met named Sophia. Her mother Carol sitting with them. A kind pair of mother and daughter, their father not so much. I think I may have his face dented in if he spits while looking at me one more time. The only thing stopping me is that I don't want his daughter to hate me and stop playing with Siri if I did that. It's been around 10 minutes since that damn fight with Shane and now I'm being treated like some kind of infamous freak. I mean, come on, I'd only kicked the guy. Heck, he isn't even that likable either if I'd gotten something from my discussion with Dale. So why the fuck is everyone around stealing glances like I might take one of their shabby cars next moment and run away? Thankfully it didn't take long for a familiar van to pull close, followed by 2 more Humvees following behind it. That took the attention from me toward the new group that arrived. Rick, being Rick, had shared the location of the camp inviting us after he talked to Morgan and Billy who had been worried after not hearing anything from him by dawn as discussed. People here didn't mind having more people around after I stated that we have our supplies and won't disturb anyone. I watched Siri run to her sister and hug her. Morgan and Billy hugged Rick, exchanging relieved smiles at seeing him and his family safe. While Duan waved at me from afar with Jenny. Gotta say boy, didn't expect you to start a fight as soon as you made your entrance here. Billy strode in like he owned the fucking place, coming to sit beside me. You heard. Not in details, but Rick hinted at it, so who is the unlucky one? Bet it's him, sharp as ever. With a glance around he set his eyes at Shane who was glaring at us, standing beside Rick and looking anxious about something. And what is with him? Billy asked me, pointing at Daryl who was pacing restlessly around another van nearby. Long story, his brother caused some trouble to the group that saved Rick yesterday while they were scavenging in the city, and Rick had chained his hand up in the roof to a piece of metal. Shit happened and they had to run from walkers. The guy who had the keys to his cuffs dropped them in his fright, but at least had the heart to lock the door to keep walkers out before following others. Daryl is on his way to retrieve him with some guys. I was thinking about joining. No you won't, I will go talk to him. Don't think that I don't know you haven't slept since yesterday. I will go talk to him. You have some rest. He patted me and walked away, calling to Daryl. Hey, you good? I looked up, seeing Katniss walking to me. A beautiful girl in clean and good gear, armed with a bow and walking like a confident warrior. She got the attention as soon as she got out of the Humvee. Guess she's fated to be a leading figure. Nothing unusual. I took the bottle of water from her, taking a sip. Those bastards didn't even offer me that. So how does it feel to be famous? I looked to just confirm what she did, and yeah. I felt weird seeing her hugging my arm suddenly, and more so by her question, what has gotten into her? This is Katniss. The only time she had ever acted this physically close to me was when I talked about my clan in that alley because of her guilt. This is the first time we are this close while having a casual talk. I don't hate it, but just what is going on with her suddenly? Famous? Yeah, I'm practically showering in their affectionate gazes. A woman nearby had nearly her eyes boring a fucking hole from the moment I sat here. Even Sasuke hadn't gotten that kind of serious gaze from a woman. Scratch that, Lucky S had every female looking with heart-shaped pupils at him. Me. I'm confused here. Am I adopted or is truly him? Yeah, I guess I got a heat stroke. You aren't serious, are you? About what? Oh God. I thought your kind was only in shows. Can't you recognize how that blonde girl there is staring at you? She held her forehead, chuckling. What blonde hair? I looked up. Like I'm having her panties stripped to my head. She laughed, genuinely. It was one of the few you can get from her. Really? I guess you aren't that perceptive in the end. You don't mean she is actually looking with some affection, right? I looked up again to confirm. Chick was squinting at me like she was trying to achieve X-ray. No blush, no smile, nothing indicates a loving gaze. She even turned her head away and slipped into the RV. See? Great, I'm missing something here. Katniss was looking at me with lips open in stunned silence. Whoa. Billy needs to know that. Wow, you ain't going nowhere. I caught her before she slipped. No way I'm having Billy know whatever the fuck she realized. 3D POV. Amy took another glance from the window while she fumbled around with a random book, holding it upside down. This morning was really something. The new guy who came with Daryl, the supposed samurai. He turned out to be really, as Rick was told, strong. Shane, who used to walk like the king around here, was being humbled with a mere wrist hold. After being literally kicked away. And while that was cool, it was something else that truly made him attractive. Something superficial. He was a handsome guy, a strong and a very handsome guy. She was practically nearly drooling after seeing him sitting on a nearby log, putting his sword aside and taking off his jacket. That shoulder-sleeve shirt he was wearing underneath had exposed just how much muscles were hidden behind the clothes. TCH, the first guy I liked and he is already taken. She felt salty seeing him holding that new bow girl and covering her mouth as they kept acting like a playful couple. Dale comes in and she suddenly finds the table interesting. Wasn't that nail a little out of place? She talked any nonsense she thought of just to see him shaking his head with a knowing smile. If the married woman nearby was already smitten by that pretty boy, he didn't really have anything to say. The kid seemed at least approachable and reliable. He got that from the little girl's talk. As long as he doesn't come close to her and play with her feelings. Make sure to keep yourself safe, call to me if you have troubles, and I will be there as soon as possible. You would make a great daddy but not to me, boy. Now go and have some sleep before I tell Katniss. I will try to have what you asked for marked and recorded. Taking his rifle, Billy got into the van with the other four and waved lazily at Morgan and others. Am I doing the right thing here? Sure, he wanted to protect those innocents here, but that didn't mean he would choose it if that resulted in Billy encountering his end due to him stupidly trusting the plot. He rubbed his face going back to Katniss and helped her put their tent beside his. She had already become acquainted with most women here in a short time and was planning to head to the lake with them and do some laundry. Ciri hasn't stopped asking him to go there too since she heard about it from Sophia, and thus he soon followed along, taking a few of his clothes to wash them. Wow! The little girl exclaimed seeing the view. Big lake with clear water surrounded by hills, a mesmerizing view of nature. It somehow reminded Hip of their Cones Lake. Beautiful place, Sasuke said to Shane. Yep, the same Shane who he came close to breaking his hands. He has already apologized and the man wasn't that petty, so after some talk with Rick helping they got things cleared between them. Hopefully there won't be any more hard feelings. It is, kept our water supply satisfied for a long time. Shane soon left with Rick's son following him while Ciri, who was sitting on his shoulders, watched the place with a big smile, waving at her new friend who wasn't far off. I still have around 5 empty water tanks alongside the other 9, guess I will need to have some free time and refill them. As usual, looting things were the way to go. They would be leaving soon anyway and water was necessary. You know the rules, he put Ciri down and said to her. Katniss and Jenny were with other women nearby doing their laundry. Yep, stay near you and Katniss, no stupid adventures and no eating random things, she recounted, hands on hips puffing her cheeks, which showed that it isn't her first time repeating this line. Good, off you go, he clapped and she ran with Sophia to a nearby spot. Guess it is only us here, buddy, he turned to Duan. The kid was always polite and funny. He had been asking Sasuke to teach him how to use swords, picturing himself moving like Sasuke and cutting down walkers like vegetables. But Sasuke refused and instead gave him a stick and showed him the basics. He wasn't ready yet for sharp tools, but the basics are okay for him, and after Morgan helped him explaining it, Duan promised to take his practice seriously. Taking a nearby shadowed spot, he started practicing swings the way Sasuke showed him. Morgan was resting back in the camp with Old Man Dale and Jim after Sasuke promised to look after his family down here. Taking a close look around, Sasuke's eyes paused briefly, looking at the men sitting and smoking in the back of a car behind the women who were washing clothes. He then turned to another spot and put his basket there, took soap and started hand washing the clothes that got sweaty and bloodied in the past few days. He got hundreds of other clean sets on his seal, but letting those in this dirty state didn't sit right with him. Katniss and others looked in his direction, saying something then laughing, which confused him. But what took his attention was the duo having a hushed and tense conversation someplace ahead. Sure, buddy, of all the women around it had to be your best friend's fucking wife. He shook his head just for a wet slap to attract him. That asshole just tossed a wet cloth at one of the women there and was trash talking to Katniss. Yeah, I'm bashing it in. Chapter 25, TWD 25, Little Snake. Sasuke stood up and called for Duan to keep an eye on the little girls, who nodded back at him seriously. The man was now talking some curses to a blonde woman that was with Katniss. Probably afraid as he saw her reach for the bow. Let's make it painful and clear without visible trauma and blood, just for the sake of Sophia and the man's wife. He walked to him as the men kept cursing and fuming like a TNT that is about to explode. Katniss, who saw Sasuke walking their way, pulled Carol away with Amy silently. The man lost it seeing their action and he swept a slap to his wife's face. A slap that was stopped by another hand that pulled him back, and with a shoulder throw Sasuke sent him reeling away. He was going to follow, but Shane was already over the dizzy man, throwing punch after punch. Blood marred Ed's face as Shane kept punching him, ignoring the scream of the wife as if trying to shake the memory of what had happened to him this morning onto Ed. You okay? Did he say a thing to you? Seeing his fate, Sasuke turned to Katniss and asked her what happened. Apparently the man was used to abusing his wife and they were just chilling here when he came trying to create a problem. Carol ran to her husband who was lying on the ground with a bloodied face, crying while Shane stood over him after threatening him, then looked at Sasuke. Don't tell me this is kind of a message. He looked back but the man just huffed and left with his shotgun. I swear, I'm starting to regret coming to this place. Assholes are everywhere. Go do your thing, don't worry, he will be fine after few days. I will take the girls back after finishing with my own, he told Katniss and the others before leaving. Nothing a kunai can't solve if the men refuse to behave next time. Both of them. After another drama, Sasuke was back near the RV after leaving Siri with Katniss nearby cooking lunch. Morgan, a minute if you could, he sat beside Old Man Dale and Morgan who was reading a book. Sure. Sasuke looked around the place for few silent breaths then asked him. What do you think of this place? More resourceful than yesterday's but even more dangerous, closing the book Morgan stated, his words having Dale's attention. Dangerous how? He wondered. No fallback plans like we used to discuss, Northwest clear place for inventory and general supplies in case they had to leave at short moment, no scouts, no clear shifts. All in all, they aren't disciplined, worse than even how I used to be before meeting you guys. Honestly, it's a miracle they are still holding their own. Look, he pointed at Rick's wife who just turned around and left behind the trees with no firearm or even a sharp weapon. She didn't even have someone go with her. But Shane stood up and followed from another place. This shouldn't be happening anymore. Such action was dangerous before this apocalypse and even more so now, but no one seemed to be taking that into account. It is as if they are treating walkers like they're some kind of scarecrow. So you notice too, that guy's family is doing better, but for a man who survived that mess in Atlanta, he is still being reckless. Sasuke chin pointed to Morales. His family was the only one around who always kept close to each other, didn't wander far from the clear space and had some wariness in them. But that's it, their tent was close to the edge too with no alarm system or weapons. But son, this place hasn't seen any breach since we were here first, well except this morning, Dale who was listening to their talk said. They had a point but he didn't really get why all that overcautiousness. I'm happy your people didn't suffer much, didn't live in dangerous area, but what they are doing now isn't right. Walkers. You can never be too sure when they are concerned. I learned it the hard way and would be either dead or a broken man if we weren't saved because I used to be that careless too, like you guys are doing now. Morgan turned and suggested to him what should be done, at least even the barest minimum of that to this place. But word came to one ear and exited the other. It's not that Dale wasn't willing to make it any more safer, the others around just didn't get the point and didn't want to put hands on that. They were underestimating the walkers and greatly overestimating themselves and the false security they have here. Another chubby black old man nearby told Morgan that they are just overthinking and that no walker can come all the way up here from the city. Even worse was Morales who shared that same view. At that point Morgan and Sasuke just figured it was on them to make sure their families are being kept safe. People here are hopeless. It is a wake-up they need, men, and we both know there's but a one type of wake-up call that can work, Morgan said before leaving to have lunch with his family. He respected Rick and wished to fight together in this accursed world to survive, but his nerves started getting fried and he was thinking of suggesting separating again. They were doing just fine with serious people like Billy, Katniss and Sasuke around, their roles were clear and it didn't feel like a fake haven this place was. Discuss, plan, act, loot, retreat, safeguard, repeat. That was mostly the template back those few days. Here. Just do whatever the hell you want and you can't tell others what to do. After a light lunch meal outside his tent with Siri and Katniss, Sasuke changed his gear for a new one and turned to Morgan informing him that he would be away for a while. Where to? Katniss asked him while she was overseeing Siri's study. She still had her do multiples and other math when free. Train, I will be just around. Don't wander off and make sure Siri doesn't too. He walked away and was surprised to see the girl Katniss talked about this morning stopping him for a talk ahead. Sasuke, right? I'm Amy Harrison. Yeah, Uchiha Sasuke, nice to meet you. Likewise, I wanted to ask if you like fishes. I do, is there any to trade? He wondered why else would she ask that. Oh no, not really, but I'm heading to the lake with my sister and trying to get some. You have fishing gear? We have a boat and a fishing rod from Dale, not great but it will do. This time it was another lady, Amy's older sister that is called Andrea, who answered him, stepping forward with a smile. Her sister's interest was painfully obvious and she wanted a close look and conversation with that interest. Well, good luck, I can help if you want to, and if I remember, we do have one too in our vehicle. One of a good quality. I'll have Duan get it for you. Oh thanks, that would be awesome. She wanted to tell him to come along, but that boat is only for two and she wasn't thick-skinned enough to say it while her elder sister was here. All right, enjoy yourselves, see you around. He turned to Duan asking him for an errand favor to get the snare to the sisters and walked off. Till now Sasuke had accumulated a 21 thread of chakra, which means he killed at least 210 walker in those 4 days he lived in this world. And now with 21 threads, it was just enough to pull the basics of manipulating and controlling chakra. He soon came to a clearing within a hidden spot and put an alarm trap around to make sure no one witnessed his next actions. Putting his feet on the bark of a tree, he concentrated on that little chakra and followed with the second foot, sticking to the tree unaffected by the gravity. He walked until he was in the middle before being forced to drop. That was just how frustratingly little his current chakra reservoir was. Enough to sustain him for a minute to stick to a surface, or walk for a damn 10 steps horizontally. His chakra was back full just 2 seconds after the fall. But that regeneration speed is useless, as it couldn't help grow the quantity no matter how he tried training it or making it more refined. It's a progress. I'm glad to even have the chance to wield it again. Thinking of something, Sasuke stood, bit his thumb to draw blood and made a set of hand seals before pressing his palm on the ground, shouting lowly. Summoning Jutsu. A small puff erupted from his palm with smoke and his eyes twitched seeing the thing that crawled to his wrist. A little snake no longer than 4 inches and just as thick as his pinky finger. It wasn't even enough to take down a rat, let alone guard the place. Well, at least something. Let's get along, little one, he caressed it, watching as it crawled away into the bushes nearby. This didn't happen with Sasuke. He wondered about the link between him and that little white snake. Using the recovered chakra unit on the link made his vision turn to something unhuman, and he watched himself standing nearby from the point of view of the snake. And something akin to heat vision was showing, the heat radiating from his body. The vision was cut short due to the chakra being consumed and failing to keep up. At least I got something out of it, he shrugged and started setting targets around to practice his Bakujutsu. He can't risk getting rusty, especially without his Sharingan. He started with body exercise, taking advantage of a weight-adding seal applied to the clothes he found on his storage. The only thing capable of getting him sweating, other than a future course with someone. An hour later Sasuke walked back to the camp, seeing the people going around doing their things. His damp bangs clung to his sweaty face, his shirt was soaked in some places, sticking to his skin. He walked by Duan, correcting his stance briefly before keeping to his way. The two girls seemed to have a good haul of fishes. I got this in my way, he put the rabbit near 2 women who were cooking. I cleaned it already, is it okay to leave the cooking for someone? He asked, and both Carol and Jackie smiled, telling him to go wash and leave it to them. Thanks for your efforts, waving he gets to his tent, taking off his shirt just for Katniss to enter. A very awkward moment for bare-chested Sasuke, who was being stared at by Katniss. Was that a gulp I heard? It is, and I need you to train me in hand-to-hand combat. While naked, Katniss blushed a little, keeping that thought to herself, looking at the stupidly enticing man who just nodded at her and started wiping his body with wet cloth. Chapter 26, TWD ch 26, The Attack on the Camp. Meanwhile, on Rick's group side, things had sprawled out of control too quickly. First they found only the severed hand of Merle on the roof he was trapped in, with him nowhere to be seen no matter how much they looked for him around the building. Then Glenn, who teamed with Daryl, had the weapon backpack that Rick lost retrieved back just to be ambushed by 3 unknown men. And Glenn was taken hostage in their car after a skirmish, with Daryl screwing the ass of one of them with an arrow. Then finding that the opposite group were just people trying their hardest to survive, to protect the elderly in the nursing home. People abandoned by the world. Thus all that mess was just a big misunderstanding between the two sides. And now, after Rick gave some weapons to the men leading that group named Guillermo, they sat once again back on their route to find the vehicle they came with and head back to the camp. Admit it, you came back to Atlanta for the hat, Glenn teased Rick, glancing at the cowboy hat on his head, trying to ease some of the tension they felt going through all of this. Rick, equally amused, turned to him, not denying, don't tell anybody. Just for Daryl words to cut through their nonsense. You gave him half of our guns and ammo. Clearly, the idea of wasting such weapons didn't sit right with him in the least. Not nearly a half. Close enough. Billy wasn't concerned about those few weapons, he was happy he got to mark the location of a few heavy armories, like a tank, as Sasuke asked him. Now that he knows the boy can hide those big things somewhere safe with a hand gesture, he didn't hesitate and wrote down every damn useful thing he saw along the way and its location. For what? For some old people already in deathbed. How long do you think they will survive? How long would any of us, Rick stated just to come to a halt, thinking his eyes were playing a trick on him. The van they came here by and parked on the spot under the bridge in the front was nowhere to be seen. Oh my God, Glenn resisted hard to not curse. Today was the worst in many, being tagged along in this crazy mission, seeing a severed hand, kidnapped, discovering poor elderly people trying to survive just like them, and now their vehicle was taken. Where the hell is our van? Merle, Rick answered Daryl's question. Oh boy, Billy, already tired of all of this, turned to look if they can find another one. Suddenly Daryl realized something: he will be taking his vengeance on the camp. While T-Dog, Glenn, and Rick looked horrified, Daryl met Billy's gaze and both knew what was going on in the other's mind. Well, his luck sure ain't good. Sasuke won't like that. What do you mean? The samurai guy you guys returned with. What does he have to do with this? Glenn asked, already pacing around. That man may have kicked Shane away, but if Merle was armed. You think swarms of those TWD rots are scary? Wait until you see that boy angry, and if Merle is about to endanger those two girls. He didn't continue, but Daryl knew exactly what is to come. He marched forward cursing Merle with every bad word he got in his dictionary. He just prayed Sasuke wouldn't end his life in sight. Shit is getting worse by the second for them. Equals. People sat around a fire pit exchanging talks. Morales and Jackie were asking Dale things about his watch and why he always seems to focus on it. And Dale just answered in a philosophic way from a saying he heard about humans not needing to focus on conquering time, which brought the whole group to a silent and profound reflection. Well, not Amy, as she dropped that mood with, "You are so weird," to Dale joking with him. A laugh escaped from everyone as Sasuke smiled, seeing Siri laughing again while she sat between him and Katniss eating cheerfully. Morgan and his family were beside them too. The mood was good. Night in this place troubled him, not remembering exactly when or how the attack happened in the series. Heck, he wasn't even sure if everything would play exactly as in the show and didn't plan to think so. Most of those sitting here had never faced the walkers out there aside from the initial escape maybe. They didn't understand just how scary a horde of them is, especially for the armless and untrained. Thus no one took his suggestions to leave or barricade the surroundings seriously. Some women around did support him slightly. Maybe due to his look or whatever, yet nothing truly changed considering many thought of them as weak and unnecessary to make decisions. Well, that ED guy sure did. That's why all he can do is stay alert and keep the two girls and others close to him all the time while putting an alert system around the camp right after the people had stopped wandering outside. Katniss glanced at his face, noticing the slight smile. She knows just how burdened he is, to keep them safe, to keep them fed and to keep his promise. And she made sure to at least help him in every possibly way. She even tried to convince others to follow his protocols, yet many thought they were trying to take control or whatever. She knows that if it wasn't for Siri, who was tired and came to like the place here with her new friend, then Sasuke wouldn't have given a damn about others and may have just left for some other place. Amidst the relaxed atmosphere, Amy put down her cup and stood, turning to leave, which made Andrea question her as to where. "I have to pee," Amy whispered with a glare, yet due to how silent the place is, everyone heard her clearly, which made her slightly embarrassed as she glanced at Sasuke. "Geez. You need to be discreet in here," she rolled her eyes before leaving, which incited another giggles from everyone as she left toward the RV. The group kept eating and chatting in a relaxed mood while Siri kept trying to feed Sasuke, much to his amusement. Just for the relaxed expression on his face to turn grim as the Link shared a vision with him before he heard a whoosh, then the sound of something metallic clicking loudly around the place. His trap, the one set exactly to set off in case of multiple breaches around the camp, just got activated. Before anyone wondered about the sound, Sasuke stood taking out a kunai. Katniss. Where? She and Morgan understood immediately, already familiar with the traps. Every direction, and that was enough for her to take her bow, readying 2 arrows while telling Siri to stay down near her. Morgan pointed for his wife and Duan to crouch down, aiming with his rifle toward the direction Sasuke pointed him to. Sasuke _. Stay down. Don't run, just stay down until we take care of it. There are walkers. Everyone shuddered just for a horrified scream to echo from some distance. That's Ed. Ignoring everything, he tossed a pistol each to Jim and Morales before rotating in a full circle, hurling 3 kunais toward different angles. One struck the walker who was inches from biting the terrified Amy, who just got out of the RV asking something, while the other 2 each hit 2 walkers trying to hold another Latina woman. Morgan took a shot, stopping one from reaching a young man. Down. Everyone down to the ground. Shane, cover the north. Morgan. For coming east, Sasuke's roar suddenly echoed, startling everyone, yet it also gave them something to focus on other than running around like headless chickens. Thus every person tried to grab their family, kneeling down, while some hesitated to follow his words, fear and anxiety crippling them. 2 walkers who were about to block Carol and her daughter fell with Katniss's arrows struck to their heads. "Get close and get down so we can shoot." Shane, who saw them already taking down 7 walkers within seconds with great accuracy, followed the plan, shooting his shotgun at 3 walkers coming from the trees, and calling to Amy and others that were away. Jim and Morales kept firing their pistols, but it only worked to slow the walkers down due to the low accuracy and the bullets that didn't strike where it mattered, but that was all Sasuke needed. With Siri secured near Katniss' feet and the others down, he took a wide step forward, kicking at a log and using it as a support to jump. The darkness didn't hinder his eyesight the slightest, and everything came close to be moving in slow motion. 8 shurikens were gripped between his fingers as he rotated his body 360 degrees once again, throwing them with deadly precision. Some shurikens struck each other, redirecting their trajectories, while others kept to their line. Only Katniss, Carol, and Carl, who had his mouth wide open, witnessed this scene before seeing many walkers dropping down like broken puppets around them at the same time. "Stay down. Katniss. 2 at your 3-inch." Only 20 seconds passed, and he'd already eliminated 16 walkers, thinning them considerably. While the people who were hesitating about where to run finally followed his words to keep to the ground, seeing how the fighters protected them. "There's a lot of them." They took down nearly 30, and other walkers are still pouring in. "Reloading," Shane shouted, and right off 3 whoosh sounds passed by his ears, making him look up briefly just to see 3 walkers ahead dropping down with those weird knives buried in their skulls. Now he understood that Morgan wasn't lying to Rick, heck, he was being humble in his claim. The guy is a freaking killing machine, harvesting every walker around. It was honestly hard not to respect his skill even with that beef between them. Now slightly reassured with Lori and Carl's safety, he focused on taking the few remaining walkers approaching his side. Sasuke, who had just sniped 2 more walkers near an old man, unsheathed his blade, got out from the circle of the kneeling people and strode ahead with steady steps. He already spotted the 5 men running from a distance toward them from the corner of his eye. Knowing he just has to finish the 4 walkers in front of him while they reinforce Shane, Morgan, and Katniss. As for Jim and Morales, the 2 had already emptied their guns a while ago with reckless shooting and regrouped with others holding whatever they could use as weapons to defend Thesmelves and others. A rotten hand lunged to his shoulder, got cut before the head of the walker followed, dropping down with a thud. It was then the sound of more guns firing intensely echoed, bringing the group newfound hope as Rick and others joined the fray. 2 walkers closed on Sasuke from each side, growling, making him kick one onto a tree before beheading the other one in one clean strike. The last one crawlings came to an end with a sword to the skull as Sasuke turned, killing the one he kicked into the tree. He made sure of his kills before walking back. The scene was a mess, people crying, hugging their families, horrified. The calm and happy scene just minutes ago seemed almost to have never happened. He looked around, making sure no more walkers were left in the area, and started shooting the heads of any that weren't killed by him using his silver baller just to make sure. Finishing, he gets down on his knee to receive Siri, who came rushing toward him, relief etched on her face at seeing him. "Sasuke. It's okay, I'm here." Sasuke patted her head, turning to Katniss, who walked to him, looking at his body with concern. "You good?" he asked, seeing how tired she looks, more mentally than physically. "Yeah, I didn't expect a horde to attack so soon. Thankfully you were prepared. Any casualties?" He made sure that at least no one on his line of sight was hurt, but he didn't know if anyone was away. "I'm not sure, but everyone seems to be here other than that rude guy." "Yeah, Ed. Well, at least it is not a massacre like the one in the show. Let's go." With Siri holding their hands tightly, they walked back, seeing Rick, Andrea, Morales, and the others holding their families, trying to calm them. While Jim stood aside with T-Dog and Glenn looking around. And Billy, who was changing his magazine to a full one, walking to them. "You sure did a number on them, boy." Billy smiled, seeing him, happy that they are safe, and that they kept the whole group alive, mostly. "You guys are back. How did it go?" "He disappeared, well, leaving a hand behind." Sasuke recalled something like this happened, so he nodded. "Severed. Yeah. Alive. And kickin', but we don't know where he went. That asshole took our van too, otherwise we should have been here earlier." Sasuke was about to ask more before he was hugged. He turned his head to the side and saw Morales hugging him, followed by Jackie, whose hands were trembling. "Thanks, man. Thank you for keeping my family safe, for everything." "No need to mention it. Is everyone safe?" Sasuke patted his back and smiled at Jackie, who held his hand, grateful as he was the one who killed the walker trying to catch her. Ed didn't make it. We found him in his tent. He was dead. Man, how did this happen? Let's regroup first, Billy said, knowing the place wasn't safe anymore. Chapter 27, TWD 27, the one to be blamed. It had been 10 minutes since gunshots stopped, 1 casualty confirmed, Ed. 48 walkers were counted and are being moved from the space the group is sitting around now. It's them, they are the cause of this, an old man whispered to his wife, a whisper that was loud enough for multiple people around to hear it in the silence. His wife followed his line of sight and saw the young man with the sword far ahead talking to the little girl who was sitting atop the Humvee with the archer girl. What do they have to do with this? A young man nearby asked, confused. That guy with the sword just saved most of them here. Don't you get it? He's a bad omen. From the moment he showed up here this morning, everything went wrong. He started a fight, then started talking about stupid ideas and saying how we are gonna die. He is bad luck. His people, we were doing just fine before they showed up and now we were almost killed. The man whose age was around Dale's started going on, letting all his frustration and fears out. He still remembers that kid talking about how bad they and their camp were, and here they are now, attacked. You sure want to go on this, old man? If I remember right, he is the one who saved your wife. Now we are just going to blame him for what? Existing. Another man said, the attack made him scared, sure, but it wasn't to the point of just trying to find a fault in someone else. You don't get it. Tell me, how much since we moved to living in her? Have we been attacked at any point in those 2 months? No, but the moment he was near here, a geek attacked the morning, nearly taking the kids. Few hours here and we are attacked by dozens of those geeks. What next? I don't want to be near him and his people, they are a bad omen, I'm tell dash. His voice was cut on his throat as the said man he was badmouthing turned and started walking toward them with another bearded adult man holding few bottles of water. Hey, I know that was hard for you all. Here, cool yourself a bit first. If someone around is injured or something, tell us now. And I would like to ask for the help of a few here to move the corpses away so we can set a temporary resting area in the clear so people can lie down a bit until we figure something out after the sunrise. Sasuke spoke while helping Billy to distribute the water. Some people here looked at him with guilty eyes and he didn't know why. He just noted them and ignored it, leaving to another group nearby where Glenn and Jim were resting. I don't know what has gotten into you, but please stop it, old man. This isn't right. I don't want to be talking bad behind the back of the person who saved my and my girlfriend's life. The young man took the bottle, his girl's hand, and moved away to another spot, helping Billy, who was making a seating area for the kids and elderly here. Sure, I'm the villain here. You will regret not listening to me sooner rather than later. The old man stood and took his wife away with him, who was having mixed feelings, convinced with what he knows. Those people would only lead them to their death. Equals. Thanks for lending it to me. Jim, who was leaning on a car with Glenn and T-Dog, spoke to Sasuke, giving back the gun to him. He wasn't used to one, and he knew he wasted a whole magazine just to kill 2 walkers, but this thing gave a safe feeling. Something to hold on to for your defense. I'm happy to see you guys safe. Daryl told me what happened to you men. Taking it back, Sasuke said, remembering hearing that Glenn was abducted. Yeah, haha, just a big misunderstanding. I'm grateful for what you guys did here to our people, really. We did what we should. I will leave you now to rest. Take care. Patting him, Sasuke turned, walking back to the RV where Billy was standing beside Dale. Rick, who was with his family nearby, saw him and walked over, giving him a thankful hug before returning while Shane nodded at him. He still doesn't like the sword guy, but Shane can't deny his skill and reliability he adds to their group. Billy, a moment will you? Sasuke waved at the others sitting in the RV. He honestly didn't expect many to thank him with hugs and all. Sure, what now? Every time Sasuke asked for a moment alone, Billy knew he would be leaving soon. And sure. Katniss and the little girls are resting in the Humvee. I will be going for the lake, so can you keep an eye out for them? Lake? What for? I've got some water tanks empty. We are leaving soon, and I didn't get the chance to fill them, so yeah, that, and I need to take a look, Sasuke whispered to him in low voice. Morgan can keep the lookout. I'm going with you. I'll be heading there at my fastest, old man. Go rest a bit, you were running all the way up here, Sasuke said, turning to leave just for Billy to grab his shoulder, remembering something. Wait a moment, don't tell me you still. He turned to the Humvee and called for Katniss, much to Sasuke's confusion and the few nearby. What? She asked, tilting her head out from the window. Did he sleep when I was away? He asked, and Sasuke rubbed his face, knowing what was to come. No. Are you fucking out of your mind? Billy turned to glare at him furiously. I'm okay, Dash. Okay, my fucking ass. This is the third night straight for you without sleeping, and now you still want to head to some place. Get your ass to lay somewhere before I knock you out myself. Sasuke waved to Katniss to stay in the car, one of them giving a lecture was enough. I will, after doing what I need to do, half an hour and I will be back to sleep, he leaned. Billy, you know I can't find another chance to fucking unseal and fill them. Not in front of others, he whispered and turned to leave. Then I'm coming along, I don't care if you fucking flew ahead, Morgan. Watch the girls, will ya? I'm going with him. All right, stay safe. Rick turned to Morgan asking him if what he heard was true. While Dale and others in the RV looked concerned hearing Billy's scoldings earlier. The morning you left the county, he came soon after to see you, but you were already on the road. He was the only one capable in the complex, so he probably was on the watch that night. Later he had a run with Katniss to loot the outpost and retrieve those 2 Humvees, then he went with Billy after an hour to do the same with the hospital. I told you we ran from a horde that was closing on us, then we found the spot near here to camp yesterday. He was on watch duty and I and Billy were supposed to take turns by midnight. Morgan said, shaking his head and feeling like shit as he now caught on how the boy didn't rest at all since then. Didn't wake us up to take the shift until dawn when Billy called me up to have breakfast and contact you. He later left with Daryl and here we are. A nearby young man named William, sitting beside his tired sleeping girlfriend, tightened his fist as he shot a glare toward the old man sleeping somewhere far. No one here knew that some people were blaming the guy who apparently should be the one lying down and not those lazy fucks who never contributed much. He felt both growing respect and guilt toward the man named Sasuke, and he decided it was time to stop hiding behind others. While the others were each comforting their loved ones and busy with their own thoughts and exhaustion, Sasuke and Billy reached the lake after killing 2 wandering walkers. I swear you are gonna be my end, boy. No more pulling this madness. You sleep when the time is to sleep. I and Morgan and everyone else can take care of the watch just fine. Billy said, watching him stretch a hand forward, and boom, with a big puff of smoke, a whole water tank materialized like, nah, this was magic. He never ceased to be amazed no matter how many times he saw this. I get it, seriously, I'm fine. I'm used to resting whenever necessary. Anyway, you can take a dip or something. It's safe and this thing will fill itself. I just need to store it after closing the lid. Sasuke said, pushing the tank forward after covering the lid with a web so no fish is to be imprisoned there. The tank went deep underwater as it started gulping down water around like a black hole. It was full after some time and Sasuke followed it underwater, closed the lid, and then did his hand seals, taking it back to the storage before repeating the process. Soon all the 14 tanks on him were filled to the brim, and even the gallons and such. The water here is safe for cooking as long as it is boiled. Let's go. After changing to a dry set of clothes they turned to leave. The way back was calmer as Billy shared the full story about what happened to them earlier when searching for Merle. He then kept on detailing to Sasuke about the armored vehicles he saw, such as the tanks, military trucks, and Humvees. There were some machine guns too, but the streets were swarmed with walkers, which I recorded too as you asked. Thank you. So, what do you think? About the nursery and the weapons, Sasuke asked him. He himself didn't know what to do with the people in the nursery home. It's dangerous. The nursery is safe for now. We need to first fix our problem before anything else. Now go get your fucking sleep. There's still few hours before sunrise. Sasuke just waved at him and moved to the top of the RV after taking Dale's permission to lay in there. He caressed the little white snake on his wrist before canceling the summon. It was small now but would grow in time, coming time, when he would be needing it to help him. Chapter 28, TWD ch28, Decision and a Reveal. The sun shone brightly at my face, bringing with it warmth and a fresh breeze that was unfortunately carrying the smell of ash. I opened my eyes, looking at the blue sky and hearing the sound of people moving below doing whatever they were doing. Rubbing my eyes, I grabbed my sword and rolled lazily to the edge, then letting the gravity drop me to my feet. Kaya. Huff, Sasuke. You scared me. I turned to look. Oh. Amy, that was a cute scream. Sorry, and morning, I apologized. I forgot for a moment that those are civilians and not shinobi. Dropping beside them like a cat from above isn't the norm here. That bastard Kakashi used to do this all the time when we were kids. I think I know now why he enjoyed it. I left with those weird thoughts. People were giving me looks. Not the hard stares of yesterday though, thankfully. Most were of gratefulness as they greeted me with smiles, and even little Sophia chuckled seeing me passing by. I know I look messy right now from sleep. Thank you. She didn't look that sad, losing a father. Nor was her mother, who was making coffee nearby. They weren't smiling around but weren't grieving either. "Good morning, sleepyhead. Haha, look at how your hair is," Katniss cut in from the side, her hand shooting up to put the stubborn messy hair back in place. "Hey, thanks, they are burning them." I took the water from her, taking few sips and washing my face with the remainder. People were moving the few remaining corpses around, tossing them into the fire. "Yeah, we didn't want to leave them around like this and draw flies. How are you feeling?" "Good. Where's Siri?" "Sleeping. She stayed late with Sophia. Guess she will wake up soon." Is there anything I should know?" "Nothing other than coming in a few minutes to have your breakfast. I will go get the little girl." With that she left and I walked to Billy and Daryl, who were holding a dead walker toward the pit of fire nearby. We exchanged greetings, and I started helping them move the few remaining corpses with Glenn, who was firing questions about my weapons. The guy was kind enough to help me get them back. I had totally forgotten about them. 3D POV. "You thought about our next set of actions?" Billy asked Sasuke curiously. He himself didn't really have any thoughts. He was always the type to go with the wind before meeting Sasuke. This place isn't safe and, unfortunately, too hard to defend. Especially with those people here who won't take even advice from you without looking at you like you are trying to conquer their lands. Let's hear what everyone has to say while eating. Washing his hands, Sasuke followed him to the sitting area that his group is having their breakfast in. "I say we head for Fort Benning." Shane didn't even hesitate to speak once he saw the main group here. "Military was the first to fall. We don't even know what is waiting for us there. CDC is closer and we might have a better chance at finding a cure in there. If there's any standing government, then they are going to be protecting it at all costs. It is our chance." Rick shared his thoughts and soon the two began their arguments, with each pointing out the pros and cons of said ideas. Sasuke sat with Katniss and Siri, enjoying his food and listening silently. He doesn't know what is happening at both locations and can't even remember their plot. The only thing he recalls is the military, who were dead outside the CDC, with their equipment and armored vehicles abandoned there. And the scientists, they're going nuts. Then there was the explosion due to fuel running out. Still, his goal is clear. He needs to have a discussion with the doctor in there whether they decide to go there or not. Especially with the knowledge he remembers about the walkers from the show. "What do you think, guys?" Rick asked them, and Billy said he still didn't have a plan for that and turned to Morgan and Sasuke. Putting down his plate, Sasuke answered Rick with his reasons. "My plan was to head there after gathering some intelligence about the place there and its current situation. I need to know more about whatever this virus is. And I believe the professional scientists that may still be there would know more in depth about it." He turned to Shane. "Fort Benning, as Shane suggested, is an option too, but we should at least be getting something from their radio channel if it is still standing." "No. Infos like general things about their camp coordinates, size, numbers of survivors they have in there, supposed defenses and all. But nothing so far. So yeah, I will head for the CDC first." "Of course." He looked at his group, making sure they understood why he is doing this. "You guys can share whatever is on your mind, and we will discuss it like we've always done. To go or not, we move together. Guess that's it. When do we leave?" Billy got Sasuke's intentions like lightning. If there was something to attract this boy, then it is informations and loot. That CDC should have both, and they need both. He heard there was a military outpost there too. If it happened to still stand, then good. If it had already failed, just another loot. "We will go too. I don't have any idea of another place more suitable," Morgan said, and Rick nodded his head in satisfaction. Sasuke really pointed at the most important thing, getting info about this thing, whether about the cure or anything useful to them. But what if that place is overrun, or there is a horde near there? It would be dangerous to just drive there, Katniss asked, ignoring Laurie's blabberings. She didn't like that woman who always tried to find something to dampen the damn mood every time they suggested something. Katniss had learned that going to any unfamiliar place with blind ignorance is a stupid thing to do, thus her concerns. "I and Billy will move ahead and scout it first, a half an hour gap ahead. We will use the CB to inform you once we are sure about the situation there, that way we can move and retreat without endangering anyone," Sasuke said, and Billy nodded. No one else objected as all the people there saw what they are capable of. "I will go too," Daryl spoke suddenly from the side. "No offense, man, but you are one of the few sharpshooters here. They need to have you close. There are many here that needed to defend on the road. And you will be of greater help with them than us. I don't think that I and Sasuke will even need to fight, it's just a drive ahead to scout." Billy talked to Daryl, convincing him, and soon they all resumed eating, exchanging ideas as the others moved around packing things up. An hour later everyone stood in front of the vehicles they would be using as Shane shared the signals that would help the caravan along the way. Just for a voice to cut through. We're not going, it was Morales. Sasuke looked at him confused, no way he is planning to stay in here alone. We have a family in Birmingham, we want to be with our people, Morales' wife clarified seeing the confused stares everyone was giving them. Shane told her that they are going to be on their own, yet they didn't seem to mind it. Billy was about to talk when an old man nearby spoke saying he was going to leave too with his wife, casting a side glance at Sasuke. Look, people. Maybe you don't know the severity of your decisions, especially toward your own families, Billy clapped addressing them. He didn't like the stupidity they are about to do. The outside world isn't safe, whether it be from walkers or even other people. Think about this carefully before you make a rash decision. Billy tried to make them change their mind with Rick and others, but the old man shook his head before saying something even more confusing. That's why we are leaving. What do you mean? Sasuke asked him wondering. It's not safe being with you, the old man said to Sasuke who blinked, pointing at himself like he didn't believe the nonsense he just heard. Many around shared the same look. What? How? He wasn't arrogant, but he and his people kept the whole fucking group safe, minus one who was far away and was the one who invited walkers inside his tent, so how the fuck it isn't safe being with him? You brought bad luck to us, I am leaving because of you, he turned to Shane, it's either us or him. I will only come along if he and his people go their way, we don't need them, we were living perfectly fine before he showed up. He and his people saved us. What right do you have to talk about them like this when you did nothing other than hiding behind them? Amy exploded and soon many started voicing their thoughts, most refused to side with the old man. This was the apocalypse, it is 100 times better having skilled fighters than an old man talking about luck in this place. Hey, can you at least say how I'm bringing bad luck? I think you are misunderstanding something, Gale. You are going to put your wife in danger for this. And you, Morales, I don't want to be an ass but, alright I will say it in front of everyone here, rubbing his face in annoyance. Sasuke was about to speak when Billy strode forward and grabbed Morales by his shoulder. He spoke with a clear voice even if it was stupid, as many kids were in there. I don't know what you people think about the world outside, but let me put a fucking idea of it to you, the barest you can imagine. A few days ago when I met Sasuke, some people attacked us while we were on a supply run. Trying to take what we found. He stopped, and Sasuke signaled for Katniss and the parents to cover the ears of the kids around and Billy continued after he saw them do it. Long story short, Sasuke stopped them, and after interrogation we found that there are more of them, to prevent more troubles risking us. Sasuke decided to head to their place and investigate. Do you know what he found in their base? Now that have the attention of all of them, even the old man who was still surprised that Sasuke knows his name. 5 grown men were keeping a woman there, they kidnapped her at some point. Doing what everyone here is thinking about and worse, add to it the other 3 we caught. You know what happened to her? She died because those fuckers were no longer treating her like a human being. I don't care what your view about the world is, but know this, not everyone out there is trying to help, many out there have shed their masks and are behaving like the animals they have always been. Multiple gasps resounded from everyone here whose blood turned cold. Morales' hands shook as he glanced at his wife and kids. If you want to leave by yourself even after hearing this, then I have nothing more to say, let's go Sasuke, we need to speed up to CDC and confirm the situation there. We will keep in contact, Sasuke said to Rick and Shane before bidding the 2 Everdeens and the Jones family goodbye. Telling Siri to stay in the car all the time and then following Billy to his van. He didn't want to expose that incident, but those people need to stop thinking the world is still the same as it had been. If people were okay to do to Yuri what they did when there was no apocalypse. He can only imagine what a lawless world would bring out of the humans. Chapter 29, TWD 29, Reaching the CDC. You think it was okay telling them that? Honestly, I do. I don't get how they are this naive. People used to do horrible things even when there was law, Sasuke answered Billy while chewing a piece of dried meat. There were enough cases of murdering innocents, rape, stealing, bullying, and now no army or government is in control. No law. I don't know how they can't see the flip. Even Naruto, the most idiotic idealist kid, changed after leaving Konoha and started taking the shinobi life seriously. I spoke to one of them before, they are still hoping for the military to somehow take control of the situation. I haven't even seen one fighter jet in the sky since a month ago, yet they are waiting for the military to save them or something. Being sheltered from reality has its own downsides. The farthest they had gone is to Atlanta, and that too without encountering any hostile group, Sasuke said, watching the passing trees and enjoying the breeze. It was good being away from all the hassle. The military base for survivors I was going to in the beginning, in South Carolina, was breached even before I stepped inside, and it wasn't even from the outside, they somehow were breached from the inside. It was chaos in there, walkers and all seeping from the inside. I fled before seeing the end of it, but I can imagine what happened after that. You know why I'm obsessed with looting things, Billy? Especially military-grade weapons and armory. To fight back. Keep them safe. Yeah, but think about it, now that the military was fractured, the soldiers would obviously run to their families in worry rather than protect strangers or listen to higher-ups, so with all that chaos, weapons of military grade, helicopters, tanks, machine guns were abandoned around, they are easily accessed. You are right, but we found many still untouched. Yet, think what a group of strong people, hardened men and such, maybe previous gangs like the one we had eliminated, would do when they come in touch with those things. They will terrorize every weak person and group around, plundering. It's simple really, the weak is going to be either enslaved or killed when faced with a merciless strong force. He leaned a little from the window and dropped a walker ahead with a senbon. Those 8 lost their shit over a single woman. We had many in our group, and that is just one side of it. They will aim for our supplies, guns, and basically everything useful. I don't believe one bit that all people we are gonna meet at some point are going to be as harmless as the ones of the camp in the mountain. Billy, who was speeding ahead, pressed the brakes, making them reel forward. Fuck. Billy, what? So we are in deep shit. No, I will have whoever sets his eyes on my things and people killed way before they step 1 mile close. I'm saying this so you can talk to Morgan, Rick and Shane. They need to think of that possibility and start acting accordingly. You know, Rick is still seeing me as a kid he needs to keep an eye on. Either that or we figure things out ourselves, to be honest. Most of them are going to stay dead weights. Yeah, so all we have to do is take more than them, train the people to fire guns in case of something, and find a suitable place to start a shelter. Billy soon hit the road, driving as fast as he could. Sasuke said he wanted to vanish the things there before the group caught up to them. It was then the CB made noise, and Rick's voice sounded from it, telling them that the hose of the RV malfunctioned and they need to stop for now until they fix it. It would take them around 30 minutes to 1 hour max. Sasuke called for Katniss, telling her to stay alert and keep Siri in the car. The blonde sisters were currently with her too. Boy, the CDC, like any other government facility, is sure to have surveillance, so how are you going to deal with that? I don't know yet. We are not even sure there will be livings there, but Sasuke realized he had forgotten that important detail. The scientist was there in the show, and he would see him if Sasuke just swept and then started making things disappear, which is unacceptable. Billy and Katniss are enough, no way he is going to have that revealed ever again. What if we blurred them, the cameras? Billy suggested, reminding him of the spray paint they have looted. Then they would be alerted and would never let us in. Even if we hide it temporarily with something, they aren't gonna miss the sudden disappearance of every useful thing around. I think I need its help. Sasuke had the perfect tool, no. Pet, to know all the info he needed and act when and where he could. The van slowly pulled to the side of the road, parking somewhere near the CDC, just far enough to not be seen by cameras. Corpses everywhere, dropped all around the ground with the buzz of flies and stench blanketing the place. Fallen another damn tragedy. What now? Now we see what is waiting for us inside. How so? Sasuke didn't answer and just bit his finger, drawing blood, which made Billy baffled as to why the heck he is hurting himself. Doing hand seals and clapping his hands, Sasuke muttered, summoning jutsu. And once again the little white snake appeared with a puff, curling to his pinky finger. What the fuck? I thought you said you can't store a living thing. I can't. This is my summon, a pet that I am able to summon from its home and let it return whenever I want. He moved it closer to Billy, who leaned back with arms up, making Sasuke laugh, not expecting him to hate snakes. It will be our way to know how many people are inside there and all. Sasuke opened the window and let it drop to the road as Billy watched the tiny snake that should be more of a worm disappear away with amazing speed. How would you know? It can't speak to you. How do you even do those things? It can relay informations through intents and a device planted on it. Of course we can't do everything alone. Shinobi use and train a special breed of animals to help in missions. Now we wait. What Sasuke didn't tell him is that he can see through its vision, not because he didn't trust Billy, but because any more than that and he will be seen as a true freak. He can slowly make Billy familiar with the abilities he has. Better than tossing everything suddenly to his face and appearing like an alien to him. The snake somehow was able to bypass through a crack under the ground and then into the air system. Sasuke kept doing vision share from time to time. He knew there should be only one man, and Sasuke had already given the snake specific orders. Soon the link tagged him, and he watched the man that was starting to record something and drinking himself drunk. "Do it," he commanded, and the little snake slithered, biting Dr. Jenner's ankle, who lost consciousness before even knowing why. His head slumped on the table as the machine kept recording. "I have 10 minutes before he wakes up and about 15 before they arrive. There's a man inside, alive, only one. She put him to sleep, which would last 10 minutes, I am going to do it fast and withdraw here again, all right?" He gave Billy a transmission earpiece, one for them to communicate better without the buzz of the CB. "Go and be careful, I will be your eyes from here." Putting it on, Billy nodded and climbed to the top of the van, taking his binoculars and rifle. He watched Sasuke run, really run for the first time. The boy flicked smoke bombs around, soon making it hard to track him. Billy only got an idea about his location following the eruption of smoke. How the heck is he faster than my own fucking van? Just what kind of place did he grow up at? Billy only saw a blur exiting smoke and soon disappearing into another much farther, which means crossing at least 30 meters, yards, 32.8, in 2 fucking seconds. He would say the Uchihas were a lucky bunch if he didn't know their grim fate. For all their monstrous abilities, they were still massacred. He got to know that it was a very complicated matter back then. Hands behind his back, Sasuke accelerated again in a new direction on the side of the building. Flashing hand seals at abnormal speed before pressing one into a tank that disappeared after a puff. He ran toward another military truck and tank nearby, repeating the process. Soon Sasuke did a cleaning all over. Making 5 tanks, 3 machine guns, 5 Humvees, 2 military trucks and some of the discarded weapons and ammunition join his storage seal. He was so fast and silent that he didn't even alert the walkers in some places. By the time the few nearby glanced over, there was nothing left but a blade flashing, taking their heads. 3 minutes and 13 seconds left. "Congratulations on another great haul," Billy said, putting down his rifle and getting down. "Yeah, we need others to come and help loot the weapons I left on the ground, otherwise it would look too clean." Sasuke nodded, unsealing a Humvee nearby and taking a seat on it, talking to Billy through the earpiece. "Won't he be alerted at passing out before we show up with many people soon? He won't remember, it would be akin to a sudden nap from exhaustion. Here they are." He waved his hand from the window as the RV pulled behind his car and soon others followed. "Keep it down, and group here." Sasuke and Billy gestured for everyone to stay silent, even though people were anxious. Anxious from seeing the dozens of rotting corpses which made their hope plummet, anxious from the stinky air and the dread. "Rick, we have many people, we can't move forward like this," Billy said, looking at the whole group who was standing unorganized. "I will be taking the front with Katniss, Rick and Shane the sides, Daryl and Billy the rear. Morgan can choose a side to support, others are going to walk in the center, remember. No shouting, no running around. Okay. We don't want walkers to come at us." Sasuke spoke before signaling for Katniss to stay behind him to help and guard Siri. "But you said the doors are closed on the CB. This is a damn dead end," man. T-Dog asked him with worry. "That's why, it's closed, there's a chance someone is in there. You stay silent until we find the answer," Billy said as he and Daryl took turns taking the few guns on the ground and putting them in a bag. People were focusing only on reaching the gates, letting them do all the work, other than Glenn, T-Dog and another young man who started helping them hold the bags. "Night is closing, we can't stay here, we need to leave," Lori argued the moment the closed gates came to view. She didn't understand why they were following someone younger than them, even her husband was taking his side. Soon they were in front of the shut doors as Shane and Rick started trying to open them while the people started throwing blames, especially at Sasuke who led them here. And before Sasuke say anything, Daryl shouted, "Walker." That put the group into a frenzy. Some were anxious, wanting to run back to their vehicles, while others just started screaming around. "Rick, see if you can talk to the thing controlling that camera, maybe there is someone inside, I will keep any walker away." He planted the idea to him and left to the front side. He wasn't the type to beg, it just wasn't in him, and he knew Rick could play at the emotional side better than him. "Stay still and back toward the shutters, why are you yelling? We will take care of them, stop making more noise." Sasuke pulled a man who was about to make a run for the cars. "It's a dead end, don't you understand? We need to leave." "You should have said they were locked from the beginning," Lori shouted at him and turned to grab Rick, who was still pounding at the gate. "He can stay here if he wants to, I need to make Rick leave with us." "Back," they are just few, we can't focus if you keep yelling, Shane shouted, and soon others saw Sasuke and Daryl easily taking down the 5 walkers with arrows and daggers. Seriously, use your damn minds, we have enough time and muscles to either be sure of this place or find a nearby one to spend the night. Stop being jumpy and keep to the damn formation, Billy shouted, and it was then the gate behind them suddenly opened, strong light washing over them from inside like a ray of hope. Lori, who was pulling Rick, froze, turning to see. Rick's talking no jutsu, works every damn time, Sasuke muttered, taking Siri's hand and following the others inside. He knows they won't be staying here for long. So he made sure the people around him kept their hope in check not to break mentally later when they have to leave again. Especially Siri, he was being somewhat strict when it concerned those things, and she never troubled him, acting way more mature than her age. Never take things for granted, she repeated his lines without him even saying a word. The moment he looked at her to make her ready, she spouted those words with a nod, showing that she understood what may come next. Chapter 30, TWD ch 30, a little tease. R18. Jenner's POV. Relaxed, rested. How long has it been since I felt this way? My body is feeling light, as if I had just awakened from a beautiful nap. I don't understand how it happened, nor did Vi's skin show any abnormalities on me or the place. So it must be because I grew too tired, or maybe the wine finally worked. But my little moment of relief didn't last long. The security system sounded as the screens pulled up footage of people coming close to the premises of the CDC. No. Why are they here? They shouldn't be here, not now. A man with a sheriff's uniform was shouting at the camera to open the door for him, pounding at the shutters. No, no, no. Just go away, I don't want to do this, but... Like he said, they have women and kids, a group of survivors. There are so many of them. What should I do? He is saying that I am killing them by not opening the doors, but... I'm saving them now, but is this the right thing to do? What if this is my fate? The one that is truly meant for me. Maybe I have to give them the better relief. They shouldn't die outside there, to them. Yeah. I'm going to do the right thing. It will happen anyway with or without them. Better save as many, it will be just a second of pain, and then we all will be saved. No more pain, no more sadness, no more helplessness. The sheriffman was being pulled away by another woman. I can't let them leave to the harshness outside. I have decided, I'm going to save them, all, including myself. I can't find a cure, but I can end their sufferings. She won't be disappointed, will she? I opened it. I took the shotgun with me, I need to make sure they are all in here before closing the gates. It won't matter anyway if they shoot me, protocols would just be activated earlier. But I need to make sure they aren't infected. I don't want to meet my end as one. I want to be me when I close my eyes. So a blood test is needed. Third POV. The group soon passed through the open gate and came to a wide and empty hall. Everyone was worried about the unknown as Billy helped Daryl watch the rear for walkers that may come in from the outside. He knew from Sasuke that no walker was inside, so he wasn't worried. Hello. Rick's shout resounded in the empty space, and soon the sound of a gun safety going off was heard from ahead. Anybody infected? A Caucasian man in his 40s appeared from a corner holding a shotgun aimed toward them. None, Rick answered with his gun ready to act, but he still didn't point it at the men. Why are you here, and what do you want? A Christmas gift, bloody hell, mate, take a look outside and see why. We just want a chance, Rick glared at Billy, then held his hand up showing that he wasn't here for troubles. The men just looked at each of them, pausing at kids, elderly and women. You'll submit a blood test and that's the price of admission, nobody objected. If you get stuff, bring it in now, once that door is closed it stays closed. Daryl stepped out, pulling back the only bag outside, and the scientist got to a panel commanding the AI named Vi to close the doors. Nobody seemed to catch on to the previous phrase due to them just wanting to rest in a safe place. Sasuke just held Siri's hand with Katniss and stayed silent throughout the conversation. He was mentally going through the infos he saw with the help of the little snake and began to categorize them. Soon they all followed the men and separated into 2 groups to fit in the elevator. The scientist men got with Rick's group first, then Sasuke followed in the second lift. The little snake slipped unnoticed onto his wrist at some point while everyone was busy, and soon they all sat in a new place, taking turns to submit blood. While in that, Sasuke took the chance and glanced around, sighing in relief seeing an old man sitting with his wife on the other side. Morales though wasn't here. Even with all that said, he still left. Sasuke didn't know if it's due to arrogance or ignorance, or that it's just his worry about their family clouding his judgment. That was a man who supposedly survived overrun Atlanta, and still he took that stupid choice. Sasuke tried but couldn't remember seeing him or his case on the TV, so he thought maybe Morales wasn't in the show or died in the camp night. It doesn't matter, his life, his choices. A lady complained to the scientist man who had introduced himself as Dr. Jenner, saying how unnecessary this test is, as they all look clearly fine and nearly dropped from exhaustion, while Jenner looked surprised before understanding how she hasn't eaten much due to anxiety about what happened to them all the previous night. In the meantime, Sasuke slipped Billy a note detailing the things he needed to know. He moved a little forward so no one would be able to catch the thing Billy is reading while he talked with Siri, detailing to her what kind of place this is and what the CDC job was in their old world. Billy leaned on a wall and put the paper on his lap, studying it without drawing attention. The paper had a sketchy, simple map drawn on it earlier by Sasuke with the help of the little snake. Sasuke marked the entrance and their current location on the map, while naming each section and what to expect in it. Everyone is worrying about a fucking blood test, and here he is, already having the whole layout bare. Billy felt some fondness toward that snake, just a little. On the other side was a note that made Billy tremble slightly, making him turn to Sasuke, who glanced and nodded at him for reassurance. Sasuke had figured that Billy was the only one with the right mindset to think this over calmly. Anyone else and they would do something stupid. And lastly, Sasuke's note that he would take care of things and get everyone out safe after they had their answers, and him asking Billy to find time and help him gather things closely at the marked rooms in the map so it would be easy to move and store them in the shortest time possible. Next, Jenner called, and Billy stood tucking the paper away. His mind kept going in through everything. He took a deep breath. It wasn't the first time to do crazy things with Sasuke. They merely have one day too. He shook his head. Amy's POV. Jenner invited us to have dinner. A big and warm meal with ingredients other than canned food. There was meat, eggs, and even drinks like juices and wine. We all sat around big tables enjoying this awesome meal. I glanced at the side, and there he was, sitting and eating silently while adding pieces of his meat to the little girl's plate, who kept smiling at him. She was spoiled by all in that group. I came to notice something different. His group centered around him, and they weren't, I don't know, clumsy. They ate and smiled but didn't really let go like here, where everyone was laughing like everything was fine. Like they had forgotten what we heard from the doctor, how he was the only one here. I felt weird as Katniss smiled at me. She caught me staring, didn't she? Damn it. She isn't really his girlfriend. She said they were just close, so maybe I can just be bold about it. I saw Sasuke get up, and he moved to sit beside Dr. Jenner, who was sitting away and alone, passing him a full glass. They talked, but no one can really hear what they were talking about from here. Rick Grimes tapped his spoon on the cup and had us remember to thank the one who was the reason for us to have this meal. Dr. Jenner. And of course Shane didn't filter his words and straight out started asking the men about what happened here, and to everyone who carrot isn't here carrot. He asked the right thing, but this jackass just can't use kind words. Your friend was asking the same here, Jenner said, and we all looked towards Sasuke, who was looking at Shane with that unreadable expression of his. I don't know how to feel hearing how every worker here had left at some point for their families, those who hadn't, choose to commit suicide when things became hard. Not wanting to leave this place and face what was waiting outside. Of course, that asshole just had to make the men say those things in front of everyone, including kids. I now understand that look Sasuke gave him. It was a stupid thing for Shane to ask that loudly. This doctor was the only one left because he was hoping for something. That was the answer he gave to Andrea as she asked him. After cleaning the tables, we soon followed the doc to another place. He was talking about how most power in the institution is down and the housing area is closed, so we can only use the resting rooms around. They were comfy enough. I didn't care about anything else when I heard that there is hot water, and the room Sasuke goes to. I will do it. =====. MC's POV. Where were you? Billy asked, sitting beside Duan, who was reading a comic. Heh, Morgan, you sneaky bastard. I took a look around. I'm going to have my bath, I waved and walked to the shower area. Taking out my clothes, I opened the tap, letting warm water wash over me. I have tons of things going through my head. Our group had grown, with people who aren't, I don't know how to put it, didn't experience many things to be on the right track here. Especially now, everyone was buzzing like it's over and they are safe. I don't blame them honestly, it was heavy on nerves how death was looming over their heads out there. And now they are in a safe place with full stomachs and a safe real roof over their heads. Everyone wants it to last, even me. But we don't have enough fuel, and this place usurps it like water in great quantities to keep it running. I have many things to confirm with Jenner. I need to use every remaining hour to reach my goal no matter what. I was about to reach for a shampoo but I stopped, letting one kunai slip to my palm, keeping it hidden, and tied the towel to my waist. Someone is coming, and I know it wasn't one of the two who were outside. They left. I tensed, but then I didn't even know how to react. I was too confused about how to deal with this, and she just slipped her hands around my waist, pressing her body to my back. Soft. Move, fucker, it's not the time for this. Mind if I join? Her small soft hand crept down to my pelvis, removing the towel before closing on the head of the now my awakened junior, caressing it gently. I swear, this is 100 times more satisfying than looting a fucking military outpost. But why are you here, Katniss? I turned to her and the scene didn't help in calming my head. I swear, I was planning to have every minute in this place counted for, but guess a few hours enjoying this is okay. What do you think? A sneaky blondie was on her way to you. Bad for her, she was caught by Dale. You like it? She said as she started getting naked in a very good way. I do, but you know it isn't the time. I really love it, but I decided to hear my upper head. There's just so much at stake and I can't waste this opportunity to find the answer. Yet this mesmerizing girl just tiptoed and pressed those soft red lips, giving me the feel of them. Sweet. Shush, I know, but this thing is too eager. Let me help you. Enjoy yourself first before going to do whatever important thing you have to. Pecking my chin, she started going down, leaving a trail of lipsticks on my chest and abs until she was on her knees looking up at me with a cute smirk while trying to trap it between her soft white melons before diving in with wetness and a warmth worth my life. I instinctively reached my hand to her soft hair and closed my eyes blissfully. Crow buddy, I fucking love ya. Chapter 31, TWD 31, The Possibility of a Cure. That was awesome. Walking down the corridor, Sasuke was still surprised by Katniss's boldness and her crazy actions she did in there. That hour was the best he had since coming to this place. He was about to turn to the section of the library when he let an arm sneak to his and pull him to another room. It isn't good surprising people like this, Amy. Sorry, I was looking for you. And you found me. You need something? Yeah, today is my birthday. That surprised him slightly. Well, happy birthday then. Sorry I do again. She did something unnecessary. Why? Amy asked, a little hurt, feeling the fingers separating their lips, his fingers that appeared there even when she did it suddenly. I'm sorry but, she cut his words again. Is it Katniss? I don't mind, just treat this as my birthday gift. She bit the fingers lightly before going for the shortest kiss he let her have. Happy birthday again, and please don't put me through this situation even when knowing mine. He pushed her gently and kept to his way. Sasuke wouldn't lie to himself, he liked it, this kind of attention from a beautiful and kind girl. But that's it didn't mean he would be fine diving in this mess just after what happened with Katniss, thus, he drew the line. Amy doesn't deserve having her hope for someone like him who didn't even know what was he doing and what to do when it comes to this kind of relationship. He preferred being tossed at a horde rather than this, and he made a note that he will talk to Katniss and Amy both as soon as he doesn't have to worry about a fucking bomb going off. Reaching the supposed rec room, he was confused seeing the door closed and was about to knock when it swung open with a very anxious face coming to view. Sasuke just stood there watching Shane suddenly fumbling with an even worse fumbling person behind him, Lori. He kept his expression neutral even when he saw the bad scratch marks on Shane's neck. Ah yeah, hey Uchiha, go in, nobody reads books anyway other than woman there. Even the drunken Shane didn't know what he was saying and just passed him rubbing his hair, leaving a very hyperactive and sweating woman behind whose thoughts turned to jumble. Did he hear my talk with Shane? Does he know what to do, what to say? Lori's knees felt so weak from the panic. Watching Sasuke walking toward her with a face telling nothing. She wondered if he was going to threaten her. She shouted at him before, what if he was going to threaten her with this now? What if he was after the same thing Shane was? Sasuke ignored her and walked past her to the shelves behind her, taking random books that should be entertaining for Siri and her friend, a board game, and left. He didn't care what was going on between those two as long as they didn't make him do so. As for telling Rick, that was a pit he wasn't willing to go down into. Hey Sasuke. Have a good night, Mrs. Grimes. With that he left the room, heading to the one Katniss and Siri are using alongside other women. Tapping, he waited, and soon Andrea opened the door. Can I trouble you with passing those to Siri? Sure, Sasuke, do you want to come in? Nobody really minds, she smirked, taking them from his hands. Lovely idea, but I'm busy with something. Have a good night, Sasuke chuckled and left. Now was the time for the big reveal. He passed by and waved to Billy that it is time to move. Finished enjoying life? Yeah, you. Me. Life enjoyed fucking me way too much for my liking, so what now? Billy laughed and asked him what they are about to do. Let's talk to our welcoming scientist, we need to clear things about the walkers. Why the backpack? Billy asked, seeing the thing Sasuke was bringing with him. Just in case I need a cover to retrieve something, hearing that Billy understood, nodding. Sasuke, are you sure about the hypothesis, that thing about the time running off reducing this building to ash? We will figure that out soon. Little Snake found a bomb reaching to the building, and that horloge was still going down. It looked like a timing trigger to something. Too many coincidences. His manners, the situation here, the bomb, the timer. And the empty fuel tanks I found in the basement, so we have less than 12 hours to act and get out of here. Billy stretched, feeling like shit. It sucks how a good place like this won't be theirs. Yeah, look, he is still here. With that they stepped into the big room named Zone 5, with many computers around and Dr. Jenner sitting before one, doing whatever he was doing. Billy glanced at a big timer on one of the walls. 12 hours 27 minutes and 13 seconds, 12 hours 27 minutes and 12 seconds, 12 hours 27 minutes and 11 seconds, and it kept counting down. How come I didn't notice this before? I see you aren't drunk like your friend, Jenner told them, pointing at Rick who was sitting on the ground and was about to leave. Your wife was about to be drilled. Sasuke imagined what would happen if he said that. It was an amusing thought. Rick. Butcher, Sasuke, the half-drunken Rick nodded at them, curious why they are here. It's been a long day for you, shouldn't you be resting now? Jenner asked them. He honestly just wants to be left alone. We are here to speak about the important thing with you, Doc. May I ask, what do you know about the virus or whatever is causing this? Sasuke leaned on a chair and asked him. Jenner sighed. He didn't know what it was either, and so he clarified. It could be microbial, viral, parasitic, fungal. So unclear source, any indications of it being cell mutation, radiation. We thought so, but it wasn't. As far as we know, Jenner answered Sasuke, not expecting that interest from someone young. So, is there a cure? Rick asked, not wanting to hear the answer he already knows. None. Whatever this is, it is an extinction-level event for humanity. It can't be guarded against. Jenner was done with them. He was about to turn off his computer when Sasuke put a hand on his shoulder to gain his attention. Ignoring the drunken Rick who was saying something about how this can't be. And the still possibility of others like Jenner out there, even when Jenner confirmed all the contacts were lost with other facilities that were working on this too in and outside the country. Look man, I know. You lost so much and fought for too long, all alone. It's tiring and you want a rest already. No one here is judging. But we need you. No one knows as much about this virus as you. You don't understand, there's no cure. I tried everything, but I'm not her, I'm not like my wife. She headed this whole facility, she was our Einstein, me. I'm just working here. And until now I didn't find anything to point me to the light. There's no cure, he yelled with frustration. Do they think he didn't want to end this madness too? The sooner you accept that, the better you will be off. He turned to leave, but Sasuke stood on his way with the same determination. Rick and Billy started losing hope for the cure. I got it, but I saw something horrifying. And I need you to help clarify this, figure it out or anything. My life depends on this, everyone's here and those outside. ***, why can't, alright what is it, unless it isn't the cure? I may know something. Yeah, so, I witnessed a human die, no bite, I'm sure of it. But after some time passed, she woke up from death just like them, another walker. Rick hearing that sobered up real quick and even more after hearing Jenner's reply. So you saw it? You know about this. That too got Billy's full attention, only he knows how much that was worrying him and Sasuke, who noticed it first. Yeah, look. This may be hard to believe, but we are all carriers, already infected, everyone. It's been in the air all along. What the freaking hell? But we didn't turn. Yet, once a concentrated dose enters your bloodstream from their bites. Or your body's natural resistance failed in cases of death. It takes over, the virus or whatever this thing is. This All the relief from finding a shelter vanished as Rick didn't know what to do anymore. How to tell his family this, knowing that they won't be able to shoulder the reveal. Now I can move to the main point. And that's why we need your help. We aren't asking about a cure, if that was impossible, but maybe you can find something enough to prevent this. Look, there are countless families and people out there who may be safe now, who think it's safe in whatever shelter they are now. Like us, but it took but one single natural death amongst them. And everything. Even for Sasuke, that possibility was scary. He was but a one-man, and it was unrealistic to be guarded all the time against such a thing as natural death. At least his current self is gone. I saw it firsthand, the army outside. It got breached by the civilians they kept to their backs. Few succumbed to their injuries, and you can imagine what followed. Jenner sighed, remembering those hard times. Breaches from the back, chaos and disorder making it hard to fight effectively, and more hordes being attracted to the sound of gunfire. All ends in one bloody massacre, and a new bigger party of them emerges. Billy stated as he too happened to witness such scene. But that won't change anything. I still won't be able to do anything, and I have no more samples. Most of the facility is already closed. I can take care of samples. What else do you need? Something that isn't existing, a sign of immunity, one that is somehow better than the one we got into our body naturally against it. Chapter 32, TWD 32, Small Step/Big Success. I can take care of samples. What else do you need? Something that isn't existing, a sign of immunity, one that is somehow better than the one we got into our body naturally against it. With a hesitant silence, Sasuke decided to share something. He really want to prevent that major problem. Otherwise, everything they may do, even if they ended up building the biggest shelter with the most advanced protocols to prevent surprises of natural deaths, he knows. At some point, if only out of small carelessness, it will be all gone, just like that. It's not even a question of how, but when. It may be in a week, a month, year, 10 years. But that looming death won't change anything until there's a cure. And if there happens for someone to exist with the necessary defense, who might have the right antibodies in his blood, then that is him. Sasuke. He can't recall how many poisons he survived from Orochimaru's experiments. So much, enough to become immune to every known poison to Orochimaru at that time. The same genius who cloned himself and lived longer than any surviving shinobi. I can't believe I'm missing that filthy snake, but if he were here. He shook his head. That mad asshole might have even worsened things. Making zombies mutate to become even more troublesome than they already are. They might not be the same, poisons and whatever is causing this, but Sasuke decided to give it a go, in the off chance that there might be a solution. Try me, I won't go on and on about it. But I assure you, no one in the world is as immune as I am to poisons. To further make a point, he retrieved a sodium cyanide bottle, moved away from them to not affect them, and consumed it all, ignoring the horrified doctor, Rick and Billy. Do your test, Sasuke stated, revealing his forearm. Unlike what they thought, he was far from reckless. He also didn't want to die the same as everyone else here who is fighting to survive. Not a stupid death like this, at least. But he had already tested his own poisoned substances he had on his scrolls that used to coat some of his senbons against specific enemies. And nothing worked on him, not even the deadliest. You are one crazy fuck, Sasuke. Billy gritted his teeth, seeing how far the boy was willing to go just to have an inch against the madness they just heard about. Taking a blood sample, Jenner run to a Nerby equipment working on it, then back to his computer to analyze the data received. You are really immune, how? That was highly toxic, and a whole bottle, a small dose would make a man thrash like a worm after a few minutes. Yet your body destroyed it immediately. This isn't normal. Nothing makes sense when it comes to him, Doc, so, is there any hope? This wasn't even as unbelievable as vanishing things. Billy himself was gaining immunity to the thing called Uchiha Sasuke's singularity. Yes, there is actually a big chance, at least to have a way to fight it. The one in the air, he couldn't believe it. His heart throbbed like drums with excitement. Maybe this is it, the hope his dying wife talked about. And that's all I ask. What do you need me to do? Jenner hesitated. He was unsure how to phrase it. I need more blood, Ann. It's all right, just say it. A piece of flesh, it doesn't have to be big, nail-sized, it's necessary to speed up the process and up the success chance. Noted. Unfazed, Sasuke nodded, rolling up his sleeve farther up. Boy, you don't dash. It's a mere piece of flesh, Billy. We now have a chance to stop worrying about being bit when all thought everything is secure. Taking his blade, Sasuke applied the sterilizing liquid Jenner gave him. Choosing the area near the left shoulder, he skillfully slashed at a part of it and then another. Taking the part of flesh the doctor needed with a pained frown. Jenner rushed to secure it into a clean carrier and scurried around grabbing things to treat him, unable to believe how calm the boy was after tearing a part of his skin and flesh. "It's okay, I can treat myself, just focus on your work now please," Sasuke said, pressing a clean cloth to the injury. Then rushing to his backpack, he retrieved 2 bottles from his storage, giving them to the anxious doc. "Here, I thought about the situation before coming here and made sure a few samples from different walkers are secure. Some who were recently turned. I didn't know what to choose, so I took from different parts. Brain, heart, skin, a tooth, and even tongue. Is it enough?" "More than enough. Meet me here in 1 hour and take care of your injury." "Go for it, Doc, we all hope you can make it." Sasuke, right, thank you, for everything, Jenner said to him solemnly before rushing to the laboratory with his things, ready for one final fight. "Hey boy, are you okay?" "Don't worry, it's not serious," Sasuke said, taking a pill, and just like that, blood stopped and he started working to mend the injury. "Since when did you know?" Rick asked them. "About what?" "About this, how those bites aren't the only way to turn into one of them." 3-4 days, Sasuke noticed it first and we started investigating. "Go to your family, they will be worried about you." "No, I will stay here, I need to hear it." They sat around doing nothing. Sasuke's mind kept on going through his actions and what to do next. He didn't have a clear destination because those lands weren't familiar to him, so he just put the prison as his next goal. That place should be a good start to invest time into making it a shelter. 1.5 hours later, Jenner came striding as fast as he could, almost running, with a big smile that told them everything. "It worked, you are really special," he hugged Sasuke and they all smiled, laughing and hugging like madmen. Jenner still can't believe how Sasuke's defense system worked. It was as if it had a life and special energy of its own. "Ho-ho, now I can sleep myself without worrying I might be attacked or doing it myself." Billy sat on the ground grinning. The world was still hellish, walkers are still dangerous, but at least now they gained something. "It did, I tested it on myself, it was successful. So now can we produce it?" Sasuke asked. "What matters, mass production to his people. There are many of you, and to make the serum I need more blood, but time won't be enough to get that much to last everyone. Don't worry about blood loss, I have measures, I only need a copy of the formula." "Of course, 6, print the full formula." "Done," Vi's reply came a few moments later. Sasuke marched, taking the papers, reading them briefly before tucking them into his backpack and then straight to his seal. "I don't know what you mean by measures against blood loss, I have solutions, but that would only speed it a little, and even then it still will take longer." "Let's do it, Rick, you need to leave and rest, you too Billy." "I will be back right after this." He contemplated telling Rick about the remaining time they have, but then he refrained. Men needs sleep, and Sasuke just told Billy they will wake everyone 2 hours prior to the explosion time. It was 5:30 a.m., and everyone was up. No one here knew that yesterday an event that would shape their future happened, and the 2 who made it were now joining the kitchen. Sasuke looked normal, for others that is. It wasn't Billy, Rick, Morgan, not even Katniss, but Siri, who noticed that he wasn't his usual self. He looked almost weak. The first time she is witnessing it. For Siri, she ranked Sasuke as almost invincible, and that almost part is only because he had engraved an idea onto her. Nothing is absolute, nothing lasts forever, and no one is invincible, not even him. He told her that once she reached the right physical condition, he would start training her, to protect herself, as he didn't know when and what could happen. "Good morning," they greeted them, and Sasuke passed by the Everdeens, who were sitting beside other ladies, patting Siri's head. Unaware that she was fighting her inner self as to whether speak her mind or not. "Morning, Sasuke," she decided to not. "Hey Jawbreaker," that faint whisper from Katniss nearly made him slip. Turning to her, he chuckled. "I'd already apologized, it wasn't even my fault, she was the stubborn one about it." He spotted Billy on a side and took a seat beside him. "How are you feeling, boy?" "The usual, we had the necessary number and even an extra batch that was produced." You sure you are good?" "Yeah." It was then T-Dog closed on them with a spatula. "Scrambled eggs. And one special for our samurai," he laughed, putting parts of it into their plates. "Appreciate it, man, but it's not samurai, I'm a ninja." He couldn't help it, he respected samurais, but it just felt wrong. "That's even more awesome," T-Dog didn't even refute it. "If someone else can put a dozen walkers with little stars in 2 seconds, T-Dog will believe them to be ninjas too." "What's with Glenn?" Sasuke asked, looking at the Asian guy who was literally suffering from a hangover, leaning like his soul is about to leave his body, while Jackie, one of the women, was helping him to ease it with a massage. Guess he isn't well with drinks, enjoy yourselves. With that, the people started enjoying their breakfast and T-Dog suddenly asked Shane when he passed by him. What the hell happened to you? Your neck. He asked, seeing the red marks. Sure, I did it in my sleep. Shane just glazed over the matter, exchanging a brief look with Lori, who stole a glance back at him, then Sasuke. Angry and humiliated. Is it just me, or there is really something going on between Rick's wife and the cat-scratched man? Oh, don't worry, you are just misunderstanding. She was just feeling an itch somewhere she couldn't scratch, so Shane helped her. She helped him back by scratching his. I see. Well boy, make sure you don't scratch the wrong person. Billy nearly believed the first part. I won't. Not sure about that. What do you mean? Sasuke looked at him. Was he that kind of man? Little Katniss wasn't the only one who sought you yesterday. Another one, married I guess, came to look for you before her when you were still out. She was about to discuss the global warming with you, he sneered, recalling how clueless Duan looked at that time. So yeah, know who to scratch. Billy patted him and left, greeting the Everdeens who were walking to them, while Sasuke just looked confused from what he heard. Doc, I hate to be asking first thing in the morning. Dale suddenly said after being given a look from Andrea. But you would anyway. Jenner, now relaxed and even content, answered him while making his coffee. We aren't here for eggs. Hearing Andrea say that, Sasuke nearly cursed. Were those people seriously saying that shit now? Sure, follow me. Unbothered, Jenner took his cup and left with them to Zone 5. Chapter 33, TWD 33, The Wonders of a Kusanagi. Jenner closed the power for the main screen and computers after he finished showing the video about his experiments on his wife's brain to the whole group. And then explaining how the infection works by reviving a part of the brain, the part that can control how the body moves. So there's no cure? Andrea asked, holding Amy's hand. Unfortunately, no. How can you underscore? Someone was already about to start the same boring game. Throw blame at whoever you want so to ease some of the fear and anxiety. All right, may I speak to them, Doc? Sasuke stepped beside Jenner. Sure Sasuke, it's all yours. Relieved, Jenner went to do some final checks on a computer. With that, Sasuke revealed the fact that they are all carriers and already infected, and how death is the trigger to turn into walkers alongside the direct bite. With Jenner affirming it reluctantly, he didn't know their mentality after all and feared the incident of rush suicide to play itself again. This info put all of them in despair, with many crying and cursing. Let me finish first. All right, there's hope. One of you here was found to be carrying the antibodies to resist one of the problems, not the cure unfortunately, but with it we no longer have to fear the natural death. I assume everyone here understands how serious it is if that issue of turning to a walker after every kind of death that isn't brain damage is. Really? Who is it? Lori asked, feeling some hope. Sasuke signaled Jenner to stay silent with a hidden gesture. Only Rick, who was also behind, saw it. Due to many reasons, we can't tell the identity of our savior. I hope you understand how crucial is that. For now you don't have to worry about this and just survive and protect yourselves and your teammates here. His blood from the blood test of yesterday helped produce enough cure for all of us, but we will need his blood again to produce more of the substances. And to keep his identity hidden, we all will be doing that blood giving too in the future. Just think of it as a donation. You can't be keeping this from us, we need to know. Yes I can. Tell me, what do you think will happen if that identity is told to the wrong person or group? Maybe someone crazy who doesn't want this world to survive, or us. I won't take chance into putting you in the danger, so that ends here. Sasuke challenged, and the men just stepped back. Rick watched the back of the young man in silence, admiring his resolve and strategic thinking. Even if that meant shouldering the following blame. He didn't choose to tell others what he did, what he is to them, or that they need to respect him, obey him because he was their hope and salvage. Sasuke is strong, they won't be able to restrain him or force him to give blood. If he chooses to take control, now he has the key to that on him, but he didn't. No, he used that to further make them believe it was one within them, their friend here or their family, one of this group. That would make them hope, protect themselves and others seriously, prevent dividing and all the issues that come with a newly formed group. And like Rick, Billy, and Jenner too understood how effective that decision is for the whole group, even if it meant he will be facing judgments from the few who may think his decision to hold that reveal is tyranny. After that they all made a line to receive the injection of the cure. Dr. Jenner, I know this has been taxing to you and I hate to be asking one more question, but, that clock, it's counting down. What happens when it hits 0? Dale asked, pointing at the clock in the wall. Fuel runs out from the generators in the basement. This whole facility will enter a protocol. What kind of protocol? Rick was surprised, he didn't know that. Hits will be deployed. What is hits? He demanded, and Jenner decided to tell them. He and Sasuke had talked last night and he made up his mind to help him. He didn't know how to fight, not physically. But with Sasuke and how special his body systems are, he decided to work with him. Maybe he will be able to do something that makes his wife proud. He already made the first step and didn't want to stop now. 6. Define hits, Jenner said. Hits is a high-explosive incendiary fuel vacuum bomb. It consists of 2 stages. Ignition of aerosol particles, they produce an explosion wave with greater energy and duration than any other detonator except a nuclear one. The effect of vacuum pressure ignites oxygen to between 5,000 and 6,000 degrees. Those explosives are used when human extermination or mass destruction of facilities is desired. People around started trembling, some crying. Carol hugged her daughter, tears running down her cheeks. It was cruel. They had just made it here, a safe place, with walls, food and hot water, and now after less than a day, it is about to come to an end. People wake from nightmares to the safe reality, but they had just woken up from the beautiful dream to the nightmarish reality. What? A fucking bomb. What the fuck does that mean? You were about to kill us. Daryl already reached for the bottle of alcohol he was drinking, ready to throw it at that fucking nerd, but got restrained by T-Dog and Jim. Jenner didn't reply. That was his plan, a quick death to escape this hell. Sasuke glanced at the Everdeens and nodded his head in reassurance. They both knew that they won't be staying here for long. He had already spoiled it to them last night through Katniss. Everyone get out now and go pack your things. We are leaving, Rick ordered the group. They still have 1H, 14M, 22S time to move. He cursed under his breath. That false safety hadn't lasted even a whole day. Like I said before, once the front doors Jenner sighed, even after this, they would be locked in. He can't control the doors up there. And despair took over him again, not knowing how to word it. It's okay, I can solve the front doors problem. Now, everyone, go pack your things, meet here again. You just gonna stay silent? This motherfucker was going to kill us, burned. Daryl shouted, feeling frustrated. You may be forgetting things. We are the ones who came here begging for entrance. This is not his doing. It was going to happen with or without us here. He made your fucking cure so no one here would turn into a fucking walker if he died in his sleep. Focus on what is important, all right? Billy glared at all of those who were shouting at the doctor. His mindset started changing after spending those days with Sasuke. It felt as if the big picture was being revealed slowly to him. He knows that they are all well stacked, and they would be mostly safe with Sasuke here and others that are trained too. Thus his brain cells had already started working on other things. Those people had forgotten who they were shouting at: a doctor, a scientist, a man of a value higher than most all of them. A man with a profession that can save lives, in this apocalypse. He was too damn precious. And he understood why Sasuke was investing in him, trying to make him one of them. 10 minutes later they were all back in Zone 5 with their baggage. Sasuke walked with Dr. Jenner to Rick, Shane, Billy, and Morgan, who were discussing things with the group. Mainly the route and their next stop. Hey, I have a suggestion. Most of the group listened. Especially Rick. His view of Sasuke changed from a strong kid to someone with a vision and a will to act upon it even if it was painful or unfair, thus he nodded at him seriously. Go on, we don't have much time. Alright, I know this is hard for everyone, things didn't go as planned. And you all want to leave as soon as possible. But there are many things here that we can't leave behind to be just burned. I see T-Dog and Glenn took food. Good thinking, he fist-bumped T-Dog, who raised his fist instinctively, surprising him before relaying his thoughts. How about this? There is a military truck outside. We load it with what we can: sofas, mattresses, food, and the things that Dr. Jenner will need to start his laboratory again. He asked but had already planned on emptying the whole place with or without them. We don't have time. Lori tried to talk with the kindest tone she could muster while holding her son. She feared him revealing the secret to Rick, but even more the ticking bomb. And we are wasting it. William, Daryl, T-Dog, and Harrison sisters will take care of the kitchen. You guys separate into different groups for each section. We will start piling things at the front doors with everyone willing. Morgan stepped forward, detailing things quickly before putting his things and leaving with his family back with Glenn and T-Dog already with him. Amy glanced at Sasuke before following her sister to the kitchen. All right people, that's the plan. You don't want to help? Fine, go wait at the front doors but don't hope to enjoy those things later. Sasuke clapped, leaving them and going with Jenner to his laboratory to retrieve things. While Katniss and Siri headed to the rec room with other women where shelves full of books are in there. Leaving the basement for Billy to work on dead generators so that Sasuke can store them later without wasting time. Half an hour later everyone was in the front doors with bags and things everywhere behind them. They grew anxious with the sirens that started suddenly when the clock turned to 30 minutes and decided to leave immediately, leaving many things behind, as the trips back and forth here took time. Sasuke didn't mind, as he had already taken anything they left behind in those last minutes. He was the last to come, seeing them anxious trying to break through the bulletproof glasses. Shane had already shot it with his shotgun, yet it didn't work. The bullet barely left a mark on the glass. I found this in your clothes when I was washing them that morning. It was Carol who took a grenade with cautiousness, showing it to Rick. He took it and was about to go for the glass when Sasuke grabbed his arm, shaking his head. No need for this, it will only attract more walkers and we still need to load those things. Then how the fuck are we going to break it, with a sword? Shane laughed angrily but didn't expect Sasuke's reply. We got a genius here, mind stepping back Daryl. Sasuke ignored him and addressed Daryl, who was hitting the glass with an axe to no result. You don't mean? WTF. Glenn and everyone watched in confusion as the boy unsheathed the gleaming blade and took a stance before slashing multiple times at a fast speed and then sheathing it again when nothing happened. Just use the damn grenade, we don't dash. Shane's words got stuck as he watched dumbly how Sasuke pressed his hand on the glass and pushed forward. A clean big square was pushed out from that fucking bulletproof glass, which not even his shotgun succeeded in breaking. Surprised Scratchy. Don't be, it's just another fucking day with him. Billy laughed loudly, following Sasuke out after they told others to guard the place while they bring the truck. From his storage seal. Katniss smirked, seeing the looks on their faces. It felt weirdly satisfying to know something amazing others don't. And even more being related to its source. While Duan decided to up his training 10 times more even if it meant passing out. He wanted to do that shit too. Chapter 34, TWD 34, Cautiousness. TWD, extras are the MVPs. What is that sword forged from? Tungsten or something alike? Jenner asked me while I was helping him put things on the truck. Not really, a special metal I myself don't know. I see, I don't have much knowledge about metals. But I don't believe the sword itself is the only reason. You must be strong too to reach that feat. I just shrugged at the curious scientist, evading his prying question. Those 4 chakra-reinforced slashes were the only ones I can achieve with the 25 threads of chakra I have now. While each strike is to be performed in under a second before I run out of chakra. Really pitiful, from fighting long hours using it with no issue to this. 10 minutes. Glenn shouted from behind the wheel, and the last batch was finally transported to the truck he will be driving. All right, we are leaving. Check if everyone is here. Rick told the group that, while I and others who are armed with fire guns guarded the perimeter around the caravan. In 2 minutes we were all ready. The majority boarded the big bus we found around here while others got into their vehicles. I joined the Humvee where Everdeens and the blonde sisters who were taking the back seats. Everyone's ready, Shane's voice came through the CB, and the vehicles sounded the horn one time before moving back to the road they came from yesterday. How can your sword pierce through something even a bullet can't? I sighed hearing the question Andrea asked. The same I got from Glenn, T-Dog, and others. It's a special one. But it's just a sword, where did you get it from? My clan. Clan. I skimmed through that same explanation, leaving the topic at that. But Siri didn't, she voiced her thoughts with that seemingly harmless smile of hers. Can I have one, Sasuke? Yeah, one fact about Siri. She is a little genius, but a mischievous one. A sword. When you grow up maybe. Katniss just hummed, telling her she can have one when she finishes her training with me, and that piqued the 2 sisters' interest. What training? General combat and survival, starting with body exercises and then the basics of stances and footsteps. Like the one Duan is going through. That kid who always holds a stick with him. Yeah, he will be ready in a year for a real blade if he keeps at this rhythm, or maybe even less. He got the right determination and hard work from what I had observed. Can you teach me? Amy asked. I saw Katniss giving me the side glance too. She asked the same before, but we didn't really have the chance to start anything amidst all the chaos. Can you keep up with it? It's not a joke, you will feel your muscles spasm every day. Your hands will turn rough and you will have to risk your life and even kill. It was a question to all of them here. I don't know what they are expecting, but this is just the surface of what would follow. Receiving painful hits, instincts training, injuries, getting used to the smell of blood and guts, boring routines. I will try my best. Amy nodded. I don't really know if she is serious, but I will give her a chance to prove it. I glanced at her older sister. I just want to learn how to fire my gun, she shrugged, showing me her silver Glock. A gift from her father, as she told me. I understand. But I remember you using one too in the camp when walkers came. I want you to teach me, if that is fine with you. That will have to wait until we find a good place where we don't need to worry about attracting walkers with gunshots. It was then a deafening explosion sounded behind us, making every vehicle slow down. We couldn't see the fire from here, but the sound of the explosion alone made everyone here shiver from fear. If they were caught in that, nobody wanted to imagine that, and the car suddenly became silent. No one was in the mood to speak for a long time after that explosion. But soon that tension went down, and we got back to that topic. The rest of the trip was filled with them questioning some things. The roads were mostly empty, and we took few stops here and there to scavenge and siphon fuel from the abandoned cars. The unorganized movements bothered me greatly. Even after being attacked in the camp, they still don't have the wariness needed. Try talking to them and most would ignore you. I may be in the body of one in his early 20s, but my accumulated life experiences are at least 50, with half of them being filled with fights and survival. I just ignored that and left them to their fate. At least my group gets to have something from the days we had spent surviving together. They walked together, armed and always cautious, and we kept the kids who can't help with anything in the fucking car. I won't risk having Siri, who doesn't even know how to wield a knife, be out there opening cars and whatnot, treating walkers like horned rabbits. Maybe Carl is surviving doing all this shit with his protagonist's son's luck, but I won't bet on Siri, who hadn't even appeared in the TV show. Thus, amidst my frustration, boredom, and me evading the Harrisons' questions about my life, we made it through to the highway. At some point we were forced to halt. The road ahead was a mess, with cars everywhere blocking the way forward, some overturned and others abandoned and damaged. Daryl helped try to find a way through just for the RV ahead to malfunction again and pull to a stop in the middle of this mess. Siri, rules. I turned to her, who was sitting on the back seat between the sisters. Unfamiliar place, too many blind spots. You are here, so I stay in the car until you or Katniss say otherwise, she stated poutily after taking a close look from my spot. Probably at seeing Sophia leaving the RV with her mother. Bravo, can I ask you to stay here? I don't like this. You too, Katniss, follow the protocol of silent zone. Katniss nodded, taking a Glock with silencer and checking it. Amy nodded too, but I saw a defiant look on Andrea's face as I said that. I don't really care, it was just a suggestion. She can get out there if she believes she is the Supergirl she may be imagining herself to be. Would be just another tough lesson if something bad ended up really happening here. I remember a herd or something about this place. When exactly, from where, or how? I don't, but I'm sure many walkers marched through this place in one of the episodes. Third POV. Getting out, Sasuke walked past Morgan's Humvee that was holding two old people in it beside his family. Look, man, I don't think this is right. Morgan held his forehead, frustrated just as much as Sasuke, and spoke once he was by his side, looking at the bunch of people getting out from the bus and exchanging talks like it was a fucking field trip. Just keep your family in the car, they know what to do in case of emergencies. Yeah, both, let's go see what's going on. Sasuke waved at Duan, who was in the back seat beside the old couple following beside Morgan. Billy soon got out from his van with Jim, and just like that, a mass of people joined together near the RV. Shane, can you speak to your people? Since they know you better, the place here isn't suitable for this kind of gatherings. We still don't know what might be around. Sasuke whispered to him, pointing at the people who were everywhere near that bus. Shane fortunately just nodded his head and went to speak to them. This is a graveyard, I don't know how to feel about this, a female voiced her opinion, and Sasuke turned to it, seeing Lori speak while looking at Daryl, who started searching an abandoned car. What the hell is she doing here anyway without a gun? Sasuke really started wondering if Rick is trying to get her KO'd so he can find another wife. He had more than 5 guns on that backpack and none was equipped to the wife. Most ignored her, doing whatever they can with T-Dog taking care of siphoning fuel with Daryl. Leaving them, Sasuke walked to a somehow familiar man he came to know those 2 days. William, can I ask for a favor? The man, who looked to be a few years older than him, nodded, seeing him. Sure Sasuke, I can help you. Places like those aren't safe, so in case something happens, make the people stay down inside the bus. And make sure the doors are locked correctly while everyone in there keeps out of sight. But there's nothing around. William pointed to the deserted road, barring their people. Just in case, keep this on you. He passed him a crowbar and a revolver. All right, I will stay near the bus. William didn't understand why Sasuke was tense, but he decided to trust him. Better than not knowing what to do himself. Thank you for understanding. With that, Sasuke briefed him on the possibility of a herd appearing from the forest on the side, and William nodded, promising to do his best to have them back in the bus. Billy, who saw Sasuke from afar, walked to his side, passing him a bottle of water. What now? We can't really go through this. Yeah, we have fuel, so maybe we can go back to the interstate behind and take the turn. But we need the RV fixed. You know how important it is. It has a toilet. No female here was willing to do that job in the woods. Not even men. It was dangerous. Well, that's an option. Go have some rest, Sasuke. I will see what we can get from this place. Stay safe. I will check with the side here for a moment. I don't want something to emerge suddenly from there. Sasuke pointed to the forest by the side, and Billy nodded, understanding his point. I don't remember from where that crowd of walkers came. There's nothing ahead, so maybe this side. He really hated how few the things he remembered from the show. Waving at Morgan, who walked back to the Humvee, Sasuke bypassed the sidewalk and into the forest, walking through the trees. Nothing. After few minutes of inspection, he decided to go back. Summoning the snake, he let it go ahead and retreated back, yet not even halfway through, his eyes picked out a walker trotting between the cars on the highway ahead. 1, 5, 17, and more kept appearing. Chapter 35, TWD 35, The Countdown for a Pirate's Life. Sasuke, who was about to climb back to the road, suddenly saw a walker moving through the road, then another. 2, 5, 17, and more kept appearing like they were multiplying. He saw Shane and Glenn hiding under a truck and Billy under another nearby while he ran at full speed up the small hummock and onto the pavement. And then it happened. A woman screamed. She just had to fucking scream when more than 10 people were still standing beside the bus, unaware of the horde closing in on them. Dale dropped down, lying flat on the roof of the RV after he waved for Sasuke, who was running toward his direction, and pointed below, mouthing the door. Sasuke, who reached the road, saw that and ran at his fastest, killing one walker, jumping over a car, and beheading another walker who was about to enter the RV. Lock it and go hide in the toilet, he told the two in there before closing the door and running for the bus as the people there finally understood what the woman who ran to the bus saw. So many walkers were shuffling between the cars and were coming in their direction. Everyone hearing me now? Stay down and silent if you are under a car. Hey! Go inside now and lie down. William! Lock the door. Sasuke yelled, trying to attract all the walkers to him while running toward the bus, tossing two guys who were panicking and didn't react to his words inside, and closing the door behind him, leaving William to take the lead before going from that place, hitting the windows of the abandoned cars he came across to attract walkers to him. The horde of walkers was just a few meters from reaching him. Billy. I will lure them down the road, follow in exactly 15 minutes to pick me up. With that, Sasuke waved at the anxious Katniss to stay down when he passed by the Humvee. It's a good thing everyone is in the car. The look of defiance in Andrea's face was nowhere to be seen. She looked pale as a sheet as she glimpsed at the horde following behind Sasuke before crouching low. Bomb! He kicked the overturned truck, making a loud noise, and the first walker came a few steps from Sasuke, leaning in to catch him. Sidestepping it easily, he pierced its brain through his neck with Kusanagi and dropped the 3 walkers behind it with shurikens before kicking the truck once again to have the attention of the more than 80 walkers ahead. Step back and kill, take 10 faster steps back, having them lured, kill 1 and step back, kill 2 and take 10 fast steps back to lure. He repeated the process until the cars were no longer in sight. Around 50 walkers were still chasing after him while he plucked them slowly but steadily. Now away from people's sight, Sasuke made some distance between him and the walkers. Retrieving 2 Fuma shurikens from his seal, he rotated, generating force, and threw them side by side, reinforced with all the 26 threads of chakra he had on him. The giant shurikens passed through the horde at head level, killing more than 15 walkers in their wake before losing momentum. It had been 12 minutes now since Sasuke started luring them. And to this point he had already killed 47 walkers, feeling partially relieved as he thought how others should be safe by now. Yet that feeling didn't last long, as it was then the little snake he left behind in the forest shared a vision. A familiar little girl was striding aimlessly through the fucking forest all alone where she shouldn't be. Sasuke cursed before pulling 2 kunai and tying 2 explosion tags to them before throwing them at 2 parts of the remaining horde. I don't care anymore. Let's just finish them fast. Activating the tags, he watched the walkers explode to pieces, with some of their blood reaching him, covering his clothes and face red. He just swept a hand to his face to wipe it, took his silver baller, and killed the remaining 9 walkers and started running back to the group without waiting for Billy. 8:43 p.m. Nothing. Katniss asked anxiously, pacing around. Yeah, I searched the area 3 times, he wasn't there, I only found those giant shurikens. Billy said, feeling angry and helpless. It was the first time to feel this fear in a long time, and for no other than Sasuke. Maybe walkers. Glenn shared his thought. Impossible, it's Sasuke, he left a trail of dead walkers in the road, every last one of them, but he wasn't there when I got to that place. Yeah, we searched around and didn't find him anywhere, no trace of him. Morgan too wasn't feeling any better, it was unusual for Sasuke to disappear like this. Sophia and now him too, I'm going to search for him. Katniss took her bow, ready to move, when Billy shook his head, telling her to stay with Ciri and he will go again. Rick and Daryl had just finished telling Carol that they hadn't found Sophia and had even dissected a walker they found to make sure he hadn't eaten her. Yet all Rick got was the blame. Though he understood that Carol wasn't bad, it still hurt, but in the end he was a father too, and she was just a hurt mother not knowing what to do, thus, all he did was join Billy to plan how to search for Sasuke. This was by far the worst day they came across since meeting each other. And for the first time, most of the group came to understand how scary it felt losing someone who was as strong as Sasuke. The reassurance that came with someone who can spot walkers from half a mile away with a look and can kill dozens of them with ease disappeared totally, making all the armed people around vigilant the whole time. What about CB? I remember him having a handheld one, Amy, who was biting her nail, suggested. No answer. Will they be okay? Ciri whispered with a trembling voice to Katniss, she was worried about both her friend and Sasuke. == First POV. Please, I swear I didn't mean to. My people are waiting for me. Let me go, man. I swear I won't do it again. You didn't mean what? Shooting me in the head. All right, I get it. I'm sorry, but my hand might slip too. I buried the kunai in his knee. A mistake. Shooting with a sniper rifle at my head was never a mistake, this asshole and his group aimed for the kill. Fortunately, I reacted fast enough after I saw the reflected light from the scoop to use my kunai and redirect the bullet enough to pass through my shoulder. That kunai shattered, with one of its shrapnel slashing my neck. I ignored his annoying muffled scream and buried another one to his ankle, keeping his mouth covered. Answer why you did that, and where are they? Sophia is safe now, fortunately, she found a farmhouse to hide in, and now she is asleep inside a closet. With the little snake keeping eyes on her. This group wasn't far from me when they tried to kill me, so I caught up to them fairly quickly after recovering from the shot. But by the time I got to those assholes and killed 2 who were escaping on a vehicle, the others had already escaped to another road on a motorcycle. Leaving this one behind, which I caught because of his bad driving skill. I don't know. Brian heard the explosion and asked me to go and see. I saw you killing them with a silenced pistol, and he took my riff, agmph. I punched his jaw, another lie. And you decided to fire so you can loot my dead body. When the first shot failed, you screamed, and the other 2 joined you firing their revolvers too, trying to hit me. Guess you guys hadn't seen how I dealt with the walkers before those 9, huh? I'm pissed just by remembering that. I need to find those 2, or their location at least. Sophia is safe and just a few minutes away, but I have to secure her as soon as possible. I don't want to risk her leaving again or making noise. I'm really starting to miss my Sharingan when it comes to investigation acts. Tell me, have you ever imagined how painful it feels to be crushed by something heavy? Strong. I grasped his hand. Let me go, please, man. I'm sorry. What the fuck do you want? I told you I didn't mean, and closed, this wasn't Shane who was going for a mere tackle, this is a man who aimed for my head, who would have killed me if I wasn't a shinobi. Who did something that would have resulted in Ciri, Katniss, Billy, and everyone who I promised to protect and gave hope to, having their chances of surviving dwindle. If that shot reached my head. I hate breaking promises the most, and I would never let someone or something stop me from fulfilling them. I told her I will always be there until she is strong enough, so I will. Not walkers, not this asshole, and not 100 of them are going to take me down here. Because I know how it feels. Yuri, my friend and elder brother, he too promised me to always be there and help me when no one did. He did that for a homeless teenager who was thinking how to steal his money. But he was taken from me. I know the feeling of someone who is your pillar suddenly disappearing, leaving you afraid and confused. Thus, I didn't have mercy. I closed on his hand with all my strength, feeling bones snapping and piercing his flesh. He couldn't even thrash while being roped to a tree, so it just made it more painful. My other hand closed his mouth, keeping the noise low. I don't want more walkers near us. Where? I let the swollen, red, trembling hand go and grasped the other one, and soon after, he spilled everything. A surviving camp built in a town a few miles from here called Woodbury, led by a leader called Governor, who, alongside his men, is used to attack other survivors and take their supplies. If even this one calls this governor trash who isn't human, it speaks of his cruelty. I don't know this man, and he is at a distance from here, but I will hunt him eventually. Loose ends are never good. But for now, Sophia and my group matter more. I had already tried contacting Billy and others but couldn't reach them. The CB kept producing noises only. And I know they must be worried from the time I spent chasing and dealing with those and taking out the bullet to do first aid. Thus leaving the dead man there for the walker trotting nearby, I ran, feeling the newfound chakra on my body. 3 humans, yet those 3 alone gave me 1.5 thread. Meaning, at least for now, a human is worth 5 walkers. And I don't have any issue with harvesting the same type of people like those. With 37 threads of chakra, I got enough to move more agile now and stick to places for 3 minutes. 9:13 p.m., it's already dark. So I ran at my fastest toward the farmhouse, taking the shortcuts through trees' branches when swamps blocked the way. Time to take the little girl back to her mother and end this farce. Chapter 36, TWD 36, Return, and more bad news. Sasuke's figure emerged from the trees, looking at the little clearing in front of him. A clear small land of about 20 meters, 8 yards, welcomed his view. There, beside a big tree, stood a farmhouse, old, but it is the place that is luckily sheltering the little girl. Unsheathing his blade, Sasuke entered through the front door. The place was dark as it was night, but he could see fine enough. Entering a room to the side, he quickly spotted the little white snake in a corner, and there beside it was a closed closet. With a presence shifting in there, she clearly heard the sound of the door being opened but didn't get out or make a sound. Sophia, it's me, Sasuke. I will. His words were cut as a hand pushed open the closet and the little girl lunged at him. Hugging him and crying his name with a trembling body showing just how afraid she was of being alone all that time. It's okay. Are you hurt? He asked, wiping her tears. She looked fine. No, Mama, where is she? That policeman told me to follow the road, keeping the sun to my left, but I... It's okay now, you are safe. I will take you back to them all right. Blood. There's so much blood. Are you okay, Sasuke? Did they hurt you? She couldn't see well, but it was enough to feel the sticky fluid and smell it. The smell of blood became too familiar to her in those past few days of travel. No, I'm good, it's not my blood, he spoke, cleaning her hands with a wet towel. His situation wasn't that dire even though the loss of blood from the bullet had affected him negatively earlier. Adding to it the intense chasing he did right after tanking it, that put his body through some pressure. Are you hungry? I will give you something to eat and drink, and I will try to contact others, okay? I found some food, but I'm thirsty. She pointed at the empty can. There was some canned food on the closet and liquor. He nodded before going to a nearby corner where she couldn't see, then retrieved water from his seal and gave it to her. Taking out another CB, he chose their channel and tried. ZZZ Sasuke here, anyone receiving? ZZZ. Yet even a minute later nothing happened. Something with the signal waves. He sat contemplating their next move. Sophia, I need to check the house and... No, please don't leave, please. She grabbed his hand tightly, tears falling. She didn't want him to disappear again. All right, I won't, but we need to leave, your mother is waiting. But it's dark, and they will be out, walkers, it's safe here, can we go tomorrow? I can protect you, Sophia. We have to go back, I can't contact them from here. Please, let's stay here and leave when it's daytime, I'm afraid, please, Sasuke, he hesitated, seeing her pleading with him while clutching his arm. Going back now is the right option, but he can't do that if she is afraid to even move. He can lift her, but he needs 2 hands to fight, especially in the dark, and with his injured shoulder, that leaves 1 hand. Okay, we leave at sunrise. Now go sleep, Sophia. I need to secure this room at least. Here, use this so you can see me, I'm still here. He distracted her before retrieving a binocular with night vision, giving it to her. She nodded, and he made quick work of the place. Alert systems, wire traps at the door, securing the exit and making an emergency one through the ceiling before going back and sitting next to her. I can use the little snake to pass a written message, but fuck, I need it here more, this room is the only thing secure here. I can't see the situation outside, and the forest is surrounding this place from all sides. If a horde stumbled to this point, we would both be in trouble. I need it to be my eyes out. It can leave first thing in the morning before me and deliver the message to Billy. He sighed, watching it leave through a crack into the woods, then turned to the little girl who slept, hugging his waist and resting her head on his lap, a warm blanket covering her. Her body shut down the moment she closed her eyes, knowing she was safe now, yet every time he made a move, she would instinctively wake up in fright, then sigh in relief seeing him, and try to sleep again. A few hours later, Sasuke shook the sleeping little girl gently, waking her up. Sophia opened her eyes groggily and relaxed seeing him. Here, eat something and drink water, we leave in 5 minutes, all right? She nodded, muttering a thank you. Sophia was stunned by his state, now she can see him better. His clothes were bloodied, even his neck and part of his cheeks, dry blood. But he looked fine, so she didn't think much of it, she herself was dirted, her clothes smeared with mud all over. Soon they left, Sasuke made her climb on his back and started running, and Sophia soon experienced a new thrill she didn't know. Sasuke was too fast yet comfortable to be carried by. She felt excited by how fast he ran and evaded trees. The way back wasn't that dangerous, they merely found 4 walkers, which Sasuke dropped with senbons. Unfortunately, from what he saw through the little snake's shared vision, Billy wasn't there. Nor were Rick and some of the group. Sasuke. And Sophia. Dale's shout got the people staying there alarmed, and they rushed to see what happened. He was the first to notice them getting out from the side of the road. Sasuke. Sophia. She is here. People soon crowded near the emerging duo. Dale, who rushed with Jenner and Amy, was surprised by the boy's state, he was smeared in blood all over, and there was even a gauze partially visible on his shoulder. Sophia. Sasuke, are you good? What happened? Amy and Dale rushed with water, taking Sophia from Sasuke and inspecting her while others grouped him. We are fine. I will explain later, where's everyone? Billy, Katniss and Morgan's family took the Humvees and went to search for you while others went to the woods to search for Sophia. Siri with them? He asked, reaching to the CB on the remaining Humvee, and contacted their channel. Yeah, she is with Katniss. What happened? What's with this blood? Sasuke, we were worried about you, Amy asked him, concerned looking at his state. I'm good. ZZZ Sasuke here, anyone receiving? Over ZZZ. He waited, and soon someone replied. ZZZ Sasuke. Where are you? We are near the forest beside the interstate now. Are you okay? ZZZ. ZZZ I am. I'm with Dale and others now. Get back here. Sophia is here too. ZZZ. ZZZ Sophia. They found her. ZZZ, Billy asked, feeling relieved. ZZZ yeah, let's meet here. ZZZ. He tried contacting Rick, but it didn't work. First clean yourselves. What injury is that, Sasuke? Jenner passed them clean towels and water. Sophia was taken away by a few women after she hugged Sasuke one more time. Gunshot, I will explain later, thanks. Taking them from Jenner, he briefed him. You good? What happened? Sasuke then asked T-Dog, seeing the gauze on his forearm. I injured myself earlier from a sharp piece of metal, Doc here took care of the wound. Thanks again. T-Dog smiled, thanking Jenner once again. Thankfully he was with them here, the cut he got from the sharp metal when he was trying to hide from the horde was painful. And he was grateful they had a doctor and medical supplies on them. Take care of yourself, here, try contacting Rick and his group please, I will go change my clothes. Passing him the CB, Sasuke turned and walked to a clean spot behind the RV where no one was around and started taking off his clothes. He took the towel and water they gave him and started wiping his body, ready to retrieve clean clothes from his seal, just as familiar sneaky steps turned from the corner. Sasuke ahem, here are clothes, clean clothes, yeah, your shoulder is good. Amy fumbled hard in confusion at herself. She was concerned seeing the bloodied gauze around his shoulder, yet also brain-fried seeing him almost naked for the first time. She felt her face heat up as her eyes traced the lines of his body, mesmerized by the tight muscles all over. While the man also stared at her blankly, fortunately he hid the private spot with the towel, yet it did little to hide its prominent shape from her. Amy stood there with a deep blush, staring at the guy, who did the same with her before taking the clothes that were about to slip from her hand. Thank you. Can I ask you to have them gathered close? I need to talk with them. Yeah, sure, I will have your don't worry, I will have them gathered. She cursed herself at voicing her thoughts and just shuffled away, ashamed at the wet feeling between her legs. Sasuke nodded and started cleaning the wound and changing the gauze with a new one. Not long after, the roars of the Humvees nearing them sounded, and Sasuke, who was now cleanly dressed in a short-sleeved blue Uchiha shirt, walked with others to the newcomers. Sasuke. The people who got out of the cars felt relieved seeing him safe, with Siri taking the lead rushing at him. Hey, I'm sorry for the trouble. You guys are good. Katniss just hugged him tightly with her sister. I'm happy you are okay, boy. What the hell happened? Billy asked after Katniss and her sister let him go, inspecting him for injuries. With Morgan and his family smiling at Sophia, who was hugging Siri beside them. Something arose that made me move away from that spot. I couldn't reach you with the CB. Same with us, and we found a corpse tied to a tree, eaten, Morgan whispered at him with Duan close, glancing at Jenny, who was talking with Sophia. Was it your doing? Yeah, I was ambushed by his group. Anyway, I can't reach Rick and his group. Did you try, Dr. Jenner? What? They exclaimed, hearing what he said. I will detail it later. You contacted Rick? No, nothing with the CB. What are we going to do now? Dale walked to them, now much calmer seeing the two who disappeared safe, and asked them. First we make contact with others. I'm worried about not Resi. Billy's words caught in his throat, and he turned to the people who came from the forest. Sasuke. Mama. Sophia bolted, seeing her mother surprising Daryl, Glenn, Andrea, and William, who were looking for her in the forest. You are safe, and Sasuke too, thank God. But see Carl, he was shot. A girl came riding a horse like Zoro and took Lori with her. Glenn panted, explaining how a sheik on a horse told them Carl was shot and is now on a farm with his father and Shane before taking Lori with her. What? Where are they now? Sasuke, who didn't expect that, asked just as a speeding pickup truck drove at high speed toward them. It screeched to a halt and from it emerged two men, Shane and another unfamiliar chubby man in his 40s. Sasuke. Sophia too. Good, you are safe. Meds, we need operation tools. Carl was shot, and we need medical tools to treat him. I remember taking them from the CDC. We need to move, now. Shane rushed, explaining what happened briefly to them. Chapter 37, TWD ch-37, roping in the two Harrisons. The group soon boarded their vehicles and followed the pickup back to the interstate and into the road leading to the farm that is around 2 miles away, where Carl is being treated. Sasuke, what happened exactly? Katniss, who was driving the Humvee, asked, as Amy had told her briefly before that his shoulder was injured. It was also at that moment the earpiece shared with Morgan and Billy transferred their voices. Now is the time you tell us what happened, boy. Who was that trash piece tied to a tree, and what happened back there? Billy asked Sasuke, confusing Jenner beside him until he pointed at his ear. Tapping his earpiece, Sasuke detailed the incident of him luring the horde and then how someone shot him. You were shot. Why? Who? Morgan asked him. There were 5 of them. Unfortunately, I caught only 3 before the others ran away on motorcycles. Anyway, we may have a hostile community a few miles south of the farm we are heading to. Only 3. You killed 2 driving a fucking car with 2 knives from who knows how far. Anyway, are you good? Katniss and the 2 Harrisons wanted to ask too but understood when he signaled them to be patient and just listen for now. I'm totally okay. Anyway, from what I'd gathered, they had a leader who is nicknamed the Governor. a ruthless kind who survives by plundering other weak camps and scattered survivors. The issue is, the people in his camp, they are not all like him. 90% of them are the sheltered type who don't know what is really going on outside the shelter and what kind of person their leader and his men truly are. So the few who ran away will report you. Governor. Another asshole to deal with. Do we need to follow the scorched ground rule? Billy asked him what mattered, to kill or not. It doesn't matter really, we should first focus on dealing with Carl's issue now, and guys, a good shelter needs to be found as soon as possible, a fort type as discussed. A police station, college, resort club, military fort, or anything built with strong walls and maybe fences with clear surroundings around it for more than 100 meters. Or prison, they fit the descriptions. Morgan agreed with Billy. Yeah, we clear one suitable, fortify it more, and discuss the right arrangements. With visible enemies and even more not, we need to start moving the plan soon. We don't lack the armory. I and Billy already stashed them at a safe place accessed only by the two of us and ready to be retrieved at any moment. So the more important is the base and the backup. Noted, we deal with the main one before thinking about the backup base. And what about people, Sasuke? Would they accept going for that? Morgan asked him, remembering what kind of people they have on this group. Our people, are they ready to follow us? Sasuke asked, to both the two men and the Everdeens in his car. You know I won't be going anywhere you aren't in. Katniss smiled and shot a little smirk to the confused Amy in the back seat. Ready whenever you are, always. Morgan and Billy didn't even hesitate, they already have the plan forward and the means to achieve it. And that was all Sasuke needed, his people's trust. Then that's all I hope for. We will give the chance to everyone, they will all be with us as long as they don't endanger the group and follow the arrangements. Those who don't want to, they can try their luck the way they want to. Alright, we decide when the blueprint is ready. Now have a rest, I can't believe you deflected a fucking bullet. Next time you don't go running alone. For your information, Billy, for reasons I can't say, I'm at my weakest this week, a bullet was the least of my worries before that, so you better not turn to my grandma, and can I leave the infiltration of Woodbury to you later? Sasuke already smelled it miles away. Billy would turn to be overprotective since this is the first time that illusion of invincibility Sasuke gave him was shattered, and he didn't want that. And that shit had to happen just before he gained the right amount of chakra to stop worrying about his body's slow reaction while being sniped. Sure, you know I won't joke about such an important thing, I'm the best at that field. Give me a week and I'll have their fucking panty colors laid for ya. He didn't even question the statement. For Billy, vanishing things was the fucking pinnacle, deflecting bullets was hardly as shocking. Alright, just be safe. Sasuke decided to trust him to that. If Billy can figure out that Shane nearly attempted to take Rick's life, Dale connection to the two Harrisons and who was the best to trust with serious tasks on the quarry, then that proves his ability. Disconnecting the call, Sasuke turned to them. Sorry about that. So, any questions? What do you mean by taking only those who want to? It was Andrea who voiced her worries, the amount of info she heard was staggering, and even more so was the way Sasuke spoke of the detailed plan. Exactly that, we plan to secure a safe place ASAP. That means some will agree to move on working on this while others may not. I needed that point to be clear from now, I won't beg anyone to join me, but I will take every person willing. She nodded her head, and Amy voiced exactly what Andrea was wondering. But why would you think that people may refuse? You are strong, and no one right in their minds would put down such a suggestion to work on finding a shelter. Short relief, short belief. Siri surprised them all by that. I plan to make her the future best strategist of the group. And Sasuke fought hard to suppress the smirk he was holding, he was damn proud about the little girl and how much more matured she was. It proved him right that she was smart enough to keep up with his lessons. Huh, what do you mean? Amy was really confused now, what was the little girl spouting now? Can I, Sasuke? Siri asked him with a little smile. He was the one who drilled all those into her mind after all when he taught them and made them discuss and share their own ideas. Sure, princess. Okay, so, as Sasuke told me, and he showed me later the effect of it. People tend to lean more toward the option or person who gives them the relief, even if it is brief and false. I didn't really understand before. But when Sasuke defended the attack back in the mountain, people thanked him. That was the short relief. They were relieved they were saved and believed in him at that moment. But it's just for a short moment. That effect will soon lose its shape like an ice cream melting if you don't decide on consuming it. And it did when some of the people didn't have that same belief in him the next morning. As their short relief changed from being near him to the belief they have a better chance themselves, outside instead of heading to the CDC. She shrugged. She had already grasped the idea, but her inexperience didn't help with putting more examples. It was the same with her and her sister. They took his food, and their short relief that time was staying in the secured building rather than following him and risking their lives outside for the unknown. Had she and her sister stayed back, she knows what would follow that short relief. Katniss, who was wondering if she was the little sister here, chuckled before making it clear to them, as she understood what Sasuke meant. In short, if people find a place that gave them that short relief, safe with food and no walkers visible, most would hold on to that illusion and would object to the idea of working more to search for the fortified place Sasuke needs and make it ours. But we hadn't even found a place. Andrea couldn't keep up any more with their line of thoughts. They were still traveling. You don't mean, the place we are going to? Amy suddenly thought of the possibility. Exactly, people are there in the farm, those who took Carl in. And if you still didn't notice, we hadn't seen a walker since we hit the road to this farm, meaning alive people who survived until now, who may be self-sufficient. Who may be strong enough to wipe out all walkers around. He tapped the wheel, thinking about the last hypothesis. Which Andrea caught too. Or hadn't met them at all, just like we experienced in the camp. He nodded. Our people are tired. They were attacked in the mountain, then came close to exploding in the CDC, and right the next day a large horde marched through us, nearly making us lose a little girl, let alone the info I shared with you, which I asked to be kept a secret for now. Sasuke told the two Harrisons to keep the matter about the governor's community secret for now. No need to make the people who can't change anything just the more anxious. They will take the offer to stop trying and moving around the moment we find any good place. That's why you are making us ready to not be hoping. You already deemed this place as non-suitable. Andrea asked as the caravan came to a stop in the distance from a big farmhouse, with big clear lands around it with cattle and such. It looked peaceful, too peaceful. Yeah, this is anything but the shelter I want my people to be in. She reflected, and Andrea wondered if she was truly going to become just another hoping idiot searching for the short relief they were talking about. If even a little girl not even half her age can have that vision under his tutelage. At first she viewed him as just a skilled young guy who charmed her sister with that damned face of his. She wasn't interested in anyone younger than her, but... Remember, handsome, you promised to teach me how to use a gun, and I'm in whatever plan you guys have, she whispered loudly as she leaned to his ear, trying to annoy both girls. She found it amusing at the thought of beating the two girls in their game as the mature lady here, even if her interest in him wasn't truly that of a maiden in love. But I won't say no to AD from such a specimen. Andrea smirked before getting out. He may be young now, but she knows she would be willing to do anything in a few years once he hits his peak. Once she is past hers as well. Chapter 38, TWD 38, Surgeon. Georgia, outskirts of Mert County, Green Farmhouse, October 2010, 13:21 p.m. Rick stood outside the house with Herschel, the old man owning this big land of farms. He was anxious. He didn't know how a search for Sophia turned to his son getting shot. It was unintentional. Otis, the one who shot Carl, aimed for the deer that Carl was watching nearby, and it just happened that the bullet pierced through it and into Carl's abdomen. Sophia disappeared, Sasuke too, and now his own son was shot. Rick felt like he was on the brink of defeat here. But he still holds his own. Shane had gone to bring the tools needed for the operation. That idea of taking things from the CDC as Sasuke had suggested before may be the thing that saves his son's life now. He had already transfused blood to his son. And was taking a short rest waiting for his wife and others. You are lucky, this place is beautiful. I can't believe how calm and untouched it is. Rick sighed seeing the big land, no destruction, no walkers in sight, and no desperation. It almost felt like all things outside there are mere bad dreams. We weren't completely unscathed, we lost friends, neighbors. Herschel told him how the place was owned by his family for 160 years. He told Rick how the pandemic resulted in the death of his wife and stepson. I'm sorry. I still have my two daughters, all we have left is each other here, hoping for the cure. There was a brief silence as Rick decided to share the truth. We came from the CDC, it's no more, and there's no cure. Rick swept his sweaty forehead. It was a hard situation, but at least Jenner solved just as dangerous an issue for them with Sasuke's help. I don't believe that. Herschel smiled lightly, keeping to his hope. And Rick soon grew frustrated. Herschel believed that it was just another form of disease, like the flu pandemic, smallpox, etc. Something that endangered humanity yet was cured shortly after. No matter how much Rick tried to make him see that walkers are just different, Herschel was stubborn in that belief. It was then they spotted a figure riding a horse coming into view. It pulled closer, and Rick saw his wife riding the horse behind Herschel's daughter, Maggie, and run to embrace her. He accompanied her inside, where Carl was lying unconscious in the bed, pale and sweating. That scene broke their hearts. Maggie stood beside her sister Beth and Otis's wife, unsure of what to do. It was then a young man walked inside, telling them about cars coming up the way to the farmhouse. Herschel, Rick, Lori, and others from the farmhouse soon exited, hearing the engine sound. A caravan was coming up the road to the house. Herschel knew from Rick that they have a big group, thus, he turned to give him a look. He didn't expect such a number, and he didn't like the idea of having all of them on his lands. Rick, who wasn't focused on him, rushed to the blue pickup and stopped, seeing the figure of a handsome young man with raven black hair and a sword tied to his hip getting out from the Humvee, Sasuke. He grew even more relieved seeing Sophia waving at him from the RV's window. Sophia. Sasuke, you are safe. He embraced them and briefed Billy and others with what happened before taking the tools needed for Carl's treatment. This place looks safe. Look, no walker, a woman told her husband, getting out from the bus, and Sasuke exchanged a look with Billy. Hear that shit, old man? Billy rolled his eyes, lighting a cigarette. Hi, we meet again. Sasuke turned, looking at Glenn, who greeted a lady, Maggie. Your group is big. Is it okay if you camp around here? She smiled back and greeted Billy, who seemed to be their leader, her gaze wandering to a little girl who was giggling while sitting atop a guy's shoulders. Sure, we are sorry for the disturbance we may have caused. Is there a specific spot your people needs us to be? Billy nodded cooperatively. It wasn't their land after all, and he respected that. Most others here didn't voice an objection either. Not really, just around would be fine. Jenner, can you come please? We need your help. Rick came back striding and asked for the doc. He wasn't really a surgeon, but his experience was enough to help. I'll not be of much help, Rick. Sasuke was shot and treated himself, he is more suitable for this. Jenner pointed to Sasuke, he had already checked the wound, and everything was treated the right way. Shot? You were shot? Who? Rick asked him, he was surprised by that news. Let's talk later, Katniss, I will be back shortly. He put Siri to the ground near Katniss and followed after Rick. Otis watched from the side, confused. Why would they let a kid in there? He was almost as young as Beth. All right people, we form a perimeter there, just as in the camp. Get your tents and start unloading only the necessary things, and for those alone, pair with two and use one tent if possible, no need to crowd the place. Billy clapped, and soon with Morgan, Dale, Jim, and others, they started making an area for themselves. Herschel and Otis's wife, who were already making preparations with Maggie and Lori by their side, were surprised to see Rick rush in with a Caucasian man and another Asian boy. I thought you said there's only one doc with you. Who is that? The old man spoke to Rick. Sasuke, I heard that the bullet was fragmented when it pierced his body, 7 pieces, I can help with that, Sasuke told him, taking a closer look at Carl. No, get out and wait with others. Sasuke held a curse hearing that, it started getting on his nerves even when he knew it was not the man's fault. I can vouch for, Jenner was about to speak when Sasuke picked a glass by the table and squeezed, shattering it. That action surprised everyone, making Herschel even angrier, seeing him taking a pillow, shredding it and doing something. What do you think you are doing? Herschel's shout and sentiment were shared by all women in there. I will apologize later, fragments. Look. Sasuke flicked his wrist, pulling 2 senbons from his arm brace, and then using them like pincers and moving close to Herschel to make him see better. It's not my first time treating injuries caused by fragmented metals, we both know what simulation this is. His fingers worked like they had a mind each, manipulating senbons to pull the many pieces of glass pierced into the cotton. It wasn't the same as flesh, but Herschel picked the most important detail. Others may not understand the difference, but he did. The swiftness and precise moves were much more practical than what his frail hands can achieve. If done to Carl, they would result in less trouble than his way. You were a surgeon. I have experience. Sasuke left it at that. All right, you take the lead, and I'll be the aide. Start with the outer fragments, I will clean the gash. Hand him the gloves, Patricia. Herschel turned to Otis's wife, telling her to step back as he would be the aide. But how can he? Patricia, gloves. He too wouldn't want to trust a random kid, but not when he saw him do a job he would need triple the amount of time to finish, with the right tools, not 2 fucking long needles. And Sasuke already unraveled the wound of bullet treated on his shoulder. All right, she nodded and helped Sasuke wear the gloves. Rick shook his head at Lori, who was about to say something. Adjust the light, please, Sasuke said, and soon he started working on the wound. Herschel and Jenner moved around, helping him and watching in amazement as the boy operated on the wound, taking fragments and moving the tools in a way that should be impossible. Unaware that Sasuke was using chakra to manipulate them to be better at removing the fragments with minimal damage done to the muscle tissues. Half an hour later Sasuke finished closing the wound and bandaging it, and then the trio stepped outside, with Herschel telling the others that Carl's situation is stabilized. Still impressed by the skill of the boy, he figured he may have been studying to be a surgeon before the breakout. Rick, hearing that, smiled in relief and hugged them before rushing with his wife inside, and Sasuke left to see the group outside. He waved at Shane who was nearby, and received a thankful nod from him. Am I allowed in? Sasuke smirked, standing at the entrance of the tent, his meaning known to her only. Anytime, come in, Katniss chuckled as she made his bed. Seeing 3 mattresses, he asked who the third was, already knowing her answer. Of course you are sleeping here. Why? Don't want to. Sasuke sleeping with us. Yay. Siri, who ran from the outside right in time to hear that, laughed and jumped at his back. He always told her weird but funny stories at night. Well, it's decided then. Yep, and you need to sleep, mister, now. She crossed her arms, not wanting to hear a no. She didn't know if he had slept yesterday, and knowing him, he probably hadn't. All right, sheesh. Lying on one side, he shared the vision with the white snake who was doing the scouting before closing his eyes to rest. Whatever needed to be discussed can be left for later. Chapter 39, TWD 39, Deadlifting and a Beatdown. It was afternoon, and the group had settled not far from the house, making a perimeter of tents in the shape of a circle. Herschel, although not really happy with this development, stayed silent, as in the end, this happened because of his people's fault, Otis's to be exact. Dale, who had asked about water from Maggie, got to know that there are 5 wells on the farm, and they were allowed to use the second one. Thus he, William, and T-Dog headed there to retrieve water just to find a guest. A bloated walker was trapped down in the well. Thankfully Dale spotted it before T-Dog drank from that water they drew from that well. 5 minutes later, a few of the group gathered to discuss how to deal with the issue. We got ourselves a swimmer. And he seems to have been enjoying that for a long time, Billy smirked, seeing the bloated walker down there. It looked like a fucking pufferfish, only uglier and sick green. Long enough to grow gills, Andrea laughed seeing the puffed walker down there. So, how to deal with it? We need to get him out, Shane said to Billy. Easy, we put a bullet to his head, or an arrow, T-Dog said, pointing to the 2 bow users here. Bad idea. Why? Glenn asked Katniss, who refused that way. If the water hadn't already been contaminated with that abomination in there, his blood would finish the job. With that, Billy took a closer look, thinking on what to do. So we need to get this out, alive. Daryl nodded, munching a straw. He wasn't really that motivated. What are you doing? Billy asked, seeing Shane coming back with canned meat and tying it to a rope, ready to throw it to the walker. A bait, we need it to catch the rope so we can move it up. It doesn't work, they are interested in the meat of the living only. Katniss shook her head. Yeah, already tried those things with Sasuke in the hospital. We need a living bait, Billy said, and looked around to see if they could find a small animal or something, but was surprised when mostly all others turned to look at Glenn. What happened? He asked, as Glenn had that same look whenever he resisted cursing. I am that living bait, Glenn said, taking off his cap, feeling slightly faulted, and letting Shane help put ropes around him. No, are you fucking joking now? This isn't a game. One wrong move and we lose a person for such stupid action and meaningless reason. No one is going down that damn hole, all right. Billy grabbed the cap and shoved it back at Glenn's head. He couldn't believe how calm they were at deciding such a risky thing. So we leave it in there. Shane glanced at Billy. He became cautious while dealing with those people, Sasuke's group. Maybe that deep fear intensified from seeing that fucker split a bulletproof glass with a fucking sword and seeing the trail of the horde he slew back on that road. More than 80 fucking walkers all slayed in the same style. He won't make unnecessary skirmishes with them. Of course not, but we aren't sending one of us down that well. Yo, Sasuke. T-Dog's greeting got all of their attention. They turned to see Sasuke walking toward them with Siri, wearing a shoulder-sleeved blue shirt that made William wonder if that guy started working out since he was in the womb. Those muscles and unreal strength always made him wonder if Sasuke was on dope or something. Good evening, why the tense mood? Sasuke asked and leaned to see what was in the well that Katniss pointed toward. Whistle unfortunately, you won't get the right 10 down there, buddy. That joke made Duan snicker beside Jim. So, we seal it? He asked. Why? We are trying to get it out of there. Why are you roped? That's a weird fetish to be done outdoors. Sasuke teased Glenn, seeing ropes tied at his limbs and waist. Don't ask me, man. Any idea? Glenn just dropped to his butt, while someone nearby resisted asking if Sasuke was into that, indoors. To get it out? Easy, but are you guys sure the water is safe? We will figure that out after we get him from there, so what's the idea? Bag him and lift him out, got a sturdy bag. Sasuke shrugged, it wasn't that big of a deal. Easier said than done, the bag won't tie itself around him. Shane pointed at the moving walker, that was the issue now. I will go down. Got big and sturdy bags? Sasuke asked Maggie again, who turned to look at Billy like everyone, expecting the same words to be said to Sasuke. What? I'm not the one being asked. His cigarette dropped down a little from his lips as he glanced at them, wondering why the looks. You aren't going to say anything. Oh, how many times had you pulled a walker up? Huh? We had never done this before, we didn't need to, Glenn asked back, confused. Exactly. Siri watched in amusement as Sasuke bit at the arm brace and pulled his head back. She glimpsed a reflection of the sunlight in the space between his teeth and arm brace. Thin wires, almost invisible, were pulled. Taking a few kunais from the pouch on his waist, he tied them. Here, what now? Maggie came and passed him one of the big yellow woven bags. Waiting to see what he was planning to do. Buddy, the short stick, please. Sasuke borrowed the short stick from Duan, put it horizontally on the bag's mouth to keep it open, and then crouched and planted a kunai deep in the ground until only its upper circle was visible. It's a bad time and place for a dip, boy. Be careful. Don't worry, I'm not in the mood to change my clothes. Sasuke smiled, making sure of the wire around his wrist. Thread. We have a robust rope, why are you tying a fishing line around yourself? Maggie asked him, perplexed. Like everyone else who hadn't witnessed the quality of the steel wire. The issue is not with the rope, but with the holder. That thing will be dragged out with a firm tug, you can see for yourself. Sasuke pointed at an iron pipe nearby, which they had previously tied the rope around to help Glenn, who was the living bait in case he was the one to go down. That flimsy pipe will never support the weight of an adult. With that, Sasuke walked to the edge of the well, staring down at the walker, who was flailing with its hands up, as if he was attempting to reach out and bite him. Sasuke raised his hand a little and then dropped it, throwing down 2 kunais bound with steel wires. They slammed into each other halfway, then veered off course and wrapped the trailing wire over the walker's hands before continuing to the stone wall below and embedding themselves next to the ankles of the walker. Billy whistled as he observed the walker's hands being bound with wire. See ya in a bit. Sasuke chuckled as he took a step forward and let his body fall parallel to the wall. The stick on the bag's mouth was gripped in one hand, while the steel wires attached to the walker's hand were held in the other. He spun to land directly in front of the walker, planted both feet on the side walls, pulled the walker's tied hands down to its swollen tummy, and bagged the walker's head before it rushed at him. Pushing the walker back, he threw the stick away and continued to drag the sack down till it reached its knees. His own feet were only a few centimeters below the water's surface. All right, toss me another one. Sasuke waved at Maggie and others who had just witnessed that shit with wide eyes. A cat. No, he moved like a snake. Amy thought. If only Sasuke heard that thought, he would pull down his pants and wave her the real slumbering snake. Maggie threw him the second bag and watched in wonder as Sasuke just used one arm to take the enormous wrapped walker and, using his hip support, hoisted it like a fucking potato sack to his shoulder, and covered it from the feet up. Now, with 2 robust sacks confining the groaning walker, Sasuke secured them with the rope they threw at him, tagged the steel wire attached to the kunai up there, and then just went up using it as support to walk. He made it look so easy that Glenn nodded to himself, thinking how that was exactly what he was preparing to do, just more hazardous maybe. Sasuke reached the top and passed the rope to T-Dog. Hop hop, here's your pull-ups rep for today. And be careful with the rope not to cut it. He waved, retracted the kunai and gathered his tools, tidying them before leading Katniss away for their combat practice. Others soon formed a line, passed the rope, and began pulling up the sacked walker, one thought going through their head. Monster, how the fuck did he lift this fat ass with ease? Sasuke stood a few feet from Katniss, ready to start their first combat session after the warm-up. So, my lady, just to be clear, you want it focused on dealing with humans or walkers? Both. I see, we will start with humans, but I will have to make one thing clear, we don't have the time nor the equipment and necessary conditions to make it systematic. So. She wondered if he was about to pull back, but that was not really to be expected from him. So we need to do it the primitive way, learn through combat and make you develop your instincts through pain. And your reactions, and strength through battle, which will be painful because your body needs to understand pain so that your instincts can start working on evading it. He moved faster than she could follow, planting a palm on her stomach, just enough to make her double down. Ag. First lesson, kidney, ribs, and sternum. He helped her stand up and pointed to the areas on her body. Basically the body's midsection, it's clear and easy to strike. You don't need to have overwhelming strength, just enough to be fast and precise to stun the person and follow up with the next strike. That was painful, ah. Katniss held her abdomen in pain. Need to stop. No, let's continue. Alright, so, unlike me, you clearly won't be using a palm while targeting those areas, not if you are aiming for a fatal hit. My fists. Not for now, use your sharpest and hardest tool on your body currently, so start using your knees and elbows, aim for the midsection, throat, temple, and solar plexus. At what? She nodded, asking if he made a training puppet or something. Me. You serious? Yeah, you can't hurt me anyway, just do it with the intent to inflict harm. I don't want you to hesitate, otherwise, I will palm you every time you fail to deliver the intended hit. Katniss swallowed. This Sasuke felt different. He suddenly became too serious, showing her body parts, focusing on her moves, and all. Even when he was touching places that should feel enticing to men, his face showed no emotion, almost like he was teaching a puppet. But she didn't feel bad and focused like he asked, it wasn't time for that. Katniss moved and tried to hit him with her elbow, which was awkward. Don't make it obvious, use feints, a strong fist first. She nodded, doing just that, seeing how he grabbed it easily. Follow up, take a step close, and aim your knee at that point. Use your hip, and make sure the foot you are balancing on is firm and stepping on good ground. Slipping is a fatal mistake, never lift a leg if the ground is slippery. And just like that, Katniss was being guided for the next 2 hours until she was on her knees panting, sweating profusely, and her body hurting all over. Training. All she got was a beatdown that somehow resulted in her stance becoming firmer and more stable, her guard focusing on her vitals somehow instinctively, though all those observations were clear only to Sasuke. To her? She received hits in one day that were 10 times more than she did in her whole life. She chuckled as she was being held by him on their way back to their tent and whispered in his ear with a parched throat. Hey Sasuke. What is it? I won't swallow it next time, let's see if you are going to beat me tomorrow. She smirked, biting his shoulder, looking at his baffled expression. It was fun seeing that embarrassed look on his stoic face. Chapter 40, TWD 40, A Painter's Creativity. And glazing going wrong. It was a calm night, mostly. People sat with their families and friends, eating and exchanging talks, the tension was almost gone. Those lands are peaceful, the type where you can just lie down and enjoy the moon in the sky and the light breeze. They weren't hungry, they weren't desperate, and they weren't alone. It's amazing how you are a skilled surgeon too at that age, kid. Dale smiled as they were having dinner, remembering what he heard. Herschel's house, where Rick and his group were eating dinner, was small, and he somehow found himself enjoying his place here. What surgeon? Daryl, who was munching, asked in confusion. He treated Carl's injury with amazing skill, Jenner told me. Puffed, surgeon. And of course he chuckled hearing that. Sasuke was anything but a freakin' doc. The only one who took more lives than he had ever saved. Billy pointed at Sasuke's blade and laughed with Daryl. Guys, I'm here with you, you know that right? Sasuke scoffed at them, enjoying his scrambled eggs. Daryl suddenly laughed as he was leaning on a tree and turned to Sasuke asking him. Yeah, so a ninja, doc. What is your next reveal of profession? A damn painter. Good idea actually, I can start with drawing you on the wall of the biggest building in Atlanta. He was about to sneer but froze when he heard Sasuke's next words. With the part below the head belonging to a grandma in lingerie. Sounds good. Daryl glanced at him speechless. Sasuke suddenly looked way menacing. Where the hell did that weird idea came from? TCH, you can't do TH, alright, damn it, can't take a joke. He can't risk it, that damn ninja looked confident in that claim. Do it, Sasuke, Siri suddenly smirked, pointing her tongue at Daryl who started feeling targeted here. I need to, right? I will show him my amazing skill. How about I add Shane hugging his grandma's body from the side? Billy, who was enjoying his beer with amusement, spat from the side nearly choking. That shit planted a disgusting scene in his mind that refused to vanish. Fuck, I need a brainwash here. And old Mandale was no better, he didn't take Sasuke for that kind of creative person. No, make it a big unicorn, a pink one. Siri nodded to herself in satisfaction, much better than Shane, having no idea what lingerie is or how much worse it was becoming for Daryl who started picturing it in his mind. Shuddering in disgust. Hey! Stop corrupting my innocent sister. Sasuke faked a wince as Katniss pinched his thigh. Innocent? I don't think so, not anymore, you people are crazy, and you, Sasuke, what are you? A hidden sadist. Girls won't be liking you anymore if that spreads. He sincerely prayed that Sasuke would drop the subject. I'm not sure about that. Katniss rolled her eyes at Daryl's ignorance. Man was the one truly innocent here. Sadist. Some would tie themselves ready for Sasuke to be the sadist. I was joking, I won't bother with a grandma body. Daryl nodded in masked relief hearing that. So Sasuke cares about his image. I will make it a mmmph. Eat, don't you see gears turning in her head? Katniss shoved a bread into his mouth, amused by the banter he was having with Daryl. But Siri was more curious than Sasuke could imagine. She didn't want her sister going around asking what a freaking MILF is, or worse, saying something like Sasuke liking them. No way she would allow that possibility to surface. The rest of the night went calmly with a light mood, everyone relaxing and going back to their tents after they decided on the watch duty. Where to? Katniss asked, seeing him ready to leave again. I need to do my night exercise, I'll be back in 30 minutes. You did great today, have some rest. Can I come? No, princess, it's boring and unnecessary. Sophia was looking for you, play with her here, and I will tell you a new story when I come back. Later. So, what's the deal with him? Who? That Asian boy with the sword. What's with him? Rick asked back, confused about what Otis was asking exactly. The men invited him to sit here after finally finding time to apologize properly about the shooting incident. I mean, how old is he? He looks young, but I didn't see anyone saying no to him from the moment he came, and your people seem to be the ones listening to him instead. He wasn't the nosy type, but seeing that Adonis-like kid moving around and talking to people and even pointing to what they need to do and no one objecting, it felt weird, honestly. He wasn't used to seeing that here, where Herschel was the one doing that. Oh, Sasuke. He is different. I know it sounds crazy, but he is someone you can trust your life with, and you won't be disappointed. Intelligent, highly skilled, and a good kid who had done more good than anyone can count for. Even you. What? I don't get it, I'm just curious, haha. I mean, we all here, adults, are the ones protecting Jimmy and Beth. It feels the other way with you guys. I know he was something of a doctor. Rick blinked hearing that. Huh. I don't know about that, but he is our best fighter, his skill is second to none when it comes to battle. Really? How much can someone his age do? Otis didn't believe that boy wasn't even half his weight, nor does he look that tough. That much. Rick Chin pointed to a hidden part beside the stalls, and Otis watched in amazement that boy holding a freaking stack of tractor tires on his shoulders and doing squats repeatedly with a steady rhythm like it weighed nothing. Whoa, that's... He is stronger than any of us, his blade has never failed to cut anything so far, and he has never missed a target. Age doesn't seem to matter when it comes to him, he is a trusted friend of ours. Rick smiled faintly, remembering the scene of Sasuke kicking Shane. Anyway, Otis, I know you feel guilty, and sorry if my wife said something harsh to you, just know that everything is good now. Thanks for the drink. Rick patted his shoulder before entering the house to join his wife and bedridden son. Leaving Otis, who started contemplating if they maybe were overestimating the kid. No way he is that good in everything. He would be able to lift some tires too if he wasn't this careless with his weight. Should be his face, they swing that way. Damn. Sasuke, who was unaware that someone was getting the wrong idea about him, put aside the 4 stacked tires he was holding, deactivated the weight-adding seal and stretched, easing his muscles. To kill or to not? He glanced once again at the barn. That damn barn held more than a dozen walkers in there. And worse. Someone was feeding them from what he saw when he sneaked in there earlier. Feeding fucking precious chickens to the walkers. He wondered if whoever that fucker is sane to waste that food. Fresh meat was becoming scarce, and those people are tossing it at walking corpses. He can kill them all easily, those walkers in the barn. But they are possibly Herschel's people, maybe his family or loved ones. That would just make it a cruel action toward the old men, even if it was the right thing to do. Thus Sasuke refrained, but he had already made up his mind. He will secure that damn barn his way until it is the right time to make a move. No way he is leaving it that way. Nah, I need to talk to Herschel. I won't have that shit endanger them. Hey, he turned to the girl who was closing on to him. Hello, you need me for something, Mrs. Green? Maggie, call me Maggie. No need for those formalities, she chuckled, thinking he might be nervous speaking to a girl, unexpected from someone whose look screamed playboy. All right, Maggie. Sasuke honestly was speaking to her as if she was already Glenn's wife. Shit like this happened all the time to him, the plot knower. Yeah, so, Sasuke, right. I came after Rick pointed me to you. We are lacking antibiotics alongside some other things, and he said you can help me with that. There's a pharmacy in the town near here. I am familiar with the place, so. She actually was feeling very curious about him, remembering the craziness he had done at the well before. What else, aside from the pharmacy there, is there any place resourceful? She thought about it for moments. An elementary school, a restaurant, a bar, and houses. Why? We can't have them checked with just 2 people. It may be dangerous. I will gather a group, don't worry. Tomorrow morning after breakfast, good for you. Well, okay, see you then, good night. Good night. Hey Maggie, he decided to hit the iron when hot. Yeah. Can I speak to you about something for a moment? If you aren't busy, of course. Yeah sure. What is it? Maggie secretly wondered if this was a confession scene about to happen like in the dramas. That is kinda cute. She thought. Why are you keeping walkers in the barn? Drama. Sasuke asked about the matter concerning his EXP point dangers that are close to them. He needs to put them to rest soon after all. How did you? I found out about it when I was scouting the place. And that made her angry. You were spying on us. How can you? They welcomed those people, and he was checking their properties. Maggie, I have people to protect. I can't just settle in an unfamiliar place without knowing its layouts. I apologize if that comes off as rude, but you tell me, from what I discovered, my actions weren't wrong, were they? Listen, you can't tell anyone about that. She closed to him more and whispered intensely, worried he might tell Rick and others. Do you realize how dangerous it is to keep walk? Don't call them that. Maggie seethed. Those were her family, her stepbrother, her mother, sick family who have names, not this, walkers. All right, have a good night. Sasuke didn't want to waste energy on delusional people. She wasn't a kid, she was grown up and has a damn mind that could think. Someone attacking you, feasting on the living without a shred of sympathy and in great numbers with no signs showing they are still humans that needed to be treated. Most of them are rotting anyway. You must be brain dead to refuse to accept that simple reality. Even if they were magically treated, what can a rotten body do? Die the next second. Sasuke returned to his tent, ignoring her reminders to not tell anybody and how her father won't keep them in here if he does so. Keep them. Sasuke had no intention of staying in here from the start. He doesn't need an old man reminding him and his people how they are living in his lands every 2 damn sentences. Equals. Chapter 41, TWD ch 41, Sasuke in depth. I don't know how to thank you all for what you did, I hope you like it. Haha, your cooking is really good, ma'am. Thank you. Sasuke chuckled, enjoying the pancakes made by Carol. She had been cooking whatever may be considered good with the ingredients they had on them. It had been a day since they came here. Carl woke up this morning, and the first thing the kid said was asking whether they found Sophia. Katniss had been doing well on their 4 hours training so far. 2 hours focused on building stamina and cardio in the early morning. The others in the evening are in physical combat, tedious but affordable with the miracles of shinobi soldier pills, which give enough nutrition to put the body back to its peak in short minutes per day. You are amazing, you can fight well, you have a good vision, and you treat your people well. They all, me included, see you as someone worth following. I can't thank you enough for saving my daughter. She squeezed his hand gently with a smile. But know this, I will do anything to help you. I can't really fight, but I'm willing to learn to be able to protect her too. That's all that's needed, the will to change and become even better. They will hold gun-firing practices starting today. I taught a few from my group and the Harrisons recently how to clean their guns and use them. You can always join at noon. Katniss, that sweet girl, she talked to me, and a few other women, explained to us how things should be done more cautiously, and made me realize how reckless I was to leave Sophia wandering away all alone, but I will change, for the better, she smiled, watching her daughter playing a short distance away with Siri. I'll be off with some of our people to a nearby town to see if we can find something. Is there anything you guys need? Sasuke asked as he got ready to leave. I can join you. As soon as you are good with guns, for now, stay with Sophia, she needs you close. Alright, thank you. I guess we have what we need for now, just be safe. I will, and thanks for the amazing treat, it tastes great, see you around. He waved, seeing a few women coming their direction and left. Billy, the 2 Everdeens, and few others were already waiting for him, as he was the last to step away from the treat Carol made for them. And of course Daryl was the first to grumble at the latecomer. Finally, were you giving her a damn critique in there? Why the hell did it take you 10 minutes more to finish the damn plate? Probably his first fresh pancakes in a long time. You were savoring it, weren't you? Billy smirked, leaning on the windshield. He knew that Sasuke was possibly there comforting that mother. It's not me who eats slow, it's you guys who eat fast. I swear you seem to be skipping the munching part. Glenn laughed seeing Sasuke gesturing to how Billy wolfed the plate earlier while he was still at the first piece. Stop bothering him, guys, ready. Andrea patted Daryl and followed Sasuke to his Humvee. Yeah, let's go. They soon boarded 2 Humvees and set off. Morgan stayed back with his family. The town they were about to search in was only a mile away, thus, they soon were there, parking beside the pharmacy Maggie told them about. So you are really the only ninja left? The real ninja? Daryl asked after he, Billy, the blonde sisters and the Everdeens separated from others following Sasuke to the school nearby to check if its cafeteria hold any useful thing. Not really, I am the last Uchiha. But you said that they. All Uchiha were killed, yeah. But there was a hidden division, not Uchiha, they were called Black Ops Umbu. Serving directly the clan's head and answering only to him. And Katniss spoke, holding Siri's hand and gesturing for the 2 Harrisons to stay silent as they heard the talk about Sasuke whose whole family was murdered. She doesn't have to fear about Siri too much with Sasuke nearby, as keeping her with others is more dangerous. Many of them died, but there are still survivors, the few who weren't in that place on the night the massacre happened, the skilled who were doing missions away. The last time I saw them was before coming to study here. Funny how it was brief before the outbreak. Bullshitting. He was becoming a master of that. But, you said they served the leader. Daryl asked him. He was honestly very interested in knowing more about ninjas, like everyone who saw the impossible feats of Sasuke. And I'm his son, I know they should be surviving this easily. So, you are some kind of an heir. Amy tilted her head, still not getting the whole picture. This guy rarely talked about his life after all. Maybe he allowed them to hear this only after they gained his trust. Those couple days they worked hard under his tutelage and her promise to follow him wherever he goes with her sister. Yep, and the current clan head. A head without a body, haha. Anyway, they will come to find me sooner or later. Sasuke shrugged as he finally revealed his backstory, the fake one, to be the opening factor to his shadow clones. He was sure they will be available for his use sometime in the future, with the chakra he is gaining, and he didn't want to be asked why there is suddenly another masked ninja with him. Family, Katniss wondered. She already knew that he had no one left, maybe that's why he treated them like family. And she decided to help him ease that pain somehow. So the current leader. Wait a minute, so there are other shinobi. Who are your father's bodyguards or whatever? Some of them didn't die and are expected to be joining you at some point. I didn't get you to be the naive and hopeful type. Daryl said, taking down a walker as they walked through the town. The first he got so far actually before that bow girl, who had a freakish style of firing multiple arrows at fast succession. He didn't really know whether he should be annoyed or admiring that skill. Why so? I don't see anything wrong, Billy asked, and Katniss nodded. What brought the naivety to whatever Sasuke said? Ninja. If they were half as skilled as Sasuke, then crossing countries in the future when they supply themselves won't be that hard. You think a bodyguard would care about him? No offense, man, but your father is no more, and your clan too. I don't see why the few survivors would still be tied to you, ready to cross all the distance here just for you. They would be enjoying glory alone if they survived this, without having to obey someone. Daryl wasn't alone, Andrea too didn't believe someone would do that for a lone guy. Oh, I get it, but Daryl, you are missing something, we are shinobis. That analysis would hold some truth actually, but not for clones. And so, discipline, loyalty, and rules are the things that matter the most to us shinobi. We can be killing machines to be frank, so of course not anyone can become a shinobi, let alone an umbu. We are trained to follow the hierarchy strictly, there's no doubt or other choice when it comes to that. Brainwashing. Daryl noted, otherwise what could make others obey a stranger? And Sasuke decided to loop them. Let's say, you are a war orphan, a homeless kid, or maybe an abused kid who has no one, nothing. Then a man came to you and said that he can make you stronger, that you won't feel that weakness anymore, and that he can feed you and give you a home and clothes, a new life. He can train you, give you status that most people in the world can't reach or even hear about in their lives. In return, you work for him. So yeah, if you consider something that gives you a path to overwhelm squads of military elite men with ease, break through the human body's limitations, broaden your horizon, and funnily, even make you able to survive this and get glory is brainwashing, then yes, umbu were brainwashed. Daryl reflected on that. If the men joined the army for the benefits and stayed loyal to their countries, why would becoming shinobi be different? Sasuke explained they got to live and join the clan, marry and all like normal people. But why don't they just make the Uchiha umbu their own kids? Katniss asked as they started loading the few useful things they found in the cafeteria of the school. Sasuke never said he was umbu, and she felt that it was wrong, hearing how they made kids serve them. I wasn't because I was too young when it all happened. Umbu aren't exclusive to those outside the clan, it's the other way around actually. Umbu is an honor given only to the sharpest, strongest, and most prodigious. 80% of them were Uchiha. The remnants were geniuses who were brought from outside the clan. My own teacher wasn't an Uchiha, yet he became their captain through sheer skill alone at the age of 13, leading a whole squad, and only father had the right to order him. Not even elders have a say in that. He was a legend on his own. What Sasuke didn't say is that the men who actually massacred his clan, his own brother, was an elite umbu too, and the umbu was never theirs, they were enemies. As ironic as that is, he still decided to create his own umbu. There's just much that others can do following his suggestion without feeling rebellious, as he was way too young to be respected the right way. Thus, he needed trained men to trust specific things with, without needing to grind into winning their own trust. Why did no one in the world know about you guys? Billy asked him. Hidden in the leaf, Kanahagakur, our village's name, we had technology far advanced, so we hid our presence quite easily. But even so, you guys stayed there the whole time. No one left and revealed that power to the rest of the world. Andrea didn't believe that. How could it happen that someone strong resist bossing the weak people out here? We had our own system and had never interacted much with the outer world or interfered in its affairs. We were strictly disciplined and had everything you people had, and more. Furthermore, nothing, not even money, was as alluring outside as pushing your body to its limits. I don't understand. If I could live in a villa with a wealthy person and enjoy life, why would I choose to spend years training my ass to serve someone and have a terrible life? Andrea shrugged her shoulders since she thought the whole ninja situation was utterly ridiculous. Would you rather be able to do this? Sasuke glanced at her as they were heading back to the pharmacy with their haul, then kicked an abandoned coupe car that was by the side of the road. And those who don't know him well watched stunned, seeing it skidding 10 meters away and crashing into two walkers. As if it was hit by a speeding truck from the side. Its side showing a clear, deep dent where his foot kicked. Or live in a villa where falling from stairs or having a mere tree fall upon you can get you crippled or killed. Heck, a random thief can stab you to death. I said it before, I am recovering, somehow still at my weakest point right now, that's why I came here from Japan to have a rest and recuperate. Sasuke then decided to give them a picture of what he could achieve if he weren't sick carrot. So you can imagine what kind of things a shinobi can do. Kakashi, my teacher, he was a grandmaster in over 100 fighting styles, master in every shinobi secret art, could make a whole military base turn to a cemetery anytime he wanted, run faster than most cars, deflect bullets with one eye close. When you reach that point, money becomes something trivial, and fortune something easy to gain. Competition in the clan was the only thrill that can really work you out. Mastering arts and such things, an ant would give it a take to become an elephant anytime given. Would an elephant do the same? Are you sure you guys aren't some kind of military secret project? Amy asked with an agape mouth. She seriously wondered if she was really awake right now. He just kicked a ton of heavy metal away like nothing, and that Kashi teacher is faster than a car. She saw movies depicting the government doing tests to make superhumans. Were they real after all? No, it's in our bloodline. The few who knew about us from the government side tried to replicate those feats but were all failures in the end. At some point we decided to eliminate them as their experiments got out of hand and they started hurting innocents. That was also why our leaders decided to just stay hidden. Our secrets can attract the wrong crowd, and we didn't want them starting experiments on humans again to try and get that power. Because in the end, it's just in our blood. But how? You are human too. Why so different? Amy asked him, half believing, half confused. You tell me. I just know it's due to our ancestor. I can have a child, and he or she would be innately this strong with little training before hitting their teenage years. Sasuke shrugged, unaware that the phrase he just spouted lightly had already planted deep, wicked roots in one female around. This surprised them. After all he did. I guess I'm the one weird here. Billy wondered if they were gonna pass out from shock if they knew Sasuke can mess with some fucking space laws. I'm still not convinced that your Umbu or whatever are coming for you. Why hadn't they left Japan with you in the start if they are that loyal? Daryl wanted to believe that Sasuke was bluffing, but he had already slaughtered a big horde all alone and destroyed bulletproof glasses and now kicked away a fucking car like he was some damn captain with a shield. He started envying this shit. I prohibited that. Why? First, I sent them to look for any surviving Umbu that may be hiding after that incident. Only Umbu can track another Umbu in hiding. Second, it was peaceful. I saw no need to keep them around just following me like shadows. Anyway, Daryl, wanna bet? Sasuke grinned at Daryl, trying to provoke him and end the damn subject. On what? Whether my Umbu are to come looking for me or are going rogue. Sure, what's the bet? I train you to be an Umbu if they come to find me again, or become your Umbu if they don't appear within a year. Equals. A/N. I know most of this chapter has nothing to do with the TWD trope, maybe even boring, but it's necessary. I can't just let his actions be accepted like nothing. People are curious, and they need to know him more and his background. Why and how the hell is he so different, his feats? I can't imagine seeing someone slashing through bulletproof glasses without me breaking his head with questions if he was as approachable as Sasuke, MC. So yeah, I have to do a chapter focusing on this, otherwise, it would be ridiculous how they can just accept he is a different breed who can kill hordes all alone and bypass bulletproof glasses with a freaking sword and let it at that. I am at my weakest part. It is not a bluff or arrogance of him. Sasuke just has to make it clear that they have to expect something more in the future, in case he is ever forced to unleash his true physical strength. Sending a human, Shane, flying away with a kick taking down a horde piercing through bulletproof glasses killing a bigger horde kicking a car away I think this development is much more acceptable to be seen throughout time rather than seeing him directly breaking a tree with a kick on the first day you meet him. He is holding back a lot even without chakra. Just remember what kind of freak chakra exhausted adult Sasuke was. Welp, I figured I had to blabber this in case someone was wondering why the hell I am bothering with this useless chapter. Plus this note isn't for word count, the raw chapter still has 2,250 words. Stay safe, and may you have an amazing day. Chapter 42, TWD 42, The Rift. Is she still angry at you? Katniss asked him, recalling the tense looks Maggie shot his way since the morning. Not sure. Sasuke had already told her about the talk between Maggie and him. And the matter of the barn too. Not only her, but Billy and Morgan too, who are in the camp right now, the men would keep an eye on it and know how to act in case of emergency. What are you talking about? Who is angry at Sasuke? Amy asked them. A woman angry at Sasuke. Was she Lori? She wondered. I know you might not want to hear this now, but I may decide to leave the farm soon. What's your decision? Sasuke glanced at them from the rearview mirror. Of course it is following our dear superhuman, but to where? Andrea joked with him with a wink. A prison. ALR, wait, what? Prison? Why would we need to go to a prison? Even Amy tilted her head. The prison sounded disturbing to be their next home. It's a natural fortress, with reinforced gates, watchtowers, a cafeteria, a medical wing, housing cells, and rooms for staff already built inside. The land around them is always clear for a distance, and they are far from the city, the one I'm talking about. We won't be out in the wild, we can train freely and formalize our group. We will also be able to bring the armory I and Billy have hidden. But won't there be people, prisoners, in there? Wouldn't they still be safe inside? Katniss asked him. She mostly didn't care what kind of place they needed to live in, as long as it was safe and clean. Simulate it, more than 2 months since the sudden outbreak, maybe still imprisoned in their cells, and what we know about walkers. She understood the place may be overrun by now. After all, every type of death that isn't brain damage results in a walker, and so does death from hunger. You don't have to worry, I still need to scout it and secure it the best way before our people move in. What is the development with instructions? Dale, Carol, Jackie, Elena, Jim, William, and Jess are all good with that. What are you talking about? Andrea leaned on asking Katniss. We had our set of rules before joining your group, not exactly rules but a way of surviving that was accepted by all of us after a discussion. Andrea nodded, showing she is following her words. We never leave our posts without telling others, we never move alone outside the camp, we don't touch the stacked supplies until we discuss it first, and kids aren't allowed to wander alone, never. I decided to try and share those ways with others to make it easy for us. So far, those I stated are the ones who followed them without raising any issue. Is it necessary? Sorry to say that, but you recall how close you were to being bitten. Carelessness can cost us more than you can think. We are here. Sasuke spoke as gently as he could to Amy, not wanting to remind her of that scary moment. It's okay, we are all trying to become more ready too. You don't have to worry, Sasuke, I won't take living in this world lightly anymore. Happy to hear that. Sasuke nodded with a smile as they joined the remaining people who were at the pharmacy. Jim told him that they found a soul walker in there and dealt with him already before emptying the place. After making sure of things, they went back their way to the farm. Sasuke nodded at Rick and greeted Carl, who was sitting outside with Sophia near their mothers, now well enough to move around. He joined Katniss and Ciri to have their lunch, a light talk as usual with him sharing things with them and teasing each other. After washing, Sasuke signaled Billy, who finished with inspecting the barn stealthily, and they moved to a quieter spot to talk under the shade of a big tree. I need to leave, Sasuke told him, passing him a fresh apple. Why? Where to? Winter is coming close, we need more warm clothes, sheets, and much more to be ready for it. I need to start taking down trees too for planks and dry wood and store it before the rainy season. I need to find a construction site and plan how to move objects back to our next shelter, the prison. In case we need to build something, we need to find cattle that isn't, Herschel's, more cars, fuel, gas, and instruments for electricity. He gazed far at the little girls running around the house and laughing, while a few people were busy doing their chores. All those before winter, and I don't like the idea of you leaving for Woodbury this soon. I trust your abilities, man, but I can take care of it. Sasuke turned to him. He already made up his mind to use the prison nearby until he finds a better option. This farm wasn't good to be the shelter he had in mind. You must be kidding, you just stated a fucking long list, and I know it has to be you doing all of it alone, otherwise, others who join will start talking about distribution, and our plan to keep the major supplies safe on your seal would go to waste. I can take the Woodbury's burden from you, I can give you the information about the situation there, the number of their people, their armed men, their leader, even the layout and weak points, basically everything you will need to make a move as clean and swift as possible. And I know how to deal with their kind the most, I can gain their trust fast. When are you leaving? Billy then asked him. He honestly can't trust any other person with the supplies, they would just run at the sight of danger like they did in the CDC, leaving everything behind. That's why he figured it would be better if Sasuke kept the real stock on him. After cleaning the prison, but first we need to deal with the barn. I won't have them stay one more night close to that, you. Tomorrow at sunrise, but how do we communicate? I'm sure they will search me, we can't use CB. I have the solution. Billy watched Sasuke do the familiar process of biting his thumb and then summoning the little white snake. It seemed to have grown a little longer. You can't be fucking serious, don't tell me I will have a companion. Unfortunately for you, old man, you will have to. Here's the thing, she will stay inside your clothes. Ag, really? Billy felt goosebumps hearing that. Yep, or backpack. Both are bad for me. Your car, anywhere close, but you will have to set it free when you are close to Woodbury, she will find you later. And what? Need me to pat her? Nope, this. Billy watched in disbelief and apparent disgust as the little snake opened its mouth unbelievably wide, and then a scroll and a special pen were puked. What the fucking sticky, whoa, that's disgusting. His exaggerated expression made Sasuke laugh. And really useful. Stop acting like you hadn't held shredded guts and take them, the fluid will dry seconds away, and it's unharmful. Billy grimaced, taking them with the tip of his fingers and shaking the scroll from the drool. Once you have all the info, tap it on its head 2 times and she will do this. Just be sure of your surroundings and surveillance, write everything down on the scroll, and she will swallow it back, then I will know and summon her back to me. Remember, we have only one chance. Once she is back to me, expect me to be there the next morning. If nothing keeps me holed up, I will join you stealthily before deciding what our next move is. Cool? Cool? Yeah, of course, everything's perfect, minus having a damn snake drooling things onto me. Haha, she isn't that bad. You can even have her keep your gun safe. Sasuke caressed it and cancelled the summon after feeding her a piece of meat. We are lucky you are on our side, boy. Alright, I'll do it your way. Make sure to keep yourself safe and our people. Now, let's go deal with the barn. Billy smiled and patted his shoulder, seeing Herschel outside the house with his people talking to Rick and Shane about something. Sasuke pointed and led him around the barn swiftly, secured a walker, and made it easy to retreat for Billy. He had the right plan to convince if words failed to. Sasuke, Butcher, we were talking about handing over our guns. We are guests on his land, and those are his rules. Rick waved at them as they walked close. I'm not doing that. You have no choice if you want to stay here, Herschel stated it plainly to Sasuke. And have my people unarmed, near the barn that you're keeping full of walkers. That made the whole group alert, with Herschel's group at the secret being exposed and with Maggie glaring daggers at Sasuke. Idiot, why can't he just keep that mouth shut and stay here with us? Now they will be told to leave. She gripped her fists, seeing Rick hurling questions at her father while Shane, Daryl, and T-Dog ran for the barn to take a look. You go around my land snooping, you don't respect my way, and you don't follow my rules. Herschel spat those words, glaring at Sasuke, every respect he held for his medical skills vanishing. He then turned to Rick. Your boy is good. I expect you people to leave soon, our matters don't concern you. Are you CR? Those are walkers. Herschel. Rick, who was still processing this, turned and shouted/whispered to Herschel, unable to believe how close walkers were to his family. Don't call them that. Those are humans like us, ill humans. What I do with my people is not your business. Sick. They destroyed the civilization, fed upon the living, and you think this is just some kind of sickness. I don't need to have a boy tell me what this is. Alright, okay, so can you define what an ill person means? Sasuke asked him, wondering why he was refusing to see the matter as it really is. Are you mocking me, boy? No sir, I'm totally serious, I don't think anyone here has the mind for that. But I will answer that for you. An ill person is someone who has a chance to recover from a harmful incident after a specific time once being taken care of and given treatment, be it professional or otherwise. And you think those walkers are just ill? I do. I don't care what you think or what others told you. It's not the first time humanity has faced such cases, influenza pandemic, AIDS pandemic, Black Death. Alright, do you think an ill person can have near immortality? Surviving being cut in half, ignoring injuries that are fatal for us mankind, and the only way to finish them is by destroying the brain. Sasuke didn't wait, he gestured for Billy, who brought a bound walker with him from the barn. What do you think you are doing? Herschel and others stepped away, seeing Billy pulling a walker with rope. Waking you up, old man. I won't sugar my words like the boy. He is doing this for you to understand just what kind of fuckshit risks you are putting your remaining family and everyone here into by having a whole damn barn full of those. Billy, not one to give a fuck, tossed the roped walker near Sasuke's feet, who grabbed it up for everyone to see. You are a veterinarian, right? You should know where this is. Sasuke unsheathed his blade and pointed it to the heart, looking at the silent Herschel whose eyes were red from anger seeing Sasuke holding his ex-neighbor. The heart, he said, answering himself again, and buried the sword straight into it, ignoring the shrieks from some of the people around. Yet even after doing that, the walker kept going, growling and trying to reach for his flesh. In case this one has it on the other side, he buried it on the right side, still the same thing. Kidney. Sasuke kept on stating every vital organ and then piercing it with his blade until Herschel couldn't hold it anymore and yelled for him to stop. I'm not doing this to make you angry, nor do I feel pleasure in doing it, but you need to understand. Not just for yourself, but for Maggie, Beth, Otis, and all others here. That those things are no more the humans we used to know. It's but a damn parasite somewhere they're using them as husks to satisfy its craving for flesh and blood. The sooner you accept this reality, the better. Otherwise, keep living in this delusion until you lose everything that you are not satisfied with having now. He glanced at Beth nearby, who kept silent, shedding tears and looking at the ground while Maggie held her hand. What do you know? I lost my wife, my stepson, you don't. I don't give a fuck. You think you are the only one who suffered losses here? Wake up to reality. Sasuke, who had had enough, pierced the walker's head and walked away. If the men refuse to understand, then so be it, he can simply leave with those he needs to protect. Some people started whispering behind, not agreeing with what Sasuke did, the same ones who had come with him actually, just to make Herschel see that they are on his side in hope of being kept in ear. They didn't want to be out there once again, even if it was shameful. Billy just rubbed his forehead, anger building in him. He was tired of everyone looking for someone to blame everything on once things looked awry just to ease it a little, and most went bitching to Sasuke, who took it upon himself to help. Just to be treated as an emotional dump. Herschel, right. Take a fucking look around you, you still have 2 daughters and others you can call a family. That boy. He lost everything, down to the last neighbor he knew just by the uncle who gave him a sweet candy. Do you know how old he was back then? 6 years, he was fucking 6 years old when that happened. No family, no friends, literally no one. And I don't want anyone here to show him fucking fake sympathy because no one can understand what that felt like. I'm telling you this so no one goes on bitching to him again about how many losses you suffered and expects a sob from him. So yeah, let's not turn this into a competition of who was fucked the most deeply by this world. And you cunts, you need to stop piling everything against him when he only wants the people that are alive here to survive and avoid unnecessary risk, fucking ungrateful bitches. Billy spat at the few who were siding with Herschel trying to comfort his people and left with Morgan, already aware of what they were doing and trying to achieve. Chapter 43, TWD ch 43, Our Ways. You found it. Most likely, north of Highway 34, near Noonan. We are here, and it should be around here, a few miles, beside this road here. Morgan pointed at the map, detailing to Sasuke the road and the location for the prison. He got the info from someone unexpected, Old Man Gale, who had had his deceased son locked in there for a few months years ago. The old man apologized to Morgan and told him that he was too tired of moving around and that he will just settle in here with others, but he did his best to show Morgan the area they will need to know, what to expect, and the best road ahead to avoid ex-populated areas. Alright, go gear up, have your family ready, I'm sorry for having you and your family going through this because of M-. No boy, look at me. Morgan turned and grabbed his shoulder, looking him straight in the eye. You did nothing wrong, alright? I said it from the beginning, some people are just not ready and willing to live in this world. I know you did the best thing and will do so in the coming future. Now, I don't want to see a hesitant leader, alright? Straighten up, be proud, and be confident like we know you. Billy had already gone to do his thing, now you need to do yours, go make your preparations. He then patted his shoulder, gazing at the Everdeens waiting for Sasuke near the Humvee. He didn't hesitate to join him once Sasuke stated he was leaving. They had that in mind from the start anyway. Herschel was a stubborn man who refused to give Sasuke the benefit of the doubt due to his young age. Men straight out asked him to put his sword and guns aside and listen to Rick or leave his lands. The hours since yesterday were tense, with Rick trying to mediate, Billy straight out cussing at the group who turned their backs to Sasuke, and Sasuke just turned quiet and got ready to leave. So far there were 11 people who chose to follow Sasuke immediately with no further debate. Billy, Everdeen's sisters, he and his family aside, as they never thought of separating since the first time they grouped. Jenner, Jim, Daryl, William, and his girl Jess, a woman named Elena, Carol and her daughter Sophia, Amy, Andrea, and of course Dale, who refused to separate from them even though he was heartbroken by the separation of the group. Those were preparing to leave even when most others tried to talk to them otherwise. Why can't you stay? He will calm down a little later, you can apologize, and it's just a sword. Sasuke, say something. Maggie grabbed him by his shoulder the moment Sasuke returned from his trip to a nearby forest after finishing with taking down the trees and cutting them for the wood. Apology. I did nothing wrong, I'm simply leaving to have my people stay at a safer place. This is the safe place. Why are you hellbent on doing this? You are but one person, even if you are strong, are you going to risk all others over some damn pride? She yelled, pushing him from his chest, venting her frustration. Maggie, enough, go back to your father if you are going to just say nonsense. Katniss closed in and took Maggie with her forcefully after giving Sasuke an encouraging nod signaling to him that they are okay with this and ready. Maggie left, and then came Rick with Shane trailing behind him who looks unconcerned with everything else other than the barn near the farmhouse, and by extension, Lori. Sasuke, can't you think it over? You're going to leave just for this? I made it clear from the start that this isn't the place I deem as a safe home. Sasuke sighed, trying to tell Rick that he wasn't doing this just over what Herschel did. This was just never his goal from the start, and yesterday's incident just sped up things. But it is, didn't you see it? 2 days and no Walker, phew. But it's way easier for our people. Look, Sasuke, I get it, you are angry, but this isn't the best decision to make. We got people here, a safe place, and a source of food. You can't just say no to the chance of having Morgan and others have a safe place because of something trivial like that. We had already talked about this, Rick. If you don't have something solid to say, just wish me luck. It's not like we are leaving the country, we will still have contact, anyway, keep yourself safe and don't let your guard down. Sasuke walked past him before remembering something. Oh, and, Rick, congratulations for the expected newborn, I hope it grows to be as strong as you. He waved his hand and left to have a bath at a nearby lake before leaving this place. Ignoring Shane's horrified look. 10 minutes later the people gathered outside the camp circle, watching a few people near the Humvees and the truck piled with the things that are rightfully theirs. Some watched with hesitant feelings, some afraid of the development, especially at losing many fighters, while others were just secretly happy to see that arrogant Asian boy finally getting what he deserved, getting kicked out from this haven. Rick was talking to Morgan in hopes of making him change his mind, and Lori and Jackie were doing the same to Carol, yet both were firm with their decision. Carol promised she would never be the same weak woman she was once, and this was her first step. She decided to trust herself and choose what she thought was the best for her and her daughter. To be near Sasuke and Daryl. Daryl just leaned on his bike watching Sasuke walk by from the side, geared up in a biker suit, hands gloved and sword on hip, his face having that sharp look he only had when serious. Finished with your goodbyes? There weren't any to start with. Daryl answered and revved the bike's engine. Sasuke's eyes then caught the hostile glare being shot his way, surprisingly from little Carl, who clenched his fists looking at Sophia in the back seat of one of the Humvees and then at him. He looked as if he was imagining ripping Sasuke apart just like he ripped their group. T-Dog and Glenn exchanged hesitant glances. They were between a rock and a hard wall here. They wanted to be with Sasuke, who was the best one to give security, but this farm did just as much, if not more. Why be stubborn over weapons you won't need anyway? And a barn that can be simply guarded. They got everything here and didn't want to leave looking for some prison that may be hell by now. Both thought that Sasuke and others would eventually return here once their options ran out. All right, everyone is here. Yeah, let's go. Morgan exchanged a final hug with Rick, followed by Dale who whispered to Rick that he will try and have Sasuke change his mind. Herschel watched from afar with his family, somehow guilty, but he hardened his resolve. This was for the better of his family and everyone. Immature boy who tried to lead was never going to do them good. In the end Sasuke boarded his Humvee and drove away, the other two Humvees having Jenner and Morgan's family with the woman that decided to join Sasuke, the third having William alongside his girl and Jim. While Dale drove the truck as he left the RV for Glenn. And Daryl drove his bike ahead. Equals. Why does it have to come to this? Glenn took off his cap, seeing the caravan disappear from view. The place started to suddenly feel empty. Maybe due to having the two energetic little girls who used to jump around, no more. Everything was fine before that barn thing, why would they keep it full of them? I don't know, man. I don't know anymore, let's hope they return soon, safe. They will be safe. Sasuke is there. T-Dog said that bitterly. That was a fact nobody ignored. Sasuke was just the best when it came to fighting walkers and getting out of hard situations. Glenn just hung his head low in guilt. Should he have said that part of the reason he stayed here is because of the girl he came to like, or that he just felt close to Rick? More than he had been to Sasuke. Glenn put his face in his palms, sighing depressively. He wished things didn't come to this. Don't worry, you said that Sword Boy is strong. They will come back after failing to use the prison, which may be overrun by now. Otis tried to comfort the downcast Rick the best he could while they were on the table having their lunch. It had been 2 hours since Sasuke and his group left. Overrun. It won't matter if it was overrun or whatever to him. Shane muttered hearing that. Overrun places weren't things that Uchiha would struggle with. Why? It was Beth who whispered, glancing at her silent sister. She too felt complicated. Part of her hated what Sasuke did to the person he grabbed from the barn, but she was grateful, as he is the one who finally gave her the real picture she was hesitant about discovering this whole time. Walkers, those were no longer her mom and brother but just something using their bodies to spread. He won't be stopped by them. If that prison is standing, they will be the least of his worries. Glenn spoke awkwardly, trying to refrain from saying that word. Walkers. What do you mean? They don't bite him. Patricia, who was unaware of what kind of man Sasuke is, asked. That was the sole reason she imagined why someone would be unafraid of those things. They won't be able to get close enough to do so. T-Dog, who was eating beside Carl, spoke while munching. Sasuke is the only one who can be tossed in amidst dozens and would still take down every single one of them. He has no fear of those things. Then that arrogance would be his downfall. He could have stayed here, worked with everyone, and listened to words. Anyway, let's eat. We still have things to do. Herschel, not liking the heavy mood and the look on his daughter's face, said, tapping the table, and they continued eating in silence, each contemplating their choices. Chapter 44, TWD 44, Clearing the Yard. Georgia, Coweta County, Noonan, West Georgia Correctional Facility, 2010. 3 Humvees sped up the road, ahead of the truck and the Honda CB 750 Nighthawk bike Daryl was using, and crashed into the walkers near the outer fence of the prison before coming to a stop. The prison was, as Sasuke said, big, fenced and had watchtowers. There were many walkers in sight, but no one was truly overwhelmed. The benefits from having Sasuke in the group, they calmly thought about how to progress rather than how to run away. Getting down, Sasuke turned to Morgan. I will leave that side to you, take care. Got it. Morgan nodded, rolling his neck, and gripped the shield and spear Sasuke helped everyone here get. Taking the right side with Daryl and Dale as his backup. Let's go, unsheathing his blade. Sasuke took the front, followed by Andrea and Amy similarly geared, with Katniss as their backup. Duan stood back atop the Humvees keeping eye with William while others stayed in the Humvees. Good, lower your center, push, then position for the stab. One at a time, Sasuke dropped 2 walkers and left one for Amy, guiding her. It was hours since they hit the road, and all the way here they fought many walkers this way after Sasuke raided a small police station and made spears for them. It was easy to reach using spears, and shields were very helpful to keep walkers a safe distance. Amy and Andrea walked side by side, one providing the support to keep a walker at bay while the other stabbed, switching from time to time. Morgan was doing the same on the other side while Sasuke kept an eye on both sides with his sniper ready for a moment's notice. The walkers outside the fences were many, and more so inside, but Sasuke decided to take their time and clear it at an easy pace, better for training and to keep their bloodlust in check. The least he wanted now was someone starting to get excited with this killing spree and developing unnecessary violence. Katniss, he said and positioned himself between 2 walkers, both close enough to reach him within 2 steps. It wasn't the first time he did that risky move, but the group somehow got used to it, as he figured out how Katniss improved greatly under that pressure. She fired one arrow that was followed by another shortly, dropping both. I told you to stop doing that, idiot. Katniss grabbed a stone and tossed it at him, angry at his stupid stunts. This was the 5th, and you never failed. Good job. Don't worry, this is the last one, he smiled, dodging it, and raised his hands in mock surrender. Sasuke knew her limits, and soon he took the rest of the burden from everyone and started killing them with that freakish speed of his. Daryl fired an arrow and watched gobsmacked as Sasuke suddenly appeared in front of the walker he aimed at. Grabbed the fucking arrow midair, spun, beheaded that walker with his sword, and threw the arrow at another far away with the same speed and precision as him while using the crossbow. I got it, damn it. Umbu are cool, so stop taking my kills. Daryl waved his crossbow at that ninja, wishing he could bash his head. He already told him he will not train to be a fucking Umbu whatever it was, but he started getting tempted. The shit Sasuke did was becoming outrageous by the second, and he wanted to learn that too. Haha, too slow, daily. Wanna see who can clear the most walkers on the field. Sasuke retrieved the arrow for him as they finished with the walkers on the outer part. Sure, just stop jumping in the middle. I didn't want to run for that one, and you tossed a throwing weapon my way, Sasuke shrugged, playing the ignorant. He actually just wanted to annoy him by showing off his skills. Clear. He turned to Morgan and others who came back after clearing their side. Yeah, we checked the perimeter, the passage between the two fences is clear all the way, the yard on the other side is full of walkers. Alright everyone, we move in. You are coming now, we will need your help here. Sasuke spoke to Jess, Jenner, Elena, and Carol, who nodded their heads before calling over Siri and Sophia, who were on the Humvee. With someone like Sasuke, who thought of all things and had the strength to deal with any situation, they didn't need to be too anxious. I grabbed the bolt cutters. Duan waved the wire cutter, ready to make a way through the fence. No need to waste your energy on this, Duan. Sasuke unsheathed his blade and slashed sideways vertically at the fence before gripping it and pulling it aside to make a way for them through it. Here, use it to close this opening after we are inside. He passed a steel wire to Duan, who was still amazed at the sharpness of his sword. Alright, Duan grinned, getting a feel of the steel wire for the first time. Sasuke just warned him to be careful not to cut his skin. You are geared, good, here is the thing. Use your spears to pierce through their heads from here, don't grab the fences with your bare hands, make a space, and pierce their skulls with your spears. Sasuke pointed at the walkers who gathered on the other side of the fence, pushing it, trying to reach them. And showed them by piercing one's skull with his sword. Katniss, Morgan, and Daryl will take the towers and provide support. And you? I will clear the yard, Siri and Sophia, just stay here until we are done, alright, Elena, keep an eye on them, please. Don't worry, I got it. Guys, he nodded and called for the ones who were heading for the towers. Keep the shots to a minimum, there's no need to waste bullets when I can finish them by sword, alright. We still need ammo for the inside, they nodded. Alright, William, open it in 3. He nodded at William, who gripped the sliding entrance to the yard. There was an overturned bus right behind it. 3 seconds counted. He pulled the gate aside as Sasuke kicked a walker back and stepped into the field. There were at least 35 walkers just in here, and more were up in the next yard coming from an open gate. William closed the entrance behind him, locked it, and joined others in the middle of fences to attract walkers and pierce their heads with Harrison's, Jim, Dale, Jenner, Elena, Carol, and his girl Jess. Sasuke, who killed 2 walkers, rolled his shoulder and glanced around, relaxed. 41, that was the number of shaka threads coursing through his body. He came to a new discovery these past 2 days. Chakra, he wasn't gaining it by killing walkers, no, he was unlocking it from his system. It felt as if something was forcefully blocking his chakra, but the more he killed, the more that gap eased, letting a thread through before getting blocked again. Maybe that was exactly why it recovered very fast, because his actual pool was never small to begin with, it just wasn't fully available. And he felt it after the 400th kill. The first major threshold was very close, possibly the 50 thread. He knew he would gain his needed amount for a basic clone. It wasn't very practical, but in this place, it has the potential to help him do many things. Shaking off those thoughts, he lowered his center of gravity and then ran. 2 walkers were coming from the side and got their heads split in one slash. 3 to his left were dropped by 3 shurikens. He took a step back, kicking away the head of another walker who was sneaking from behind, and then jumped. That simple jump made him reach 6 meters up, the same time Katniss, Daryl, and Morgan reached the towers to see Sasuke at the same fucking altitude, head down, feet up, and hands gripping many kunai between his fingers. Morgan was about to shout when he saw Sasuke rotating in that impossible position and started throwing those knives in an amazing show of skill. 3, 5, 8, 11. 11 walkers around Sasuke were dropped with those kunai buried in their heads in 3 seconds, and Sasuke safely pivoted back, landing on his feet before accelerating up, killing every walker who was 5 meters near him. Support my ass, was he waiting for me to cheer him from up here? Daryl blinked, recovering from another umbushit, or ninja, and laughed before aiming his crossbow at the walkers that Sasuke left for them. Morgan chuckled hearing that, and with Katniss, started sniping the walkers in the yard, glancing at Sasuke from time to time, who was now in the upper yard unleashing hell upon walkers. In the following 5 minutes both of the yards were cleared as Sasuke closed the gate leading to the second and returned to the big field the group was gathering at now. Good job, everyone, and guys, the same rule, any corpses on the ground needs to have its head pierced for a double check. He said, and William moved with Morgan and Jenner to make sure of the bodies. Are you flying now? Nah, I just figured a bird's view would be nice. Sasuke chuckled at Daryl's sarcasm before turning to Duan and the little girls. So, do you find anything troublesome or worrying? Not really, won't we advance up and inside? Duan pointed to the prison walls while the other girls shook their heads, fine with anything. Dusk is nearing, we will camp here tonight and deal with that tomorrow. They nodded, and Sasuke went with Daryl to retrieve the Humvees and truck to park them closer. Did anyone see how high he jumped? Amy whispered to her sister and Katniss. Now you are asking that. Had you forgotten the car he kicked away? Ninja or whatever that is, you think his bed abilities are as incredible? Andrea winked at her sister. Believe me, it is, sadly you won't have to experience that. Katniss chuckled, trying to annoy her back, and left with a swagger, remembering the night she got a taste of her ninja, a taste she isn't willing to share. Chapter 45, TWD 45, Her Lucky Charm. Jenny, who was sitting between her husband and son, spoke, looking at the silent field where they had set up their tents. It's nice, this place, not as visual as the farm, but it gives this feeling of safety. Yeah, and the ground here can be cultivated, the soil is good. We can plant seeds and have some cucumbers and beans. Jenner nodded. I expect an infirmary inside, a canteen, and maybe even an armory. I'm not sure about the amount of useful things we may find in there, but any could be good. So what did you guys used to do before all of this? William asked, sitting beside his girl. I was a housewife, Carol shrugged, with Sophia leaning on her lap with Siri, both asleep after they finished eating their dinner. It had been a long day for the little girls. Doing simple stuff, cleaning, cooking, and taking care of Sophia, etc. I studied law and got my degree, then became a civil rights attorney. Well, it didn't last that long anyway. Andrea shared her past as she was cleaning her gun. It wasn't fired that much, but she took care of it the way she learned from Sasuke. William said he was starting his career as a PE teacher at that time while his girl Jess was still in college, the same as Amy. While Jim told them he was a mechanic, he was a man of few words but always there to help whenever he could. Sasuke honestly hadn't expected him to come with him, the man just said he knew it was going to happen and that it is the best for him. Amy said that Dale was retired and he found them when the outbreak happened and helped her and her sister till they met Shane, Carol, Elena, and others. And you, Katniss? Jess asked the archer girl, curious if her past had a relation with archery. Me. I was trying to get my degree in computer science. I loved hunting with my grandpa, nothing much special otherwise. I didn't expect you to come along with us, Elena, you've always been withdrawn since we met, I'm happy actually to have you here. Carol held the hand of the raven-haired woman beside her. I guess so, I found my reason. Elena smiled, glancing at Sasuke. Sorry if that comes off as rude, but do you know me, Miss Elena? Sasuke decided to ask, since the first time she saw him at the camp, this woman always stared at him with that intense look. You don't remember, huh? The blue-eyed woman said, fastening her jacket more for warmth. What? Not only Sasuke, but everyone here was curious what she meant by that. Elena Reagan, an advisor and counsel of Emory University, and your supposed personal supervisor and guide, Sasuke. What the dash? Sasuke pondered, thinking about whether she's making up those things. He woke up on a fucking roof, possibly from nowhere. He saw the blue-eyed woman reaching into her chest and retrieved something from there, showing it to him. A student ID. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly seeing his picture, age, name, and a note below stating. Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, land at 7 p.m. I treated it as kind of a lucky charm, she smiled caressing it, making them curious about what was going on. Even Sasuke stayed silent, his eyes trailing that card with mild thoughts running through his mind. Did I somehow exist here way before I knew? Another version. The crow's doing. Elena smiled seeing him silent, looking at the ground. You see, I honestly was kind of dissatisfied with leaving the city at that short notice to receive you. The supposed overboard Japanese student, the dean kind of forced that into me, saying that you are an important mysterious case that needs to be solved with no issue no matter what. Even with all the mess happening back at that time. The university director? Amy asked her, and Elena nodded. But right after that day, around 8 p.m. when I reached the highway, the outbreak became very, very bad so suddenly with everything falling apart. I found Carol and her husband when I parked my car beside hers, unable to move forward in that jam, and right after that, the helicopters started bombing the city. She gave him the card after he asked if he could see it. Haha, so yeah, Uchiha Sasuke, you are my lucky charm that saved me right before I watched the building I was living in just hours prior get napalmed by the military. Elena tightened her fist, remembering that nightmarish sight of bombs raining down and seeing the building that she was in just a few hours prior getting burned to the ground. You can't imagine how it felt seeing you the first time at the camp. I almost thought it was a hallucination. For me, that card was almost something that kept pushing me forward. I myself didn't know why, I just clung to it, hoping it could save me once again and again. In a way, it did, you did, she smiled, tilting her head. He might not know, but this boy she may have cursed countless times the first time she knew about him has become the light for her in this dark and cold world since then. Thus, she never thought of leaving his side once she saw him alive and nearby. At first she really wanted to protect him, like a younger brother she always wished to have, but that turned out to be the silliest thought after she saw him kicking Shane and doing the impossible. Sasuke grabbed the card that has his picture and basic info. Old and smeared slightly but clearly taken care of not to be ripped, covered in tape to protect it from wetness. I guess that's your own luck, miss, to be honest. I myself don't think I was in the right mindset back then, I just drifted, not knowing the place, and survived by securing a hotel. Later on, I moved to a building and found Siri and Katniss in there, and Billy the same day, and the rest is known. Sasuke improvised, deciding to leave investigating his mess for later on. His priorities stayed the same, making a safe shelter and pushing forward. Whatever the truth of his existence is, it can be left to the future. And your husband? You told us you were waiting for him. Dale, who smiled, not expecting such a heartwarming fate-based real story, asked her. He remembers she stated that she is married and waiting for her husband to reunite with her when they formed the quarry camp. Haha, I divorced 5 years ago. Sorry I lied, but I'm just not good with people, and I was afraid of being all alone, maybe jealous even, seeing Lori with Shane, Morales and others with their wives protecting them. I made it look like I'm waiting for a husband like them too. I guess that was my coping mechanism. She scratched her cheek, embarrassed at telling that side of hers. But no one here laughed or was disdainful of that. Every last one of them had clung to anything just to give themselves hope, and she was no different. The idea of being approached back then felt both reassuring and worrying to her. She hoped for anything familiar from her life at that time, even if it was that man. Yet ironically, that card, the one she wished to rip apart at that time, was the only thing she had on her that was familiar. I guess this meant something. The world is broken, yeah, but maybe we can work to fix it somehow. We have a place now, we can work to make it better. Dale smiled, telling them that it wasn't the end yet, they still have a chance to make a place for themselves. Yeah, it's been a long day, so go have some sleep. I and Jim will have the first half, Morgan and Jenner can decide the next part if you are good with that. Daryl was on the lookout from dusk, so he needs to rest. And us? Amy asked him, wondering why he only assigned men for the night shift. Haha, it's not preferable treatment, ladies. What is awaiting you tomorrow is the help to clean while we deal with the corpses. Hope you are ready for it. Sasuke chuckled, seeing their grimacing faces. Cleaning was okay, but in a world where guts and blood were the new paint and furniture. Yep, what this annoyingly handsome boy said wasn't something to look forward to at all. Still, they just laughed and exchanged goodbyes before retreating back to their tents. Jim is sharing a tent with Dale, while Sasuke shared one with Jenner and William. The Jones family used their tent. The Everdeens decided to sleep with Carol and Sophia, while Elena slept with Amy, Andrea, and Jess. Carol went to Daryl after putting the little girls to bed to have a light talk and pass him a late snack, telling him to rest while Sasuke left to recheck the surroundings for the 5th time since they cleared it. He now has 45 chakra threads available. He activated the shared vision with his little snake, like he had been doing every half an hour since Billy left. The man was sleeping in a treehouse he found, safe. Sasuke had added a final backup plan for his safety, one that may unfortunately result in the death of his cute little snake, but Sasuke had no other way. The paper tags she had on her belly would detonate if the need arose. Sasuke can reach Billy in 30 minutes if he runs over with his fastest speed, thus, it was just the final backup. The snake was the perfect spying tool, but it unfortunately can't help like Billy, who needs to communicate with the other group and dig deeper. Chapter 46, TWD 46, Field Practice and Cleaning. Alright. William, Duan, Katniss, Amy, Andrea, Jim, Jenner, Dale, Jess, Elena, Carol, and Jenny. Form 2s. Duan with me. They nodded and soon grouped around him, seeing him pull a big case on the ground. Sasuke opened it, revealing stacks of guns and ammunition, making those who were unaware of this gasp in surprise. We are going to have a live practice today. I know some here want to start with taking shots at cans, but I believe the walkers are better targets. We will practice and eliminate them at the same time. He equipped Katniss, Duan, Amy, Andrea, and Dale with guns and silencers after seeing they at least know the basics. You four will go first. Meanwhile, Morgan will have the others familiarize themselves with their guns. I and Daryl will work as support. Form a W line. Don't shoot recklessly. Aim, shoot at those on your side, and work 2 on 2, shooting and reloading separately. But where are they? Walkers. Duan asked him, getting a feel of the Glock 17 on his hand. It was different from the revolver he was used to firing. Jenny looked worried, but Sasuke reassured her that he will have all of them protected. I kept a bunch locked in the next area. Once it starts, don't open doors or run. We have a clear retreating route, so use it, advance and retreat in formation. Sasuke took the lead and walked into the second courtyard, followed by the 5 of them and Daryl, who will be the second support. Sasuke held a fist up, and they stopped. Good, they are becoming familiar with signs, he nodded, signaling them to hold their positions before advancing alone. A big group of walkers were gathered behind a fence to the side, groaning as they saw him, trying to close in on him, but the fence held them back. Sasuke grabbed a hidden steel wire and pulled, making the sliding entrance widen enough for 4 to slip through, shuffling toward him before closing it again forcefully, imprisoning the others, and retreated. In formation, they formed the W line with Amy, Andrea, and Katniss in the front, while Duan and Dale behind. Dale and Duan were used to firing guns at this point, and he didn't want others to panic and shoot a comrade in front. Safety off, he said, hearing the click soon after as walkers came to view. All right, aim, then fire. The girls' hands shook a little, being the first time to do this, and they started shooting while Dale and Duan had their guns up, ready to assist. Andrea took a walker down after 3 missed shots to the chest and throat. Katniss used 5 rounds to take 2, and Amy had 1 down after 4 shots. It wasn't that good, but it was a start they were learning, and he soon opened the entrance, letting 5 more walkers slip in. The shots continued, and shortly after, clicks sounded from their guns, and sliders pulled back, showing they emptied the magazines. Reloading, Katniss, who practiced like others, stepped back, followed by Amy and Andrea, as Duan and Dale moved forward and shot the remaining 3 walkers with more controlled rhythm and successful headshot rates. Sasuke repeated the process one more time before calling for the next 5. The girls left the position with wide smiles, still riding high on the thrill and adrenaline coursing through their veins, feeling the ache of the unfamiliar recoil. At one point 4 walkers strode in wearing riot gear and helmets, but Sasuke stopped the fire, deciding to make it clear how to deal with that in melee instead. I know it's obvious, but if you are met with this type, don't panic and hit that helmet. There is a clear opening in the neck part, so use it to pierce through the brain. He borrowed a machete from Jenner and took one before signaling for Elena, Carol, and William to finish the other 3 the same way. The walkers were just around 27, thus, the whole group got the feeling of firing a gun at least once, and Sasuke soon told them to stay here, as the interior was going to need those really trained to deal with it. I know you 2 want to be doing it like Duan has, but not now, alright? I will craft something special for you when I have time. Sasuke patted Siri's and Sophia's heads after they asked him if they could do it too. He then turned to others. The field is on open view there, and it isn't really safe, so can you guys stay here? I know it smells, but we will deal with it soon. William, Jim, and Jenner, can you help move the few walkers somewhat away? Others can sit here and have some rest until we get back. Sasuke, who finished with inspecting the exits around the area and securing them, spoke, pointing to a spot they can sit at. He feared someone sniping them from the forest if they returned to the field now. It was the morning now and too open to be the right place for them to sit. Got it, we can keep the guns, yeah? William asked him, waving his Glock. Of course, just keep the safety on and don't use it unless necessary. He soon joined Daryl and Morgan, who got ready. Sasuke, there are civilians. Morgan pointed at a dead walker woman in a robe who looked to have nothing to do with this place, and then another child. So maybe there was a breach around. Do we advance? Daryl asked him, slinging a rifle at his back, and kept the crossbow ready. Yeah, I searched the area around here and secured all exits. Don't worry, we will deal with the interior now. Are you ready? Morgan and Daryl, who were wearing protective leather gear from neck to toe, nodded, following after him into the inside. A tactical bright light lamp was secured on their chests, while Morgan and Daryl had another flashlight in hand. Sasuke took the vanguard, as he was the best choice and had the best vision, holding his sword in one hand and silver baller in the other. Leave no corpse unchecked, he whispered, piercing the brain of a dead body on the ground before opening the sliding metal door. A gate was behind it, unlocked. They stepped in cautiously and came into a big room with a small tower in the middle, possibly the prison guard's watch position. There was no walker in sight, and the place looked messy. Sasuke pointed at himself, then at the tower, before pointing at the gate leading to the next area for Daryl and Morgan to watch. He moved up the stairs and found a body in guard clothes, lying back on his chair with a bullet to the chin, suicide. He looked around, taking the gun and the set of keys on him before joining Daryl and Morgan. A cell block, no walker in sight, Morgan whispered, and Sasuke used the keys to open the gate, stepping inside. This cell block has only 2 tiers linked with stairs. There were dead bodies in some of the cells, blood smeared on walls, but no walkers around. Morgan goes around piercing their heads. Sasuke advanced to the other side and checked the gate leading to the next block, maybe, but it was locked and secure. He followed Daryl up the stairs to the second tier. There were some groans, and they found few walkers on the cells here. Possibly died from hunger or suicide and turned, Daryl whispered, seeing no clear bite on the walkers inside the cells as Sasuke put them down with his sword. This cell block is clear and secured, we can move in here after taking out the corpses, Morgan said, and Sasuke nodded at him, telling him to go and get others. Let's move the corpses out first. Soon he and Daryl opened the cells with the set of keys they had on them and started dropping the walkers down to the floor to be moved outside. The group outside soon came trailing behind Morgan. I know it doesn't look great, but it is safe, and it will be okay after some cleaning. It's better than I thought, honestly. Do we have cleaning tools, though? Elena asked him, seeing the men starting to move the dead bodies outside. We do. I will go get them for you. For now, just find a cell you are comfortable with and have some rest. We will help with cleaning after we burn the bodies. Sasuke took a dirty sheet from one of the beds and used it to wrap 3 walkers inside it. He hoisted it up and left, following Morgan, Daryl, and others who were taking the bodies outside to the spot they are gathering them. Guys, today is going to be a long day. We will move all dead bodies and burn them. We will also burn everything inside the cell block, sheets, mattresses, and all. Huh? Won't we use them? No, we have clean sets, enough for us. I won't risk us catching any kind of disease from that filth. Jenner nodded, sharing how they can make it more safe for their daily life without fearing an epidemic starting due to the corpses that were there for a long time. How about the rest of the prison? Daryl asked him about dropping a body in the pile they made in the yard. I will deal with it first thing tomorrow. For now, we clean our place the best we could so everyone can sleep without having to keep one eye open. They nodded and got back to retrieve the few remaining bodies inside. Sasuke made a trip to the truck. He actually retrieved the necessary cleaning tools from his storage seal and every other thing they will need, putting more mattresses, pillows, and sheets inside there so Daryl can take them back after they clean the cell block thoroughly. He whistled at Duan to come close, passing to him the cleaning utensils. Take those to the ladies, tell Daryl and others to help inside. I will move all the remaining corpses in the yards and field to one point myself. Duan nodded at him, seeing Sasuke pulling a big plastic sheet and starting to move walkers atop it. He was strong enough to move 10 walkers wrapped in that plastic, which would take others several trips back and forth. That day was both exhausting and happy. They finally had something to call home, somewhere to sleep without being afraid of being sneaked upon from the wild. The cleaning took time, but since Sasuke was the only one dealing with moving corpses, the cell block was cleaned fairly well with 15 people in there helping. The walls and ground became clean with no smeared blood, and the beds were changed with new mattresses and pillows. They got food and warm clothes. For now, it was another day of survival. Chapter 47, TWD 47, Yandere Tendencies. I will take the point. In case of intersections, it'll always be me going first, then Daryl watching the right and Morgan the left when it's clear. Katniss will always watch her back. All right. Clear. Stay safe, we will have lunch ready for you. Carol nodded at the four, seeing them checking their weapons. As discussed, Dale, everyone stays here until we are back. Sasuke turned to Dale. Don't worry, we know the risks. All right, we are moving. He opened the cell leading to the next block and infirmary wing. The way out of Block C led left, they followed it, then turned right. Another turn right ahead led them to a new block of cells, ground tier only. The place was dark and reeked of stench. 6 cells with their cages open, some corpses eaten on the ground. Sasuke kicked them inside after piercing their heads so as not to block the way if they had to run back. Another turn right led to double ways, left and right. Holding up a fist, the other 3 halted as Katniss watched their backs while Sasuke stepped forward. Both ways were empty, for now, he waved, and they stepped close. Pick one way, he whispered to Daryl. Left. Sasuke nodded, taking his kunais in doubles, tying them with steel wire, and then planting 3 pairs one atop another on both walls of the way to the left, sealing it. If a walker came that way, the only way forward would be to cut themselves through. He waved to the right, and they followed. Another turn to the right was ahead. He held a fist, listened closely, and then clawed once, the sign for expecting walkers and to be ready. They nodded, and Daryl stepped beside him. Sasuke moved forward, and once he pivoted ready, the bulb on his chest shined on 6 walkers. He launched 3 shurikens, Daryl fired his crossbow, and Morgan shot 2, the last 3 shuffling closer went down by his sword. All walkers were wearing blue prisoner outfits. I hear them from my end, Katniss whispered, keeping her bow ready to fire. They will be blocked by the steel wire, but keep an eye always, we will deal with this side. So don't be distracted by us and focus on your side. She nodded, and Sasuke followed the next turn, moving slowly and steadily. Once again he signaled for expected walkers after piercing every skull they came across, leaving no chances for surprises. A dozen walkers groaned, coming into view from a turn. Sasuke aimed his silver baller and emptied the whole magazine, taking down 9 of them, while Daryl and Morgan shot the remaining down as Sasuke reloaded his gun. They turned to a new way and found only one door with a sign saying it was a medical wing, with a dead end and no other way forward. Sasuke positioned himself in front of the door while Daryl took the keys, unlocked it, and then opened the door at Sasuke's signal. 2 walkers who were inside got cut by his sword. We will come for it later, lock it for now, Sasuke told him after checking the place inside. With this side clear and checked 2 times, they were soon back in front of the steel wires Sasuke positioned, and as expected. 3 walkers were cut and mangled in the wires. They probably heard the noise and tried to follow it just to be shredded. They are that sharp, huh? And useful. Morgan and Daryl made a note not to mess with those wires in the future. Morgan, switch with Katniss and watch our rear, please. Sure, they already discussed it, every one of the 3 will take turns to watch the rear all the time. While the other 2 support Sasuke in clearing the way. Sasuke pierced the heads of the shredded walkers on the ground and retrieved his kunai and steel wires before resuming their marching. Some doors were here and there, and Sasuke decided to lock them from outside using steel wire and clear the way before returning to deal with them later. At some point, 20 walkers emerged from the turn ahead suddenly, making Sasuke, who needed to retreat immediately, strike Katniss behind him who wasn't ready, making her fall down, but he soon controlled the situation, killing them with his sword while Katniss got up again with the help of Daryl. Sorry about that, are you okay? Yeah, the ground is slippery here, sorry. Don't worry about it, Morgan. Do we advance forward or turn left? Let's take the turn. Sasuke nodded and proceeded with blocking the way forward with steel wires before following the road left. They took a turn right and found double doors ahead. This thing is blocked by cuffs from the outside. Sasuke pointed at the cuffs keeping the double doors to the front locked. So someone put them in there while leaving, either to keep the place and supplies there safe or people. Or maybe a bunch of them. Do you hear anything? Daryl asked him. No, move back all the way, I will break it in 10. They nodded and stepped back, aiming their guns in case walkers were in there. Sasuke used his kusanagi to break the cuffs and kicked the doors open, stepping back. Nothing came from there, there were some visible tables inside but no walkers. Sasuke heard a whisper and a gasp. He held a fist and made 3 fingers sing, humans, alive. Daryl stepped closer. I will move to that pillar and sign you the number of people seen. Then the armed. Sasuke pointed at a pillar in the middle of the room ahead and whispered to him. The cafeteria, which Sasuke had just opened its door to, had 5 people hiding in it. They were currently peeking from the square grid window of the kitchen, anxious about whether it was those no-brainers who broke in or humans. Axel, a short white man with blonde hair, was about to say something when a blur flashed through their vision like a ghost, disappearing behind a pillar. You saw it? What was that? Hey! Thomas pointed his gun at the pillar, terrified. He hadn't even seen what it was either, just a blur. Sasuke, who kept his body hidden behind the pillar, showed 5 fingers to Daryl, then one with his other hand, making a gun sign, and pointed a fist down to the ground, telling them he will make the first move. Big Tiny and Andrew blinked, seeing someone suddenly emerge from behind the pillar, pointing 2 similar guns at them. Ushush, put it down, move an inch, and I will make a tunnel through your head, Sasuke said to the guy with long hair who was aiming a revolver at him. Morgan and others soon came in, closing the doors behind them, and the 5 prisoners became dumbfounded seeing them geared with heavy firearms. Are you the rescue team? The guy with long hair and a cobra tattoo on his arm asked, keeping his gun pointed at Sasuke. Get here. I will give you 10 seconds to toss that gun. You can choose whether to do it or have your dead body keep it. Sasuke remembers very well that the gunman was a bad man from the series, but he couldn't recall what happened with the others. You are no rescue team. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Thomas, their leader, hesitated before putting his revolver on the ground and kicking it his way. Not your damn business, Daryl sneered, aiming his crossbow at his head. Soon all 5 prisoners stepped out from the kitchen as Axel started pleading not to shoot him while Big Tiny, a huge black man holding a club bat, told them that they aren't bad guys. I'll decide that. What are you? Sasuke stopped, gazing at a short black man with a buzz cut who had his eyes glued to Katniss. She was that beautiful, yeah, but to put his hand on his groin and rub it while smirking at her. Katniss frowned deeply seeing that and was about to aim her gun, the same as Daryl. But before any of them reacted, Sasuke appeared before him and brought his knee up sharply. Not only balls, but Guy's whole pelvis area was pulverized. Sasuke clearly felt his hip bones crack and snap outward and everything in that spot smashed to pulp. Ah gaga gaga, a deafening, pained scream echoed, startling everyone who turned to see Andrew lying down with blood oozing out from his groin in splashes. Big Tiny moved reflexively to shove Sasuke away, and the other prisoners watched dumbfounded as the pretty boy stepped back agilely, then caught the giant man's outstretched arm, yanked back, and kicked the back of his knee, causing him to fall like a cement bag. Big Tiny only saw the world spin, and he was face first down on the ground. His hand was pulled up, and a foot on his back kept him in place no matter how much force he used to get up. Sasuke just forced him in place, gripping his wrist, and kept the barrel of his silver baller inches away from Thomas's head, ignoring the horrified prisoners who were hearing Andrew's agonizing screams and the scene of his blood seeping out like a river from between his legs. Go on, rub it again. Sasuke nudged the now passed out man with his feet before turning to the other 4. Now listen up, assholes, I can finish your pitiful lives right here, right now, and it won't cause a damn splash in the already fucked up world outside. From now on, I will do the talking, you answer when asked. If you feel otherwise, I'm always ready to better my craft. He pointed at the quivering men on the ground, whose blood and pieces of shattered bones were clear now on his hip and washed out pants. Chapter 48, TWD ch 48, I never said that I am the good guy. Now listen up, assholes, I can finish your pitiful lives right here, right now, and it won't cause a damn splash in the fucked up world outside. From now on, I will do the talking, you answer when asked. If you feel otherwise, I'm always ready to better my craft. Sasuke pointed at the quivering men on the ground, whose blood and pieces of shattered bones were clear now on his groin and washed out pants. Don't do it, man. I swear I'm not like him. Axel started crying, seeing what happened to that asshole. First, where does the way left from the exit here lead to? Sasuke asked, seeing them all paying close attention now. The laundry room where we used to clean our clothes and all, then, Block B, cell Block B, where my cell used to be, is after that point, Axel answered, hoping for mercy. What's the situation with the supplies inside the kitchen? It's full, there's still enough food for all of us to last us a long time. Just don't open the freezer, we used to defecate in there, as we had no other option. You won't like the view, nor the smell, Oscar said. He wasn't one to beg for his life, but since it was that stupid shrimp who caused this, he figured it wouldn't hurt to give them a friendly tip. Sasuke nodded, and Daryl gestured that he will go check the supplies. He then pointed at the revolver Thomas used and asked, "Why are you here? Whose gun is that?" A guard escorted us when it all happened. he gave the gun to Thomas and left to see what was going on and to call for help. He hasn't returned since then. Big Tiny, who was still shaken from being bested by someone who is half his size, spoke, rubbing his wrist after Sasuke stepped away. What is inside the metal doors in this corridors? They are either solitary cells, storage units, or a way down to the basement. Generators are in there with some other stuff. Oscar told him what he knew. You know what they control exactly? Katniss asked, wondering if they can benefit from the generators and have light on the cells of Block C. Everything running on electricity, I mean, screens, machines, sirens, etc. Axel answered, confused by that dumb question. Sirens. Yeah, those used by speakers around the prison, the ones that sounded in the riot back then. Are they loud? Morgan, who was silent till now beside Katniss, asked at hearing that there are sirens. Very, it sounds like it might reach half to a mile or so. Morgan and Sasuke exchanged alerted glances, knowing they had to turn off whatever those generators were doing. All right, you will come with us, Katniss. Help me tie him up, will you? He pointed at the passed out man, and she nodded, then dragged the now half-man to a pillar, tying him. Thomas gritted his teeth seeing that and asked to at least take him to the hospital. He will die this way. It wasn't not because he liked that guy, but Andrew was the only similar-minded person here who could plan with him to take back control. I'll give him medical treatment if he is still alive by the time we are back from Block B. Now we move on. Sasuke gestured for them to stand. You want us to face those things outside? At least give us guns. Your hands. Sasuke ignored Thomas and said, gripping Big Tiny's hands behind his back and tying them. Why are you doing this? Are you going to kill us too? Stop screaming, I'm not a psycho, we will take care of walkers outside. This is so I don't have to deal with your stunts on the way. Now move. He did the same with the remaining three. Thomas and Axel struggled before giving up, feeling that iron grip, but Oscar, as Sasuke noted, was unfazed. The man only put his hands behind his back to be cuffed and asked if he could at least have a phone to check on his family. Sorry to say this, but the chance is very, very low. So far I've met less than 50 people alive since 2 months ago, the rest are all dead walking. Phones aren't working anymore, as everything outside is already lost. Like I said, I'm not killing you or anything, this is merely a backup to keep my team safe. Once in Block B, I will set you free. And my gun? Thomas asked him now more urgently after hearing that. You will have it back. Katniss glanced at Sasuke, surprised. With no ammo, he clarified, not even planning to do that, he just wants him to shut up. Daryl, who got back from the kitchen, whispered to Sasuke that the amount of food in there was staggering, enough to last them at least 5 months with their current numbers. Though he didn't tell him that he checked the freezer because he didn't trust Oscar, and the scene inside may be unable to be washed away from his mind. Morgan opened the doors, and Sasuke stepped forward with Daryl beside him. From this point, if any one of you makes a sound, I won't hesitate to bust your head. Stay in line. Katniss and Morgan took the rear, keeping the 4 prisoners in the middle. The last one was still passed out and bleeding, tied to a pillar. Sasuke had no intention of healing him. He didn't care if the guy was joking, good or bad. That shit angered him, and that's it. Others are welcome to do the same if he himself ever came to do that action for a girl he just met. Thomas, who was seething at being treated like this, followed silently, contemplating how to have revenge, but soon came to see just what kind of monsters those people are. Those things went down like flies whenever they faced them. Especially the one with the sword and supposedly the leader, he stormed through those brain deads like they were wet tissue. His sword was extremely fast, and his aim was accurate. It didn't take much before they reached the laundry room. And soon after, they advanced, killing another dozen of walkers before reaching Block B. Axel teared up seeing the bodies lying down outside their cells with a hole on their heads caused by a bullet, hands tied behind their backs. Execution style. Who did it was unknown. Those were the good guys, our friends. Sasuke just took a closer look, inspected the other side, and helped move the bodies outside the block, the least he can do for them. He came back inside and locked the gate leading toward the yard, then stepped inside cell Block B. This will be your place for now, you will clean it yourselves if you want, and you better help having the corpses outside burned later. Sasuke took a final look at the place, making sure no weapon was around or exit before stepping out from the second entrance they came from and closing it behind him. What? You can't keep us in here. I can, your food will be delivered shortly. I will come over tomorrow to discuss your plans, and if you decide to leave, I will escort you out. he said, and locked the gate of the block, ignoring their shouts. Like he said, he won't kill them, but he isn't ready to have them anywhere near his group. Tomorrow, if they are unsatisfied, he will deal with them. A memory white pill may cause them to be ignorant, but their instincts should keep them fighting and alive in whatever faraway place he will leave them in. Was it heavy? The way I did things. Sasuke turned to Morgan, slightly concerned if the men thought of him as a barbarian. If it was before this. I may be terrified, but not now, not when my wife and son are close to them. God knows I would have done a lot worse if you weren't here. Morgan patted his shoulder and followed him back. Yeah, we need to be careful with them. Let's first check with the doors we left locked and then deal with the basement before having others help with moving the food and meds to our cell block. It didn't take long for them to check solitaries and other doors leading to offices and staff rooms before finding the basement where the generators were kept. Morgan checked them, finding that they are already turned off but working, thus, if someone turned them on, he could activate those sirens. I will deal with it. Let's change the lock of the door too, and I'll leave traps here. This will be a red area that only us here can access. So, did we forget anything? This is the third time we are moving through this part of the prison, all exits secured, yards checked. If something is unsure, it should be the fences and general area outside this building. And other separated buildings. Katniss shook her head, slightly tired from all of the walking and fighting they did. It was always heavy on the nerves how you should keep high focus when clearing an unfamiliar area. Sasuke left no place unchecked. He swept through every nook and cranny, making sure that no place was left unchecked, and even planted traps around to alert him in case something happened to walk through those paths. We didn't find the armory though. It can be in a separate building, we can check it later after having some rest. We still have work to do, Morgan answered Daryl. Alright, let's go back. I and Katniss will take a part of the group to help move food. You two have some help with the infirmary and laundry room, take anything you can, and we will put it in the upper cells. They nodded and retreated to their cell block. The people there sighed in relief seeing them safe and rushed to see if they were all okay. Hey, we cleared the rest of this building, it's in worse shape than this, so it won't be available for you guys to use and wander, but for now we need help to move back the food and things we found. Katniss, Jim, Jenner, and Elena, follow me to the cafeteria. Morgan and Daryl will also need help moving the things in the infirmary and laundry room. I will deal with corpses later. All the group moved forward while those who hadn't been with Sasuke when he and the other three cleared this building watched horrified at the amount of walkers and rotting bodies scattered around the ways. They can only imagine how scary it was when those were still walking in bunches. But soon that apprehension turned to happiness and excitement at seeing the amount of food in the cafeteria. There was a walker tied to the pillar and groaning at them with blood on his hip. The three who were with Sasuke exchanged understanding glances, seeing Andrew now a walker. This confirmed what Jenner had said. Everyone was already infected, and natural death is one of the triggers to turn into one of them. Chapter 49, TWD 49, Hidden Blades and Hidden Arts. R18. The group sat in the corridor outside the cells having dinner, smiles marked their faces as they talked about trivial things. Daryl, who funnily refused to use Carrot the Cage's carrot, had settled for making his bed on the damn perch. You know, it looked scary the first time, blood, bad smell, and all. I can't believe how secure it feels now after cleaning it, much better than tense, Jess said, looking around while sitting with others who were having a pizza, a simple one made by Carol and Elena, but the first in months. It tasted heavenly now. They found enough flour and ingredients, thus, Sasuke suggested it, figuring they can have it once to make up the mood. William and Duan were with Jenner helping him set and organize his workplace. While Morgan was spending his time with his wife. What is he doing? Amy asked Katniss, seeing Sasuke sitting on the stairs leading up to the perch, a notebook in his hand, scribbling something on it. Drawing, Siri answered her, remembering seeing Sasuke draw some lines. Katniss, who was unsure herself, asked Siri, drawing what? No way he was doing the joke he made about Daryl with Grandma's body in lingerie. Blue paint. Blueprint, you can ask me yourself, you know. I'm 10 feet away. Sasuke chuckled seeing their interested look, even Daryl, who was playing dead not wanting to make a sound in case that ninja was really drawing that shit about him. What blueprint? Something I saw years ago, very helpful. I'm trying to figure out its blueprint so I can craft it later. Siri moved closer to him with Sophia, followed by others. Is this the thing you promised me and Sophia? She scrunched her face in confusion, a knife. Siri pouted, She wanted a big cool sniper like the one he was using yesterday. Yep, hey, you know how cool and practical this is. Some people would have paid gold to have it back then. Sasuke flicked her forehead gently, laughing at that disappointed expression. A blade, and what is this? Iron plate. Amy, who leaned in for a better look, asked him while Daryl cast a sneaky glance from the perch up where he was lying down. The final version is called Hidden Blades, a tool perfect for assassination. With many other uses, I'm just working on it, and Siri, I will be making one for me the first time I figure out how it works. You still don't like it? She nodded hesitatingly, still not sure. Well, we can talk when it's done. Sasuke just smiled. The hidden blades were something he loved deeply when he was young. The first time he saw it was when Yuri introduced a game to him. The main character, Ezio, used twin hidden blades that were just too damn cool and useful. Sasuke was trying to figure out how to replicate it, alongside the functions of the hidden small crossbow. With Sasuke's inherited knowledge and experience with weapons, he was sure he would have the blueprint ready after a few trials of failure. It was perfect for assassination and sudden use. It can be with you if you ever drop your gun, can be hidden under sleeves, and won't alert enemies when they see you empty-handed, and with the addition of the compacted crossbow he was planning to craft, it would work for long ranges too. Simple, efficient, and easy to equip. Duan, Siri, and Sophia can train with them. In a few years, he will have expert combatants in assassination arts. He himself was planning to make one perfect for him. Though, he needs to first figure out how the damn thing works and the right materials. If Altair and Almulim, who were assassins in normal world, can make them, so can he, a shinobi who used to shape the damn raw thunder into a sword. The others soon lost interest in it and left, not understanding the scribbles even if they were extremely detailed, which showed Sasuke's talent for drawing. Which also made Daryl gulp, muttering a curse. Reluctantly adding painter to the professions mastered by Sasuke. The group soon withdrew to their cells to sleep. Jim and Dale decided to have the first shift to watch the entrances. The block is secure, but it never hurts to be cautious. Sasuke did a final check outside and inside, made a trip to the prisoners to check on them and deliver them food before retreating to the cell he will be using with Katniss and Siri, and closed it behind him. You can skip from here to the next chapter. It's just bad smut that has nothing to do with the plot, but there's a note in the end. Read it. He found Katniss busy with something on the side. Siri was already asleep on the top bunk. She greeted him before turning to tidy their washed clothes. A mischievous thought struck him seeing those enticing curves, and he decided to have his fun, as he knows he will be leaving soon for days. Sasuke stepped closer to her, hugged her from behind, and blew at the candle, making the place darker save for the faint light due to the bright, clear full moon. She flinched feeling him kissing her neck. Haha, hey, what are you doing? Siri will hear us. Not if you keep your voice down. He kept kissing her neck, his hands creeping down slowly as he started loosening the buttons of her jeans. No, Sasuke, not like this, and she will hear us. She whispered again but did nothing to stop him. It's dark, and it'll only be me returning the favor of what happened back in the CDC, keep that mouth closed, or I'll stop midway. He kissed her cheek and then earlobe, telling her not to let even a loud moan out. He pulled her jeans down to her thighs, watching as she put her hands on the table, instinctively pushing her hips back. Not a sound, okay. Enjoy. He kissed her neck again and got down on his knee behind her. Maybe she thought the darkness now was hindering his eyesight, but for Sasuke, his sight was always the best. Even the little light from the moon seeping in through the windows helped make things clearer to him. He reached for the soft white mounds clothed in cute simple pink panties. Grabbing a handful of each cheek, kneading and separating them playfully, planting kisses, and enjoying her body reactions while she put a hand to her mouth to stop a moan. Leaning in, he was greeted by a strange, stuffy smell, not bad, just musky, and he decided to torment her for a little. His mouth went to the wet spot on the panty, and he started kissing through the wet cloth, feeling the soft parting flesh underneath. He started kissing, sucking, and biting softly until Katniss couldn't resist and lowered her panty herself, letting the heavy odor of excitement and the heat assault him. Sasuke smiled, reaching for her cheeks and parting them, enjoying the mesmerizing view and the wet sound it produced. Kissing the inner thighs and then her labia, he finally gave her what she wanted, seeing her leaning back to take his mouth in the important place, and he dove in. The taste was a little salty, yet he didn't care, his tongue rummaging through the wet inner flesh as if trying to touch every nook and cranny of it. She let out a soft moan, and he withdrew, watching her panic and promising to keep silent this time before going back. He didn't really care about the noise, he just loved messing with her. Sasuke, who was busy devouring that wet pinky flesh, had a sudden epiphany. He let go of her soft-ass cheeks and did a few sneaky hand seals, smirking internally. There was a jutsu, one of the useless ones he got to pick from Orochi. A body control one that makes the body or part of it soft and stretchy. He finished and reached for her soft flesh again. Katniss, who was leaning on the wall while Sasuke kept eating her kitty from behind, suddenly flinched, reaching her hand behind her for his head. That tongue, that slimy tongue, suddenly elongated and started touching places it shouldn't. Sasuke smirked, feeling how those thick thighs closed, and started trembling as her knees became weak while Katniss's hand tried to grab his hair to push him away. He caught both her wrists, pulled them to her back, and kept them there with one hand while the other shot up to her breast, kneading it to his liking while he kept ravaging the now sopping cave deeper and deeper. Her quiet moans sounded like music to his ears as she kept trembling, letting all her weight be supported by him as she leaned helplessly, feeling her eyes rolling back. No, 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 not there. That tongue suddenly touched the deepest point, trying to mischievously break through the small gape. She felt pleasured, weak, and confused all at the same time, unable to understand or control her body that started twitching hard, but Sasuke restrained her firmly, letting her be on her toes as she tried to pull away her hips that were buried at his face, or else she might pass out from this. And what is this? She bit her lips hard, fighting a moan. She didn't want him to stop now. Splash. She came. Katniss came from being sucked by her beloved boyfriend, her euphoria reaching the peak as she felt him devouring even the fluids she released and licking every corner, treating her body like the most delicious meal. Thanks for the meal, my lady. That damn incubus whisper sent a shiver down her spine. And it was at this moment she knew that she wouldn't be able to resist him anymore. The last thing she remembered before closing her eyes was him catching her in his annoying handsome face, grinning as he licked his lips, jaws wet, and leaning in to kiss her one last time. I'll be tossing another chapter in an hour. P.S. It's not for you, buddy, the one who said he will drop if the chapter is all smut in the last smut chapter. It's for whoever may be liking this fanfic and has chosen to skip the smut. So since this chapter had little real plot, the next will be released shortly. The next chapter will be ready in about 30 to 60 minutes. Comment. 22 comment. Vote. Chapter 50, TWD 50, one more down. Asterisk huff huff, H, how are you still standing? Amy looked up from the ground at Sasuke, who finally came to a halt. This was their fourth time she and her sister had joined him for morning exercise, and it was getting harder by the time. Should I drop down? You are carrying a damn tree, you run huff what? Triple our distance. Daryl, who joined for the first time, sat on the ground sweating. He was the second to last the longest, but that didn't feel like an achievement at all when you compare it to that ninja. Andrea gasped, grabbing at her sides. She felt like vomiting as she answered Daryl. Quadruple, passed by me 3 times on my first lap, then 3 on my second, and damn 5 times before I finished my third. Monster, you are a fucking monster, Sasuke. Are you sure you are eating the same food as us? Katniss couldn't even talk. She was stubborn and pushed herself more, but she still lost to Daryl, coming third in who ran the most distance. Sasuke. He wasn't even in her current to-beat list. I wouldn't have lost to Daryl if he hadn't done that last night. She closed her legs, remembering the awesome feeling of pleasure Sasuke made her experience. Fortunately, she was already a mess, thus no one noticed the deep blush. You guys wanted to join the morning exercise. Well, this is it. Sasuke tossed the trunk he was holding on his shoulder aside and stretched his muscles. The original Sasuke wasn't one to go for physical strength. He was strong but focused on agility more. But here, he decided to focus on his body's strength and stamina more. What no one knows is that the tree was a mere addition by now. The weight seal had limits, unfortunately, thus he added the trunk. His speed is good. He needed the juice to keep going for the longest time he could, at least until he was sure hordes in great numbers won't tire him. Take it after water. You won't feel hungry for 5 hours, as this will replenish whatever your body lost and more, so don't force food into your stomach. Wait 5 hours or don't take it from now. Sasuke tossed a soldier pill to each of the 4 tired people. Which was just something resembling a rice ball, and brown. What's this? Good shit, bad taste. He let them see for themselves. Daryl, curious, took one and munched it. He forced it down his throat. Tastes like mud, your version of energy drink. Whoa, that's new. Are you feeling it? You would need to offer that stinky ass in the clan if you knew its damn price daily, and even then, no one would have taken you on that offer. A thank you would be nice, though. Amy stifled a laugh, swallowing the one in her hand just to scrunch her face. Mud. That tasted like wet hair, don't even ask how she get that. They all agreed that the taste was awful, yet everyone showed surprised looks shortly after. They were standing up a few minutes later like all of the effort and exhaustion was a dream, their bodies full with energy. This is amazing. Are you sure it's not dope? Drugs? Daryl asked him, flexing his muscles and feeling no more ache. Don't get used to the feeling, this is just because I felt generous today. Let's go back. You won't eat one? Amy asked him curiously, seeing how he didn't consume one. Nah, I'm good. Katniss closed onto him, pinched his hip and whispered to him. You already have that scary stamina, you aren't planning to consume this when we do it, right? Right. Hey Sasuke, are you going to give me one? She shivered at the thought of being bedded by this ninja. Sasuke just had too many unusual things on him. He could stretch his damn tongue, she didn't want to imagine what would happen to her if the thing that choked her back in the CDC got any longer. Why are you looking at me? I'm damn virgin, I don't know what is going to happen. He decided to be honest, he had no idea what was going to happen in case of full intercourse. She opened her mouth agape hearing that. You're joking, right? Nobody gave you the green light even with that face and body. You think I had that on my mind? They kept bickering as they made it back. Sasuke joined in eating the breakfast cooked by Jess, Jenny, and Elena while others watched, experiencing the one downside of the pill. You will feel stuffed even with delicious food in sight. They suddenly realized why Sasuke refused to consume one. Did he smirk? Sneaky bastard. Daryl rubbed his forehead, that pancake there looked delicious, yet he felt like vomiting when he swallowed the first bite. After finishing, Sasuke signaled for Daryl to come to the side. Hey, I need your help with something. Shoot, Daryl nodded. We were planning to take food to those four, right, so I thought, how about a test? I have something to announce later, and I need that thing clear from now. Daryl became interested in that. What test? Moral test, humanity test, IQ test, I still don't know how to call it. Anyway, I need you to act as a clueless guy, a bait to see what they are made of. I will be close watching your back, just tone down your instincts and give them an opening to act. It will help to see just what kind of people they really are. Remember, they still think it's just us four in here. After detailing the plan, Daryl nodded, agreeing to it. He took the food prepared for the prisoners, as Sasuke had already told others what happened and his thoughts about them. And soon Daryl was in front of cell block B, Oscar was up, sitting on the stairs and reading a book that Sasuke gave them to pass time. Your breakfast. Thanks, yesterday's pizza. It tasted amazing, thank that bow girl for us. Daryl nodded, not correcting him, keeping his gun and ready to act. He waited patiently for others to eat before telling them they need to get out, move corpses to the field, and burn them. We can at least relax for some time outside in the sun. Yeah, bro. Axel asked him, and Daryl nodded again. He followed behind them, opened the exit, and they stepped into the sunlight. The corpses Sasuke helped move were nearby. You will need to move them to the yard there and burn them. I got some gasoline here. He passed them the bottle and watched from the side. What no one saw was a man standing upside down under a shadowed dark spot on the roof of a building nearby. Sasuke, sticking to its surface and keeping himself hidden, watched all of this unfolding, his gun aimed and ready to drop whoever made a move. They aren't hostile, but as expected, he is ruthless. Sasuke watched the man with a cobra tattoo named Thomas gripping a walker's arm sneakily. He then forced it apart until the sharp bone was outside the rotten flesh, gripping the hollow part in the middle. He acted as if he was about to lift it, and with a wet squelch, he pulled the bone. He turned around to look, anxious, but Daryl wasn't paying any attention to him. Now, he let the body drop and jumped at Daryl, trying to pierce his head with that sharp bone, already planning to take his weapon next. Oscar, who saw that, ran trying to shove Daryl away and watched as Daryl jumped forward, evading the strike, while a bullet went through Thomas's head. Dropping down, Sasuke approached others who dropped to their knees seeing him and Daryl aiming their weapons at them. We did nothing, man. I swear we didn't know. We aren't with him, bro. Please, don't do it. We have nothing to do with this, they were the bad guys who used to terrorize us, Thomas and Andrew. Please believe me. Big Tiny and Axel tried to tell him that they got no business on this. I know, you were caught for theft, you were caught for having a gun, and you were reported to have beaten the husband of your ex-wife. Sasuke nodded, pointing at Oscar, Axel then Big Tiny respectively, and told them what he discovered from the records. I was just nearby and he was trying to hit her. I simply interjected, but he was a cop. I got Northwest chance at the court. Big Tiny clarified his case while Axel swore it was a fake gun. The one they found was his brother's. While Oscar remained silent, finding no need to defend his actions, he knows that what he did was wrong and he had already paid his due and months more. If that matters anyway. Thomas had 3 serious cases on his file, 2 kills and 1 for rape. Andrew shared the rape case with him, 1 separated murder case. They were the bad guys. I swear we had no dealing with them, we just got locked together, and they didn't turn on us because no one knew when we would need to fight our way out. Sasuke put his silver baller on the holster again, gesturing for Daryl that it's fine to do so too. I will give you 2 choices, 1 chance. Anything, man. I would be leaving soon, I need to figure out some place, and my planned route is heading toward Atlanta, so if you want to, I can drop you somewhere on that route. They stayed silent. Oscar glanced at the walkers gathering way down at the fences. There were at least 10 of them, and this was the prison area, away from the population. He doesn't need to be a genius to figure out how the city is now. A tear ran down his cheek imagining his mother and wife. What would have happened to them now? They were in the heart of the city. Are you sure there are no big shelters where survivors hold in? He asked Sasuke. I wouldn't come for this prison if there was any. What's the second option? You keep in the cell block, fed and clothed, until I'm back. Then what? Can't we join you? We can help you guys. Axel asked him while Big Tiny nodded. They both saw how strong this guy is, how well armed he is, and how well trained he is. He has the whole stack of food now. It looked like the best choice now. Once I'm back, we will work on that, frankly. I don't trust any of you. You are strong men, so we can help each other, yeah, but that needed to be left until I'm back. Just know that I take my group's safety extremely seriously, like with him. He pointed at Thomas's body. I won't hesitate to put anyone who threatens them down. And I'm good at it, so are we good? You stay in that cell until I'm back. Or the former choice, I'm heading in the direction of Atlanta. You want me to drop you someplace? With memory loss, he kept that to himself. And Daryl knew Sasuke wasn't stupid enough to leave that to chance. For him, he thought that Sasuke would probably have them dead some way or another. Brutal. Yes, but for him, that was the right thing to do. Eventually they agreed to his term to stay in the cell block. He helped move bodies to a far spot and burned them, Thomas's included. Sasuke, who was with Daryl heading back to their cell block after having the 3 ex-prisoners in their cells, spoke clarifying his decisions. Daryl trusted him, and he deserves to know some things. The morning pill I gave you, you saw its effect, right? Daryl nodded. Out of the world. Getting your body to peak with no serious side effects. Priceless. I have another type. Once consumed, it causes a memory loss of at least the last year, depending on the target. For Shinobi, that substance effect may be a week at most, for those here. He figured it would be many times that. I'm not even surprised. So you plan to have them amnesiac, left in some corner out there to fend for themselves, huh? If they decided to leave. Of course, I'm not taking any chances of them having info on our numbers and all. They would have been ignorant but still kept the instincts to fight and survive. Loose ends are never good. You know, it's great to have someone think that deep in every decision and act decisively upon it. You think people back there are still discussing whether to kill the walkers in the barn? Daryl asked him, remembering the talk with Rick yesterday. Unless something happened to make them change their minds today. Sasuke shrugged, not particularly concerned. He had bigger things to waste his brain juices on. They had contact 1 time each day to check on the group since the separation. And Rick asked them if they were fine, when Daryl asked him on the CB if they had dealt with the barn. It has caused no problem so far. Glenn and others are keeping watch on it. That shit nearly made Daryl curse at that stupidity. How long has it been since they separated? 3 days. They cleaned a whole damn overrun building inside the prison, making it their shelter, even the field outside. Found more food and medicine and are about to progress further into other buildings to search for an armory. Yet those at the farm are still debating over whether they should kill walkers or keep them alive in a fucking barn meters away from the house. Chapter 51, TWD 51, Departure. Sasuke returned with Daryl and briefed Morgan on what happened and on his decisions. They spoke about some things before he asked Duan to gather everybody. While waiting, Sasuke activated the shared vision. Billy was still walking. He was near the town but didn't get in. He was creating traces to make it look like he survived near here alone and was on the brink. They will find him sooner, and Sasuke made the snake ready to act. Billy had her keep his Glock and magazines in her belly. He seriously became interested in that snake and grateful. She almost acted as his magical storage, similar to Sasuke's personal hole, cough. All right, come up. Look, I know we survived more than 2 months in this fallen world already, and maybe someone won't like what I'm going to say next, but know that it's important and non-negotiable. Sasuke spoke first thing, seeing all adults here. Siri and Sophia, those two were still asleep. It was 9 a.m. anyway, and they had nothing to do. We will try not to argue. Carol shrugged her shoulders, joking. I'm leaving, alone. He shook his head at Daryl and Katniss, who were about to say they'll come along. I need to retrieve things, and it needs to be done fast. That's why, I can move better if I am alone. Sorry for that. He didn't want to sound like he was boasting. It's a fact, Daryl shrugged. So, I don't want this place to turn bad due to disorder or something. That's why everyone here needs to work by a set of rules. Dale nodded, agreeing. Sasuke may be young, but he came to see he had what it takes to lead. First, only Daryl, Katniss, Morgan, and Dale are allowed to move outside this cell block. Others were surprised hearing that, not really liking it. Ease up, all right. I know it's bad and dark, and you need air, but it is what it is. We are few, and we don't have many lookouts. Always remember, we came here by cutting a fence, which can be done by using a damn bolt cutter, so could others. That made them think it over. William wanted to speak, but Sasuke told him to keep it until he is done. Second, those allowed to move outside, he glanced at the 4 he stated. You either go 3 or don't at all, always keeping one armed here, no matter the reason. I don't want you to be picked off outside one by one. This is the only place you could be sure of. It has 2 entrances that can be guarded easily. Third, no matter who or what happens, never ever let a stranger in. I don't care how peaceful they look, you see adults, even if they have kids. Dale, listen. Sasuke turned to Dale, who had his eyes widened at just what he heard the boy say. Those were kids they were talking about. I'm not saying to kill them or something, I'm talking about this cell block. If someone happens to come, first Daryl and Morgan need to have them empty-handed outside the cell block. They take off shirts so you can be sure no gun is hidden. They refuse, you deal with it accordingly. This isn't our old world anymore, you check their belongings too. We can't do that, those are going to be people, Sasuke, like us, trying to survive, not some thugs. You guys joined us in the quarry, how would it have felt if we did to you what you are asking us to do to other people? Dale stood in front of Sasuke trying to make him understand how wrong that is. If I was hostile, you think people back there would have stood a chance? Even with me out of the picture, we were better geared. It's not a question of who may be bad and who may not, Dale, we just don't have a slot for mistakes. People learn from their mistakes, boy, we need to give them a chance to prove it at least. Dale, we learn from our mistakes, yes, but in this world. Mistakes mean loved ones dying, so don't learn from your mistakes, prevent them from surfacing altogether. That ended the back and forth between them, and Sasuke turned to others who didn't know who to side with. So yeah, once they put weapons down, and you are sure of them, you guys take them to cell block B, or in the upper cells, guarded, he spoke to Morgan and Daryl. Keep them at bay until they are in there, lock both entrances, and make sure the other 3 understood the consequences if they mess around. We have food so you can share it regularly until I'm back. Silence fell upon the place as everyone was contemplating about this. Some wondered why he was putting so many possibilities that may not even come true. I'm not doing this for nothing, nor to boss you around. Out of all of us here, I'm the only one trained to pick spies and traitors and those kinds of people. Please, take my words seriously. We are all family here, and I'm not planning to risk someone for something careless. They finally understood what his intentions are. I won't harm innocents, but I will suspect everyone. Anyway, we will keep contact designated at the quarters of the clock throughout the days. 0 a.m., 3 a.m., 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 12 p.m., 15 p.m., 18 p.m., 21 p.m., I will initiate the contact. If something important happens outside those times, don't hesitate to reach for me. Any questions? Sasuke sipped some water and looked at them. I'm not trying to rise anything, man, William spoke to him with an awkward laugh. Don't worry, anything can be the idea that saves us. You guys can speak frankly. Like you said, since the fences all around can be bypassed by possible hostile groups, why are we taking this as our shelter? Jess nodded, hearing her boyfriend say that. Same with Andrea. And that's why I am leaving. I have the best stamina and the best strength for manual labor. I only need materials. I wasn't planning to have those fences as our first line of defense from the start. Once I'm back with the materials, I can put the plan to work and build the walls in 3 days of focused work. Just trust me on this, all right? We can help, Elena told him, hearing how he was planning to overwork himself the moment he is back from this dangerous trip. I know, I'm just saying this so you know it won't take months to have sturdy walls around this section at least. I will build it around this courtyard so everyone here can at least walk outside without fearing about someone shooting us from outside. We can progress steadily from there. Where are you planning to find the materials, and how are you even going to move them alone? Dale asked him. It's already figured out. Billy has marked all the necessary locations. I have my ways. Any other questions? Will you be okay? Katniss asked. Certainly, he smiled at her reassuringly. He saw them keep silent, knowing many here weren't totally in agreement with his ways. Look, I myself don't want to lose what we can call our humanity. No one wants to be the bad guy, but please, think logically before making a decision. Strange people need to be treated as dangerous. Not potential, but real danger. Until they are checked and separated in the other block, don't let your guard down. And I don't need to tell you that you won't let anyone who is a stranger leave this place after they are in. You either have them in the block or... Morgan and Daryl both nodded. How can you decide on the lives of other people this easily? I know you aren't cold-blooded, boy, so why are you saying all those things? Dale, they bring a bigger group, they execute everyone here, or do worse to them. He pointed to the ladies. You say there's a chance they won't and would just leave us alone. I say there's a bigger chance they do and spill doom over us after seeing what we have. We fought hard to have this place. I'm not planning to lose anyone here due to carelessness. And lastly, since we are a group, better have things cleared from now. Daryl and Morgan will take the lead. If they don't agree with something over how to deal with unknown people, no one is to object. Are we good? Sasuke shook his head at Katniss. She wasn't ready yet for heavy decisions. His girl, yes, but she still doesn't have that ruthlessness needed to lead in this place, and he hopes to keep her away from it as much as possible. But Sasuke knows that sooner or later she will acquire that too, like everyone else. No one can stay as a clean sheet in this world. Clear, we will wait for you. Jenner nodded at him. I will be away for 2 to 3 days, you can live with that, yeah. Write anything you might need in a paper, I will try to find it for you. Yes, don't worry and just keep yourself safe. Carol told him. She wasn't worrying like Dale. She has a daughter here, and everything Sasuke said was about making sure no one endangers Sophia and Ciri in any way. So she had no issue with that. Dale didn't like it. He felt that the boy started to drift into a path of no way back, but one sentence echoed again and again in his mind. Learning from mistakes now meant already losing your loved ones. He knew Sasuke lost people, not the full story, but enough to know he lost everyone when he was a kid. Thus, those weren't just empty words. And what was said, even if cruel, was the right way to keep everyone here safe. He just hoped things wouldn't come to that. Ever. It's in your hands. I'm sorry to leave those kind of heavy decisions to you. Sasuke stood by the gate of the fence talking to Daryl and Morgan after bidding everyone goodbye. It was the second time he saw Ciri cry after her grandpa's burial. She didn't want him to go alone. But it was necessary to leave, for the better of her, and everyone. Don't worry about it, man, it is what should be done to keep us safe. You were always the one to shoulder those types of hard calls. Leave it to us. Morgan hugged him with some worry. He didn't want the boy he came to see as a son to keep that burden on him. One more thing, be wary even of familiar people, just in case, all right? If someone showed up alone, be extremely vigilant, treat them well, yeah, but trust your instincts. When it feels wrong, it probably is, and you act accordingly. I kept gas masks, some handmade in the upper last cell, in case whoever can throw a gas bomb or create smoke there to force you outside. And those are bombs. He passed each of them a stack of papers with weird markings on them, making Daryl wonder if he heard right, bombs. Those papers. If things become wary, place them wherever you want, to ignite it, just like the flammable wire tied to them here. It can stretch for a maximum of 10 meters. Daryl and Morgan inspected the papers, finding nothing special about them. They detonate with a force akin to a real grenade each, so be careful. And Daryl, don't test them, and just trust me when I say those are bombs, no need to make a loud sound. Daryl chuckled. as that was on his mind. Morgan walked back to the prison after telling him he will deal with the issue concerning the expected coming trade and seeing him step through the other side of the gate. Daryl, Sasuke, who was holding the key for a car they found near the prison, called for Daryl. It's not that I don't trust our people, but can you please make sure Dale is on site if any of the situations arise? You saw what happened with Thomas, he hadn't even survived outside there and still didn't hesitate to go for a life. Dale still thinks all people outside are still the same as those back in the quarry. I trust you can deal with it. Keep him from making rash decisions. Don't worry, hey, they will come to understand with time. Until then, I will keep it steady, go for it. He held a fist for Sasuke. Lucky to have you guys with me, see ya. Bumping it from the other side, Sasuke turned and got into his car. The goal. Looting on a large scale. Chapter 52, TWD 52, Jack, missed me bitches. Okay, now let's decide the order of the transition points. So to the east, there's Peachtree City, I can leave it for the return trip. What awaits me ahead is Union City, where Billy spotted the shopping mall and 2 police stations. Currently, College Park is a question mark, none of us know what to expect there, and finally, East Point is before entering Atlanta. 7 shops, 3 for clothing, and others are diverse. For bars, a university and a high school, 2 pharmacies, 3 police stations and 1 large hospital. 2 warehouses, and it has been confirmed that one of them is for farming tools and other materials and seeds. The second one is closed, and its contents are completely unknown. Public market, 3 car shops. Truck parking lot, public parking lots, shooting range training center. 4 gyms and a zoo. I hope to finish all of this as soon as possible, there is still the construction center on the other side. Animals, the hawk, Sasuke suddenly remembered his second summoning. Gurada. If the snake could be summoned, so could the hawk. It didn't matter if it wasn't as massive as he remembered. Sasuke bit his thumb to draw blood and did a few hand signs to see if he could summon the second animal he used to have, the eagle. Yet exactly like the first time he tried the storage sealing jutsu, foreign thoughts and info flooded his mind, making him halt the process. Carrot do it yourself, carrot. He summarized all the information in that one sentence, you need a summoning animal. Find one, make it your contracted summon, and feed it your chakra to have it become bigger and stronger. He didn't know whether to be grateful or annoyed now, he needed that summon now, soon, but he was given the fucking formula to train his own summoning animals, to choose them and make them evolve himself into whatever he wanted, that was even better. Sasuke looked around him. How the fuck am I supposed to find one now? Just making a contract would usurp 10 threads permanently, let alone the chakra it would need to grow larger and stronger. He seriously was grateful his snake only needs time to grow, not his already pitiful chakra. An eagle, or something born to conquer the sky, fast, aggressive, smart. Yep, only eagles, falcons and the likes fit that description. Where to find one? His luck on the outskirts, or a high place where they may have made their nests. Sasuke swept a hand through his hair, sighed, and then boarded the SUV and kept going north on Highway 85. There were few walkers here and there, but nothing dangerous. He briefly contemplated whether to check on the farm but chalked that thought, whatever happens there is none of his business now. Sasuke then drove to his path of great looting. While Sasuke started his journey to become rich and find an aerial partner, Billy's own journey came to an end, and he was preparing to make the move today. He already finished creating traces, investigating the perimeters with the snake, and even indirectly rescuing a surviving dozen whose empty camp was raided by that shitty governor and a bunch of his men the next day. Which also proves the integrity of the info, he wasn't a man to let alive, and this close to the prison. Awareness, intelligence, usefulness, those were things Billy got to discover about the white snake. She wasn't a mere hole, a space hole. She was way more helpful, knowing which path is empty, which one has humans, and which one has walkers. She drew a freaking X with her tail whenever the path ahead was dangerous. If he is ever in danger, the snake would announce its presence to divert attention, and Billy would have to find cover, as there would be a kaboom, either dropped by the snake or herself as the price. Welp, Billy promised himself to not mess things up, no way he is going to have her explode. She's 10 times more useful than those cunts in the farm. Thus, Billy started treating her like a fucking VIP in their shabby shelter they found. He left a trace nearby, one that can be picked up by whoever has good awareness. And as expected, they were on the move the next morning. This governor lacked the number of fighters, and Billy decided to use that. Impress, prove your value, gain their trust, and help Sasuke unleash doom the next moment everything is clear. Billy signaled for the snake that it's starting with the hand sign Sasuke showed him, grabbed his now bloodied mace which head was nailed, and walked, following two walkers. Not far from the clear spot in the forest, four men who parked their armored car watched from a distance. This should be him. One of them asked the men with severed hand. I'm sure, that club bat in his hand should be the weapon used to kill those 13 walkers we found. Impressive. He doesn't look that strong, honestly, let's just test our beardy. Merle, the one who tracked Billy, walked from their hiding spot, gaining the attention of Billy, who smashed the heads of the two walkers and turned to him, appearing cautious. Well, we got a dirty old man here. Lost your way. Merle waved the arm with a long blade where his hand used to be, sneering at the disheveled man with a beard. Old man. Billy swatted the blood from the spiked mace before pointing it at Merle and looking at the emerging figures behind him. Only my little brother had the right to call me old man, you. Try calling me that one more time, and I will have that red neck of yours snapped the right way to give you a peer at your ugly red ass. See that, Governor? Loudmouth with no essence, he is but a frail senile man, not the warriors we are, and we need to have. Merle swaggered forward, putting his good hand on Billy's shoulder, and spoke to the clean white man who seemed to be the leader, the governor. Billy, who was half a head taller, gave him a menacing side glare and tapped the mace at Merle's thigh. Get that hand off before I shove this up your throat. And Merle, now annoyed, turned to face him and tried to punch Billy in the gut, who sidestepped away and kneed his side. Leaning back, he let the blade tied to Merle's severed arm pass his head before headbutting him. Blood splattered from Merle's nose as Billy followed with a kick to the chest, dropping him to the ground. He put the spiked mace near and forced a knee atop Merle's chest to keep him in place. Billy then punched Merle's face. He swatted the punch thrown at him and grabbed the bladed hand, keeping it in place with his other knee before punching Merle's face again, blood splattering over his knuckles. Hey, look at me, cunt, warrior. Nah, lemme tell you what. Billy's hand closed around his neck, pulling his face closer, and grinned, seeing the dazed and bloody Dixon. While the governor watched all of this unfolding without interfering and signaled for others not to do so, he figured that another strongman was about to join him. You are a potato. Billy spat those words with a devilish smirk, mocking the older Dixon. A fucking POTAHTO, and headbutt him again, putting him to sleep. Nothing beats a bath and a cold drink. Damn thank you, Mr. Governor. He cringed at that but played the role perfectly. There's no way Sumas there is calling himself a king too. Buffed, gonna pick a funny one for Sasuke then. The idea amused him. Anticipating Sasuke's face when everyone starts calling him the boogeyman. Don't worry about it, it's what we should do for struggling people who suffered alone out there. Yeah, right. Billy's expression showed nothing but ease as he drank to his heart's content. I know nothing is free, as ironic as that is, especially since now the world itself is for everyone to grab, but for all this, I am willing to work. You just say the word. I was never the type to sit back anyway. Glad to have someone as enlightened as you, Mr. Jack, but for now have a rest, enjoy our little welcome gift, and take a look around the town. We got sweet people here, kids and all who need our protection. They are lucky to have someone fight for them, protecting them from the bloody meat grinder outside there. Well, we do what we can for a better future. Indeed, for a better future. Billy clinked his glass with the governor's. So Jack, you talked about a little brother earlier in the day, is he? Philip, the governor, took a sip and started his soft investigations. And what better opening could there be other than a family subject amidst the apocalypse? Emotional subjects tend to naturally have unexpected information unintentionally shared by the other drunken party, especially after a relaxing bath and warm dinner. They all let down their guards, and sure enough, Jack soon started willingly spilling his grievances. I don't know, I couldn't reach him, and I couldn't find him. Must be enjoying Peach, that little bastard. Billy thought of Sasuke and the damn bunch of flowers he was attracting right and left just by existing. The world is dangerous now, I hope he is okay. He should be, he is strong. He smiled, imagining how the governor would react if he knew that they were talking about someone who can clean this damn town for breakfast. You love him, I see, your brother. I'm interested in meeting him, he seems to be a good man. Indeed, he got a heart of gold, cares about everyone, but is often misunderstood and hated. Maybe because he never was the type to express his love with the pink words. Hated. So you're the only one who found the goldness on him, huh? Philip smirked hearing that. Hated. That's even better. Carrot hated. Carrot means dangerous, ruthless maybe, the kind he liked to control as pawns and the perfect soldiers and tools. You don't have to be bad to be hated, sometimes it takes being better, and he was that, better at everything than anyone. Billy spoke in double meanings. This man in front of him did some diabolical shit out there, yet everyone in town seems to love him. Sasuke always did the right thing, yet the majority just gave him the dirty glare. Those who couldn't keep up, those who only dreamt of it, and those who couldn't accept that he is just damn good and they would never be him. They hated him. Simply just because he was being himself. Sasuke might not know or care about the reason why many people turned against him the moment they found the safe farm, but Billy knew it was mostly but damn inferiority. A bunch feared Sasuke would be the leader, knowing how serious he is with everything, their ego refusing to listen to someone younger even though he was the best option. Others just hated him for his look, superior strength, skill, and the influence he started gaining, knowing they would never reach that, so they chose to not have him near. One of them even talked about how Sasuke would eventually put his eyes on his wife. Billy nearly laughed as he heard it that time when he was hiding his presence. Wife. If it wasn't a bad time, Billy would have told him that she looked like a fucking lizard. Even if Sasuke was the playboy they all were tagging, he wouldn't go for that woman when Katniss was right there. Must be hard to be in that position, misunderstood and hated. Nah, he never cared what unimportant extras thought about him. Were you good to him? He would make sure you are, cared for like a family. If you messed with him, though. Billy grinned, looking at the governor. Let's just say that he was the type to pay that debt 100 times worse. Welp, bad for walkers, they did just that, and relaxed, taking a sip from the expensive whiskey that somehow tasted worse than the cheap one he used to drink when he was with others. Am I having a fucking homesickness now? Chapter 53, TWD 53, The Harsh Law of the Apocalypse. I can hear you, motherfucker. Sasuke felt a sudden embarrassment hearing Billy talk about him in that glorious way. Unaware of Sasuke's ability to share senses with his summons. Which was under the bed in that room, hidden from both. I'm sure he wouldn't say that shit if he knew. Damn, it feels weird to be praised as a little brother here. He scratched his neck and took a look from the window of the house he was in. Until now, things were good. He found a whole mall closed and damn full. It was a surprise in this world where looters left nothing, but understandable as the walkers right outside were 56, all locked in the parking lot right outside the entrance. It all joined his own storage seal and his chakra threads. And another 2 shops along the way, with one having clothes for women. Fashion didn't mean shit in this world, but he knew clothes would be necessary when everything is settled later. The first police station was half empty but not looted, probably those officers left with their gear, and no one has returned so far. The second was stacked with walkers, both police and civilians took refuge there, locking themselves in, which also made everyone turn due to whatever happened. Sasuke cleared it and looted everything in there before finding this place in the outskirts to take a rest. It is now 20:13 p.m., he already checked with the group in the prison and talked with the 2 Everdeens. Everyone is fine, and they are doing good. Sasuke started going through channels on his CB, trying to hear something, someone. Maybe some random info, survivors, or anything to pass time with. ZZZ, the emergency alert system has been activated. The Civil Defense Office issued the following statement: regular broadcasting will cease immediately. This is a civil emergency. Avoid any injured person at all costs, stay calm. Help is on the way. The emergency alert system has been activated. ZZZ, Sasuke skipped it, just another auto broadcast from the government. I'm curious about Japan and other countries, did they all fall like this one? Islands would be a great place to build a new community in one, but one tsunami and it's all bad again here too, one dangerous earthquake, flood, or storm and we will be in trouble. Sasuke, who was thinking of random things, suddenly stood back into a corner where he could observe from the window, kunai ready in hand. Are you serious? A man's voice sounded nearby as they were walking by the house he was in. Haha, hell yeah, Bob, 2 girls, and young, their pa is in there too. Tom told me to hurry or they will start without us. They want to have him watch as we go down on them like we did last time to that Caucasian. Damn, I'm getting worked just hearing they're young. It's been weeks since I tasted a young one. I love their crying, but not that last bitch. She bit her damn tongue. What are we doing, man? Let's run there. Hey, easy, there might be roamers around. I won't be killed before eating their little pus, and his head rolled from his shoulder, finishing the words in choked gibberish. Reed, what did you say? The man who stinks became horrified seeing his friend, who was speaking a second ago, now beheaded on the ground, a young guy beside him holding a sword dripping in blood. Ha! Who are MMMFF. Before he even reacted, a gloved hand closed around his jaw, lifting him up. His hands were suddenly tied by a sharp object behind his back, and he felt his arm's skin being cut whenever he struggled. Shush, Bob, we don't have much time, so give me the direction to the place you were heading to now, and I will spare your pathetic existence. Now, don't struggle, for each 5 seconds of meaningless waste of time, I take a limb. Talk, where are others? Sasuke then moved his hand from his mouth to his neck, letting him talk. Who are you? What THMMMFF? 3. Go to hell, Athol. 1. / 50 seconds later Sasuke ran from his safe house at his top speed, practically vanishing, leaving a legless man behind whose cries called for whatever walker that was nearby. Rape, of course it has to be fucking rape. There are very few people surviving this damn world now, and even then, the females are way less than the men. For those fuckers who shed their morals and became merely a husk led by instincts, not much different than walkers, they don't think of saving people, civilization, repopulation, or anything. To them, all things get down to taking whatever you want. Beating the weak, enslaving men, or killing them and doing that act to every female. As in the end, weakness has become the major sin here. Equals. No. Why? Why this? Is there no sane men here? We did nothing wrong, we were just surviving. I even wanted to help him, so why does it always have to be me losing things, being the one on the receiving end of the cruelty? I lost my wife already, isn't that enough? I can't even speak, to beg them to let go of my daughters. I hate this pathetic life, this pathetic me. Even roamers weren't that cruel. Haha, are you crying now? Hey, don't be. We are sorry we don't want to do this either. But who told you to be an awesome host and have 2 damn beautiful daughters? The world is ending, man. Didn't receive the memo? You should be grateful to us, I promise we're going to take good damn care of them. One fat man slapped my face and laughed. And turned to my little girls, who were already shivering in fear and cold as they started. Only clothes, dumbass. Dave is the first, those are rules, I don't want to have my head bashed because I got too damn horny and stopped thinking with my head. And who cares? Stop being a pussy. He will take at least an hour to come here. We can put him to sleep any. Say that again. Say that again. The other man strangled him, pointing a shotgun at his head and shouted. Sorry, I didn't know what happened to me. Alright, I won't do it. We wait for Dave. I wish for roamers to come here and tear us all apart here. It's better than seeing this, having my daughters cry hearing what those men are going to do, what they did to those before them, and looking at me for help, and all I can do is shed tears and wish for miracles. Please, God, anything. I will pay with my life, roamers, even if it is them to tear me piece by piece here, just not my little girls. I couldn't even close my eyes as they used tape to force me to see all this. I hate myself and this world. Whoosh, I didn't care, like everyone here hearing that sound, just the wind. Until the first candle in the empty warehouse I was using as shelter died. Whoosh whoosh. 2 more of that sound, and 2 candles had their fire extinguished. I looked around, like everyone here who started asking what is happening. And I saw it, something was on the roof, eyes looking straight at mine, and a voice reached me, us. Fucking reptiles. The shadow on the roof moved, and the last candle got extinguished. The fat man fired up at the roof, the slight flash was enough for me to only witness one of the 5 men getting tossed at a wall, then a loud crack and his pained scream. Then those whooshes again, many, each time resulting in a thud and a cry. Please don't kill us, don't hurt Dad. Save us. Lily screamed, which is what I wanted to do myself, to beg this thing to spare my daughters. But I was gagged. It didn't talk, the gunfire stopped, and only moans of the men sounded. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you, that cold voice sounded again right beside me, making me flinch in fear. MMPPH. I won't harm you and your daughters here, drink slowly. I squinted my eyes as the person who did all this, who saved us, lit a torch, pointing it up, and I felt my hands free. Papa, Dad, Lily and Maria ran to my side, and the man, our savior, stepped away a little after giving me a bottle of water. Why did you let them live? Lily cried to the person whose only silhouette was faintly visible in this dark place. I hastily covered her mouth, afraid she might have angered him. Because I would have wanted to be the one to do it if I were your father, do you? Or I finish my job, and we need to leave. Walkers are attracted to sound. I squinted again, rubbing my wrists and pulling my little girls behind me. His hand pulled a gun, and his other pointed the light at the 5 men, still alive, all on the ground, knives piercing their hands and ankles, crying in pain or crawling, trying to get away. I will do it, please, let me do it. I was the weak one and the victim once, never again. I took the gun cautiously, telling them to turn away. Dad. I'm sorry, Maria, but I have to do it, me. Sob oh okay, but please don't go far. I won't. I turned to the men who did all this, now my eyes are getting used to the dark a little. He just nodded, asking me one more time if I'm sure I can do it. He must be young from what I can tell. Thank you, sir. I can't say enough to express my gratitude, and I'll do anything to pay for the lives you saved. Please let me do it, it has to be me. All right, go, don't worry, I'll lead you outside safely after this. I nodded and walked to the nearest one, the same one who tricked me at first, making me open the door for him, the same one who tied me and called for his men. Please, I'm sorry, don't do it, please, I beg you, I didn't mean to. I pulled the trigger. The sound wasn't too loud, this gun has a silencer, but his scream was. I fired at his chest 2 times more and turned to the other 4, who started crying and crawling faster. Why, we have a big group. They are near. They won't let this be, and fired at the leg of the man who started speaking, the other leg, then his back, until he stopped moving. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to waste your bullets. It suddenly struck me what I was doing, and I hurried to explain to him. Go ahead, I don't lack them. Finish your job and avenge your daughters. I felt tears still running down my cheeks, part of me saying this is a hallucination, and I will wake up to death, or worse, but nothing of that came. Only the cold night and the screams of the remaining 3 as I gunned them down one by one. I wiped my face and handed the gun back to the man. He had a mask hiding the lower part of his face. He was clean and young, maybe around Maria's age. Thank you. If you are good, we need to leave here. I saw him take off his jacket and give it to me for Lily, who was shivering, hugging me with her sister. Why yes, we have nothing here. He nodded, helped us find clothes, and packed everything before we followed him out. I don't know what is awaiting me and my daughters out there. But I will never be the one on the weak side, I promise that. For them, for me, and for our safety. Never again. //A/N. So in case someone is about to start telling me that I'm adding too much OC and it's not good, this happened in the show, not a scene, but Randall talked about it when he was being taken care of by Daryl's loving fists. I simply need one profession in their group but didn't find the right person, thus, this guy is the gifted one. Hope you liked it, //. Also we are 1M view, something I never expected to happen, thanks to you all. My schedule is a mess so I'll drop bonus chapters when I can. Have a good day. Chapter 54, TWD 54, The Lancasters. After making sure of things, Sasuke led the 3 back to his safe house. Walkers were gathering near the warehouse, but it was some distance from his current base, thus, they were safe after returning. The father sat opposite Sasuke, hugging his daughters with warm blankets covering all of them. The man looked to be in his late 40s, with the 2 teenage girls nearing his age. The one with the pixie cut called the man Papa, so Sasuke figured they were a family surviving this together. And from what he saw in the warehouse, they weren't armed, but they got enough food it seems. They were just unfortunate to meet the jackals. Thus, he thought lending a hand would be good. If they are good people, then that means a helping hand for his group. If they are bad, in any type, welp, nature would deal with them. AKA walkers. Thanks again, sir, for saving us, the man said, and his daughter nodded, gazing cautiously at the men who sat on the other side of the lantern. Sasuke, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. Adam Lancaster, those are my daughters, Lily and Maria. He patted the heads of the one with the pixie cut and then the one with long dark hair, respectively. Thank you, Lily, the younger one, said to him while the other girl stared at him without doing anything, eyes red from crying. I did what is right, so Adam, I will try to make it short, as you guys need to rest. Adam nodded his head, curious about what this is about. I have a group, survivors like you, good people with their families, the few who survived. We secured a place, and they are there now, safe. We have food and clothes, and I can promise you that they are good people who won't harm you. I am currently on a personal objective. I will go back to them in 2 or 3 days, so if you want, I can promise you guys a safe place. If that is not what you want, I can give you supplies and the gun to keep yourselves safe. For a while, he thought, as one gun would just prolong the inevitable for a short time. And if the man is smart, he should know it. Why should we believe you? Maybe you are just like, the girl with long hair suddenly asked in an almost hostile tone and got reprimanded immediately by the anxious father. Maria. Apologize now. But Dad. We won't be ungrateful to the one who saved us. Apologize. Adam spoke sternly, fearing the consequences. Whoever this boy is, he wasn't normal, and he didn't want his daughter to make him hostile. I'm sorry, son. It has been a very hard day for us, please don't let it anger you. It's okay, I'm not petty. That unexpected reply made Adam chuckle in reflex. While Maria, who was about to say sorry reluctantly, looked at the masked guy stupefied. Haha, I really don't want to sound ungrateful, but you saw what we have been through, Adam said, asking him if it's okay to give him moments to think about the offer. He wasn't a man to turn against his benefactor, but he didn't want to take his daughters from wolves just to be tossed at hyenas. Yeah, unfortunately, similar things tend to happen in many places since the outbreak, and I can understand your paranoia. It's the right thing actually, to be cautious of anything and anyone, but I don't see any other way. You have to either believe in me or in yourself, either let me help you or go your way. Am I wrong, Adam? No son, I'll come with you. It's okay. Adam held Maria's hand. He decided to take a leap of faith, he had no other option. The warehouse where they had been at should be full with roamers now, and it's either they took chances out there, alone, tired, and unarmed. Or follow this young man who cut at least a dozen of them on their way back here with apparent ease. Maybe that's what Maria is doubtful of, she has never been good with violence. She needs to start changing that wrong mindset, violence is what can protect us now. Adam held their hands, making his choice. You won't regret it, though we do need to talk about a few TNGs. Sasuke glanced at the watch on his wrist. Sorry, can you give me a moment so I can contact my friends? We set a specific time to check on each other's. Sure, go ahead. Adam tensed at that, but he knew nothing could be done other than sitting there. At least Sasuke stayed in front of them to let them hear the talk, otherwise, Adam would have made a run for it with his daughters. Sasuke, unaware of that thought, took his CB and contacted whoever should be on watch now. ZZZ Sasuke here ZZZ, few moments and a reply sounded from his CB, a man's voice. ZZZ Morgan here, good to hear from you, boy. Is everything good on your side? ZZZ. ZZZ stable yeah, I found survivors, a family of 3, and they are with me now. How is the situation with you guys? ZZZ, Sasuke hinted for Morgan not to share anything vital, and the men understood. ZZZ it's rare to hear about survivors those days. I know they must be safe since they are near you. Do they need help? And it's peaceful here since you left. Any progress on your end? ZZZ. ZZZ they are fine. Yeah, my side looks good so far. If nothing changes, I must be back in 2 days. I offered them a place in our shelter, and at this point, going back all the way, ZZZ. ZZZ means wasting worthwhile time. Don't worry, I can take off first thing in the morning to meet with you and bring them back safely. Do you need me to bring something with me? ZZZ. This time it was Daryl who replied. I fully understand that it isn't the best thing you want. Sasuke spoke to Adam, seeing his anxious look. Strange people you know nothing about, but unfortunately that's the best thing I can offer. Daryl will be risking his life alone just to come all the way here. If you don't trust me, trust that action, he is a man I can trust with my life. So, should I tell him to come? Or you are changing your mind? He knows very well that it isn't the best thing to trust strangers, but he has no other way, he needs to keep going for his original plan. We will go, Adam thought about it and resigned the matter to his fate. ZZZ alright Daryl, I'll meet you halfway at I-85, from there you take them back and I keep north to my original path ZZZ. ZZZ noted, I'll take off at 5:30. See ya tomorrow, stay safe. ZZZ. ZZZ you too, good night. ZZZ. Sasuke put the CB aside and decided to give them a picture of what to expect. So, in brief, we cleared a prison, and we are using it as a shelter currently. I know it doesn't sound perfect, but it's ours, and safe. It has fences, and the inside is clean. Sasuke then explained the basics, what to expect, and what the rules are there, including the one that they would be under watch until he is back as a way to protect his people. Which bothered them, but Sasuke had already decided to be frank about it. He then gets to know that the man used to be a successful architect. They talked some more and went to sleep while Sasuke kept watch. The morning came fast, the four had a simple breakfast. Sasuke checked his tools and weapons before leading the three out toward the SUV he unsealed, as he had originally changed to a sport bike halfway through here, but the unexpected guests called for a different vehicle. "Why are you always wearing a mask?" Lily whispered to him hesitatingly as she sat back in the car, fearing it might be a sensitive subject. Nothing particular, I just don't want the splashed blood of walkers to enter my mouth and nose." Sasuke pulled his mask down, and there was a long period of silence. Daryl is a man of few words, and he has a particular style of speech, so don't take it to heart. He is a good man and you can trust that he will keep your family safe all the way back to the shelter. There are others there who will help you guys get comfortable. Was the prison empty? When you found it, Adam asked him. Not really, we dealt with walkers in one big building and the outside. It is safe now. The way back was mostly peaceful, with the three of them asking him about the shelter and Adam wondering just what kind of people they are to let him go out here alone, even though he had seen how skilled this boy was. Hey. Daryl and Sasuke fist bumped, and Sasuke introduced the Lancasters to Daryl, who nodded briefly. I see our ninja already hooked another hopeless one. Daryl rolled his eyes as he caught the look in the girl's eyes. We are sorry for the bother. Adam nodded at Daryl. He looked to be the quiet type just as Sasuke said, but he didn't seem hostile. Don't be, we can leave if you guys are ready, and Sasuke, be careful, man, don't worry about us, everything back there is fine. Yeah, well, until next time, Sasuke bid them farewell, boarded his SUV, and sped back up to the highway with the intent to not stop until he was in Union City. Chapter 55, TWD 55, Materialist. I am a capitalist, asshole. What is this about? Shane, who was sitting on a stumped stone outside the farmhouse, shouted, seeing Rick walking beside Otis out from the tree line with the fat man holding a stick that was closing around the walker's neck that was being guided toward the barn. Shane, calm down, it's the way they want it to be done here. It will be put in the barn with others. The way. Guiding damn walkers to the barn that is a short walk from Lori and Carl is the way. What's next, Rick? Are we going to cook for them too? Shane kicked a stone, frustrated at seeing Rick agree to what Otis is doing right now. What do you want me to do? Kill them. Yeah, exactly, every one of those walkers, those in the barn too, enough with this madness, people, wake up. Shane bellowed at the group that began to gather near Rick while Otis slipped away to put the walker in the barn. Enough, Shane, not now. Rick walked to him, trying to calm the matter, seeing people gathering around to see what's going on. Herschel, who came hearing the ruckus with his daughters, turned to Shane. If you don't want to choose this way of living, you can always leave like that boy, nothing will change. He never liked Shane, who wasn't much different from the violent type like Billy and Sasuke. Ha ha ha, nothing. You people must be forgetting who we are talking about. What are walkers, and who went with that Uchiha? That mockery made the majority here confused. Shane was beaten by Sasuke, and now he is glorifying him. Shane sneered seeing their confused looks. We are all infected, remember. And the only one who made a solution for that issue is no more here because of this same madness. Rick felt like a ringing bell echoing in his head, Sasuke, Jenner, and the cure. Herschel's people still aren't injected with it. How did I forget that? The serum and Jenner went with Sasuke. T-Dog held his head in realization, same with their group around. What are you talking about? Maggie asked, confused, standing beside her sister and Jimmy. Rick rushed to the truck nearby, followed by others, while Glenn started explaining to Herschel and Otis about the matter. ZZZ Rick Grimes here, Morgan, Billy, Sasuke, anyone receiving? Over, ZZZ. Please answer, please answer, please answer. Rick sweated, imagining how bad it would turn if someone from Herschel's people died suddenly at night. There were few silent moments as everyone waited for the reply that came. Sasuke's voice, who was driving. ZZZ, it's unusual for you to use my channel, Rick. Is everything good? ZZZ. ZZZ, yeah, Sasuke, so, I recall you said there was an additional batch of the cure for the airborne virus, but Herschel's people weren't injected with it. ZZZ. ZZZ end. ZZZ. ZZZ we need it, Sasuke, you know how important it is, ZZZ. ZZZ is that so? Is Herschel with you right now? ZZZ. ZZZ yes, he is near, ZZZ, Rick felt it, he knew Sasuke was the type to hold grudges, and there's a big chance he will refuse. ZZZ cool, I want 6 from of every type of livestock he has, 2 mature horses of different sex, all healthy. And 100 kilos, 220 pounds, from each stacked supply of crops from his land, fresh, half that of seeds. I trade with the bunches only, I'll give 6 serums in exchange for what I asked. That's the price, Rick. ZZZ. Sasuke decided to stop being the good guy and put in that rule. He wanted to stop worrying about the issue caused by natural death. Easy, pay for it. Herschel, Otis, Jimmy, Beth, Maggie, and Patricia. 6. For each one of them, 1 type of cattle is exchanged. And hearing that, everyone was surprised, they weren't used to Sasuke being this materialistic. He was always the one to give. ZZZ Sasuke, why? ZZZ, Rick asked him, ignoring the blabbering, and the reply echoed again in the same cold, egoistic voice. ZZZ I'm not trying to be the bad guy here, Rick, but that is the price, and I'm doing this only because of you and his innocent daughters. I was treated like some kind of outcast just by doing the right thing to protect you guys, my people were out on the road with not as much as a fucking corn given to us, now you are saying I need to give that cure for him just like that. Should I start calling myself Clark Kent as well? ZZZ. ZZZ it doesn't have to be this way, Sasuke, those are our people. We don't have to do this, we can help each other, ZZZ. Unfortunately, his talking no jutsu had no effect on Sasuke, who graduated from the master of that shit. ZZZ I have new people with me, I would rather have them take the cure rather than people who won't contribute anything to my own, ZZZ. ZZZ what about Maggie, Beth? As you said, is that what you want, Sasuke? ZZZ. ZZZ I said it, if it weren't for them and Jimmy, no one there was going to have that cure. Tell me, Rick, what do you think the right price of that cure is? If I ever traded it with whatever surviving community is around, or the military, no one could steal it from me after all. Humans and hordes are all the same when it comes to putting them down, ZZZ. Rick sighed in frustration, knowing the answer, that cure. Some would offer everything to have it, as in the end, unless there were dozens of armed people, Rick can't imagine how to take down Sasuke. And unlike the resources you can scavenge again if you have the muscles, that cure isn't available anywhere so far. ZZZ I'm outside and busy right now, and I will switch off the CB. Contact Morgan's channel when you decide, he knows of this. ZZZ. Sasuke said again, and the line cut off. Wait, the cure was made by Jenner, with one of our blood. What if he took the one whose blood we need with him too? And they took Dr. Jenner too. How did we forget this? What to do if they died there? Jackie asked them, worried about Herschel's family. It won't happen. No one died from that group, Glenn said. He was with Rick when they checked on the other group, who had successfully conquered the damned prison. He has no right to do that. It is our blood. We need to take it back and call Jenner. Lori spoke, they were staying most of the time in Herschel's house after all. She didn't want anything to happen there, where her son is spending most of his time. Sasuke was the one whose blood made the cure. Rick, whose frustration reached the peak, spoke to them in one sentence that made the whole place silent for moments before. What? But he said it's one of us. It can be a lie, or the whole thing is and it spreads only by bites. Even so, he can't just take it like that. Jenner made it, he has no right to decide on a matter concerning us all. And like usual, many of them were the black sheeps. He can. Rick punched the wheel, making them jump in fright from the unexpected horn. He can because he made it by spilling his blood. By cutting his damn flesh for the experiment. Yes, he can, over and over and over. You just had to keep going against him. He was the one who got you out safe from the horde in the quarry back in Atlanta, then from the CDC right after using liters of his blood and taking a piece of his shoulder, then the next horde where he was shot. But tell me. Who here had gone to say a fucking thank you? Who here has done that? Rick got out of the car and shouted at the large group of people who were cursing Sasuke and even Jenner. Herschel stood by the side, still horrified from what he heard. He finally understood why one of the old neighbors he found was turned without a visible bite. No, for whatever reason, at the first sign of instability with him, you turned against each other. You think I stayed here because I disagree with Sasuke? No. I stayed because of my expected newborn. I had no choice but to try and cling to this safe haven for my child, for my pregnant wife. So yeah, deal with it, his blood, his cure, his damn price. Rick slammed the door shut, glanced at them, and then left, cursing the shitty situation they were in now. Just when he thought everything was on the right track, Sasuke struck where no one had expected. It is now either having their stock or having death hover near them all the time. Herschel is already old, one wrong heart attack and it's all hell again. And Rick knows too damn well that the man won't chain himself to sleep. He is just that unreasonable, even if it means risking everyone, including his daughters. I need to speak with Morgan, maybe he can help out with this, but deep down he knows, at this point, between them and Sasuke, Morgan would always choose Sasuke. Sasuke, who exited the warehouse he had just emptied after clearing a horde right around it, looked at the figures aiming their guns right at his face. Sneering like they were looking at a rabbit about to be slaughtered. There was nothing in there, just a waste of my time and effort, you can check it. Sasuke spoke and turned to leave. Don't move, pretty boy, put down that sword and the bike's keys that you parked on the other side. I liked it, one of them laughed, aiming a shotgun at him in a threatening gesture. Are you sure you want to do it this way? Sasuke spoke again, uncaring about the guns aimed at his face. Alright, big boy, now you have to strip too. We got no WOM, and the unfortunate bastard received a kunai straight to the skull. The other four were surprised to see their friend drop with a knife to the head even though the boy had never moved. And they instinctively rained Sasuke in bullets, just to be perplexed by what happened next. His body exploded in a cloud of smoke. The real Sasuke, who was watching all this unfolding from the roof, turned, did a hand seal, and left, hearing the deafening boom caused by the explosion tag tied to the kunai buried at the head of the one he killed. Well, a clone and basic sound genjutsu are still as useful. Let's see what's next. The college. He checked the map, deciding on the route for his next trip, got in the BMW S1000RR, revved the engine, and drove away. The scene behind him was a mess of blood and gore. And while all the chaos was happening on both sides of Rick and Sasuke, the Lancasters had finally settled in their new peaceful shelter and were meeting new people, surprised by what they saw and more by what they heard about the merciful guy known as Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 56, TWD ch 56, Filthy Rich. ZZZ they settled all right. Dale and Adam seemed to know each other, not close but familiar, so Sasuke, what do you think about what I told you, ZZZ? Daryl's voice sounded from the CB while Sasuke was reading a medical scroll. ZZZ for now I've got two options for us, both have their pros and cons ZZZ. ZZZ go on ZZZ. ZZZ you guys did an amazing job at clearing the side building, that saved us time, and thanks for having her stay back. ZZZ. ZZZ don't worry about it man, she too knows that you wouldn't have liked it hearing how we progressed with her, and she is the best to stay back and keep others safe. ZZZ. ZZZ yes so, I knew about the destroyed outer wall of the administrative building. You took the wires off. ZZZ. ZZZ nah, we found no reason to do so, it is working as a dangerous siege there. And way better than fences, actually, no normal blade can cut them, ZZZ ZZZ. ZZZ good, the prison has many entries and many blind spots to guard with only so few people we've got, but it also has the space, like the gyms and all, we can use all those. The issue of the wall and surroundings can be solved with some work, but a prison will be a prison no matter how clean it gets. Those cages and all. The first option is that we work on it, make it better, in short, upgrade that place into a fortified castle, expand into the forest and build real houses and all instead of those cell blocks. We have Adam now, and me, he can plan, and in a month, I can transform that place, ZZZ. ZZZ seems like a lot of work and noise, ZZZ. ZZZ the second option is relocation, but the downside is obvious, too much moving will make them tired, and the morale will plummet, especially since we are at the doors of winter now. There are better places and lands around Atlanta, I found more and recorded it. With what we have, we can work on them rather than the prison, ZZZ. ZZZ how about this then? First, we make this place safe, for us, for now. After the cold of winter is gone, we move to a better place and truly invest in it. ZZZ. ZZZ sounds good. I will be having the right amount of resources for that soon enough. Atlanta had many places I found that are still untouched, but people are already progressing through here. Any more later and most of it would be looted. ZZZ. ZZZ, you met other people. ZZZ. ZZZ, 5 men, hostile, who go for the kill with no debate. ZZZ. ZZZ, unfortunate bastards. ZZZ, Daryl already figured their fate. ZZZ, well, you guys can discuss what we talked about further, I have to go. Stay safe. ZZZ. ZZZ, later, stay safe. ZZZ. Sasuke put the CB aside and sealed the scroll, taking another bite from his sandwich. He spotted the animal he will need a few hours ago, but it flew away before he was close enough. After some trouble in mapping the area, he finally found its nest on the top of a skyscraper. A peregrine falcon he spotted from a distance taking off from the place he is in right now, the roof of a hotel named Four Seasons. It wasn't a hawk like his Garuda, but in terms of speed and diving attacks. This type of falcon was a monster, and Sasuke decided to make it his contracted summoning animal. He now has an impressive 72 threads of chakra. Impressive because after the 50 threads, the chakra he started getting became a little thicker with each thread. Which made him aware that by the 100th, his first Tomo Sharingan should be available to use. As in the end, it wasn't about the chakra like he first thought, but the milestone, whatever was blocking his jutsu and techniques was unlocked totally after he acquired them back.